A seemingly frail young man unexpectedly awakened the most powerful battle spirit bloodline. In the hot June of Jiangshui City, Ningping County, within the Yutsai School's Class 9 of the third-year high school students, a group of teenagers gathered around a sturdy boy, discussing animatedly. Class monitor, the exams are coming up soon. You're definitely going to choose the combat test, right? One of them asked eagerly. Of course. With the class monitor's talent, nurtured by top-tier spiritual medicine since childhood, how could he possibly choose the academic test? The group chimed in one after another, showering him with compliments. The one addressed as the class monitor, Li Kaiyuan, merely responded with a proud smile. Yet his gaze shifted towards the back of the classroom, landing on a thin boy staring absent-mindedly out the window. Hey, what exam are you planning to take? He asked smugly. The boy, named Feng Yixio, had just turned 19 today. However, his face carried an air of maturity that seemed far beyond his years. Hearing the question, he smirked coldly. That depends on whether or not I have a battle spirit bloodline. It's not like just anyone can choose whatever they want. Class monitor, why bother talking to him? Look at him, so poor he probably can't even afford to eat. And he wants to take the combat test, someone sneered. Exactly. He's just an orphan. Even if he scores well academically, so what? In this world, battle spirit masters are the most prestigious profession. Another chimed in. Li Kaiyuan's eyes glimmered with disdain. You're absolutely right. An orphan like him? After graduating college, he'd be lucky to wait tables in a restaurant. Li Kaiyuan. A sharp, angry voice interrupted him. So by that logic, are you saying I, also an orphan, would end up waiting tables after graduation? The voice belonged to Shen Ruyu, the school's beauty. Like Feng Yixio, she was also an orphan and had grown up with him in the same orphanage. For this reason, Li Kaiyuan, who had been pursuing Shen Ruyu, harbored a deep resentment toward Feng Yixio. Ruyu, that's not what I meant. Li Kaiyuan stammered, trying to explain. If you dare speak ill of brother Feng again, then don't ever dream of getting to know me. Shen Ruyu glared at him furiously. At that moment, a young figure flashed past the classroom window, and the room instantly fell silent. The homeroom teacher walked up to the podium, holding a transparent orb etched with mysterious runes in both hands, a spirit summoning orb, an object capable of altering one's destiny. Feng Yixia's gaze fixed on the orb, and suddenly, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. A mysterious voice echoed in his mind. Detected nearby spiritual energy fluctuations. Divine Pet Evolution System activated. Automatically initiating battle spirit bloodline, awakening for the host. In an instant, it felt as though some kind of shackle within his body had been broken. His previously frail frame became brimming with vitality, as if an inexhaustible power surged through him. Brother Feng, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? Shen Ruyu asked with concern, noticing the unusual look on Feng Yixio's face. It's nothing. Don't worry about it, Feng Yixio replied instinctively, though his mind was in turmoil. He thought to himself, could this be the legendary system? But what exactly can you do? His question was met with silence in his mind. If not for the undeniable changes he felt within his body, he might have dismissed the earlier notification as a hallucination. However, as he mulled it over, a spark of excitement lit up within him. Even if it's a mute system, it did mention the War Spirit bloodline. That means I'm eligible to apply for the War Spirit Academy. In the classroom, the homeroom teacher carefully placed a spirit awakening orb on the podium. Adjusting his glasses, he said, I'm sure many of you have been looking forward to this day. This spirit awakening orb will determine whether you possess the War Spirit bloodline. Those of you intending to take the martial examination can line up for the test. As long as you have the bloodline, regardless of its quality, you will be eligible to apply. Before he could even finish speaking, the classroom erupted into chaos. Students swarmed toward the podium, crowding around it eagerly. Each one was brimming with anticipation, hoping to catch a glimpse of the bright future that awaited them. 300 years ago, Earth experienced the greatest catastrophe in its history. The sky was torn apart by countless dark fissures, like jagged scars stretching across the heavens. Through these ominous cracks, humanity caught glimpses of an extraordinary world. In Huaxia, some witnessed the mythical true dragon soaring through the clouds. In northern Europe, others beheld the colossal world serpent, Jormungandr, encircling half a continent. The emergence of these dark fissures not only unleashed monstrous invaders from another realm, but also triggered rampant mutations and atavistic transformations among Earth's creatures. Animals that once posed no threat to humanity grew terrifyingly powerful, while humans themselves seemed excluded from this wave of evolution. For a century, human civilization was plunged into an age of unprecedented darkness. Even with advanced technology, survival became a desperate struggle amidst the relentless onslaught of monstrous beasts. Nuclear weapons provided only temporary relief, but the radiation they left behind accelerated the creature's evolution, exacting an even greater toll on humanity. Just as despair was about to consume them, humanity discovered the key to hope hidden within their very blood: the war spirit bloodline. Through the war spirit awakening ceremony, people gained the ability to summon their own unique war spirits. By nurturing and strengthening these spirits, humanity finally obtained the power to stand against the monsters. Thus, war spirit masters became the most revered and sought-after profession on Earth. After over a century of relentless struggle and sacrifice, the battle spirit warriors finally reclaimed a piece of land where humanity could survive. On this hard-won territory, humans built towering steel walls to shield themselves, allowing their population to thrive and grow under this protection. As time went on, humanity gradually developed a system of power to combat the terrifying monsters, the battle spirit warriors. Long-term statistics reveal that roughly 1 in every 100 people carried the bloodline of a battle spirit. Through extensive research and studies conducted by the Alliance of Spirit Companions, it was determined that the optimal age for awakening the battle spirit bloodline was around 19. Awakening too young risked being overwhelmed and harmed by the spirit, while awakening too late would miss the prime window for cultivation. Thus, a test even more critical than college entrance exams was introduced, comprising 2 sections: a written exam and a combat exam. The written exam maintained the traditions from the pre-wilderness era, focusing on cultural and scientific knowledge to ensure a steady supply of talent for societal development. The combat exam, however, was specifically designed for candidates with the battle spirit bloodline. This required the use of a special device on the podium, a spirit awakening orb capable of accurately detecting the presence of the battle spirit bloodline. At this moment, the homeroom teacher was watching a student named Zhou He. The student stubbornly pressed his hands against the spirit awakening orb, but the orb remained dim and lifeless. If Zhou He possessed the battle spirit bloodline, the orb should have emitted a dazzling light. Zhou He, you've tried 3 times already. The spirit awakening orb doesn't make mistakes. You should step down now, the teacher said with a tone of helplessness. No, that's impossible. Zhou He shook his head frantically, his eyes filled with panic. My parents spent nearly all their savings on spirit medicine for me. They even sold our house. Also, I could become a battle spirit warrior and bring honor to our family. I can't possibly not have the battle spirit bloodline. The teacher sighed and shook his head before calling security to escort Zhou He to the counseling room. He had seen this scene play out too many times before. Families going bankrupt in their desperate attempts to produce a battle spirit warrior. While some did manage to rise to greatness, many more ended up like Zhou He, unable to awaken the bloodline despite exhausting every resource. The origin of the battle spirit bloodline remains a mystery to this day, but one widely accepted belief is that the stronger the physical and mental condition, the higher the likelihood of awakening. Some merchants exploited this belief, selling so-called spirit medicines that claimed to enhance the chances of awakening. Despite repeated warnings from the Alliance that these medicines had negligible effects, countless families continued to pour everything they had into buying them, clinging to the hope of giving their child a chance to become a revered battle spirit warrior. One by one, students stepped forward to touch the spirit summoning orb, yet the orb remained unresponsive. Nearly half of Class 9 had completed their tests, but not a single student had succeeded. I hope everyone can maintain a positive mindset, the homeroom teacher said earnestly, looking at the disappointed faces before him. Even without a battle spirit bloodline, you can still become valuable contributors to society through hard work and dedication. Don't follow the extreme example of Zhou He. The teacher knew the truth: only 1 in 100 could awaken a battle spirit bloodline. His gaze settled on a particularly striking figure in the line. Li Kaiyuan, it's your turn. Li Kaiyuan stepped forward, taking a deep breath before placing his hands on the orb. The transparent sphere suddenly shifted, and a pale yellow light radiated from his fingertips, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Impressive. Looks like our class has a potential battle spirit wielder, the teacher said, feigning calmness, though his heart was brimming with excitement. This was undoubtedly a boost for his career. The once quiet classroom erupted into chaos. The class president actually has a battle spirit bloodline. Hey, you've got to look out for your brothers when you become a battle spirit wielder. Class president, how about making me your girlfriend? The students swarmed around him like frenzied fans, their excitement uncontainable. But Li Kaiyuan's gaze drifted past the crowd, landing on Feng Yixio and Shinryu at the back of the line. Unlike the others, the two remained indifferent, continuing their quiet conversation as if nothing had happened. Feng Yixio's apathy didn't bother him, but Shinryu's cold demeanor stung. He had hoped that revealing his battle spirit bloodline would change her opinion of him, maybe even win her over. Instead, reality delivered a harsh blow. Suppressing his frustration, Li Kaiyuan forced a smile and approached the pair. Feng Yixio, shouldn't you be off working at the food stalls by now? Why don't you let me keep Ryu company instead? Not like someone like you could ever have a battle spirit bloodline. Shinryu was about to retort, but Feng Yixio stepped in front of her, shielding her from the confrontation. Oh, I see. You need a girl to defend you. Li Kaiyuan sneered. Are you so certain I don't have a battle spirit bloodline? Feng Yixio stepped forward, meeting Li Kaiyuan's gaze heaten. Though they were of similar height, Feng Yixia's calm demeanor carried an air of quiet strength. Don't make me laugh. A weakling like you having a battle spirit bloodline? If that happens, pigs might as well start climbing trees. Li Kaiyuan mocked without restraint. It was the last class of their high school careers, and he no longer cared about the teacher's authority. Besides, now that he had awakened his battle spirit bloodline, he was confident the school wouldn't risk offending him for the sake of a powerless orphan. The atmosphere in the classroom was heavy and tense. The homeroom teacher stood at the podium, hesitating several times as if she wanted to speak, but ultimately choosing silence. In her mind, offending a potential battle spirit master in order to stand up for an orphan with no background was clearly not a wise decision. I don't know if a pig can climb a tree, but you climbing one is a certainty, Feng Yixio said calmly. Since you're so confident that I don't have battle spirit bloodline, how about we make a bet? Li Kaiyuan, enraged and laughing coldly, retorted, fine, let's bet. If you don't have battle spirit bloodline, you'll strip to the waist, hang a sign around your neck that says I'm a loser, and run 10 laps around the track. Do you dare? Sure. Feng Yixia's lips curled into a faint smile. But I think that's not exciting enough. How about we add a wager of 2,000 yuan? Li Kaiyuan froze. He had only intended to humiliate Feng Yixio, but now the other party not only agreed without hesitation but even raised the stakes. Could this guy actually have something to rely on? He quickly shook his head, dismissing the absurd notion. Could it be that class leader Li is afraid of my brother Feng? Shin Ruyu, standing nearby, said with a look of disdain. How can a guy be so indecisive and annoying? Provoked by the goddess mockery, Li Kaiyuan immediately replied, afraid of this loser? Not a chance. A bet's a bet, bring it on. Who's scared? It's a deal. Feng Yixio rolled up his sleeves and strode toward the podium. By dusk, the classroom was dimly lit. Students from other classes had crowded around to watch the drama, further blocking out what little light remained. Due to the earlier commotion, Class 9's testing had fallen far behind the other classes. Is Feng Yixio out of his mind? With that frail body of his, he doesn't even have a 9,000 chance. Serves him right. He shouldn't have tried to get close to the school beauty. The murmurs of gossip filled the room. Feng Yixio took a deep breath, placing his hands on the transparent, awakening orb, silently praying in his heart. Please don't let me down, divine pet evolution system. 3 seconds passed, and the awakening orb remained unresponsive. Ha ha ha, Feng Yixio. You've lost. Li Kaiyuan's words were abruptly cut off as the previously dim awakening orb suddenly erupted with a dazzling brilliance, like a beacon piercing through the night, instantly illuminating the entire classroom. Feng Yixio gazed intently at the soul-calling orb before him, its radiant glow illuminating the entire room. His heart surged with excitement, almost too much to contain. The existence of the divine beast evolution system was real after all. Having spent years in darkness, he felt as though he was rediscovering the meaning of light. The purity and brilliance of this glow convinced him that it was the most breathtaking sight he had ever encountered. The teachers and students present collectively gasped in astonishment. Although the intensity of the glow didn't directly equate to a soul warrior's talent, such an extraordinary radiance undoubtedly signified an exceptionally pure and potent soul warrior bloodline. Not only did Feng Yixio possess this bloodline, but its purity was at a level that left everyone utterly stunned. Li Kaiyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, the searing pain from the intense light seemingly forgotten. His expression was filled with shock. The homeroom teacher, standing closest to the orb, squinted as the light grew too overwhelming and quickly called out, Feng, that's enough. You've already proven the purity of your soul warrior bloodline. Let go. The light is too strong. Only then did Feng Yixio pull his hands away, casting a meaningful look at Li Kaiyuan. With a slight raise of his brow, he silently conveyed the message. You know what needs to be done. No way. There must be something wrong with the soul-calling orb. Li Kaiyuan stumbled forward in desperation and pressed his hands against the orb. It emitted a faint yellow glow, but compared to the earlier blinding brilliance, it was like a firefly next to the full moon barely visible beyond a meter. The surrounding crowd exchanged glances, their expressions silently mocking. Li Kaiyuan recoiled as if shocked by electricity, his cheeks flushing red with embarrassment. As more and more teachers and students gathered around, the homeroom teacher, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, quickly intervened. Whatever disputes you two have, remember this. Until I leave this class, you are both my students. Don't make me lose face. The two wisely refrained from mentioning their bet again, though it was clear Feng Yixio wasn't planning to let Li Kaiyuan off the hook after all. 2,000 yuan was no small sum for him. Relieved that the tension had subsided, the homeroom teacher resumed the testing process. This time, the pace quickened significantly. Any student who failed to elicit a response from the orb within 10 seconds was promptly asked to step aside. However, The miracle of Class 9 did not repeat itself. Student after student failed to produce even the faintest reaction from the orb. It seems there are only two. The homeroom teacher sighed with a hint of disappointment. While having two soul warrior bloodline holders in a single class was already rare, he couldn't help but hope for a third miracle. As the evening grew darker, the crowd began dispersing, heading home for dinner. You haven't tried yet. Go give it a shot, Feng Yixio said, noticing that Shinryu had yet to step forward. He gently nudged her shoulder. Me? Forget it. Shinryu lowered her head, her voice as soft as a whisper. I probably don't have the war spirit bloodline. I won't allow you to talk about yourself like that. Feng Yixio placed his hands firmly on her shoulders, his determined gaze locking onto the girl who kept avoiding his eyes. Even I managed to create a miracle, why can't you? You have to believe in yourself. Under Feng Yixio's unwavering encouragement, Shinryu finally gave in and slowly approached the spirit summoning orb. She cautiously placed her hands on the orb, holding her breath in anticipation. After a brief moment of silence, just as she was about to give up, the orb suddenly erupted with a dazzling crimson light. Unlike the white glow Feng Yixio had produced earlier, this light resembled real flames, radiating an almost unbearable heat. Within seconds, the wooden podium caught fire. Oh no, it's on fire. Quick, put it out. The homeroom teacher, momentarily flustered, quickly snapped into action, fumbling with a fire extinguisher he had clearly never used before. Shun, step back now. At the teacher's urgent shout, Feng Yixio darted forward, pulling the stunned Shinryu to safety just in time to avoid the cloud of white powder that burst from the extinguisher. Amid the chaos of extinguishing the flames, the fire was soon brought under control, though the once pristine podium had been reduced to a charred husk. Phew! The homeroom teacher slumped to the floor, breathing heavily. Who would have thought our Class 9 would have 3 students with the war spirit bloodline? Looks like being your teacher wasn't a waste after all. He glanced at Shinryu and Feng Yixio, his expression a mix of astonishment and pride, already imagining himself as a rising star among educators. You really do have the war spirit bloodline. I told you, you could do it. Feng Yixio exclaimed excitedly, turning to Shinryu. She responded with a soft a faint smile gracing her lips. Brushing off the white powder from his clothes, the homeroom teacher stood up and announced, All right, our Class 9 now has 3 students qualified for the martial exam. Tomorrow, the 3 of you will meet at the school gate and join the other examinees heading to Jiangshui City for the unified test. I hope all of you pass and officially become students of the War Spirit Academy. He added with a pointed reminder, be at the school gate by 7 a.m. sharp tomorrow. Don't be late, especially you, Feng. No sleeping in this time. We'll set 10 alarms tonight. I promise I won't be late. Feng Yixio scratched his head with an embarrassed grin. You're always such a smooth talker. No wonder Shinryu likes sticking to you so much. The teacher chuckled, playfully poking Feng Yixio's forehead before leaving the classroom. The moment the homeroom teacher left the classroom, the room erupted into chaos. Classmates surged like a tide toward Feng Yixio and Shinryu, surrounding them completely. Brother Feng, I always knew you were destined for greatness. Don't forget us when you make it big. You and Shin, the school flower, are a match made in heaven. Now, everyone's convinced. Li Kaiyuan? That guy can't hold a candle to you. His so-called bloodline power is just bought with spirit medicines from his family. Faced with these classmates, who had once looked down on him but were now scrambling to curry favor, Feng Yixio responded with nothing more than a faint smile. The scorn and ridicule he had endured in his youth had long since tempered his heart, leaving him unfazed by such shallow flattery. His gaze swept past the crowd and locked onto Li Kaiyuan, who was trying to slip out of the classroom unnoticed. Without hesitation, Feng Yixio pushed his way through the throng and caught up with him in a few quick strides, clamping a firm hand on his shoulder. Hey, aren't you forgetting something? Startled by the sudden force, Li Kaiyuan stammered. I'll transfer the 2,000 bucks to you later, I swear. I'm not gonna skip out on it. He tried to wriggle free, only to find his shoulder locked in an iron grip, completely immobilized. Panic flashed across his face as he realized. How could this seemingly skinny guy have such terrifying strength? What he didn't know was that Feng Yixio had been doing part-time labor since middle school, moving heavy goods and building up raw physical strength. Now, with his newly awakened bloodline power, his strength had skyrocketed. In comparison, Li Kaiyuan's bulky frame was merely the product of spirit medicinino match for Feng Yixio's genuine power. Money's one thing, but our wager? You're not trying to weasel out of that, are you? Feng Yixio tightened his grip ever so slightly. Wager? What wager? I don't remember anything about that. Li Kaiyuan feigned ignorance. Oh, you don't remember? Feng Yixio's brow furrowed, and his grip grew even stronger. Ow, ow, ow. It hurts. All right, I'll write the sign. Li Kaiyuan cried out, cold sweat dripping down his face as he begged for mercy. At that moment, some students who had been heading home turned back, drawn by the earlier commotion. They arrived just in time to witness the spectacle. Whoa, what's going on here? Li Kaiyuan, the school bully, is actually being overpowered by Feng Yixio? Looks like there's more to Feng Yixio than we thought. Under Feng Yixia's watchful eyes, Li Kaiyuan reluctantly grabbed a small chalkboard and scrawled the words "I am useless" in crooked handwriting. He hung it around his neck, took off his shirt, and amidst the murmurs and stares of the crowd headed to the track for his punishment run, his expression full of humiliation. While Li Kaiyuan was still sprinting across the playground, his face flushed with exertion, Feng Yixio and Shun Ruyu had quietly left the noisy scene. The two of them walked along the dimly lit path leading to the orphanage, their elongated shadows stretching under the warm glow of the streetlights. Hehe, Feng Yixio chuckled as he stared at the 2,000 yuan that had just been transferred to his account. That kid Li Kaiyuan kept his word after all. Come on, dinner's on me tonight. With that, he flagged down a taxi. Not long after, the taxi pulled up in front of a bustling street food stall. Shin Ruyu glanced at the lively scene before her and rolled her eyes in exasperation, though a trace of delight lingered in her expression. This is what you call a feast? Of course it is. Feng Yixio shot her a wide-eyed look. Look at this beer, meat, seafood, and even your favorite crawfish. He reached out to grab a bottle of beer. Hey! Shun Ruyu quickly snatched the bottle from his hand, her face stern. No drinking. You're still young. All right, boss lady. Feng Yixio surrendered with a grin and called out to the stall owner. Can I get a big bottle of milk instead? A plump, cheerful middle-aged woman approached them, her smile growing even warmer when she recognized Feng Yixio. Well, bringing a girl along this time? Huh? And now you're drinking milk? How times have changed. It turned out that Feng Yixio had once worked here, so he was quite familiar with the staff. Shin Ruyu poured the milk into 2 glasses, raised hers, and said, Brother Feng, congratulations on successfully awakening your battle spirit bloodline. You were the star of the day. Not nearly as impressive as you, Feng Yixio replied with a laugh, raising his glass as well. You almost set the school on fire. Now that's what I call amazing. Ugh, stop teasing me. Shin Ruyu pouted. Feng Yixio downed his milk in one gulp and then said thoughtfully, but you didn't seem all that surprised by my awakening. Almost like you knew it would happen. Shin Ruyu's expression faltered for a moment before she quickly changed the subject. She pulled a small sachet embroidered with pink flowers from her bag and handed it to him. Here's a birthday present for you. I knew you wouldn't forget my birthday. Feng Yixio accepted the sachet, examining the somewhat clumsy embroidery. Is this a lotus flower? Idiot. It's a feiyu flower. Shin Ruyu said, hands on her hips. It's my favorite flower. If you don't like it, give it back. I love it. Feng Yixio hastily stuffed the sachet into his bag. How could I not like something you gave me? The stall owner brought over a large plate of spicy crawfish and said with a grin, let me know if you need more. The two of them began digging in. Shin Ruyu initially maintained her ladle-like demeanor, but soon enough, she let loose, and the pile of crawfish shells in front of her ended up twice as high as Feng Yixia's. After the meal, full and content, they took a taxi back to the welfare institution they fondly referred to as their orphanage. The distance from the welfare institute to the street food stalls was not short even by car. It took nearly half an hour. When Feng Yixio and Shinryu arrived at the institute, they were surprised to find Director Zhou waiting at the entrance. And where have you two troublemakers run off to this time? Coming back so late? Director Zhou Kongmin asked sternly, his face serious. As the head of the welfare institute, the elderly man maintained a strict demeanor, though his heart was full of kindness. After receiving a call from the homeroom teacher of Class 9 earlier in the day, he had been waiting at the door for their return. Grandpa Director, it was Brother Feng's birthday today, so I went with him to have dinner. That's why we're back a little late, Shinryu said sweetly, tugging at Director Zhou's sleeve. You're not mad, are you? Director Zhou's stern expression immediately softened, and he let out a warm chuckle. How could this old man ever stay mad at you two? Come on, let's head inside. In the director's office, the two kids made themselves comfortable on the sofa, as if it were their second home. Director Zhou asked with a smile, I heard you two awakened your battle spirit bloodlines? And caused quite a stir while you were at it. Feng Yixio casually grabbed an apple from the fruit plate and took a bite. I wasn't too bad, but little you nearly set the whole school on fire. And you think that's nothing? Shinryu shot back immediately. Why don't you mention how you made Li Kaiyuan, the deputy county governor's son, streak across the playground? Director Zhou nearly spit out the tea he had just sipped, startled by the comment. Grandpa Director, are you okay? The two of them asked in concern. I'm fine. Director Zhou waved them off, though his lips twitched slightly. Shinryu's tone suddenly turned somber. Tomorrow, we're leaving with the school to participate in the martial exam in Jiangshui City. I guess it'll be harder to see you after this. She had lived at the Welfare Institute for 2 years, starting in 8th grade, and Director Zhou had always looked out for her. Feng Yixio, on the other hand, had been there since 7th grade, nearly 3 years in total. When he first arrived, he was a rebellious troublemaker on the verge of being sent to a reformatory school. Thankfully, Director Zhou vouched for him, helping him shed his rough edges and integrate into this big family. My dear children, Director Zhou said gently, patting both of their heads affectionately. You've both grown up now. I trust that you'll become outstanding battle spirit masters in the future, making all my years of care worthwhile. Don't worry, Grandpa Director. You'll definitely get into the Battle Spirit Academy and become as amazing a battle spirit master as you are, Feng Yixio said with rare childlike enthusiasm. He knew that Director Zhou was one of the few people who truly cared about him. Director Zhou chuckled and flicked his forehead lightly. You silly boy. I didn't awaken my battle spirit bloodline until I was 30. Now, nearing 70, I'm only a level 3 battle spirit master. You two will surpass me by far. I don't care. In my eyes, you're the most amazing battle spirit master, Feng Yixio said, his eyes sparkling. How about letting little Gray come out for some fresh air? I haven't seen it in ages and I miss it. Director Zhou looked a bit embarrassed. Little Gray's just a mid-level battle spirit. There's nothing special to see. Let's leave it be. Come on, please. Shinryu joined in, following Feng Yixia's lead and pleading with a playful pout. We don't know when we'll get to come back. Just let little Gray out for a moment so we can say goodbye. All right. I can't say no to you too. Director Zhou relented with a sigh. He closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them, an ancient-looking spirit grimoire appeared in his hands. The pages turned on their own, stopping at the first page, where a gray hunting dog's illustration seemed to leap with life. Swiftwind Hound, come out and greet your old friends. At Director Zhou's command, the illustration vanished, and a summoning circle glowed on the ground. Moments later, a gray hunting dog, identical to the one in the illustration, materialized before them. The demonstration of the battle spirit by the elderly director once again left Feng Yixio and Shinryu in awe. The Gale dog, affectionately named Xiao Hui Hui, had long become the protector of the welfare home with its extraordinary speed and keen sense of smell, having apprehended numerous wrongdoers with ill intentions. As soon as Xiao Hui Hui was released, it wagged its tail and dashed straight toward Feng Yixio. Xiao Hui Hui, calm down. Feng Yixio hastily backed into a corner, but he was still tackled to the ground. Its warm tongue licked his face incessantly, leaving him both amused and helpless. At that moment, a string of clear data suddenly flashed through Feng Yixio's mind. Battle spirit name, Gale Dog. Owner, Zhou Kongmin. Level 3, Stage 4. Rank, Growth Stage. Attribute, Wind. Skills, 1000-mile tracking. Bite, Gale Slash. The evolution paths appeared as well. 1. Moon Chasing Dog. Requires a Lord-level Dark Element Magical Beast Core, 1 pound of century-old wind moonwood, and 10 jade grasses. 2. Gale Wolf. Requires 1 high-grade wind element magical beast core, 1 century-old wind whisper flower, and 10 10-year wind cage grasses. So this is the ability of the divine pet evolution system? Feng Yixio suddenly realized. In a world where most battle spirits' evolution paths remained unknown, the fact that he could directly see all possible evolution directions and their specific requirements was nothing short of miraculous. Brother Feng, what's going on with you today? You're not even dodging Xiao Hui's licking. Shinryu noticed something unusual and quickly pulled Xiao Hui away. Wiping the saliva off his face, Feng Yixio smiled and explained, since we're about to leave, I figured it wouldn't hurt to let it get closer for a bit. Xiao Hui, the safety of the welfare home will depend on you from now on. Don't let me down. Xiao Hui seemed to understand his words, letting out a sorrowful whimper as it wagged its tail and nuzzled closer. It seems very attached to you, Director Zhou remarked with a sigh. As Feng Yixio gently stroked Xiao Hui's back, he tentatively asked, Grandpa Director, have you ever considered evolving Xiao Hui into a moon-chasing dog? Moon-chasing dog? What's that? I only know that a gale dog can evolve into a gale wolf or a greedy flame wolf, the director replied, looking puzzled. Realizing he had spoken too much, Feng Yixio quickly changed his question. I might have remembered wrong. Have you thought about evolving it into a gale wolf then? The director sighed deeply. At my age, I don't have the energy to think about such things. Besides, evolution materials are rare treasures. I, an old man, can't afford them. Feng Yixio nodded silently. He had initially hoped to help the director enhance Xiao Hui before leaving, but now it seemed that even with the perfect evolution path in mind, it was impossible to achieve without the necessary materials. Tomorrow, you'll both be heading out on a long journey. I don't have much to give you, but take these 2 magic spirit cards as a gift, Dean Zhou said. As he spoke, he carefully pulled 2 precious magic spirit cards from the last few pages of the thick magic spirit codex and handed them to the 2 children standing before him. Dean Grandpa, what are these magic spirit cards? Feng Yixio asked curiously as he took one of the cards and examined it closely. Dean Zhou's expression grew serious as he explained. These magic spirit cards are crucial for your future path as spirit warriors. They can significantly enhance the combat abilities of your spirit companions and are incredibly rare treasures. Even after hunting 10 magical beasts, you might not obtain a single card. However, the ones I'm giving you are just basic gray iron level cards. When you upgrade in the future, try to avoid using these lower level cards. Although Feng Yixio didn't fully grasp the significance of the gift, he could sense its importance. Dean Grandpa, I promise to take good care of it, he said earnestly, already beginning to piece together the origin of such cards in his mind. Surely, the stronger the magical beast, the more powerful the magic spirit card it produces. Noticing the children's slight confusion, Dean Zhou softened his tone and reassured them, it's all right if you don't understand everything right now. Once you're officially students at the Spirit Academy, your instructors will explain everything in detail. Both children lowered their heads to inspect their respective magic spirit cards. Feng Yixio's card bore a black vine design with the words Demon Vine Tenacity inscribed on it, while Shan Ruyu's card depicted a vibrant green mantis labeled Emerald Mantis Blade. The clock had already struck 10:30 p.m., and Dean Zhou urged them, it's getting late. You need to wake up early tomorrow, so hurry back and get some rest. I'll make sure to wake you on time. Following the customary rules of etiquette, Feng Yixio escorted Shinryu to the entrance of the girls' dormitory before returning to his room. He quietly pushed the door open, careful not to disturb his sleeping roommate. Just as he was about to pack his belongings, he noticed a neatly packed suitcase already placed by his bedside. It was clear that the dean had prepared it for him while waiting earlier. This thoughtful gesture filled his heart with warmth. After a quick wash, he lay down on his bunk and used the faint glow of his phone to write a farewell letter to his roommate. He gently placed the note on the desk before retrieving a yellowed photograph from beneath his pillow. It was a family portrait, his younger self nestled securely in his parents' arms, smiling with pure and untainted happiness. Since graduating from 6th grade, his parents had vanished without a trace, leaving him to search for them endlessly but to no avail. The once happy family of 3 had been shattered, leaving him an orphan with no one to depend on. The devastation nearly led him astray, but Dean Zhou's unwavering care and kindness gave him a new sense of belonging and pulled him back from the brink. Mom, Dad, it's been 6 years. Where did you go? Have you really abandoned me? He murmured softly, his voice tinged with pain. You must have had your reasons, right? If I become strong enough, you'll surely see me again. With thoughts of longing and hope swirling in his mind, the boy's consciousness gradually faded, and he drifted off into a deep sleep. Hey kiddo, time to get up. In the hazy light of dawn, Feng Yixio heard a voice calling him in his sleep. Slowly, he opened his drowsy eyes. Standing by his bedside was Director Zhou, looking at him kindly. Instinctively, Feng Yixio reached for his phone. It was exactly 5 a.m. Grandpa Zhou, it's only 5 o'clock. Isn't this way too early? Feng Yixio said helplessly. According to his teacher's instructions, the meeting time was set for 7 o'clock. Waking up this early seemed unnecessary. Better early than late. Yuer has been waiting outside for quite a while now. Can you really let a young girl wait that long? Director Zhou chuckled and flicked Feng Yixio's forehead lightly. All right. I'm getting up now. Feng Yixio jumped out of bed and dashed toward the sink to wash up. This kid. It seems only Yuer can keep him in line, Director Zhou muttered to himself with a soft chuckle and a shake of his head. Soon, Feng Yixio appeared at the entrance of the welfare home, dragging his suitcase behind him. A small car was already parked there, arranged by Director Zhou for their trip. Zhou himself carefully placed their luggage into the trunk. After looking at Feng Yixio and Shen Ruoyu for a moment, he finally spoke. Kids, Jiangshui City is nothing like our little county. Here, you had this old man to watch over you. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourselves. Grandpa. Feng Yixio and Shen Ruoyu both threw themselves into Director Zhou's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. My children, I made this breakfast for you this morning. Don't forget to eat it on the way, Director Zhou said, wiping away their tears and handing over the breakfast. Urging them to get in the car, he watched as they reluctantly climbed inside, their eyes fixed on him, unwilling to part. As the car drove off, Director Zhou stood at the entrance of the welfare home, watching until it disappeared from sight. Only then did he turn and walk back inside. For Feng Yixio, it was at that moment he truly understood that some things are only appreciated after they're gone, like family. About 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the gates of Yutsai Middle School. To their surprise, despite thinking they'd arrived early, the school entrance was already packed with people. Most were parents bidding farewell, alongside teachers and school leaders. In contrast, Feng Yixio and Shen Ruoyu, each carrying their own luggage, appeared particularly alone. After the roll call, the students were led by their respective teachers to board buses bound for Jiangshui City. The homeroom teacher for Class 9 walked with Feng Yixio, Shen Ruoyu, and Li Kaiyuan, practically brimming with pride. After all, the entire Yutsai Middle School had only one class with 3 students carrying war spirit bloodlines. For other classes, Having even one such student was considered remarkable. After escorting the three onto the bus, the homeroom teacher initially intended to give a speech about teamwork and mutual support. However, recalling the tension between Feng Yixio and Li Kaiyuan, the words caught in her throat. After a long pause, she finally blurted out, "Try not to fight too much." The comment immediately drew puzzled looks from the rest of the bus. After all, most teachers would send off their students with words of encouragement, not a plea to avoid fighting. It was certainly an unusual farewell. The homeroom teacher, realizing their slip of the tongue, looked visibly embarrassed and quickly exited the bus. Shortly after, two buses carrying over 100 students participating in the martial arts assessment slowly pulled away under the watchful eyes of the crowd, heading toward Jiangshui City. These students were the cream of the crop among the 300-plus seniors at Yucai High School, marking the school's best achievement to date. About 10 minutes into the journey, a young male teacher wearing glasses stood up. "Hello everyone. My name is Hai Yunqing, and he'll be giving you an introduction to Qingyun Intermediate Academy, where we'll arrive in about 2 hours." His voice was loud and commanding, exuding an unusual sense of authority that set him apart from ordinary teachers. Qingyun Academy is one of Jiangshui City's key battle spirit academies, and is also a mid-tier institution highly regarded by the Battle Spirit Alliance. Mr. Hai began passionately detailing the school's history and resources, sounding almost like a dedicated tour guide. As he spoke, Feng Yixio and Shen Ruyu, lulled by the rhythmic motion of the bus, unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Over 2 hours later, Mr. Hai's voice roused the drowsy students. "Everyone, we've arrived at Qingyun Academy. Once you get off the bus, please stay together and follow me to the cafeteria for lunch. Afterward, we'll proceed with the Battle Spirit Awakening ceremony." The students disembarked one by one, informed that their luggage would be sent to their dorms by staff. As Feng Yixio stepped off the bus, he was awestruck by the sight before him. The grand entrance of the academy, with the words Qingyun Intermediate Academy written in bold, elegant calligraphy, stood tall and imposing. The sprawling campus was as impressive as a top-tier university. "Wow, so this is Qingyun Academy. It's way more magnificent than I imagined," Feng Yixio exclaimed, overwhelmed by the grandeur. Having spent most of his life in Ningping County, he couldn't help but marvel. "Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world. It's embarrassing to be around you." Li Kaiyuan sneered with a look of disdain. "Nobody's asking you to talk, so just keep quiet," Shen Ruyu retorted coldly. "Tisish, as if I'd waste my breath on country bumpkins. Don't even associate me with you, we're not the same." Li Kaiyuan scoffed, striding away as though their mere presence would tarnish his status. "Ah, homeroom teacher. I might end up disappointing your expectations after all," Feng Yixio muttered with a resigned shake of his head before pulling Shen Ruyu along toward the cafeteria. Under Mr. Hai's guidance, the students enjoyed a nutritious and well-prepared lunch. After the meal, they followed him to a place called the Awakening Hall, where the next phase of their journey awaited. The spacious Awakening Hall was packed with people. Over 1,000 students participating in the Qingyun Academy Martial Exam had filled the entire space. These students, hailing from Jiangshui City and its surrounding counties, all possessed the bloodline of battle spirits. At this moment, their expressions were a mix of excitement and nervousness, as the upcoming awakening ceremony would determine whether they could become outstanding battle spirit masters. A middle-aged man dressed in a black suit slowly ascended the platform at the front, and the hall instantly fell silent. He scanned the crowd and spoke in a calm, steady voice. "Everyone, quiet down. I am Li Chang'an, the grade director of Qingyun Academy. You may call me Director Li. First of all, congratulations on being among the few chosen from thousands. Today, we will begin the first stage of the martial exam, the Battle Spirit Awakening ceremony." All the students held their breath, their eyes fixed on Director Li, afraid to miss a single word. Clearing his throat, Director Li continued. "The martial exam consists of 2 stages. The first stage is the Battle Spirit Awakening ceremony. Students who successfully awaken their battle spirits will proceed to the second stage of the exam. Those who awaken high-level battle spirits will be directly admitted to Class A, bypassing the second stage." As soon as he finished speaking, the hall erupted with chatter. Some optimistic students were already envisioning themselves awakening high-level battle spirits, while most were anxious, worried about awakening a low-level spirit or worse, failing to awaken one at all. Do you know what a high-level battle spirit is?" Feng Yixio turned to Shen Ruyu beside him, puzzled. "Aren't newly awakened spirits just infant spirits? How are they divided into high and low levels?" Shen Ryu pondered for a moment before replying. "From what I know, the Battle Spirit Alliance classifies spirits based on their development potential. Those with strong power and outstanding potential are categorized as high-level battle spirits, which are further divided into 3 tiers: high, medium, and low." "And what about Class A?" Feng Yixio pressed on. "That, I'm not too sure about," Shen Ryu admitted, shaking her head. As someone from another region, She knew little about Qingyun Academy's class system. Though she had read books on battle spirits, her understanding was limited. At that moment, a tall boy standing nearby volunteered an explanation. Qingyun Academy divides students into 4 classes A, B, C, and D based on the potential of their battle spirits. Class A is the top-tier class, receiving the most resources from the academy, while the resources decrease with each subsequent class. I see, Feng Yishio said, nodding in realization. He then noticed the boy was a stranger and politely extended his hand. Thanks for explaining. I'm Feng Yishio, from Ningping County. The tall boy paused for a second before smiling and shaking his hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Han Xiao, from the Imperial City, Beijing, Feng Yishio exclaimed, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. To him, Beijing, as the capital of Huaxia, far surpassed Jiangshui City in terms of educational resources and overall conditions. He couldn't fathom why this young man named Han Xiao would travel such a great distance to participate in the martial arts exam here. As Feng Yishio carefully observed Han Xiao, he noticed that although Han Xiao wasn't dressed in luxurious clothing, there was an undeniable air of nobility about him, clearly marking him as someone of extraordinary background. What impressed Feng Yishio even more was how, when he mentioned being from Ningping County, Han Xiao showed no hint of disdain or surprise. This rare calm and composed demeanor made Feng Yishio feel a certain admiration for this wealthy youth. After a brief moment of hesitation, Han Xiao replied calmly, "It's a long story. If fate allows us to end up in the same class, they'll tell you in detail." Before he could finish speaking, a voice called out from the high platform, "Next, Han Xiao." By this time, the awakening ceremony had been ongoing for an hour. Among the over 400 candidates, some were elated while others were disheartened. Those who failed to awaken had no choice but to leave quietly, preparing for the written exam 2 days later. "It's your turn. Good luck," Feng Yishio said with a smile. Han Xiao nodded in acknowledgement and walked steadily toward the awakening array. 10 arrays were operating simultaneously to ensure that over 1,000 students could complete the ceremony in a single day. Feng Yixia's gaze lingered on the arrays, engraved with intricate and mysterious patterns. An inexplicable sense of restlessness stirred within him, as if he were being drawn by some unseen force. Han Xiao stepped into the center of the array, and the examiner activated the ceremony. A pale yellow light began to emanate from the array, gathering above Han Xiao's head. He closed his eyes tightly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as the light above him slowly solidified. Moments later, the glow dissipated, revealing an ancient-looking pale yellow book hovering above Han Xiao's head. The examiner, his expression neutral, instructed, "Han Xiao, you may now attempt to summon your battle spirit." With a single thought, the mystical tome flew into Han Xiao's hands. He opened the first page, and the image of a drowsy turtle spirit emerged on the paper. Responding to his intent, a yellowish-brown turtle spirit materialized at his feet, its size reaching up to his knees. The turtle spirit affectionately nudged Han Xiao's leg, as if expressing gratitude to the one who had granted it life. "Ah, an earth element turtle spirit," the examiner sighed, shaking his head as he quickly made a note on the form. If it were water element, it would have been a high-grade battle spirit. Han Xiao took the form handed to him by the teacher, his gaze falling on the densely filled sections, recording the candidate's basic information. Name, battle spirit, element, potential evaluation. Each category came into view until his eyes stopped at the class recommendation section, where the words Class D were written. "Just as I expected," Han Xiao muttered with a bitter smile. He bent down, picked up the turtle spirit at his feet, and silently returned to the line. "Congratulations on successfully awakening your battle spirit," Feng Yishio said with a smile, patting Han Xiao on the shoulder. "What's there to congratulate? It's just a low-level battle spirit, and I got placed in Class D," Han Xiao replied, his face filled with disappointment. Feng Yishio, however, laughed nonchalantly. "A low-level battle spirit? They just don't know its worth. I think your battle spirit has great potential. Who knows, it might even evolve into a sacred spirit one day." Han Xiao gently stroked the small turtle spirit in his arms, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Thanks for the encouragement. Honestly, I'm not that fragile. I think Little Ba is pretty cute, and I really like it." Grew. The turtle spirit seemed to enjoy its owner's touch, letting out a contented sound. A flicker of something deeper passed through Feng Yishio's eyes. To him, this earth element turtle spirit's evolutionary path was like a sprawling tree with countless branches. While most of these branches would only reach the complete form at best, there was one extraordinary path that led straight to the sacred spirit level. On Earthstar, sacred spirits were legendary beings, considered national treasures, and rarely revealed themselves to the public. "Little Ba? Is that the name you gave your battle spirit?" Feng Yishio asked. "Yeah, it looks like a clumsy turtle to me, so I named it Little Ba," Han Xiao replied, lifting the turtle spirit for a closer look. At that moment, the teacher on the high platform called out, "Next, Feng Yishio, your turn." Let's hope you don't end up in the same class as me, Han Xiao joked with a grin. Feng Yixio walked briskly toward the awakening array. Though he tried to keep calm, his heart couldn't help but race. This moment would determine whether he could become a battle spirit master and shape his future. Are you ready? I'm about to activate the awakening array. The teacher in charge of the process reminded him. I'm ready, Feng Yixio replied, taking a deep breath. As the array activated, an unusual force seemed to unlock something deep within him, sending a tingling current through his entire body. His vision grew blurry, and he could faintly make out a flowing figure in a blue-green hue, though it remained indistinct. Meanwhile, the teacher overseeing the awakening stood frozen in shock. Feng Yixio was now enveloped by a surge of purple lightning, with a radiant white orb above his head emitting a blinding glow, accompanied by crackling sounds of electricity. This is a lightning element battle spirit awakening, the teacher exclaimed in astonishment. The sharp crackle of electricity and blinding flashes of light instantly filled the awakening hall. All the candidates' gazes were irresistibly drawn to the spectacular scene, and they paused in their tracks to watch. Inside the awakening hall, lightning flickered and arcs of electricity danced through the air. Even the supervising teachers, captivated by the extraordinary phenomenon, gathered in small groups to discuss fervently. The intensity of this lightning attribute it's undoubtedly a sign of a high-level battle spirit. Unless it's one of those juvenile spirits, this candidate is destined for greatness. Look at the sheer power of that lightning. The battle spirit's bloodline must be extraordinary. As time passed, the blinding light gradually subsided. Above Feng Yixio's head, the magic spirit codex began to solidify. It was a pristine, jade-like white book, every detail resembling a meticulously crafted work of art. Feng Yixio, you can summon your battle spirit now. The awakening teacher finally snapped out of their daze, their tone filled with anticipation. The magic spirit codex floated gently into Feng Yixio's hand, guided by his thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he carefully opened the cool, smooth book. Inside, a snow-white snake spirit came into view. It seemed to sense its master's gaze and flicked its equally white tongue excitedly. With a single thought, a small summoning array appeared in Feng Yixio's palm. In an instant, the white snake from the codex manifested into reality, coiling around his arm. The snake, about the length of a forearm, affectionately nuzzled against him, occasionally brushing his cheek with its cool, smooth tongue. A snake spirit? The awakening teacher's voice was filled with disappointment as they looked at Feng Yixio with pity. This is exactly what we feared. The surrounding teachers sighed in unison. What a shame. I really thought Qingyun Academy would produce a peerless talent this time. Out of hundreds of juvenile spirits, and he had to awaken a snake spirit. Feng Yixio paid no attention to the murmurs around him, instead focusing intently on the information about his battle spirit that appeared in his mind. Battle spirit name, snake spirit. Battle spirit attribute, lightning. Battle spirit grade, juvenile spirit. Battle spirit level, level 1 stage 1. Battle spirit skills, death coil, arc strike. Requirements for growth stage advancement. 1. Jade scale snake. 1 low-grade lightning attribute crystal core. 2. 1 10-year-old white orchid. 3. 1 pound of 10-year-old thunderstruck wood. Steps. Feng Yixio frowned as he scrutinized the data interface of his battle spirit, double-checking it over and over again. To his disbelief, he discovered that his lightning affinity serpent spirit had only one possible evolution path. Among all the battle spirits he had encountered, such a situation was completely unheard of. Even the ordinary earth element turtle spirit he had just seen had over 10 evolutionary options for its growth stage, and some battle spirits boasted dozens of evolutionary routes. Without hesitation, he brought up the evolution tree interface of his battle spirit. What greeted him was a solitary, barren main branch, a stark contrast to the lush, sprawling evolution trees of other battle spirits. However, when his gaze landed on the endpoint of this singular evolution path, his eyes lit up with excitement. It led to the Supreme Holy Spirit. According to the analysis of the Divine Companion evolution system, among all the awakened individuals present, only 3 battle spirits had the potential to ascend to the Supreme Holy Spirit level. His own juvenile spirit, Han Zhao's juvenile spirit, and a light elemental juvenile spirit. The owner of that light element spirit had already been directly admitted into Class A and even appointed as class leader. Ha ha ha! Feng Yixio finally breathed a sigh of relief, unable to suppress his laughter. For others, having multiple evolution paths was crucial, as they could rely on the experiences of those before them. But for him, this single path spared him the burden of choice, pointing him straight toward the Supreme Holy Spirit. Nearby, the awakening instructor overheard his laughter and misunderstood, thinking the boy had broken down under the blow. The instructor hurried to console him, saying, "Child, don't take it too hard. Even though this lightning affinity serpent spirit can only evolve to the mature stage and stop there, At least you've awakened as a battle spirit master. Don't be too discouraged. Feng Yishio realized his momentary lapse and smiled as he explained. I'm not upset, I'm thrilled. Ah, the instructor looked puzzled, shaking his head. Sigh. It's rare enough to awaken a lightning attribute, but of all things, it had to be a useless battle spirit. Here, take your personal information form. Feng Yishio accepted the form and gave it a quick glance. Name, Feng Yishio. Battle spirit, serpent spirit. Attribute, lightning. Potential evaluation, low-level battle spirit. Class assignment recommendation, Class D. He wasn't surprised by the results. To these instructors, he was likely already labeled as worthless. Feng Yishio shook his head and was about to leave when he suddenly turned back and said to the instructor, if I can't stand on the shoulders of giants, then I'll just become the giant myself. Feng Yishio slowly descended the high platform and returned to his team. The teacher in charge of the awakening ceremony watched his retreating figure, a flicker of bewilderment in his eyes. For a brief moment, an audacious thought crossed the experienced teacher's mind. Could this young man truly create a miracle? What am I even thinking? He shook his head abruptly, a faint, wry smile forming at the corners of his mouth. To him, the idea of the jade-scaled thunder snake evolving into its complete form was nothing short of a fantasy. Even in the wild, its complete form had never been seen. What could a mere boy possibly do? As it stands, all war spirits classified as advanced ones today are the result of countless failures by predecessors. Any war spirit capable of evolving into its complete or even ultimate form is meticulously documented and officially recognized as an advanced war spirit by the Alliance. Successors merely follow the proven paths laid out by their predecessors, standing on the shoulders of giants. While there have been cases of awakening thunder-type snake spirits, no one has ever managed to push the jade-scaled thunder snake beyond its mature stage. Even scientists specializing in war spirit evolution have concluded that it is fundamentally incapable of reaching its complete form. Over time, war spirit masters reached a consensus among the exceedingly rare thunder-type war spirits. The jade-scaled thunder snake is the only one deemed useless. However, due to its elegant appearance, non-toxic nature, and ability to emit weak electric currents for therapeutic purposes, the jade-scaled thunder snake has ironically become a beloved pet among the wealthy. As soon as Feng Yishio returned to the group, Shinryu grabbed his arm, and Han Xiao casually drifted closer. Brother Feng, how did it go? Which class were you assigned to? Shinryu asked eagerly. Feng Yishio casually handed her his information sheet. Class D. D class? Shinryu's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? The lightning you summoned just now was so powerful you should definitely have been placed in Class A. She had witnessed the astonishing lightning surge during Feng Yishio's awakening, which had even drawn the attention of numerous teachers. Yet, to her shock, he had been assigned to a lower-tier class with a low-level war spirit evaluation. They said my snake spirit can only evolve to the mature stage, that it's a useless war spirit. So I got placed in Class D, Feng Yishio said with a shrug, his tone indifferent. How can they do that? I'll go talk to them. Shinryu frowned and started marching toward the high platform. Don't bother, it won't change anything. Feng Yishio quickly grabbed her arm, his expression serious. But, no buts, he said gently but firmly, meeting her gaze. Sometimes a setback can be a blessing in disguise. It doesn't matter how others see me, as long as you believe in me. Do you believe I can evolve my snake spirit into its complete form? Of course, I believe in you. Shinryu replied without hesitation. Feng Yishio smiled and ruffled her hair. Then that's all that matters. It's just class placement, I couldn't care less. All right. Shinryu finally relented, her determination giving way to a quiet acceptance. Who would have thought we'd actually end up as classmates? You jinx. Feng Yishio teased Han Xiao with a playful tone. Han Xiao let out a helpless chuckle. Guess it's my fault, huh? Just then, a loud voice echoed from the high platform. Next, Shinryu. Finally, it's my turn. Shinryu took a deep breath and stood up. Han Xiao gave her an encouraging smile. Let's hope you don't end up like the two of yous. Please, just stop talking already, Feng Yishio said as he swiftly covered Han Xiao's mouth. Then, turning to Shinryu, he flashed a bright smile. We're counting on you to bring us some good news. Han Xiao mumbled a muffled protest, only to suddenly realize something. Feng Yixia's grip was surprisingly strong. Shinryu chuckled lightly. All right, just wait for my good news. With that, she turned and walked toward the high platform. Unlike the earlier two, she seemed exceptionally calm, stepping steadily into the center of the awakening array. Are you ready? The teacher in charge of the awakening ceremony asked. Yes, I'm ready. You may begin, teacher, Shinryu replied confidently. With her response, the awakening array began to emit a fiery red glow. But this wasn't just an illusionary light, it was real flames, radiating an intense heat. Above her head, a tangible ball of fire slowly formed, its searing temperature forcing the onlookers to keep their distance. Is this? Could it be a fire spirit awakening? The teacher overseeing the ceremony stared in astonishment before regaining composure. It seems Qingyun Academy's luck is exceptional this year. We've got a third elemental spirit. Just moments earlier, another student had awakened Qingyun Academy's second elemental spirit, a stunning ice spirit, formed entirely of crystalline ice, which had captured everyone's attention. Now, as Shun Ruyu stood amidst the blazing red flames, the fire above her head dissipated, revealing a crimson magic spirit grimoire. The grimoire radiated intense heat, with tiny flames occasionally flickering out from between its pages. Quickly, summon your battle spirit. If nothing goes wrong, it should be a fire spirit, the teacher urged excitedly. Shinryu nodded slightly. With a thought, the crimson magic spirit grimoire floated gently into her hands. Shunryu gently flipped through the grimoire of spirits, and a crimson fireball came into view. Two black, hollow-like spots on the fireball resembled eyes, glimmering with an unusual light. As she summoned it, a crimson magic circle appeared at her feet, and the surrounding temperature rose abruptly. A small crimson fire spirit slowly emerged from the magic circle, hovering in midair. The moment it appeared, it eagerly darted toward Shinryu's arms. Instinctively, she opened her arms to catch the adorable little creature, surprised to find it wasn't as scorching as she had imagined. Instead, it felt like a warm, comforting hand warmer. Indeed, it's truly a fire spirit. The teacher in charge of the awakening ceremony, though prepared for such a moment, couldn't hide the tremor in their voice as they witnessed the emergence of an elemental spirit. Shinryu smiled, gently stroking the little fire spirit in her arms, delighted by her successful awakening of an elemental spirit. Hoo-hoo! The fire spirit let out excited sounds in response. Congratulations on successfully awakening an elemental spirit. You are now eligible for direct admission into Class A, the teacher declared excitedly, ready to jot it down on the form, but Shinryu interrupted. Wait a moment. What's the matter? Are you planning to compete for class leader? The teacher hesitated, then added, well, I suppose, with your fire spirit, you could certainly rival the light spirit. None of us expected so many elemental spirits this year, and perhaps we did decide on the class leader a bit prematurely. In previous years, having even one elemental spirit awaken at Qingyun Academy was considered a rare blessing. So when the light spirit appeared, the class leader was immediately decided. But no one could have foreseen the subsequent awakenings of both an ice spirit and a fire spirit, catching all the teachers by surprise. That's not what I meant. I'm not interested in Class A, Shinryu said with a slight pout. Then what are you saying? The teacher looked utterly perplexed. I want to be in Class D. This statement left the teacher in charge of the awakening ceremony completely dumbfounded, their face filled with confusion. They shook their head vigorously, as if trying to dispel such an absurd notion. Shun, I must have misheard you. Did you just say you wanted to be in which class? You didn't mishear me. I said D. As in Class D, the last one, Shunryu repeated impatiently, enunciating each word clearly. The teacher was stunned into silence, their mind swirling with countless questions. A student who had earned a guaranteed spot in Class A was now voluntarily requesting to join the weakest class. This was utterly inconceivable. Teacher, are you listening? Seeing the teacher lost in thought, Shinryu waved her hand in front of their face and raised her voice. No, absolutely not. The awakening instructor shot to his feet, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. How can an elemental spirit like you be placed in Class D? If the principal finds out, I'll lose my job. The awakening hall was abuzz with activity. Over a dozen instructors were captivated by the awakening array in the far right corner, where someone had just awakened an ice spirit. Meanwhile, Shinryu's awakening array was located in the far left corner, where her newly awakened fire spirit talent went almost entirely unnoticed. Teacher, Shinryu pleaded in a low voice, the computer system's list is shared. With so many instructors in charge of awakenings, as long as you don't say anything and I don't say anything, no one will find out. As she spoke, her gaze unintentionally drifted down to Feng Yixio, who was watching her intently from the crowd below. Her determination solidified. Seeing the instructor's continued hesitation, Shunryu's tone turned icy. If you don't let me into Class D, then I'll have no choice but to withdraw from Qingyun Academy's martial exams. Jiangshui City doesn't only have your intermediate spirit academy. She paused briefly before adding, and when the time comes, I'll explain to the principal that it was your attitude that made me lose faith in the academy. What do you think the principal will have to say about that? It was her first attempt at threatening someone, let alone a teacher at the Spirit Academy. Though she appeared composed on the surface, her palms were already damp with sweat. The instructor fell into a lengthy silence, the perspiration on his forehead growing heavier. Weighing the pros and cons, he realized that forcing a gifted elemental spirit student to leave Qingyun Academy would be a responsibility too heavy to bear. Moreover, if this girl joined another academy, Her talent would undoubtedly earn her focus training, turning her into a formidable rival for Qingyun Academy. Fine. The instructor finally relented, gritting his teeth. His trembling hand picked up a pen, and he wrote Class D in the section for class recommendations. Shinryu's face lit up with excitement as she reached out to grab her personal information sheet, only to find that the awakening instructor was holding onto it tightly. The teacher looked at her seriously and asked, "Do you realize what it means to be placed in Class D? The resource allocation at Qingyun Academy is far from equal. Class A gets at least 10 times the resources of Class D. Have you really thought this through?" "Of course I know, but I don't care." Shinryu gave the sheet a firm tug and finally managed to pull it free. "May I ask why, if I may be so bold?" The teacher rested their chin on their hand, clearly intrigued. "Because he's in Class D." With that, Shinryu hugged the information sheet and quickly walked away. The teacher watched her retreating figure, first shaking their head regretfully, then breaking into a smile. "Ah, such enviable youth," they mused. From a distance, Feng Yixio spotted Shinryu approaching and immediately ran over to her, grabbing her arm excitedly. "You error. I think I just saw you awaken a fireball. Tell me I wasn't imagining things." "Pfft, fireball? Silly brother, that's a fire spirit." Shinryu chuckled in amusement. Right. A fire spirit. That's an elemental spirit." Feng Yixio grew even more animated. "That means you must have been placed in Class A. And if you knock some sense into that ice spirit and light spirit, you'll surely become class's leader. Just thinking about it gets me excited for you." "I was placed in Class D," Shinryu said softly. Feng Yixio froze in place, speechless for a long time. He knew Shinryu's talent was far too exceptional for her to have been assigned to Class D. She must have requested it herself. This realization filled him with a mix of gratitude and guilt, and he silently vowed, "How extraordinary must I become to be worthy of your sacrifice?" Snapping out of his thoughts, Feng Yixio turned to Han Xiao and jokingly blamed him. "This is all your fault, you jinx. You just had to say it, didn't you?" Han Xiao looked utterly baffled. "What? How is this my fault? I didn't do anything. You're already making me endure your lovey-dovey moments, and now you're pinning this on me too." Before he could finish, the turtle spirit nestled in his arms suddenly became restless. It climbed up his hoodie and perched on his hood, lazily peering ahead with its tiny bead-like eyes. Fine. He'll take the blame," Han Xiao said with a helpless laugh. The three of them burst into laughter together. "Looks like fate really brought us together," Han Xiao declared cheerfully. "Feng Yixio, Shinryu, we're classmates from now on, let's look out for each other." "Of course," Feng Yixio replied with a grin. "I just turned 15 this month, and Yuer is a month younger than me. How about you, Han Xiao?" "I started school a little later, so we'll be turning 16 in a few days," Han Xiao said with a playful smile. "Calling me big brother wouldn't be too much of a stretch, don't you think?" Not at all. Feng Yixio exclaimed in surprise, looking at Han Xiao. "Big brother? I thought you were already an adult." To be fair, Han Xiao's appearance could easily cause misunderstandings. Not only was he a few centimeters taller than Feng Yixio, but there were faint traces of stubble visible on his chin. If it weren't for his cold, piercing eyes, this broodingly handsome guy would probably be swarmed by fangirls asking for his contact information. "Huh, do I really look that old?" Han Xiao asked, feeling a bit dejected as he touched his face. "I always thought I had a baby face." Big brother, do you have some sort of misunderstanding about what baby face means?" Shinryu teased with a barely suppressed laugh. "Third sister, even you are saying this." Han Xiao hung his head in despair, looking utterly defeated. After awakening their battle spirits, the three of them returned to their seats to wait for the ceremony to conclude. Although no more elemental spirits appeared in the latter half of the event, this batch already stood out as exceptional. Having 3 elemental spirits emerge was nothing short of miraculous. At that moment, Director Li suddenly appeared as if out of nowhere, stepping up to the podium at the front. He announced, "The Battle Spirit Awakening ceremony has successfully concluded. All of you here are fortunate regardless of the quality of your awakened battle spirit. You have all passed the first round of the martial exam. Next, we will immediately proceed to the second round. Entering the Ironwood Forest to obtain a gray iron level magic spirit card." "Director Li? What exactly is a magic spirit card?" A student in the audience raised their hand to ask. Pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose, Director Li explained with a hint of impatience, "Magic spirit cards are obtained by defeating magical beasts, with a drop rate of about 10%. A black iron level card requires defeating low-level magical beasts. These cards are crucial for battle spirit masters, so aside from Class A students, everyone must pass the second round to officially enroll in Qingyun Academy." "What are low-level magical beasts? Are there stronger ones in the Ironwood Forest?" another student asked. Director Li let out a sigh. "Why are you freshmen so clueless? Magical beasts are categorized into low-level, mid-level, high-level, lord level, and disaster level. However, you don't need to worry. Ironwood Forest is specifically designated for the martial exam and only contains low-level magical beasts. If you encounter danger, call for help loudly, and staff will come to your rescue. But keep in mind, doing so means forfeiting the exam. Now, follow your assigned instructors to the Ironwood Forest. You have 24 hours for this assessment. Good luck. Before anyone could respond, Director Li vanished from sight. Under the guidance of teacher Hai Yunxing, Feng Yixio, Shinruyu, and the others prepared to set off. To their surprise, instead of taking a bus, they were transported directly to the outskirts of the Ironwood Forest aboard a large helicopter. At the martial arts examination site of Zhanling Academy, rows of brand new helicopters were neatly lined up, creating an awe-inspiring scene. This academy is way too rich. They deployed so many helicopters just for a martial arts exam. Feng Yixio exclaimed in disbelief, unable to stop himself from muttering. Han Xiao chuckled and explained, "This is nothing. The Zhanling Alliance is currently the wealthiest organization in existence. Zhanling Academy, being a key focus of their support, naturally has no shortage of funding." "I see," Shinryu pouted. "But this exam is way too long, an entire 24 hours. Hearing their discussion, Teacher Hai walked over and said, "The second round of the exam is far more challenging than you might think. Obtaining a gray iron-level magic spirit card within 24 hours is no small feat for the candidates. You must cherish every single moment." "Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Hai," Shinryu replied with an embarrassed smile. Knowing that the group had all been placed in Class D, Teacher Hai offered some encouragement. "Even though you're in Class D, don't lose heart. With enough effort, you still have a chance to pass the exam and become spirit warriors. We'll give it our all," Feng Yixio promised solemnly. Just as the helicopters were about to take off, Li Kaiyuan came rushing aboard at the last minute. The moment he got on, he spotted Feng Yixio and his group. He found a seat, sat down, and smirked condescendingly. "I can't believe a country bumpkin like you made it through the first round. What a surprise. If even you can awaken a spirit, why wouldn't I be able to?" Feng Yixio retorted with a cold laugh. Li Kaiyuan sneered sarcastically. "I heard you only have a low-level spirit and got assigned to Class D. Even if you scrape through the exam, you'll just be a bottom-tier student. Unlike me, who has a mid-level spirit and is destined for Class B." "Seems like you're well-informed," Feng Yixio replied, his tone indifferent as he tried to brush off the irritating remark. Li Kaiyuan continued his mockery. "With that little pet snake of yours, it wouldn't even be enough to fill a gap in a magical beast's teeth. How do you plan to get a magic spirit card? That's none of your concern. We'll pass the exam for sure," Shinryu said, her face darkening. "Oh, I almost forgot you're here to back him up. But aren't you in Class D, too? And that big guy over there, he's probably got some useless spirit as well." Birds of a feather flock together. Li Kaiyuan burst into laughter. Han Xiao, having had enough, grabbed Li Kaiyuan by the collar and shoved him toward the helicopter's open door, leaving half of his body dangling in midair. Li Kaiyuan instantly turned pale with fear, screaming, "I was wrong. Pull me back in." Feng Yixio and Shinryu watched the scene in stunned silence before giving Han Xiao a thumbs up. "You're the man. Big bro, strong and silent." The atmosphere inside the helicopter froze instantly. The sudden turn of events left all the students and teachers stunned. Hai Yunxing was the first to snap out of it, shouting anxiously, "Han, don't act rashly. Please, stay calm." Han Xiao yanked Li Kaiyuan back and coldly tossed him aside. "Don't let me hear your voice again." Li Kaiyuan collapsed onto the floor, his whole body trembling. After regaining his composure, he dusted himself off and quietly returned to his seat, though he cast a resentful glare at Feng Yixio and his two companions. He dared not utter another mocking word. Half an hour later, the helicopter landed on the outskirts of the steel forest. Li Kaiyuan was the first to leap off the aircraft. Turning back, he sneered, "I'll make sure you regret crossing me." Han Xiao made a move as if to chase him, causing Li Kaiyuan to bolt in terror, disappearing from sight in an instant. "Just a petty clown. Not worth your time," Feng Yixio said, holding Han Xiao back. "I was only trying to scare him. By the way, do you have some sort of grudge against him?" Han Xiao asked with a sheepish grin. "Not exactly a grudge. I just made him streak through the school once during middle school. Guess he holds grudges," Feng Yixio said sheepishly, scratching his head. Han Xiao froze for a moment. "You call that a small conflict? That's practically a blood feud." "All right, everyone, the steel forest is just ahead. Follow me down," Teacher Hai called out. The students quickly followed her lead, jumping off the helicopter. "Wow, no wonder it's called the steel forest. This is incredible," one of the examinees exclaimed in awe. Before them stretched a vast forest, completely enclosed by a massive metallic net. Strange and eerie beastly roars occasionally echoed from within. After counting the students, Teacher Hai explained, "This is a specially designated forest by the Battle Spirit Alliance. The outer metal electric net is designed to prevent magical beasts from endangering society. You are now free to form your own teams and enter. Be sure to make the most of your time. The students immediately began forming groups. Feng Yishuo naturally teamed up with Shinryu and Han Xiao. Since all three were from Class D, no one else volunteered to join them. Once you're ready, head out, Teacher Hai announced. Excitement filled the air as the students eagerly surged toward the forest entrance. Just as Feng Yishuo and his team were about to move, Teacher Hai stopped them. Be careful of not only the magical beasts, but also the other examinees once you're inside. Good luck. Thank you for the warning, teacher. We'll stay vigilant, Feng Yishuo replied with a polite smile. He understood the underlying message in her words: beware of other students trying to steal their magic spirit cards, especially someone like Li Kaiyuan, who clearly bore a grudge against them. The candidates gradually entered the iron forest one after another. The vast expanse of the forest made the hundreds of figures appear minuscule, and they soon vanished into the dense woods. Feng Yishuo had just stepped inside when he was rendered speechless by the sight before him. The trees here were unlike any ordinary plants. Each towering giant required 3 people to encircle its trunk, stretching skyward into the clouds. This extraordinary growth phenomenon was proof that during the Great Wild Era, not only animals but also plants had begun to evolve and exhibit atavistic traits. The trio cautiously made their way through the forest, yet the dry leaves beneath their feet still produced crisp, crackling sounds. Along the way, they occasionally encountered the corpses of magical beasts sprawled across the ground, emitting a nauseating stench. Some candidates, upon witnessing these scenes, froze in place out of fear, while others screamed for help in panic. This assessment has only been going on for half an hour, and I can already tell that quite a few people have been eliminated, Feng Yishuo muttered, frowning as he observed the flares continuously rising into the sky. Each candidate carried a signaling flare, which they could launch to forfeit the assessment and await rescue. The colorful flares bursting in the sky almost made it seem like a premature New Year's celebration. Han Xiao explained in a serious tone, the purpose of this assessment is to filter out those who aren't suited to be spirit warriors. Even if someone is incredibly talented, if they freeze at the sight of blood and carnage, the Academy isn't going to waste resources training such useless individuals. Exactly, Shinryu chimed in. This is just low-level magical beasts, and they're already terrified. If they ever faced high-level beasts or even lord-level ones, they'd probably run faster than their own spirit companions. Han Xiao appeared relaxed. This assessment might be tough for other candidates, but it shouldn't be a big deal for us. After all, we have fire spirits, which are incredibly powerful in terms of attack. Let's focus on finding a magical beast first, Feng Yishuo said, somewhat frustrated. It's been almost an hour, and all we've done is listen to the roars of magical beasts around us without seeing a single one. Before he could finish speaking, Han Xiao suddenly let out a sharp, ear-piercing scream, hopping on one foot while clutching the other. The small mound in front of him began to shift, and an enormous porcupine emerged. This magical beast was at least 5 times the size of an ordinary porcupine, its body covered in razor-sharp spines that gleamed with a metallic luster, exuding an intimidating aura. Feng Yishuo's mind quickly recalled the information about this magical beast. Name: spiked armor porcupine. Attribute: metal. Level: low-level magical beast. Skills: spiked armor defense, spike explosion. Weakness: underbelly. Characteristics: when fatally wounded, it ejects all its spikes in a violent burst. Everyone, be careful. This is a low-level magical beast, the spiked armor porcupine. Watch out for its spikes, they can explode. Feng Yishuo quickly pulled the other two back to a safer distance. Almost simultaneously, the trio summoned their spirit companions and kept a vigilant eye on the metallic porcupine before them. I'll lead the charge. Xiaoba, let's go. Han Xiao dashed forward, eager to display his leadership in front of his companions. However, the turtle spirit beside him lazily turned its head, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Gulu. The turtle spirit let out a curious sound. Why are you staring at me? Look at it. Han Xiao barked in frustration. At that moment, the spiked porcupine let out an angry screech, Gigi, and charged straight toward Feng Yishuo's snake spirit with unrelenting ferocity. Well, coming right at me, huh? Feng Yishuo chuckled lightly. All right, Xiaobai, it's your turn. Let's go. The snake spirit obeyed and slithered swiftly to meet the spiked porcupine heathen. It moved with agility, trying to find an opening in its opponent's defenses, but the porcupine's body was covered in sharp quills, making it nearly impossible to get close. The snake spirit's deadly constriction and electric arc strike required close contact to be effective, leaving the battle at a standstill. Han Xiao glanced at his unmotivated turtle spirit and sighed in exasperation. Look at them, then look at you. You're both supposed to be battle spirits. How is the difference this big? Gulyulu. The turtle spirit shrank its head back into its shell, seemingly embarrassed. Unbelievable. I say a few words and you're sulking now? Han Xiao groaned, completely at a loss. As the stalemate dragged on, Han Xiao suddenly had an idea. Without hesitation, he grabbed the curled-up turtle spirit and hurled it like a shot put straight at the spiked porcupine. With a loud clang, the porcupine toppled over, exposing its soft underbelly. Perfect. Aim for its belly and use electric arc strike. Feng Yixio seized the opportunity and gave the command. The snake spirit's body crackled with intense electricity, transforming into a lightning-fast blur as it struck the porcupine's exposed underside with precision. The porcupine let out a pained "Gg" as the electric current paralyzed its body, leaving it unable to right itself. Fire, fire. Use flame burst. Shinryu commanded at just the right moment. The fire spirit inhaled deeply and unleashed a scorching ball of flames that hit the porcupine's underbelly directly. A sizzling sound, like roasting meat, filled the air as the porcupine lay motionless. Feng Yixio let out a small sigh of relief, while the turtle spirit cautiously stuck its head out, glancing at the charred porcupine and then at Han Xiao in the distance. Just as everyone thought the fight was over, the scorched porcupine suddenly twitched and struggled back to its feet. Its metallic quills began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of unleashing a devastating attack. Watch out, everyone! Feng Yixio suddenly shouted. That spiked porcupine is going for a suicide attack. It's preparing to use its spike explosion. Find cover, quick! Before his voice even faded, a sharp whoosh echoed as hundreds of steel-like spikes shot toward the three of them like a storm of deadly arrows. In that critical moment, Feng Yixio instinctively pulled Shinryu into his arms, shielding her with his back against the oncoming spikes. But the expected pain never came. Instead, there was a series of metallic clink, clink, clink sounds. Feng Yixio slowly loosened his grip on Shinryu and turned around, only to see a faint yellow shield shimmering in front of them. Phew, that was close. Han Xiao exhaled deeply, still shaken. At that moment, Xiao Ba leisurely crawled to Han Xiao's feet and affectionately nuzzled against his pant leg. Is this shield Xiao Ba's battle spirit skill? Feng Yixio asked thoughtfully. Han Xiao chuckled as he scooped Xiao Ba up, gently stroking its head with affection. That's right. Xiao Ba activated its battle spirit skill on its onits called the Earth Shield. Xiao Ba saved us, Feng Yixio said, reaching out to pat Xiao Ba's head as well. We owe it a lot. Make sure to treat it well from now on. Of course. Han Xiao thumped his chest confidently. It's my battle spirit, I'll always treat it well. Feng Yixio suddenly smirked mischievously. Should I tell Xiao Ba how you used it to take down the spiked porcupine? Before he could finish, Han Xiao hurriedly clamped a hand over Feng Yixio's mouth. Don't say that in front of my precious battle spirit. It'll traumatize it. All right, I won't say a word. Feng Yixio laughed, raising his hands in surrender. Hey, look over there. Shinryu suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the spiked porcupine's corpse. What's that floating above it? All three of them turned their attention to the faint silvery gray glow hovering above the creature. Within the light, a card seemed to be faintly visible. That must be a magic spirit card, Feng Yixio said calmly. Though the card was obscured by the glow, he had seen magic spirit cards before and wasn't particularly surprised. Exactly, Han Xiao said excitedly. A gray iron tier magic spirit card. Our first time hunting a magical beast, and we score a cardoc about luck. Shinryu reached out and carefully took the floating card. As the glow dissipated, an image of a spiked porcupine identical to the one they had just defeated appeared on the card. Spiked porcupine spike, Shinryu read aloud from the card. Han Xiao pondered for a moment before saying, this card might be better suited for Xiao Bailu. My turtle spirit isn't really into offense, and my fire spirit specializes in ranged attacks. This card wouldn't be much help to either of them. Xiaobela? Feng Yixio frowned slightly, looking at Han Xiao with a puzzled expression. His battle spirit was clearly named Xiaobei. How did it suddenly become Xiaobela? Han Xiao looked equally confused, and the two exchanged bewildered glances. After a moment of thought, Feng Yixio's lips curled into a faint smile. Xiaobela it is. Honestly, this name does have more character than Xiaobai. He had originally named his battle spirit Xiaobai because of its snow-white appearance, but in hindsight, the name was far too common. It could easily lead to awkward situations if others had the same name for their battle spirits. Little one, from now on, your name is Xiaobela. Got it. Feng Yixio gently stroked the snake spirit coiled around his arm, speaking softly. The snake spirit flicked its tongue and hissed in agreement. Since Brother Han has no objections, I'll let Brother Feng have this magic spirit card, Shinryu said, handing over the card in her possession. Feng Yixio accepted it without hesitation during the assessment. Improving everyone's combat strength was the top priority. Just then, a familiar electronic voice echoed in Feng Yixio's mind. Ding! 2 iron tier magic spirit cards detected. They can be fused into 1 bronze tier magic spirit card. Proceed with fusion? Feng Yixio was momentarily stunned, surprised by the system's unexpected capability. However, He quickly regained his composure and decisively chose to decline. After all, revealing a bronze-tier magic spirit card during the assessment could easily raise suspicions of cheating, as there was no way for mid-level magical beasts in the Steel Iron Forest to drop such a card. Brother Feng, we should head out to find the next magical beast, Shinryu reminded him after checking the time. Although they had already obtained one magic spirit card after an hour and a half in the Steel Iron Forest, luck had played a significant role. There was no guarantee that things would go as smoothly moving forward. Alright, let's keep hunting magical beasts. We must pass the assessment, Feng Yixio said with determination. Wait, Han Xiao suddenly called out. What is it, Brother Han? Feng Yixio asked. I'm a bit hungry, Han Xiao admitted with an awkward smile. Now that you mention it, I'm feeling hungry too. Unfortunately, we didn't bring any food, Feng Yixio said, frowning slightly. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Who says we don't have food? That spiny porcupine we just defeated is right there. It even kindly shed its quills for us. What a waste if we don't eat it. As he spoke, he pulled out a military knife and expertly sliced off a piece of meat. Thanks to your fire spirit, it's already cooked. Saves us the trouble of starting a fire. He took a bite and nodded in satisfaction. Feng Yixio and Shinryu walked forward with growling stomachs. It had been over 5 hours since their last meal at lunch, and now it was dinner time. But in this steel jungle, where could they possibly find a gourmet feast? Wait, this little hedgehog is so adorable. How could you eat it? Shinryu frowned as she stared at the scene before her. Without saying a word, Feng Yixio took the military knife from Han Xiao's hand, sliced off a small piece of meat, and stuffed it into Shan Ria's mouth. Eat while there's still cooked food. Don't forget, our trial lasts for a full 24 hours, he reminded her. Shinryu resisted symbolically for a moment, but the enticing aroma of the food quickly won her over. She took a big bite and exclaimed, it's delicious. If we don't eat this hedgehog now, some other magical beast will come and devour it later. That's just the law of nature, and we need to learn to adapt, Han Xiao said seriously. Suddenly, an eerie rustling sound came from the surrounding area, as if something was approaching. What's that noise? Did you hear it? Feng Yixio immediately stopped what he was doing and asked cautiously. I heard it too. It sounds like something's getting closer, Shinryu said, straining her ears. Han Xiao scanned the area vigilantly. At that moment, the hedgehog's corpse began to vanish at a visible speed. Upon closer inspection, they saw that the body was covered in golden ants, voraciously devouring it. In the blink of an eye, only a skeleton remained. I wasn't even full yet. What the hell are these things? Han Xiao shouted angrily. A stream of data flashed through Feng Yixia's mind. Magical beast name, bullet ant. Attribute, poison. Rank, low tier. Skills, venomous fangs, swarm. Traits, when exceeding 100 in number, can initiate a swarm attack with the strength of a mid-tier magical beast. Everyone, be careful. These are bullet ants. Don't get bitten, they're venomous. And whatever you do, don't, Feng Yixio urgently warned. Thankfully, the group of bullet ants before them appeared to be fewer than 100. Before he could finish his sentence, the fire spirit suddenly unleashed a massive fireball, instantly roasting the ants on the hedgehog's body into curled-up crisps. Provoke them. Feng Yixio finally completed his sentence. Don't look at me. That was fire acting on its own, Shinryu said with a bewildered expression. Suddenly, countless tiny holes appeared on the once calm ground, and bullet ants began swarming out one after another. Within seconds, over 100 of them had emerged, and their numbers were still increasing rapidly. Realizing the danger, Feng Yixio rushed to the remains of the dead bullet ants before the swarm could fully gather. He snatched up 2 floating gray iron tier magical spirit cards and sprinted back to the group. Seeing Shinryu and Han Xiao still frozen in place, he shouted anxiously. What are you waiting for? Run. Why are you running? Let's fight them, Hedon. Han Xiao shouted boldly. While they were talking, the once scattered bullet ants quickly gathered into a massive swarm. Wherever the swarm passed, vegetation was obliterated, and even massive trees and boulders blocking their path were devoured completely. The overwhelming tide of ants surged toward Feng Yixio and his group, as if seeking vengeance for their fallen comrades. Then you stay and fight them. We're leaving, good luck. We believe in you. Feng Yixio grabbed Shinryu and started to flee. Seeing the menacing wave of ants, Han Xiao instinctively swallowed hard, picked up Xiaoba, and bolted. Fight them? Are you kidding me? We can't win. Wait for me. Burdened by Xiaoba's heavy shell, Han Xiao was quickly out of breath and lagging behind. Feng Yixio glanced over his shoulder and frowned. Dude, are you serious? Just put Xiaoba back into the Magic Spirit Codex already. Oh, right. Han Xiao suddenly realized and swiftly stored Xiaoba into the Magic Spirit Codex, catching up with the group shortly after. Luckily, the ant swarm's speed was not particularly fast, and with the fire spirit continuously launching long-range fire attacks, their pursuit was effectively slowed. An hour later, the three of them finally managed to shake off the swarm. Pant pant, I swear I've never been this exhausted in my life. Han Xiao collapsed to the ground, his clothes soaked with sweat. Good thing the swarm was slow, or we'd have been done for, Feng Yixio said, lying on the ground and gasping for air. I'm sorry, if it weren't for Hua Hua attacking the bullet ants, the swarm wouldn't have been provoked, Shenruyu said apologetically. It's fine. If Hua Hua hadn't held them back, we might not have escaped, Feng Yixio reassured her, gently patting her head. Shenruyu turned to the fire spirit and sternly said, Hua Hua, don't ever spit fire without my command again. Got it? The little fire spirit seemed to realize its mistake, letting out a low, remorseful hoo-hoo sound while swaying its body gently. They're still young spirits, like children, theory bound to make mistakes. Han Xiao chimed in with a smile, trying to lighten the mood. Feng Yixio took out 2 magic spirit cards and handed them to his companions. What a haul. Here are the 2 bullet ant magic spirit cards we just got. Fortune favors the bold. I can't believe we completed the trial so quickly. This takes a lot of pressure off. Han Xiao exclaimed excitedly as he accepted the card. Brother Han, I've always heard that magic spirit cards are important, but how exactly are they used? Feng Yixio asked, showing the magic spirit card of the sharp armor hedgehog he had pulled out. Han Xiao explained, magic spirit cards are as important as battle spirits for a spirit warrior. Every time we break through a major level, we need to absorb 1 magic spirit card. Right now, as level 1 spirit warriors, we can absorb 1 card and then use the corresponding ability. Do we have to absorb it to use it? Grandpa Zhou always said it's best not to absorb low-level magic spirit cards, Shenruyu asked, puzzled. Han Xiao smiled and explained in detail, absorbing a magic spirit card does require careful consideration. While you can use it without absorbing it, the effect is only 50%. The actual result depends on the compatibility between the card and the battle spirit. Compatibility? What does that mean? Feng Yixio asked curiously. Han Xiao, like an experienced mentor, clasped his hands behind his back and began to explain patiently. Compatibility refers to how well a magic spirit card matches a battle spirit. For example, if you use a fire attribute magic spirit card on an ice attribute battle spirit, not only will it fail to enhance its power, but it might even weaken its attack. Take your Xiaobailu, for instance. The gold attribute sharp armor porcupine card you just obtained is a great fit because your Xiaobailu is thunder attribute. It won't reduce the power of its lightning attacks, and it will also provide additional defensive capabilities. I see. Feng Yixio nodded thoughtfully. Han Xiao continued, shifting his tone slightly, however. Remember that the synergy between battle spirits and magic spirit cards is highly variable and can't always be judged by conventional logic. This is where a battle spirit master's creativity comes into play. So how exactly do you use a magic spirit card? Shenruyu asked eagerly. It's quite simple, Han Xiao explained. You just need to say the card's name followed by either armament or enchantment. What's the difference between the two? Feng Yixio asked, puzzled. Han Xiao elaborated. Your sharp armor porcupine card is an armament card. It directly equips the battle spirit with sharp armor for defense. Enchantment cards, on the other hand, enhance the power of a battle spirit's abilities. For instance, a bronze-level purple electric beast card might occasionally produce an enchantment card that boosts lightning attacks. However, such cards are quite rare. Brother Han, you really are knowledgeable. No wonder you're from the big city. Shenruyu exclaimed in admiration. Han Xiao scratched his head modestly and chuckled. It's just basic knowledge. You'll learn all this after you enroll. I've just picked up a bit more from exposure, that's all. Feng Yixio, unable to contain his excitement, pulled out his magic spirit card and was about to shout, sharp armor porcupine sharp armor armament. But Han Xiao quickly covered his mouth. Not now. Han Xiao warned urgently. We're only level 1, first-rank battle spirit masters. Our spiritual energy is limited, and we can only use a gray iron level magic spirit card twice at most. If you use it recklessly, you'll be in trouble if a magical beast attacks. Reluctantly, Feng Yixio put the card back. All right, I'll try it another day then. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Han Xiao glanced at the setting sun and suggested, it's getting dark. We should set up the tents and rest. The steel forest is far more dangerous at night. Many magical beasts come out to hunt after dark. Humans are naturally at a disadvantage in the night, so it's best to avoid any conflicts with magical beasts. The 3 of them worked together seamlessly, swiftly chopping down a smaller tree and skillfully assembling a spacious makeshift tent. Shenruyu's fire spirit unleashed flames, igniting a roaring bonfire outside the tent, its warm glow casting flickering shadows on the surrounding trees. To enhance their protection, Han Xiao retrieved a bottle of yellow powder from his storage pouch and carefully sprinkled it in a circle around the tent. Brother Han, what is this powder? It smells a bit pungent, Feng Yixio asked curiously. This is beast repellent powder, Han Xiao replied with a smile. While it's not very effective against high-level magical beasts, it does a great job of keeping lower-level ones away. We should be able to rest peacefully tonight. You're always so well prepared, Shin Ryu remarked sincerely. Han Xiao then instructed, you two should get some rest first. They'll take the first watch. Feng Yixio, you'll take over in 3 hours. Well, rotate shifts. All right, they'll leave it to you then. Wake me up in 3 hours, Feng Yixio agreed. Feng Yixio and Shin Ryu crawled into the tent. The interior was spacious enough for the two of them to lie down comfortably. After a long day of traveling, they quickly fell into a deep sleep. The night passed without incident, thanks to the bonfire and the beast repellent powder. With the three taking turns keeping watch, each of them managed to get over 6 hours of solid rest, a rare luxury in the perilous Steelwood forest. The next morning, the three of them packed up quickly and continued their journey in search of magical beasts. Although they had already passed the assessment, they wanted to make the most of their time in the Steelwood forest to collect more spirit cards. As their teamwork grew increasingly coordinated, they became an efficient hunting team. Feng Yixia's little white tower, with its agile speed, acted as the primary attacker, often launching surprise strikes and using Deathbind to immobilize magical beasts. Shinria's fire spirit provided ranged attacks, delivering deadly blows whenever the beasts were restrained. Han Xiao's little ape mostly observed from the sidelines, but always stepped in at critical moments, using its earth shield to protect the team, allowing little white tower and the fire spirit to attack without hesitation. Phew. With an hour left before the assessment ends, we've done pretty well, Feng Yixio suggested. Let's divide the spoils now. Excitement lit up their faces. Shinryu held 3 gray iron-grade spirit cards in her hand and selected one to give to Han Xiao. This iron-armored beetle iron plate spirit card suits you best, Brother Han. It's yours. Han Xiao accepted the card with a smile and said, well, I won't hold back then. With this, bamboo green venom Fong, Xiao Bas turtle shell defense will become even harder to break. Feng Yixio drew a card from Shinryu's hand and said with a smile, you can keep the fire enchantment card. We won't be able to use it anyway. It was a rare spirit card they had obtained earlier after defeating the Firebird, named Firebird Blaze. Shinryu nodded happily and carefully stored the precious enchantment card. After some discussion, the three decided to find a secure location to safely wait out the last hour, avoiding any unnecessary trouble. However, just as they were about to leave, an irritatingly familiar voice interrupted them. Well, isn't it the 3 losers? Still haven't been eliminated, huh? Accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps, 4 figures emerged from the distance. Leading the group was none other than their old nemesis Li Kaiyuan. Feng Yixio stepped forward without hesitation, sneering, if someone like you hasn't been eliminated, why would we be? Huh. Still as cocky as ever, Li Kaiyuan scoffed. If you know what's good for you, hand over all your spirit cards. Maybe, just maybe, I'll let you off the hook. A burly man in black standing beside him quickly chimed in, brotherly, why waste words on these losers from Class D? Let's just beat them until they're begging for mercy. Another man, thin and with a sinister expression, added coldly, exactly. My scorpion spirit alone could take down all 3 of them. Li Kaiyuan raised a hand to stop his companions, pretending to act magnanimous. Hold on. After all, these are my old classmates. Let's give them a chance. Feng Yixio, how about this we duel on Yanon? The loser hands over all their spirit cards. Do you dare? Why wouldn't I? Feng Yixio replied casually. If you're so eager to give away your cards, I'm more than happy to accept. Ha ha ha. Li Kaiyuan laughed menacingly, his past humiliation in middle school fueling his hatred. With your low-level battle spirit, you dare to act tough in front of my mid-level battle spirit? They'll show you what it means to be crushed. Feng Yixio smirked. A low-level battle spirit? Let's just see who ends up picking their teeth off the ground. To me, there's no such thing as high or low when it comes to battle spirits. These so-called levels are just a result of people's limited understanding. Even if there were differences, they'd only matter for future potential. Right now, we're all in the early spirit stage, so your superiority complex is laughable. Fine, then I'll show you the gap between us. Li Kaiyuan declared, his voice full of malice. Scarlet Fox, come forth. With a commanding shout, he summoned his fire element Scarlet Fox spirit. Feng Yixio almost simultaneously summoned his own battle spirit. The moment his snake spirit, named Xiao Bailu, appeared, it locked into a tense standoff with the fox spirit on the opposite side. Through his bond with his battle spirit, Feng Yixio quickly gathered detailed information about the opponent's spirit. It was a fire attribute battle spirit called Fox Spirit, classified as a juvenile spirit, level 1, stage 1, and it possessed 2 skills, Foxfire and Rapid Bite. To advance to the growth stage, it would require a low-grade magical beast core from a red cloud fox. Let's see how your pet snake can possibly stand up to my Scarlet Fox. Attack. Li Kaiyuan commanded arrogantly. The fox spirit instantly transformed into a streak of red light, its tail igniting with faint flames as it charged straight at Feng Yixio's snake spirit. This was its first skill, Foxfire. Xiao Bailu, dodge its attacks. Don't let its flames touch you, Feng Yixio instructed calmly. Faced with the ferocious fox spirit, Xiao Bailu didn't engage Hedon. It understood the strategy of conserving energy and knew that using a battle spirit skill right at the start would drain the opponent's spirit energy significantly. Xiao Bailu moved as nimbly as an eel, constantly weaving around the scarlet fox, even slipping under its feet several times, yet always evading capture with ease. As a lightning attribute battle spirit, Xiao Bailu held a natural advantage in speed. Damn it, Feng Yixio, is that little worm of yours only good for running away? Li Kaiyuan fumed, his frustration boiling over. Watching his spirit energy deplete rapidly and the foxfire skill falter, he made a desperate move. Scarlet Fox, use Rapid Bite. The Scarlet Fox transformed into a streak of crimson light, lunging straight at the snake spirit. Oomph! Compete with me in speed? You're still too green. Xiao Bailu, dodge with Arc Flash. Feng Yixio smirked confidently. With a sharp crack of thunder, Xiao Bailu vanished from its spot in an instant, leaving the fox spirit to snap at empty air. Where did that little worm go? Li Kaiyuan looked around in confusion. You idiot. It's behind your scarlet fox. Xiao Bailu, use Death Coil. Feng Yixio shouted. Xiao Bailu struck like lightning, coiling tightly around the fox spirit and unleashing a powerful surge of electricity, paralyzing its opponent. Under the crushing force of its constriction and the relentless electric shocks, the fox spirit's resistance weakened, its struggles growing feebler by the second. Scarlet Fox. Damn it. Li Kaiyuan's face turned beet red with anger. He spun around to the group of people behind him and shouted furiously, "What are you all standing there for? Help me out. My Scarlet Fox is about to lose." "Didn't you just say this was an unknown fight?" a burly man nearby asked, puzzled. "To hell with unknown. Get in there. All of you attack." Li Kaiyuan roared. At his command, 3 others summoned their battle spirits, a venomous scorpion spirit, an earth attribute bear spirit, and a water attribute frog spirit. These 3 mid-level battle spirits were formidable opponents in their own right. Xiongling, use Earth Shatter Hammer now. At the command, the massive earth element bear spirit leapt into the air. Its enormous paws crossed midair, forming a hammer-like shape, and came crashing down toward Feng Yixio's serpent spirit. With a resounding boom, the ground caved in on impact, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. Arg! Li Kaiyuan spat out a mouthful of blood, caught completely off guard. He turned to the towering figure beside him with shock written all over his face. Xiong, are you trying to kill me? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Amid the swirling dust, faint streams of crimson spirit light floated toward Li Kaiyuan's spirit codex, a clear sign his battle spirit had been defeated. While a defeated battle spirit wasn't truly dead, it would return to the spirit codex in its light form to regenerate its body, a process that would take an entire day before it could be summoned again. More importantly, a battle spirit and its master were intrinsically linked. When the spirit suffered damage, the battle spirit master would inevitably experience backlash. In life or death situations, the fall of a battle spirit often spelled disaster for its master as well. The tall youth named Xiong scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, big bro. I was aiming for the serpent spirit, I swear. Forget it. Li Kaiyuan waved him off with a cold laugh. With that kind of power, that kid's spirit must have been reduced to pulp by now. But nearby, the slender Pei Wenqing frowned and pointed out, I didn't see any other spirit light floating around, though, and Feng Yixio looks completely unharmed. Could it be his spirit is still alive? Hearing this, Li Kaiyuan's expression darkened, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Just then, Xiong suddenly exclaimed, this is bad. My bear spirit's been restrained. As the dust finally settled, the scene before them left everyone stunned. The mighty bear spirit was tightly coiled by Feng Yixio's serpent spirit, unable to move an inch. You lumbering fool. You're way too slow. With that speed, you think you can harm me? How laughable. Feng Yixio taunted, his voice dripping with smugness. How dare you? Xiong roared in fury. A puny worm like you dares to trap my earth element bear spirit? You're asking for it. For someone who prided himself on the raw power of his intermediate level battle spirit, having it subdued by a mere serpent was a humiliation he could hardly bear. Ant Battler Titan Grip Armor. Xiong immediately activated a gray iron spirit card from his spirit codex. The card transformed into a beam of light that merged with the bear spirit, causing its arms to be encased in earthy yellow rock-like armor. Feng Yixia's heart sank. If Xiong managed to complete the armor enhancement, the bear spirit's strength would skyrocket, and Xiao Bailu's death coil might not hold. I can't let this happen. Feng Yixio thought to himself, his mind racing. Without hesitation, he shouted, Spiked Hedgehog Spike Armor. His own spirit codex released a gray iron spirit card, which turned into a silver gray light and fused into Xiao Bailu's body. The moment the silvery gray light entered Xiao Beilu's body, it instantly transformed into countless sharp spikes. At that time, the Xiongling was still ensnared by Xiao Beilu's deathly grip. Those spikes, like lethal blades, pierced through the defenseless Xiongling, leaving it riddled with wounds. Xiongling let out an enraged roar, but the searing pain completely shattered its resistance. Its form began to fade, eventually dissolving into a beam of light that returned to Xiong Xian's magic spirit codex. Xiong Xian, too, suffered from the backlash, coughing up a mouthful of blood as his body staggered unsteadily. Damn it! You dare hurt my brother? I'll make you pay for this. Pei Wenqing's face darkened as he reached out to support the faltering Xiong Xian. Han Xiao and Xin Ruyu finally snapped back to reality. In less than a minute, Feng Yixio had taken down two mid-level battle spirits, one of which was the immensely powerful Xiongling. My goodness! Brother Feng, you're incredible! Han Xiao exclaimed in amazement. Your moves were so fast I could barely keep up. You even turned a defensive magic spirit card into an offensive one, and took down Xiongling in a single strike. That's insane. Feng Yixio offered a faint smile, but his body suddenly wavered, as if a gust of wind could topple him. Brother Feng, are you okay? Xin Ruyu quickly stepped forward to steady him. I'm fine, Feng Yixio said, regaining his composure. I just overexerted my spiritual energy using consecutive battle spirit skills and magic spirit cards. You're way too reckless. We're only at tier 1. Level 1 our spiritual energy is already limited. Han Xiao scolded. Quick, recall your battle spirit. We've still got your back. Just as Feng Yixio was about to retrieve Xiao Bailu, a massive pincer suddenly shot up from the ground, clamping tightly onto Xiao Beilu's tail. It turned out that during the clash between Xiao Bailu and Xiongling, Xiaoling had stealthily burrowed beneath Xiao Bailu. Now, seeing that Feng Yixio's energy was depleted and Xiao Beilu's spikes had disappeared, it seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. You think you can just leave after hurting my brother? Not so fast. Pei Wenqing sneered coldly. Xiaoling, use poison sting. At Pei Wenqing's command, Xiaoling raised its venomous tail high. A drop of dark purple toxin slid down its stinger as it aimed and struck fiercely at Xiao Bailu. At the critical moment, Han Xiao shouted, Xiao Ba, use war taunt. He quickly summoned his own battle spirit, a turtle named Xiao Ba, and threw out a Grade magic spirit card. Iron Beetle Iron Armor. Xiao Ba let out a sharp cry, a stark contrast to its usual lazy demeanor. Its shell was instantly covered in a layer of silvery white metal, exuding an aura of unyielding strength. Clang! The venomous sting, originally targeting Xiao Bailu, was diverted toward Xiao Ba and struck its shell with a crisp metallic sound. The scorpion spirit was violently thrown back by the powerful rebound force. Its once proud tail stinger bent and deformed, temporarily losing its ability to inject venom. In stark contrast, the turtle spirit's shell bore only a barely visible scratch, remaining impenetrable. Taking advantage of the moment, Feng Yixio quickly recalled his snake spirit, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began restoring his spiritual energy. Pei Wenqing, witnessing the scene, erupted in fury. You idiot! Why are you attacking that cowardly turtle? You should have taken care of the snake's spirit first. The scorpion spirit let out a pitiful screech, as though trying to explain itself. After listening carefully, Pei Wenqing asked in disbelief, What? It insulted you? Is that why you couldn't hold back? What exactly did it say? Couldn't you have waited until we dealt with that little worm first? As a battle spirit master, Pei Wenqing could communicate telepathically with his spirit. To outsiders, these exchanges sounded like nothing more than the roars of beasts. The scorpion spirit waved its massive pincers passionately, continuing its complaint. What? It called me a skinny monkey and a shorty? Pei Wenqing's expression twisted instantly, his eyes nearly spitting flames. For a 16-year-old boy standing only 145 centimeters tall, this was undoubtedly a sore subject. Kill that cowardly turtle for me. Nearby, Li Kaiyuan was stomping his feet in frustration. Brother, calm down. Taking out the snake spirit is the priority. If we let it recover its spiritual energy, we're all done for. Shut up. I want that turtle spirit to pay. Scorpion spirit, smash its shell to pieces. Pei Wenqing roared hysterically, having lost all reason. The scorpion spirit charged again, but its deformed stinger was utterly ineffective against the ironclad turtle spirit. Han Xiao yawned lazily, mocking, Yawn, shorty, are you trying to tickle me? If you've got the guts, make your cowardly turtle come out. Pei Wenqing fumed with rage. Huh, if you've got the skills, break through its defense. I'm not coming out. What are you gonna do about it? Han Xiao crossed his arms and taunted smugly. Scorpion spirit, use meteor sting. Pei Wenqing, consumed by anger, issued the command. The scorpion spirit's pincers and stinger began spinning at high speed, forming a blurred shadow. Han Xiao smirked nonchalantly. Interesting. Xiaoba, use Earth Shield. Under the protection of the Earth Shield, the scorpion spirit's ferocious attacks couldn't even scratch the turtle spirit. Seeing this, Li Kaiyuan leaned in to whisper to another young man in blue clothing. Luja, now's the time to directly attack Feng Yixio. Don't let him recover his spiritual energy, or we're all doomed. Directly attack the battle spirit master? Luja frowned. My frog spirit's high-pressure water blast is pretty powerful. If something happens and someone gets seriously hurt, what then? This is just a test, after all. Li Kaiyuan sneered and threatened. What are you afraid of? If something happens, I'll take the blame. But if you don't listen to me, I'll have my uncle transfer you to Class C. You know the difference between those classes, don't you? Lu Tuo furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a moment before making a decision. Fine, but you have to promise me you must ensure I get assigned to Class B. Of course. When have I ever gone back on my word? Li Kaiyuan thumped his chest confidently, making a solemn vow. Lu Tuo gave a slight nod, then turned to his spirit companion and whispered an order. Little frog, aim at that meditating man and use high-pressure water blast. The frog spirit's air sac began to inflate slowly. At the moment it reached its limit, a powerful high-pressure water blast shot out with a deafening roar. Like a jet from a power washer, the water blast surged forward, tearing through the air toward Han Xiao. Brother Feng, watch out. Shin Ryu immediately sensed the danger and shouted a warning. Fire, fire. Block that water blast. The fire spirit materialized instantly, launching a raging fireball to intercept the attack. The collision of fire and water created a sharp, hissing sound of steam. The high-pressure water blast dissipated into mist on impact, but the fireball only lost half of its power and continued charging toward the frog spirit. With a thunderous explosion, the intense heat struck the frog spirit, instantly defeating it. The frog spirit dissolved into specks of faint blue light and returned to the spirit codex. Lu Tuo, taking the brunt of the backlash, coughed up a mouthful of blood on the spot. That's a fire spirit? How is that possible? Li Kaiyuan stared in horror at the hovering fire spirit. Elemental spirits are supposed to be directly assigned to Class A. Brother, didn't you say they were all from Class D and should only have low-level spirits? What's going on here? Lu Tuo looked utterly bewildered. The three of them had agreed to help Li Kaiyuan for two reasons. To get into Class B, and because they believed they'd be facing low-level spirits. Class B and Class C both accepted mid-level spirits, with placement largely determined by exam performance. But this situation was completely unexpected. These weren't low-level spirits at all. Even high-level spirits might not compare. Feng Yixia's snake spirit had taken down two mid-level spirits in seconds. The turtle spirit, while lacking in attack power, had incredible defense. And the most shocking revelation? They had a fire spirit on their side, an actual elemental spirit. Only two had appeared in the entire grade, and one of them was in Class D. How would I know? Li Kaiyuan was completely dumbfounded. You're trying to get us killed. You can handle this on your own, we're done. Pei Wanqing made a snap decision, supporting Xiong Xian as they prepared to leave. Forget it. Even if I end up in Class C, it's better than losing my life. I'm out too. Lu Tuo limped after them, determined to get away. Wait, don't leave me behind. Losing his allies, Li Kaiyuan panicked and tried to follow. But before he could take a single step, a blazing fire spirit blocked his path. Li Kaiyuan screamed, scrambling backward in a panic. He turned to flee, only to bump into a snow-white snake spirit, trapping him between the two. The dilapidated Xiaobai building emitted a menacing hissing sound. Feng Yixio lashed out with his tail, striking Li Kaiyuan squarely in the face. The sheer force sent Li Kaiyuan flying, tumbling across the ground 4 or 5 times before coming to a halt. By now, Feng Yixio had recovered most of his spiritual energy and, together with Han Xiao and Shinryu, surrounded Li Kaiyuan completely. What do you want? Li Kaiyuan stammered, his voice trembling as he clutched his bloodied face. Isn't it obvious? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Feng Yixio replied, cracking his knuckles menacingly as he stepped closer. Don't do anything reckless. Li Kaiyuan struggled to get up but failed repeatedly. Propping himself up with his hands, he tried to back away. My uncle is Li Chang'an, the grade director of Qingyun Academy. If you dare lay a finger on me, you're finished. Oh, so that's why you're so arrogant, because you have someone backing you up. Feng Yixio sneered coldly. But the Academy has no rules against seizing magic spirit cards. With that, he reached out and grabbed the magic spirit codex floating next to Li Kaiyuan. Flipping to the last few pages where temporary magic spirit cards were stored, he pulled out 3 Grade magic spirit cards and pocketed them. Seriously? Just 3 cards? I thought you'd have more. What a disappointment. Feng Yixio mocked disdainfully. Give them back. Li Kaiyuan lunged forward, trying to snatch the cards back, but Feng Yixio easily sidestepped him. You've crossed me time and time again. Taking your cards and ensuring your elimination is already me being merciful. You? This isn't over. Li Kaiyuan spat defiantly, though his voice was shaky. Feng Yixio smirked and knocked him unconscious with a swift chop to the neck, letting his limp body drop to the ground. Let's go. We're running out of time, Feng Yixio said, glancing at his watch. Isn't this letting him off too easily? Han Xiao said, casting a scornful look at the unconscious Li Kaiyuan. He's just a dog. What? Should I bite back because a dog bit me? Don't worry without those magic spirit cards. There's no way he's getting into Qingyun Academy. Feng Yixio waved dismissively, clearly indifferent. As a student training to be a battle spirit master, he knew he couldn't entirely ignore the law until he reached a certain level of strength and mastery. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance to the Ironwood forest. A group of examinees had already gathered there, waiting for the gates to open. The number of people was nearly half of what it had been when they first entered the day before. Accompanied by the grinding sound of mechanical gears, the massive gates of the Ironwood forest slowly opened once more. Outside the gates of the Ironwood forest, the staff of Qingyun Academy had already lined up, waiting in an orderly fashion. Apart from the teacher who had previously led the team, Director Li Chang'an was also present. However, this time he did not stand at the center of the group. Instead, a middle-aged man dressed in a white shirt, exuding an air of authority, took the central position. A large medical team was also on standby, and understandably so most candidates returned injured from this assessment, making the unscathed performance of Feng Yixio's team exceedingly rare. From a distance, Xiong Xian and Lu Tuo's team spotted Feng Yixio but quickly averted their gaze, lowering their heads and hurrying away to the side. Following the crowd, all candidates proceeded to the inspection area, where they handed over the magical spirit cards they had obtained for precise examination by the staff using advanced equipment. Most of the cards passed without issue, but suddenly, the machine emitted a piercing alarm. Beep. This card does not belong to the magical spirit cards of the Ironwood Forest. The student holding the card was immediately deemed to have cheated and was promptly disqualified and dismissed. This scene sent a wave of fear through a few other candidates harboring similar intentions, prompting them to quietly leave the line and exit in shame. When it was Feng Yixio's turn for inspection, he noticed Director Li standing nearby with a furrowed brow, his displeasure at Feng Yixio's presence written all over his face. Director Li's gaze swept through the group repeatedly before he eventually stormed off into the Ironwood forest with a grim expression. The inspection process moved swiftly, and within half an hour, all qualified candidates had been assembled. The middle-aged man in the white shirt stepped forward to the front of the group. His calm and powerful voice rang out, "Congratulations on officially becoming members of Qingyun Academy. You are all true warriors." Though not particularly loud, his words carried a steady and resonant strength that struck a chord in everyone. "This might be the first time you're meeting me. I am Zhou Yin, the Vice Principal of Qingyun Academy. You can call me Vice Principal Zhou." "Good afternoon, Vice Principal Zhou," the candidates responded in unison. "No need to be so formal, everyone," Zhou Yin said warmly. "You've all worked hard today. Go back and get some rest. Tomorrow, after the opening ceremony, we'll officially assign you to your classes. I hope each of you can become outstanding battle spirit masters." His words seemed to carry a certain magic, filling everyone with warmth and encouragement. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, Feng Yixio noticed two figures emerging from the gates of the Ironwood forest. It was none other than Li Kaiyuan, whom he had previously knocked unconscious, now being supported by Director Li as he slowly walked out. Li Kaiyuan also caught sight of Feng Yixio in the crowd and shot him a venomous glare. Yet, in the end, he lacked the courage to cause a scene and left begrudgingly. Finally, everyone boarded the helicopters once more. This time, the atmosphere was far more relaxed. Laughter and cheerful conversations filled the air as they flew back, the tension of the earlier trials left behind. Mr. Hai stood at the entrance of Qingyun Academy, handing out keys labeled with dormitory numbers to the new students one by one. "These are your dorm keys. Your luggage has already been moved in," he explained. "Tomorrow is the opening ceremony, where you'll meet your respective teachers. Don't be late." "Got it, teacher." "Well, remember," Feng Yixio and the others replied in unison. Just stepping off the helicopter, Han Xiao rubbed his growling stomach and burst into laughter. "Finally, I can have a proper meal. It's just about mealtime. The cafeteria should be open. Let's head over," Feng Yixio suggested. "Yes, yes. We'll follow Brother Feng." Shin Ruyu chimed in enthusiastically. The three of them quickly arrived at the Qingyun cafeteria. Feng Yixio was about to take Shin Ruyu to the first floor for food when Han Xiao grabbed him by the arm. "Come on, we just passed the martial exam to become spirit warriors. Shouldn't we celebrate properly?" "The food on the first floor smells pretty good, though," Feng Yixio said earnestly. "That's because you haven't tried the third floor," Han Xiao replied with a grin. "Once you do, you'll never think the first floor is good again." Feng Yixio scratched his head awkwardly. "But it's probably really expensive, isn't it?" His savings amounted to just over 5,000 yuan, painstakingly saved through frugality. Not at all. The deluxe set meal is only 999 yuan. It's a steal, Han Xiao said with a straight face. Feng Yixia's eyes widened. Huh. I don't understand the world of the rich. How can you call a 999 yuan meal cheap? Why not just rob me instead? Fine, ill treat, Han Xiao offered. The moment he said that, Feng Yixio made an immediate 180-degree turn and grabbed Shinryu, ready to dash upstairs. Han Xiao's face darkened instantly. Could your change of attitude be any more obvious? And using my money to treat others, does that really sit right with you? He pointed in another direction. You're going the wrong way. The elevator's over there. Ahem. Feng Yixio cleared his throat. Brother Han, you're still young, you should exercise more. But since you insist on taking the elevator, we'll accompany you. After all, we're brothers. The three of them quickly reached the third-floor dining area. The atmosphere here was noticeably more refined, with fewer people around, mostly school administrators and teachers. The occasional student was dressed head-to-toe in designer brands. Wow, this is amazing. Totally worth the 999 yuan. Feng Yixio exclaimed after taking a bite of the meal. Han Xiao smirked and explained, of course. The third floor uses ingredients from magical beasts. Not only does it enhance your physical fitness, but it also gradually increases your spiritual energy. Other than the price, it's perfect. Brother Han, does your family own a mine or something? Feng Yixio joked. Huh, how did you know? Han Xiao responded, genuinely surprised. Clang. The steak in Feng Yixia's mouth fell onto his plate. Suddenly, the delicious meal in front of him lost all its appeal. You mentioned before that you'd share your story with us. Isn't it about time? Shinryu asked, sitting nearby as she looked at Han Xiao with anticipation. Han Xiao hesitated for a moment, but seeing the two friends in front of him, companions who had shared life and death moments together, took a deep breath and decided to keep his promise. Have you ever heard of the four great clans? The four great clans? Like something out of Dream of the Red Chamber? Feng Yixio tilted his head in confusion. Han Xiao rolled his eyes in exasperation, but quickly turned serious. This story begins 300 years ago. Back then, humanity was on the brink of extinction. Luckily, for savior-like individuals stepped forward. Their divine spirits became the guardians of Huaxia, and at the cost of their lives, they sealed away a sovereign-level beast, allowing humanity to survive and rebuild. Although the four supreme spirit kings sacrificed themselves, their bloodlines lived on. Their descendants formed the four great clans, tasked with protecting Huaxia. So, you're one of the Han family from the four great clans? Shinryu asked perceptively. You're as sharp as ever, third sister. Han Xiao nodded in surprise. Yes, I am the youngest son of the Han family. My father is the current clan leader. If your family is so powerful, why are you here in Jiangshui City? Feng Yixio asked curiously. Han Zhao's expression darkened instantly. It's a long story. Then make it short. Feng Yixio patted him on the shoulder. To put it simply, my aptitude is terrible, and no one in the family values me. So, in a fit of frustration, I left, Han Xiao said with a bitter smile, but his expression softened into a genuine one. But honestly, I'm glad I made that choice. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met you too. Aptitude? I think you're pretty amazing. Feng Yixio said earnestly. They just don't see your potential. One day they'll regret it. Han Xiao thought Feng Yixio was just trying to comfort him, so he chuckled awkwardly. I hope that day comes. At that moment, Little White Tower, who had just finished an entire plate of sashimi, let out a hissing sound. Its belly was noticeably bloated, yet it continued to look at Feng Yixio with innocent eyes, flicking its tongue repeatedly. You little glutton. Your stomach's already about to burst, and you still want more? Feng Yixio shook his head helplessly. Fine, fine, one last plate. Any more, and I'm afraid you'll eat yourself to death. Feng Yixio turned toward the buffet area. As he picked up an empty plate, he noticed a familiar middle-aged man. Good evening, Principal Zhou, he greeted politely. The man was the vice principal of their academy. Principal Zhou turned around and smiled warmly. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Feng Yixio, right? Principal. You know me? Feng Yixio asked in confusion, staring at Principal Zhou. As an unnoticed student from Class D, he couldn't fathom why the vice principal would recognize him. Of course I do, Principal Zhou replied with a gentle smile. You caused quite the commotion during the awakening ceremony. I've heard a bit about it. So, you probably think him useless too. Feng Yixio lowered his head, his tone filled with dejection. Principal Zhou frowned slightly and lightly tapped Feng Yixio on the head, his expression turning serious. There are no useless battle spirits, only useless spirit masters. Do you think you're a useless spirit master? Of course not. Feng Yixio blurted out without hesitation. Good. Principal Zhou's smile returned. A fine sword is forged through grinding. I hope you won't let me down in the future. Feng Yixio bowed respectfully. Thank you for your guidance, Principal. I won't let you down. Principal Zhou reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a metallic business card, handing it to Feng Yixio. If you ever run into trouble, feel free to call me or bring this card to my office. Thank you for your concern, Principal. Feng Yixio accepted the card with both hands. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, but why are you being so kind to me? Principal Zhou didn't answer. Instead, he silently took his meal and returned to his seat. Feng Yixio, still pondering this peculiar encounter, picked up a plate of sashimi and went back to his own table. Was that Principal Zhou just now? Han Xiao asked curiously from beside him. Yeah, Feng Yixio replied absent-mindedly with a nod. You two seem close. Did you know him before? No, Feng Yixio said as he snapped out of his thoughts, pulling out the metallic card. But he gave me his card and said I could go to him if I ever needed help. What? Han Xiao looked stunned. Principal Zhou rarely hands out his business card, even most teachers don't have one. How did you manage that? Maybe I'm just too exceptional. Feng Yixio joked with a grin. Han Xiao and Shen Ruyu exchanged speechless glances. The three, driven by hunger, stayed in the cafeteria for over an hour, eating to their heart's content. Before leaving, they made sure to bid farewell to Principal Zhou, then took the elevator to head out. After the trio departed, Principal Zhou stood up and muttered to himself. Father wasn't wrong, these two really are promising spirit masters, and one of them even has an elemental spirit. But why were they placed in Class D? Looks like you'll need to have a word with Li Chang'an. As the grade director, letting a genius end up in Class D is absolutely unacceptable. With that, he strode out of the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Feng Yixio and his two companions, following the address on their room keys, began searching for their respective dormitories. Building A, Room 121. Feng Yixio muttered to himself, standing in front of the dormitory door and double-checking the information on his room card. As a top-tier high school under Qingyun Academy, the dormitory was indeed first class, with impeccable hygiene and state-of-the-art facilities. Just as he was about to push the door open, a burst of sharp laughter erupted from inside. Who's the country bumpkin here? That suitcase looks like a sack of potatoes. Oh wait, is this a mama's boy? Bringing a family portrait? How cute. And this sack, it seriously? It's hideous. Feng Yixio's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Without hesitation, he kicked the door open. The sight before him ignited an uncontrollable rage. Two boys dressed in designer clothes were rummaging through his belongings with no regard. Clothes and personal items were scattered all over the floor. One of them was even holding his only family portrait. Hearing the door slam, the two turned to look at Feng Yixio, their expressions still full of disdain, showing no sign of remorse. Put that down, Feng Yixio demanded, his voice trembling as he struggled to suppress his anger. Oh, so you're Feng Yixio, huh? Just a loser from Class D. What are you acting tough for? One of them sneered, standing up to confront him. They'll say it one more time, put the photo down. Feng Yixio's gaze turned icy cold. Among his few cherished possessions, the sachet given to him by Shinryu and this family portrait held the most meaning. Instead of complying, the boy smirked, tossed the sachet to the ground, and mocked. Do you even know who you're talking to? I'm a genius from Class J. You're just trash from Class D. Know your place. I'm the boss in this dorm. As he spoke, he raised his dusty shoe, aiming to stomp on the family portrait. At that moment, the warm smiles of his parents flashed vividly in Feng Yixio's mind. His pupils dilated, his heartbeat surged, and it felt as if countless ants were tearing through his veins, the pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Yet, as he watched the descending foot, he forced himself to stay alert. Just as the agony reached its peak, a surge of overwhelming thunderous power erupted from within him. Ding! Host detected in extreme condition. Bloodline awakening activated automatically. A familiar electronic voice echoed in his mind. Feng Yixio felt a transformation within him. His blood was no longer ordinary but pure, unrestrained lightning. In a flash, his figure vanished, leaving behind only faint crackles of electricity in the air. The next moment, he reappeared in front of his opponent. His lightning-charged fist tore through the air with a deafening roar. The boy barely had time to react, let alone defend himself, before the blow landed squarely on his chest with devastating force. Bang! Feng Yixio's fist landed heavily on the man's chest, sending him flying backward with the force of a speeding truck. The impact hurled him straight into the metal wardrobe behind him. The wardrobe, which was connected to the bed in one solid metal structure, instantly buckled and caved in. The man didn't even have time to cry out in pain before losing consciousness, his chest visibly sunken in from the blow. How dare you hurt my brother? You're asking for death. The man standing nearby turned pale with rage and immediately summoned his battle spirit, a massive earth elemental bull spirit. As soon as it appeared, the bull occupied a third of the dorm room space. Its blood-red eyes locked menacingly onto Feng Yixio. Moo! Without hesitation, the bull spirit charged at Feng Yixio, its sharp horns poised to impale. A direct hit would mean either death or months in the hospital. Too slow. Feng Yixio sneered, instantly releasing his own battle spirit. A serpent spirit shot out from his arm, coiling tightly around the man. Feng Yixio then flung out a magic spirit card. Spiked hedgehog armor of thorns. The serpent's body was instantly covered in countless sharp spikes, but Feng Yixio didn't go for the kill. Instead, he kept the spikes at a calculated distance, forming a menacing cage of thorns around the man. I was wrong. Please don't kill me. The man immediately caved, dropping to his knees and begging for mercy. His bull spirit was swiftly recalled, and with his life now entirely in Feng Yixio's hands, he dared not resist any further. Feng Yixio bent down to pick up a photo from the ground and carefully tucked it away before coldly demanding, "Speak, who sent you after me?" He had never met these two before. There had to be someone pulling the strings. No one. The man stammered, his voice shaking. Feng Yixio didn't waste words. He merely tightened the spiked cage slightly, the sharp thorns grazing the man's skin. Ah! The man screamed in pain before blurting out, "It was our roommate. He was the one who helped move your luggage in. It was already opened by the time it got here. He said you were trash from Class D and only got assigned to Dorm A through connections. Dorm A was typically reserved for Class A students, Dorm B for Class B, and so on. The first floor housed freshmen, the second floor sophomores, and the third floor seniors. His name is Li Qingyun, isn't it?" Feng Yixio asked through gritted teeth. "Yes, that's the name," the man shouted in panic. At that moment, Li Qingyun and Li Chang'an were leisurely making their way toward Dorm A. "Uncle, come on, walk a little faster. You don't want to miss the show," Li Qingyun said excitedly. "You brat, making me deal with a Class D nobody? What a joke." Li Chang'an responded darkly, his expression grim. "That guy's really something, not your average pushover. But no matter how strong he is, by now he's probably been taken care of by my two Class A roommates," Li Qingyun said, barely able to contain his excitement. "Was it him who took all your magic spirit cards in the Steel Forest?" Li Chang'an asked, narrowing his eyes. "That's right. It was that guy. Uncle, you have to stand up for me." Li Qingyuan's face was filled with grievance, his voice tinged with resentment. Li Chang'an pondered for a moment before responding. "All right, what do you want me to do? Later, you can use the excuse of fighting and expel that kid from Qingyun Academy." Li Qingyuan sneered, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Let's see if he dares to cross me again." "That's not much of an issue," Li Chang'an replied indifferently with a nod. "He's just a powerless orphan with a useless battle spirit. I doubt anyone will speak up for him." Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed through the hallway, reverberating against the empty walls. Haha! Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up with excitement. "That must be my two roommates teaching that brat a lesson. They sure went all out." He hurriedly rushed to the door of dorm 121, his steps quick with anticipation. But the scene before him left him utterly stunned. One of his roommates was knocked unconscious, slumped deep into a dented metal locker. The other was trapped in a spiked prison, trembling in fear, held captive by a fierce snake spirit. Meanwhile, Feng Yixio stood unscathed in the center of the room, lightning crackling and dancing around him. What is going on here?" Li Qingyuan froze, unable to comprehend the sight before him. In his imagination, Feng Yixio should have been on his knees, begging for mercy. His roommates were elites from Class A, wielding advanced battle spirits. How could they be so effortlessly subdued by a mere Class D student? "It's him. It's him!" The roommate trapped in the spiked cage shouted desperately, as if seeing a lifeline in Li Qingyuan's arrival. Hearing the commotion, Feng Yixio turned toward the doorway. His eyes locked onto Li Qingyuan, and fury ignited within him. "Perfect. I was just looking for you. And here you are, delivering yourself to me. Zayabela, grab him." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Zayabela transformed into a streak of lightning, ensnaring the unprepared Li Qingyuan in an instant. Sharp spikes emerged, trapping him completely. Li Chang'an rushed to the scene, his pace quickening when he saw the chaos inside the dorm. For a moment, even he was stunned by the carnage. It wasn't until Li Qingyuan's pitiful screams broke the silence that he snapped back to reality. "How dare you? Attacking someone right in front of me? Release him immediately." Li Chang'an roared, his fury erupting. "And what if I don't?" Feng Yixia's gaze was icy, his voice resolute. He was not one to start trouble, but neither would he back down when provoked. Li Qingyuan had crossed a line, and not even the heavens could sway him now. "As the grade director, I'm ordering you to release him at once, or you'll face the consequences." Li Chang'an's voice grew louder, clearly not expecting his authority to be so blatantly challenged. "Huh, do you think I'm easily intimidated?" Feng Yixio sneered, his grip tightening as he clenched his hand. The spiked cage suddenly contracted, and the sharp spikes pierced half a centimeter deep into Li Qingyuan's skin. The faint electric currents coursing through it made his agony unbearable. "Uncle, save me!" Li Kaiyuan screamed at the top of his lungs, his voice filled with despair. Surrounded by spikes, he couldn't move and could only cry out for help. You are courting death. Li Chang'an was utterly enraged. As the head of the grade, he normally wouldn't lower himself to fight a student, but at this moment, he set aside his pride and summoned the magic spirit codex. Greedy flame wolf, capture this brat for me. In an instant, a fiery red greedy flame wolf materialized and lunged toward Feng Yixio. Information about the opponent's battle spirit immediately surfaced in Feng Yixio's mind. Greedy flame wolf, a fire element battle spirit in its mature stage, level 4, rank 5. It possesses skills such as flame roar, blazing stab, blood frenzy, and inferno storm. A well-rounded fire-type attacker, its only weakness lies in its abdomen. The greedy flame wolf didn't use any special techniques. Instead, it directly charged at Feng Yixio's abdomen with its steel-hard head. So fast, Feng Yixio thought in alarm. Even though the greedy flame wolf wasn't a speed-type spirit, its mature stage strength far outclassed his own. No, I can't take this hedon. Feng Yixio made a swift decision. He allowed himself to fall to the ground, wrapping his right fist in lightning as he delivered a fierce punch to the wolf's vulnerable abdomen. Whimper. The greedy flame wolf missed its mark and was struck in its weak spot, letting out a pained howl. However, it quickly recovered, baring its fangs and glaring furiously at its opponent. Although Feng Yixio had landed a successful blow, his hand was burned by the wolf's fiery exterior, leaving a large blister. Damn it! So this is the power of a mature stage battle spirit? It's terrifying. Feng Yixio marveled internally. Not far away, Li Chang'an was so shocked that he exclaimed, This is bloodline communion. How is this possible? Wasn't his spirit supposed to be useless? He quickly composed himself, muttering under his breath, No, this won't do. Now that we've become enemies, I can't allow this brat to grow stronger. He'll be a threat in the future. Greedy flame wolf, use flame roar. Li Chang'an commanded mentally. His connection with the battle spirit was so seamless that he didn't need to speak aloud. He had already decided if the greedy flame wolf severely injured Feng Yixio, he would simply claim the spirit had lost control. The academy wouldn't punish a high-ranking staff member over a new student with no background. At most, he'd pay some compensation to settle the matter. The greedy flame wolf howled to the sky, unleashing a massive pillar of fire that surged toward Feng Yixio. Seeing this, the little white snake disobeyed its master's earlier command. It released Li Kaiyuan and rushed to Feng Yixio's side, using its spiked cage to shield him. At the critical moment, a massive figure burst through the window, leaping over Feng Yixio's head to stand protectively in front of him. A deafening lion's roar echoed through the room, silencing the entire world. Feng Yixio slowly opened his eyes to see a majestic lion wreathed in golden flames standing before him. Then, a familiar voice rang out from the window. What an impressive display of power! The esteemed Director Li, resorting to such ruthless tactics against a mere first-year student. Moments later, the figure gracefully leaped into the room. Principal Zhou, Feng Yixio blurted out. The man standing before them was a stark contrast to the gentle figure they had seen in the restaurant earlier. Principal Zhou now wielded a nearly tumtor-long flaming blade, its surface glowing a deep crimson as if freshly pulled from a forge, radiating an intense and suffocating heat. His very presence seemed to alter the temperature of the room, engulfing everyone in an oppressive wave of blistering heat. Principal Zhou, what brings you here? Li Chang'an stammered in terror. As a level 4 battle spirit master, he rarely feared anyone within the academy. However, Principal Zhou was one of the few exceptions. A level 5 battle spirit king, Principal Zhou's strength was on an entirely different plane. The gap between level 4 and level 5 was an insurmountable chasm, for level 5 warriors not only possessed unparalleled battle spirit power but also wielded spirit weapons, ascending to the rank of true spirit kings. Why am I here? Shouldn't I be asking you that? Principal Zhou's brows furrowed, his voice cold and sharp. He had originally gone to Li Chang'an's office to discuss Shun Ruyu's elemental spirit issues, only to find out that Li had come to Dormitory Building A. Following him here, Principal Zhou had witnessed the infuriating scene through the window. I wouldn't dare. Li Chang'an stuttered, sweat dripping profusely as his voice quivered. Wouldn't dare? You seemed plenty bold when you attacked a new student just now. A level 4 battle spirit master using battle spirit techniques against a level 1, how impressive. Principal Zhou's gaze was as sharp as a blade, his tone dripping with mockery. I. Li Chang'an struggled to form a coherent sentence. Since you dared to use a battle spirit technique on Feng Yixio, it's only fair I let you experience the power of a spirit weapon. Let's even the playing field, Principal Zhou sneered, raising his flaming blade. Heavenly Flame Slash. The strike seemed deceptively simple, its speed unremarkable, yet it exuded an inescapable sense of overwhelming pressure. As the blade descended, The room's temperature surged by several degrees. A blazing arc of fire cleaved straight through the center of the greedy flame wolf, splitting it cleanly in two. The wolf didn't even have time to let out a howl before it dissolved into a crimson streak of light, retreating back into Li Chang'an's spirit codex. Ugh! Li Chang'an coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. As a battle spirit master bound to his spirit, the devastating blow had inflicted severe damage on him as well. Li Chang'an stood before Principal Zhou, his face still brimming with anger, yet he couldn't utter a single word. What? Thinking of taking me on? Principal Zhou gently stroked the spiritual weapon in his hand, his voice cold and piercing. I wouldn't dare. Li Chang'an murmured hesitantly, lowering his head. Good. Only then did Principal Zhou retract the weapon. A flicker of spiritual light passed, and the weapon vanished without a trace. Nearby, Feng Yixia watched in stunned silence. It was his first time witnessing such a display of power. With just one strike, Principal Zhou had cleaved a maturistage war spirit clean in two. What was even more astonishing was that he seemed to be holding back. If he had gone all out, the entire dormitory building might have been split in half. So this is the strength of a war spirit king. Feng Yixia's mind churned with awe. Though his face remained calm, his heart was ablaze, just like the stifling heat of the dormitory air. I must become strong enough that no one can ever look down on me. Principal Zhou, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I have matters to attend to, Li Chang'an said weakly, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Not so fast. I have more to ask you. Principal Zhou strode toward the door and headed down the hallway. As soon as he stepped out, he noticed many students peeking out curiously, drawn by the earlier commotion. What are you staring at? Get back to your rooms. If anyone dares to spread rumors about today, you'll face the consequences under school rules. Principal Zhou's furious roar echoed like a thunderclap. Bang, bang, bang. Doors slammed shut in an instant, and no one dared to provoke his wrath. What are you standing there for? Come with me. Principal Zhou shot a cold glance at Li Chang'an. Yais. Li Chang'an replied meekly. Feng Yixio, stay here for now. I have something to discuss with you later, Principal Zhou said, his tone suddenly softening. Before leaving, he glanced at Li Qingyun and silently mouthed, teach him a lesson. Feng Yixio gave a nod and an okay gesture. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Li Qingyun tried to slip away as soon as Li Chang'an and Principal Zhou left. But Feng Yixio was ready, blocking his path in an instant. Run? Not a chance. What are you trying to do? This is a school. Don't do anything reckless. Li Qingyun stammered, trembling uncontrollably. Ha, now you remember this is a school? Feng Yixio sneered, dragging him into dorm room 121 and locking the door behind them. Some people really think they're untouchable when you give them an inch. Guess I'll have to show you your place. Lightning crackled around Feng Yixio's right fist, the sharp snapping sound enough to make anyone's blood run cold. Without hesitation, he swung his fist, landing a heavy blow squarely on Li Qingyun's face. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed down the hallway. Li Qingyun's body was thrown violently by an immense force, like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the dormitory door and leaving a visible dent. He spat out a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness, collapsing limply to the ground. Pathetic. I barely used any strength, and you're already out cold, Feng Yixio sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Li Qingyun sprawled on the floor. His gaze then shifted to the only conscious male student left in dorm 121, who stood frozen in shock. Did you see anything just now? Feng Yixio asked coldly. The student shivered and shook his head repeatedly. No, I didn't see anything. They were fighting each other. Mutual destruction. It has nothing to do with you. At least you're smart enough to know that. They'll let you keep your consciousness this time, Feng Yixio said with a satisfied smirk. Despite the fact that years under Dean Zhou Kangming's guidance had tempered his once rebellious nature, Feng Yixio had no qualms about sending someone to the hospital if they dared to provoke him. Meanwhile, at the far end of the hallway, Principal Zhou was deep in conversation with Director Li. The sudden loud noise made Li Chang'an's heart skip a beat. Principal Zhou, let me check what's going on, he said, suddenly recalling that he hadn't sent Li Qingyun away earlier. With Feng Yixia's strength, handling his nephew would be like an adult disciplining a child. Stay right there. Principal Zhou's thunderous voice stopped Li Chang'an in his tracks. Do you think I'm here for idle chatter? Li Chang'an froze, not daring to move. What urgent matter brings you here, Principal Zhou? He asked, quickly running through his recent work in his mind but failing to pinpoint any major mistakes. How many elemental spirits are there in our academy this year? Principal Zhou asked. 2 elemental spirits in Tatala Light Spirit and an Ice Spirit. Both are in Class A, serving as class president and vice president, Li Chang'an replied confidently. Are you sure about that? Principal Zhou exploded in anger. A genius who awakened a fire spirit was placed in Class D. How on earth are you managing as the grade director? Li Chang'an's pupils constricted as he hastily checked the student roster for Class D on his phone. Sure enough, the name of a fire spirit awakener stood out. Shin Ruoyu. You mean the girl who's on the same team as Feng Yixio? Li Chang'an exclaimed. Principal Zhou continued gazing at the distant high-rise buildings and said calmly, that's correct. It's her. But not just her, there's also Han Xiao, who's on their team. Trust me, you don't want to know his true identity. Last name Han. Li Chang'an muttered to himself, his brows furrowed deeply in thought. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, he looked up sharply. Could it be that Han family from the capital? Principal Zhou quickly made a silencing gesture, his eyes filled with meaning. You're a smart man. Some things are better left unsaid. As long as you understand, that's enough. I see. I'll arrange for the three of them to join class right away. Li Chang'an immediately stood up, ready to act. Hold on. Principal Zhou placed a firm hand on his shoulder, his voice steady and commanding. Do you think I'm unaware of the situation in Class D? That class's homeroom teacher is undoubtedly one of the best in our academy, wouldn't you agree? Hearing this, Li Chang'an's heart began to race, his eyes darting nervously. So, what are you suggesting? Whatever resources Class A has, Class D must have even more, not less, Principal Zhou said deliberately, enunciating each word. Do you understand what I mean? But the Academy's resources are limited. Li Chang'an's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Principal Zhou cut him off without hesitation. I don't care what you think. I care about what I think. This is your problem, not mine. I want results, not excuses. Understood. Li Chang'an responded weakly, his face ashen. He knew all too well what this meant. It would fall on him to make up for the resource gap in Class D out of his own salary. Even if it was just for those 3 students, it would cost him a significant portion of his income. Principal Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Good. As for the elemental spirits, I'll report to the headmaster myself. Anything else to report? No, nothing else. Then why are you still here? Do you expect me to invite you to dinner? Principal Zhou's voice rose sharply. In truth, he had long been dissatisfied with Li Chang'an. If not for the fact that the man was at least somewhat diligent in his work, he would have been dismissed long ago. Feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, Li Chang'an hurriedly fled the office. In just a few minutes of conversation, his shirt was already soaked with cold sweat. It wasn't just Principal Zhou's grasp of his weaknesses that unnerved him. It was the natural aura of authority and dominance the man exuded that left him trembling. Rushing straight to dorm 121, Li Chang'an pushed open the door and immediately saw Li Qingyun lying on the floor. The injured student's face was bloodied and mangled, his arm hanging weakly at his side. Even with modern medical advancements, such severe injuries would still require over a year to fully recover. Thinking of how his younger brother had specifically asked him to look after Li Qingyun, only for him to end up escorting the boy to the hospital, Li Chang'an was overcome with guilt. Just as Li Chang'an was about to lose his temper, a soft cough came from behind him. The sound carried an almost magical quality that instantly calmed him down. Without a word, he hoisted Li Qingyun onto his back and strode purposefully toward the dormitory entrance, ready to drive him straight to the hospital. Feng Yixio, seeing this, relaxed his defensive stance and let out a quiet sigh of relief. It was at this moment that Principal Zhou walked in with a smile, teasing, "You really don't hold back, do you, kid?" Just like the old man said, "You're quite the troublemaker." The old man? Feng Yixio looked puzzled, but a sudden realization dawned on him. His eyes widened in surprise as he blurted out, "Wait a second. Your last name is Zhou too? Are you Zhou Grandpa's son? Ha ha ha. You're not as slow as you look, huh?" Quick thinking. Principal Zhou laughed and nodded. "But how come I've never seen you before?" Feng Yixio asked, still confused. He had lived in the orphanage for 3 years, but had never met this man. All he knew was that Zhou Grandpa had a son, though the old man rarely mentioned him and seemed to harbor some resentment. Principal Zhou explained, "I spent the past few years in the military. It's only been about 6 months since I returned to Jiangshui City to take up the position of vice principal. I've been swamped with work and only recently found the time to plan a visit to the old man." "Ah, that explains it. No wonder I've never seen you," Feng Yixio said, finally understanding. Principal Zhou continued, "I've been away for so long, and I haven't been able to spend much time with him. Honestly, I'm grateful to you and Shinryu for keeping him company. When you first joined the orphanage, my father even called me, insisting that I take good care of you too. He said if I let you suffer any grievances, he wouldn't acknowledge me as his son anymore." "Principal Zhou, you don't need to say that," Feng Yixio replied with a shy smile. "If it weren't for Zhou Grandpa taking us in, we wouldn't be where we are today. It's us who owe him our gratitude." "All right, enough of that. I actually have something important to discuss with you." Principal Zhou cast a meaningful glance at the confused members of dorm 121 standing nearby. One of the students immediately understood, quickly hoisting his unconscious roommate and leaving the room, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Principal Zhou, what do you need to talk to me about? Feng Yishio asked curiously. Stop calling me Principal Zhou already. We're family here, so let's not be so formal. Just call me Uncle Zhou, Principal Zhou said with a slight frown. All right, Uncle Zhou. Feng Yishio quickly corrected himself. It's nothing too serious, Uncle Zhou said, his tone suddenly turning playful. But earlier, I thought I saw you activating bloodline communion. Was I seeing things? Could you show me again? Without hesitation, Feng Yishio summoned the power of thunder within him, channeling it into his right arm. In an instant, his arm was enveloped in visible arcs of lightning, crackling loudly. So it is bloodline communion. And with thunder power, no less. Uncle Zhou exclaimed, studying Feng Yixia's arm as if it were a masterpiece. What kind of luck does the old man have, raising not just one but two prodigies? Can I ask, what exactly is bloodline communion? Feng Yishio asked, still utterly baffled. Uncle Zhou's expression grew serious as he explained in a low voice. Bloodline communion is something that only occurs when the purity of a warrior's bloodline reaches an extraordinary level. Within the entire Battle Spirit Alliance, this phenomenon is known as the Origin Project. What is the Origin Project? Feng Yishio asked, his brows furrowed in confusion, his eyes reflecting genuine bewilderment. Principal Zhou's expression turned serious. The Origin Project is the highest classified operation of the Battle Spirit Alliance. Its purpose is to break the shackles of human evolution. Only the most exceptional geniuses are selected to participate. And what does that have to do with me? Feng Yishio asked, his confusion only deepening. As an ordinary student, he didn't even know where the headquarters of the Battle Spirit Alliance was, let alone anything about a secret project. It has everything to do with you, Principal Zhou said, his gaze sharp and unwavering as it locked onto Feng Yishio. The core of the Origin Project is bloodline communion. Normally, people require special serums and extreme trials to have even the slightest chance of awakening their bloodline. But you are an anomaly. Feng Yishio fumbled for words, trying to explain. Just saw someone about to destroy my only family photo. I got emotional and then, it just happened. Though he trusted Principal Zhou, he understood the dangers of revealing too much. The secret of his system was one he intended to take to his grave. This only proves how pure your battle spirit bloodline is, Principal Zhou said with a nod of approval. Although your current level is just the first stage, you're already far ahead of your peers. What's a gene lock? Feng Yishio asked, his curiosity piqued. Principal Zhou patiently explained. Think about it. In this vast, untamed wilderness, all creatures are evolving, yet humanity remains stagnant. Doesn't that strike you as odd? But haven't we awakened our battle spirit bloodlines? Feng Yishio countered. Awakening a battle spirit bloodline is merely a talent for summoning spirits. It's not true evolution, Principal Zhou clarified. Research shows that humans aren't incapable of evolving. We simply haven't met the conditions necessary for it. Other creatures live in the wild, constantly facing life and death struggles. In such extreme situations, it's easier to unlock the gene lock. Success leads to evolution. Failure means death. Feng Yixia's eyes widened in realization. So, because humans live in safe societies without those life and death experiences, we've lost the means to unlock the gene lock? Exactly. The Origin Project was created to test this theory, Principal Zhou continued. But humans, as advanced beings, have gene chains that are far more complex than other creatures. Only those with extremely pure battle spirit bloodlines can withstand the backlash of evolution. Ordinary people would die if they tried. Feng Yishio recalled the moment of his awakening, a shiver running through him. No wonder I felt my heart racing and my veins about to burst. If it weren't for sheer willpower, I might have blacked out. Principal Zhou gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. But you didn't. You succeeded. And not just that, you awakened the formidable power of thunder. Your future is limitless. Does everyone's bloodline communion ability differ? Feng Yishio asked. Of course. Whatever attribute your battle spirit possesses, that's the power your bloodline communion will awaken. Since your snake spirit is thunder-based, you awaken the power of thunder. If I were to awaken, it would be the power of fire. Have you awakened, Uncle Zhou? Feng Yishio asked earnestly. Principal Zhou laughed heartily, ruffling Feng Yixia's hair. You little rascal, my talent is decent, but am nowhere near the level of those geniuses in the Origin Project. Besides, at my age, I'd rather not gamble my life. Being a vice principal suits me just fine. Suddenly, the door to dorm room 121 was kicked open with a loud bang. A furious voice roared. Who dares mess with my brother? Step forward now. Feng Yishio looked blankly at the figure who had suddenly barged into the dormitory. It was none other than Han Xiao, who had rushed over after hearing the news. Seeing Han Xiao's familiar figure, Feng Yishio felt a wave of warmth in his heart, but it was quickly replaced by a sense of awkwardness. He hastily covered his eyes and said helplessly, Brother Han, as long as I don't bully others, who could possibly bully me? Han Xiao glanced around at the dormitory, which was now in complete disarray, and found himself at a loss for words. But when his eyes landed on Principal Zhou standing next to Feng Yixio, he immediately straightened his posture and greeted respectfully. Good day, Principal Zhou. Ha ha ha, Feng Yixio. You've really got yourself a loyal brother. Principal Zhou chuckled with a knowing smile. Please don't laugh at us, Uncle Zhou. My brother Han has always been like this, Feng Yixio said, scratching his head with an embarrassed smile. Principal Zhou pondered for a moment, his expression turning serious. Do you need me to arrange a different dormitory for you? It might be a bit complicated, though. After all, on your very first day, you've already sent 2 of your roommates to the hospital. I doubt any other dorm would dare take you in. What? Feng, on your first day, you sent 2 students from Class A to the hospital? That's brutal. Han Xiao exclaimed in shock. Though he had always known his brother was skilled, he hadn't expected him to be this formidable. Feng Yixio mumbled under his breath. How was I supposed to know they'd go down so easily? I didn't even use much strength. In that case, just move into my dorm. Han Xiao suggested without hesitation. I live alone anyway, and it gets pretty boring. I'll reluctantly take you in. You live alone? Did you also send your roommate to the hospital? Feng Yixio asked, his eyes wide with surprise. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? I'm not as intense as you. I live in the student apartments, 120 square meter one, just for me. Student apartments? And 120 square meters? This school has places like that? Feng Yixio looked utterly bewildered, marveling at the perks of the wealthy. What's wrong? Is it too small? Should we arrange a standalone villa instead? Han Xiao leaned in close and whispered into Feng Yixio's ear. No need. If it's too big, they'll be scared it's haunted. Feng Yixio quickly waved his hands, declining the offer. Seeing that the accommodation issue was resolved, Principal Zhou stood up and prepared to leave. This works out well. It's good for you 2 to look after each other. The opening ceremony is tomorrow, and I still have preparations to make, so we'll take my leave now. As soon as Principal Zhou left, Han Xiao stared at Feng Yixio suspiciously. Spill it. Are you secretly Principal Zhou's illegitimate son? Why else would he treat you so well? Feng Yixio flicked Han Xiao on the forehead. What nonsense. I'm Feng, and he's Zhou. How could that even be possible? Ouch. Han Xiao yelped, clutching his forehead. Fair point. But seriously, why is he so nice to you? Because his father is my grandpa Zhou. Isn't it normal for him to treat me well? Feng Yixio explained casually. And you still claim you are not his illegitimate son? Han Xiao said, wearing a smug, knowing expression. Feng Yixio shook his head in exasperation and sighed. Great. Now there's no way I can explain this clearly. After Feng Yixio's patient explanation, Han Xiao finally understood the relationship between him and Principal Zhou. The 2 chatted as they walked, and before long, they arrived at the student apartments. Compared to the regular dormitories, this place was far superior, with a serene and tranquil environment. We're here. This will be our home from now on, Han Xiao said, swiping a keycard to open the door. What greeted them was a luxurious duplex apartment that left Feng Yixio momentarily stunned. The apartment had 2 floors. On the first floor was a spacious living room and a fully equipped kitchen, while the second floor featured 2 elegantly decorated bedrooms. Wow, this place is ridiculously fancy. How much does it cost per month? Feng Yixio asked, trying to stay composed as he sipped his tea. Not expensive at all, just 10,000 a month, Han Xiao replied casually, lounging on the leather sofa. Despite his mental preparation, Feng Yixio couldn't hold it in and sprayed tea everywhere. 10,000 a month? Han Xiao sighed and grabbed a tissue to wipe the tea off his face. Relax, I've already paid for a year's rent. You don't need to chip in. Well, I feel bad about that. How about I pitch in just a little? Feng Yixio mumbled through a bite of an apple. And how much is a little? 10%? Han Xiao teased. What? What did you just say? Sorry, I didn't catch that. Feng Yixio feigned ignorance. Never mind. Han Xiao laughed and tossed him a key card. Just enjoy your stay here. After all, you promised to help me become the Holy Spirit King, so you're responsible for me. Responsible? Of course. I always keep my word, Feng Yixio said confidently as he caught the card. As night fell, the 2 retreated to their respective rooms to rest. While showering, Feng Yixio noticed his body had undergone a remarkable transformation. His skin was smooth, his muscles were well defined, and though he was still lean, he now possessed that ideal physique. Slim in clothes, muscular without. Is this the result of the bloodline awakening? Not bad at all. He admired himself in the mirror with a self-satisfied grin. Lying in bed, Feng Yixio suddenly sat up with a burst of energy. Now's the perfect time to study the system's card fusion function. He summoned the Magic Spirit Codex and retrieved all his spirit cards to obtain from defeating magical beasts, one gifted by Grandpa Zhou, and another snatched from Li Kaiyuan. For Iron Tier spirit cards, let's start by fusing 2 of them, he muttered, selecting the spiked armor from the thorned hedgehog and the venomous fong from the bamboo green snake. As he held the two cards in his hands, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! 2 Iron Tier Spirit cards detected. Fusion available to create 1 Bronze Tier Spirit card. Proceed with fusion? This time, Feng Yixio didn't hesitate. Yes, he declared. Suddenly, a unique fusion interface appeared before Feng Yixio's eyes. The interface featured 2 card slots, the left side labeled Main Card and the right side Support Card, clearly designed for placing magic spirit cards. This must be used to determine the primary direction of the fusion. Feng Yixio thought for a moment before deciding to place the sharp-spiked hedgehog Jinjia in the left main card slot, while another card was placed in the right support card slot. Magic spirit cards have been placed. Would you like to initiate fusion? The system's prompt sounded. Initiate fusion. Feng Yixio commanded decisively. With a roar, the fusion interface suddenly burst into a dazzling light. The empty slot above shone with a brilliant yellow glow, as if it were nurturing a new card. In those brief 10 seconds, Feng Yixio felt the spiritual energy within his body drain rapidly, leaving him utterly depleted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful fusion. You have obtained a bronze-level magic spirit card. Steel Hedgehog Jinjia. Accompanied by the system's notification, a brand new card materialized before Feng Yixio. Phew! This really consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Just one card used up 3/4 of my energy, Feng Yixio said, wiping the sweat from his forehead and panting heavily. This experience made him realize that the process of magic spirit card fusion was not fully automated, but required the user's spiritual energy. His initial plan to mass-produce magic spirit cards was now shattered, let alone the ambitious goal of synthesizing a gold-level card that would not only exhaust his spiritual energy but also likely destroy the silver-level cards used as materials. Looks like you really have to take things one step at a time. There's no such thing as getting everything in one go, Feng Yixio muttered with a self-deprecating smile. Carefully, he retrieved the newly fused bronze-level magic spirit card and examined it closely. The card felt substantial in his hand, and the magical beast illustration on the card had evolved from the sharp-spiked hedgehog to the steel hedgehog. The most noticeable change was its armor. What were once small, nail-like spikes had transformed into sharp, blade-like swords, significantly enhancing its power. So this is the might of a bronze magic spirit card. Truly impressive. Feng Yixio marveled with excitement. He could already imagine how much more devastating Xiao Bai's attacks would be with this card. He considered waking up Han Xiao to help upgrade the Iron Beetle Tiejia card, but seeing that the lights were off in the room across from his and hearing faint snores, he decided against it. Forget it, there's plenty of time for that later. Finally, Feng Yixio packed up his belongings and gently placed the family photo and the scented sachet gifted by Yuer under his pillow. With everything in place, he drifted off to sleep peacefully. At exactly 5:30 in the morning, the alarm clock rang. Feng Yixio immediately woke up and began his daily, unwavering 30-minute meditation routine. Afterward, he went to wake up his roommate, Han Xiao. The two shared breakfast together and then headed early to the plaza where the opening ceremony was to be held. The plaza was already bustling with a crowd of new students. Feng Yixio quickly spotted Shinryu amidst the crowd and sat beside her at her invitation. Scanning the area, he estimated there were about 300 freshmen in attendance, a testament to the rigorous nature of the second round of the martial examination. After all, not everyone gifted with the talent of the battle spirit bloodline could become a revered battle spirit master. The freshmen were divided into 4 groups, clearly based on class assignments. Within the Ding class group, where Feng Yixio was placed, most students seemed disinterested. It wasn't surprising being assigned to the last class made it difficult to maintain enthusiasm. Principal Zhou stood on the podium and began his speech. Greetings, students. Congratulations on officially becoming members of Qingyun Academy. I believe that through your efforts in the coming years, you will all grow into exceptional individuals capable of standing on your own. It was the same principal who had met with Feng Yixio and others the previous day. His oratory skills were impressive, managing to hold everyone's attention for over an hour. Finally, Principal Zhou concluded, class advisors will now lead their respective students to their classrooms. Remember, do not underestimate yourselves just because you were placed in a lower-ranked class. Every year, there are students who rise from these classes to achieve greatness. With hard work, opportunities are always within reach. Good luck. Afterward, 5 teachers descended from the stage, and the only female among them approached Ding class. She looked incredibly young. Without her purple teacher's uniform, she could easily be mistaken for a senior student. Standing around 5 feet 9 inches 175 centimeters, she had a tall and graceful figure even without high heels. Her long purple hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her appearance was flawless. Even Shinryu, a beauty in her own right, couldn't help but admire her. Most striking of all were her amethyst-like eyes, captivating yet intimidating, exuding a sense of allure that kept people at a respectful distance. The male students couldn't help but gawk, whispering in awe, "The teacher. She's stunning." Standing before the Ding class group, she introduced herself in a clear, melodious voice. "Hello, everyone. My name is Jialan Ziyu, but you can call me Teacher Jialan." Feng Yixio keenly noticed that her gaze lingered on him for a moment, as if intentionally or unintentionally. Under Teacher Jialan's guidance, the group arrived at their classroom on the first floor. The building was a massive circular structure, with a doorplate bearing the character Ding. The classroom itself was surprisingly spacious, large enough to accommodate all the students. The entire first floor was dedicated to classrooms for the first-year students. This teaching style resembles that of a university more than a traditional high school. In the classroom, students are free to choose their seats, and Feng Yixio naturally sat with Shenruyu and Han Xiao. "Hello, everyone." The teacher standing at the podium greeted them with a smile. "Allow me to introduce myself again. My name is Jialan Ziyu. Over the next 3 years, I hope we can grow and improve together." As she spoke, she carefully wrote her name on the blackboard. "Teacher, would like to know what your battle spirit is." A voice filled with curiosity and excitement rose from the students below. To these students, having a powerful teacher meant greater opportunities for growth. Jialan Ziyu raised her hand to signal for quiet and said solemnly, "My battle spirit is the Violet Flame King Cobra, and I am a level 4, rank 8 battle spirit master." As soon as she said this, the classroom erupted. "Oh my gosh, are we in the wrong class? Is this class A? Why would someone on the verge of becoming a battle spirit king teach class D?" Students exclaimed in disbelief, with some even rushing to the door to check the class designation. The students were especially astonished when they thought of the terrifying fire poison abilities of the Violet Flame King Cobra. "Silence!" Jialan Ziyu suddenly released a wave of powerful energy, immediately silencing the room. She scanned the classroom and continued, "You're not in the wrong class. This is indeed Class D. But I don't want you to limit yourselves. Being in Class D now doesn't mean you'll always be inferior. In my eyes, there's no difference between Class A and Class D. If you work hard, surpassing Class A is not just a dream." Though her words were meant to encourage, they ignited a fire in the students' hearts. The previously lazy atmosphere vanished, replaced by a surge of enthusiasm. "Our Class D has 92 students, making it a super large class. It will be difficult for me to manage everything on my own. Is there anyone who would like to volunteer as class monitor?" Jialan Ziyu asked. This number was indeed the largest, far surpassing Class A, which had the fewest students. After all, the chances of awakening a lower-tier battle spirit were much higher than awakening a high-tier one. "Teacher Jialan, I'd like to be the class monitor." As soon as she finished asking, a student raised their hand. "Wonderful. You're very enthusiastic. Please introduce yourself so everyone can get to know you." Jialan Ziyu said with a smile. The class monitor, being the core of the class, would need to undergo some assessment before taking up the role. The student stood up and said, "Hello, everyone. My name is Ning Chun, and my battle spirit is a wind-type spirit hound." "Very good." Jialan Ziyu once again scanned the classroom. "Is there anyone else who would like to compete for the position of class monitor? Who in their right mind would want to be the class monitor? It's all work and no thanks." Feng Yixio muttered under his breath, looking down. Just then, a hand suddenly grabbed his wrist and yanked his arm into the air. "Great. The student in the white shirt, please introduce yourself." Teacher Jialan Ziyu's face lit up with excitement. Feng Yixio shot a desperate glance at Han Xiao, who was sitting beside him. He never expected that his so-called best friend would throw him under the bus at such a crucial moment. "Excuse me, student? Are you even listening to me?" Jialan Ziyu asked again when Feng Yixio didn't respond. "Yes, I am, teacher. My name is Feng Yixio, and my battle spirit is of the lightning type, a snake spirit," Feng Yixio said reluctantly as he stood up to introduce himself. He silently vowed to teach Han Xiao a lesson after class for laughing at his misfortune. As soon as the words lightning type left his mouth, the entire class eyes lit up with anticipation. But when they heard snake spirit, their excitement instantly faded. "Tisich, you scared me for a second there. I thought we had a genius in our class. Turns out it's just a useless battle spirit." Ning Qian, who was preparing to run for class monitor, breathed a sigh of relief, his tone dripping with disdain. Although he also had a low-level battle spirit, at least it had the potential to evolve into a complete form, slim as the chance might be. In his eyes, his battle spirit was far superior to this so-called trash. While he wouldn't dare to act so arrogant in Class C, in Class D, he felt confident enough to flaunt his superiority. "Ning, watch your attitude." Jialan Ziyu's expression turned stern. "There are no useless battle spirits, only useless battle spirit masters. If I hear you say something like that again, they'll personally throw you out of Class D." Ning Chun quickly apologized, though the contempt in his eyes remained unchanged. Seeing no other volunteers for the election, Jialan Ziyu announced, "Then the two of you will compete. The winner will become the class monitor." The two stepped onto the spacious platform at the front of the classroom. Just as Jialan Ziyu was about to start the match, Han Xiao stood up cautiously. Teacher, won't this be dangerous for the other students? Don't worry, it'll go easy on him. Ningchen sneered dismissively. Ah, my dear classmate, you've misunderstood. I was trying to save you. But since you insist, never mind. Han Xiao sighed dramatically, as if he could already foresee Ning Qin's impending misfortune. They'll ensure their safety, Jialan Ziyu reassured the class. Both participants summoned their battle spirits at the same time. Ning Qin's battle spirit was noticeably larger than Feng Yixia's snake spirit and let out a low growl as it appeared, its gaze fixed menacingly on the little white serpent. In an instant, Feng Yixia's mind was filled with all the information about his opponent's battle spirit. It was a wind-type spirit named Canine Spirit, classified as a juvenile spirit at level 1, stage 1. It possessed two skills, bite and gale step. To advance to its growth phase, specific conditions had to be met. Are you sure you want that little worm of yours to compete against my canine spirit? Ning Chen scoffed, a mocking smile on his face. His canine spirit had already assumed an attack stance, its forelegs slightly bent, ready to pounce at any moment. Feng Yixio's lips curled into a faint smirk as he thought to himself, perfect. I can use this opportunity to test the power of my bronze-grade magic spirit card. If you're going to fight, then fight. What's with all the pointless chatter? Feng Yixio replied coldly. He hadn't been particularly interested in the position of class monitor, but Ning Qin's repeated insults had left him with no choice. If he didn't teach him a lesson, others might start thinking they could challenge him without consequence. Fine, I'll let you make the first move, so you can't say I bullied your little worm, Ning Chun said, crossing his arms confidently, as if victory was already his. He was eager to establish his authority in front of the students and saw defeating such a weak battle spirit as the perfect opportunity. The students watching from below began to chatter among themselves. Who do you think will win? Isn't it obvious? How could a pet snake possibly beat a canine spirit? Exactly. A snake without venom is no different from a tiger without teeth. Almost everyone doubted Feng Yixio's chances. After all, his snake spirit had a less than stellar reputation. Xiabela, it's your turn to shine, Feng Yixio commanded. In an instant, Xiabela transformed into a streak of lightning, darting nimbly across the platform. Though the canine spirit was a wind type known for its speed, it was no match for the lightning-fast Xiabela. The snake spirit's natural flexibility and unpredictable movements allowed it to slip past the canine spirit repeatedly without a scratch. Ridiculous. Are you just going to keep playing around with that mud eel? Is dodging all it can do? Ning Chun bellowed, his eyes blazing with frustration. Canine spirit. Use gale step? Left with no other choice, Ning Chun activated one of his spirit skills. The canine spirit's limbs were instantly enveloped in swirling wind, doubling its speed. Compete in speed? You must be joking, Feng Yixio sneered. Xiabela, show him what real speed looks like. Use arc lightning strike. Xiabela burst into a dazzling streak of lightning, its body crackling with electricity as it traced perfect arcs through the air. It seemed to toy with the canine spirit, flashing back and forth in front of its eyes. Despite its enhanced speed, the wind-type canine spirit couldn't even catch a glimpse of Xiabela's shadow. Alright, that's enough playing around. Let's end this. Death coil. Feng Yixio yawned, as if bored by the spectacle. The little white tower appeared above the canine spirit like a swift, coiling serpent. Its massive body quickly wrapped around the opponent, firmly binding it. The canine spirit's whimpers grew weaker under the tightening force. Meanwhile, Ning Chun, as the spirit warrior, was also suffering. Cold sweat streamed down his face, which was flushed red from the backlash of his spirit's injuries. Sigh. I told you, you're no match for me. Xiao Bailu, let it go, Feng Yixio said with a shake of his head. We're all classmates and we'll have to get along in the same class. There's no need to make things so unpleasant. However, as soon as Xiao Bailu loosened its grip, the canine spirit pounced like a frenzied beast, pinning Xiao Bailu with its sharp claws. Jialan Ziyu was just about to turn and declare Feng Yixio the victor, unaware of the sudden turn of events behind her. Heh. All's fair in battle. The class monitor position is mine. Ning Chen's face twisted with madness. Green Mamba Venom Fong armament. Little dog, use bite. This scene shocked Han Xiao and Shen Ruyu, who stood up in alarm. Ning Chun not only launched a sneak attack, but also intended to have his venomous canine spirit bite Xiao Bailu. If the bite landed, it would undoubtedly cause severe injury. Brother Feng, watch out! Shen Ruyu shouted as she prepared to summon her fire spirit, ready to make Ning Chun pay the price. Feng Yixio frowned upon hearing this. He had intended to show mercy, but his opponent was pushing his limits. Taking 3 steps back, he gave a cold command. Xiao Bailu, curl up immediately. Steel porcupine sword armor armament. In an instant, Xiao Bailu transformed into a steel porcupine, countless sharp blades extending from its body and covering a 2-meter radius. The lunging canine spirit was instantly pierced through, dissipating into white spiritual light as it returned to Ning Qin's spirit grimoire. The sword stopped just 1 millimeter from Ning Qin's pupils, leaving him trembling violently as his legs gave way. Feng Yixio approached, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. Hey, in the face of absolute strength, don't you think your little schemes are laughable? Terrified, Ning Chan fell to his knees, his voice quivering. I'm sorry. From now on, you're the class monitor. If you tell me to go left, I won't dare to go right. You'd better use that cleverness of yours against other classes in the future, Feng Yixio said, his tone laced with authority. If I ever catch you pulling something like this against your own classmates again, I won't let you off so easily. In this world, one truth has remained constant throughout history. The strong reign supreme. Before the advent of the Great Wilderness era, strength might have been defined differently. But ever since this era began, strength is determined by one thing whose fists are harder. Feng Yixio looked at the power unleashed by his move just now and felt a surge of surprise. The impact seemed far greater than he had anticipated. Could it be due to activating his bloodline's spiritual connection? He made a mental note to find an opportunity to consult teacher Jialan Ziyu about this. The winner of the recent duel is Feng Yixio. Does anyone else want to challenge him? Jialan Ziyu asked as she recovered from her shock, her eyes scanning the entire class. The classroom instantly fell silent. The students exchanged uneasy glances and shook their heads. Teacher, you've got to be kidding, someone finally blurted out. Feng Yixio is way too strong. We're struggling to get our hands on even iron-level magic spirit cards, and he's already using bronze-level ones. There's no way we can compete. The other students nodded in agreement, their gazes filled with admiration as they looked at Feng Yixio. With such a powerful class leader, they felt they wouldn't have to endure humiliation at the academy anymore. Alright, if no one else wishes to challenge Feng Yixio, then I officially declare him the leader of Class D. Jialan Ziyu began to announce, but she paused as she noticed Feng Yixio winking at Shinryu. Catching on, Shinryu subtly nudged Han Xiao's arm, making him raise his hand. Jialan Ziyu immediately noticed the student with his hand up. It seems we have a courageous volunteer. Please come forward and introduce yourself, she said with a smile. Han Xiao stared in confusion, shooting an exasperated glare at the grinning Shinryu beside him. Left with no choice, he walked up to the podium. Hello everyone. My name is Han Xiao, and my battle spirit is an Earth-type turtle spirit. The class erupted in applause, cheering for his bravery. Han Xiao summoned his battle spirit, Little 8, which appeared and immediately spotted Feng Yixia's little white tower on the opposite side. With a friendly wave of its tiny paw, Little 8 greeted the other spirit. Little white tower cheerfully swayed its body in response. Han Xiao mouthed to Feng Yixio. You set me up. Feng Yixio mouthed back with a smirk. I call it returning the favor. Han Xiao wasn't too worried. His battle spirit lacked any offensive abilities and had no chance of defeating Feng Yixio. The class leader position was destined to be Feng Yixia's. What Han Xiao didn't know, however, was that Feng Yixio had already devised 100 ways to ensure Han Xiao would win. Feng Yixio gave Little White Tower a subtle look, and the spirit nodded adorably. It then rolled toward Little 8 like a rolling pin. Innocent and naive, Little 8 thought the other spirit was coming over to play and stared at the approaching Little White Tower with a clueless expression. Xiaoba affectionately rubbed its head against Xiao Bailu's body, occasionally pawing at it gently. Just then, Xiao Bailu made an unexpected move. It suddenly sprang up with remarkable agility, leaping straight into Xiao Ba's open mouth. It then pretended to be gravely injured, its forked tongue weakly flicking out. Feng Yixio immediately joined in on the act, feigning a grievous injury as he stared at Han Xiao in shock. Such incredible bite force, I admit defeat. This sudden and bizarre turn of events left both Xiao Ba and Han Xiao utterly dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Is this even allowed? The same astonishment rippled through the class below the stage. Jialan Ziyu and the students were all left slack-jawed, staring at the absurd scene. Though Jialan Ziyu could tell Feng Yixio was intentionally throwing the match, she didn't call him out. Since Feng Yixio has conceded, I hereby declare that the position of class monitor will go to Han Xiao. Wait a minute. Han Xiao finally snapped out of his daze. He glanced at Feng Yixio with a mix of exasperation and amusement before shouting loudly. Han Xiao, is there something you'd like to say? Jialan Ziyu asked with a smile. I want to report something. Han Xiao declared seriously. Report what? And who? Jialan Ziyu asked, her curiosity piqued. Han Xiao shot a triumphant look at Feng Yixio, then grinned and said, I want to nominate Shinryu. She's an elemental spirit, and there's no one in our class more qualified to be class monitor than her. The moment he said this, Class D erupted into chaos. Even the teacher struggled to restore order. The students exclaimed in disbelief. What? We have an elemental spirit in our class? Is this really Class D? Am I in the wrong class? We're classmates with an elemental spirit prodigy? First we had a bronze tier magic spirit card, and now an elemental spirit? How are we supposed to compete with this? Jialan Ziyu was taken aback. She turned her gaze to Shen Ruyu, scrutinizing her closely. She recalled that Principal Zhou had specifically asked her to look out for Feng Yixio, Shen Ruyu, and Han Xiao, though he hadn't explained why. Now it all made sense. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Any lingering dissatisfaction she had about being assigned to Class D instantly vanished. Shen Ruyu, is what Han Xiao said true? Jialan Ziyu asked directly. Shen Ruyu reluctantly stood up, shooting a sharp glare at Han Xiao. Teacher, it's true. My battle spirit is one of the elemental spirits, specifically the fire spirit. As she spoke, she summoned her magic spirit tome, and the fire spirit materialized in midair. Its appearance caused the room's temperature to spike dramatically, rendering the air conditioning useless. Jialan Ziyu's tone grew serious. If that's the case, I don't believe there's any battle spirit in our class stronger than yours. It's only fitting for you to take the role of class monitor. Does anyone have any objections? No objections. The entire class replied in unison, shaking their heads vigorously like rattles. Faced with the overwhelming power of an elemental spirit, especially a formidable fire spirit, nobody dared to voice dissent. Jialan Ziyu announced the class officer appointments. Shenryu will serve as the class monitor, and Han Xiao as the vice monitor. I hope you both take on your responsibilities, unite your classmates, maintain class discipline, and assist the teachers. As soon as she finished speaking, the bell rang, marking the end of the morning lessons. The schedule at Zhangling Academy is vastly different from that of ordinary schools. Classes here often span the entire morning or afternoon without breaks, and students who need to use the restroom can simply leave through the back door. After all, cultivation emphasizes self-discipline, and the academy doesn't impose excessive restrictions. However, failing the final assessments means students cannot graduate. Everyone, make sure to eat lunch quickly and be back on time for the afternoon class. Don't be late, Jialan Ziyu reminded the class before leaving the room. As soon as Jialan Ziyu walked out, Shenryu angrily stood up, summoning her battle spirit and charging straight at Han Xiao. Han Xiao backed away, pleading, "Don't do anything crazy. It's not like I didn't have a reason. Only reported you because you got me in trouble first. I don't want to hear it." Shenryu shouted furiously as she chased after him. Feng Yixio, noticing the commotion, quickly followed them. When he caught up, he saw that Han Xiao's hair had been transformed into a comical foil perm. "Whoa, brother Han. Are you trying to go for the bad boy look?" Feng Yixio teased. "Shut up. I haven't even dealt with you yet. I can't believe you're such a good actor." Han Xiao grumbled through clenched teeth. "If you hadn't set me up, why would I need to act? This is called karma." Feng Yixio replied, placing an arm around Han Xiao's shoulder and leading the group toward the Qingyun restaurant. Shenryu grinned mischievously. "Brother Han, since you tried to trick us earlier, don't you think you owe us something?" "What do you mean by owe?" Han Xiao asked with a troubled expression. "It's simple, third floor of the restaurant." Feng Yixio chimed in smoothly. Han Xiao glanced at Shenryu and muttered under his breath, "Oh, come on. I didn't realize you all had such big appetites, especially third sister. How does someone so slim eat more than me?" Before he could finish, Han Xiao felt a chill on the left side of his neck and intense heat on the right. Xiao Bailu and Huohua were glaring at him menacingly. Gulp. Han Xiao immediately gave in. "Fine. Eat as much as you want. Don't hold back. It's on me." After feasting to their heart's content, Feng Yixio managed to convince the two to hand over their magic spirit cards. He promised them a surprise in the afternoon, though it might be more of a shock. Back at the student dormitory, he locked himself in his room. It was only 12:30, leaving him with an hour and a half before the 2 p.m. class. Yuera mentioned that she wanted this magic spirit card, so Feng Yixio decided to make it his main card. He carefully activated the fusion interface again, placing a gray iron level magic spirit card into the main card slot and inserting an ordinary card into the secondary slot. Ding! The system notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. Fusion successful. You have obtained a bronze-level magic spirit card. Crimson Flame Sparrow Qingyun." Next, he crafted another bronze-level magic spirit card for Han Xiao, Sacred Beetle Xingjia. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Feng Yixio let out a long sigh of relief. Creating these two bronze-level magic spirit cards had taken him over an hour, but he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his spiritual energy had grown significantly during the process. It seemed like he was on the verge of breaking through to Tier 1, Stage 2. Who would have thought that fusing cards could aid in cultivation? "That's an unexpected bonus," Feng Yixio remarked, tidying his clothes before suddenly pulling the door open. Bang! A figure tumbled to the ground in front of him. Looking closely, he realized it was Han Xiao. "Han Xiao, what are you doing kneeling here in broad daylight? Are you paying me some grand respect?" Feng Yixio quickly helped him up, teasing him with a grin. Han Xiao rubbed his back as he stood up slowly. I saw a strange light coming from your room and thought it was on fire. What nonsense. Feng Yishio shook his head helplessly. Casually, he tossed a bronze-level magic spirit card to Han Xiao. Here, consider this your rent payment. No need to thank me. Eh? A bronze-level magic spirit card? Sacred beetle Qingyun. Han Xiao stared at the card in his hand, utterly stunned. Where did you get this? Well, that's a secret. If you don't want it, give it back. Feng Yishio teased, pretending to reach for the card. Hey, who gives something away and then takes it back? Of course, I want it. Han Xiao quickly tucked the card away. Since Feng Yishio wasn't willing to elaborate, he didn't press further. After all, everyone had their own secrets. But seriously, you're a young master from the capitalist superrich second-generation heir. Why not just buy some high-level magic spirit cards yourself? Feng Yishio asked, genuinely curious. Han Xiao's expression turned serious. You don't understand. Magic spirit cards are critical strategic resources for battle spirit masters. The government strictly prohibits private merchants or families from hoarding or selling them, and that includes my Han family. It's meant to ensure that lower-level battle spirit masters can earn the cards they need to advance, preventing monopolization by higher-level battle spirit masters. It also safeguards these strategic resources from falling into foreign hands. So, that means there's no way to make money from this? Feng Yishio said, disappointed. What? You're actually thinking about selling these precious cards for profit? Brother, you're killing me here. Han Xiao looked at him in disbelief before patiently explaining. While direct sales are forbidden, you can exchange them for alliance coins through the Battle Spirit Alliance. The Alliance is the only official organization authorized to manage such exchanges. Alliance credits? What are those? Feng Yishio asked, frowning as confusion flickered in his eyes. Can they be exchanged for money? Han Xiao sighed at the question, a trace of helplessness crossing his face. After a brief pause, he explained, Alliance credits are like contribution points for Battle Spirit Masters. You earn them by completing tasks assigned by the Battle Spirit Alliance. Of course, you can also exchange magic spirit cards or magical beast crystal cores for them. Oh, I see. Feng Yishio nodded thoughtfully, but he quickly realized Han Xiao hadn't addressed the question he cared about the most. He pressed on, so, can they be exchanged for money or not? Han Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Alliance credits are equivalent to military merits, and magic spirit cards are like military weapons. Have you ever seen anyone buy these things with money? Everyone else is racking their brains trying to save up alliance credits, and here you are, thinking about trading them for cash? If others heard you say that, they'd probably faint from anger. Oh, so, that's a no, Feng Yishio muttered, his head drooping in disappointment. Seeing Feng Yishio's dejected expression, Han Xiao offered some reassurance. Honestly, you don't need to feel so down. Once you become a battle spirit master, money won't be a concern. Even if you do nothing, just having the title of Battle Spirit Master earns you a generous monthly stipend. It's a benefit provided by the nation and the alliance. Really? How much do we get every month? Feng Yishio's spirits lifted instantly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. We're currently first-level Battle Spirit Masters, so we get 7,000 a month, Han Xiao replied in a calm tone. As your rank increases, you'll earn even more. When you reach the level of a Battle Spirit King, the government will even reward you with a villa. 7,000. And a villa? Feng Yishio exclaimed, nearly jumping out of his seat in excitement. He thought back to his days working at street food stalls, slaving away for a measly 2,000 a month only because he had connections with the owner. When he was younger, unscrupulous bosses would often delay even that pitiful amount, and without a labor contract, he could only endure it in silence. Now, simply by dedicating himself to cultivation, he could earn a high income. The thought filled him with newfound motivation to train. What are you standing around for? Let's go. Feng Yishio grabbed Han Xiao's arm and started dragging him toward the door. Wait, where are we going? Han Xiao stumbled, trying to keep up. Isn't it obvious? To class. Feng Yishio declared with a serious expression. Time is money. We need to start training immediately. Hold on. I haven't even changed out of my slippers yet. Han Xiao's protest was cut short as Feng Yishio pulled him out the door at full speed. Although Feng Yishio was anxious, he still called Shinryu first and went to meet her personally at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Together, they headed to the Qingyun training hall. This grand, circular building was specifically designed for the students of Qingyun Academy. Constructed with specialized steel and featuring floors made of top-tier fireproof and waterproof materials, the structure was built to withstand the immense power of the elemental abilities wielded by the Battle Spirit Masters. Ordinary buildings would crumble under the intensity of their training, potentially collapsing in just a month. The three arrived on the first floor, which was designated for first-year students. The upperclassmen trained on the second and third floors. Han Xiao, taking in the impressive sight, couldn't help but express his admiration. No wonder this is a top-tier academy. The training hall really lives up to its name. Well, That's rare praise coming from you, Feng Yixio said curiously. Are you saying even the Battle Spirit Academy in Kyoto doesn't compare to this? Han Xiao chuckled and explained, not exactly. It's just that the buildings over there are mostly old and historic. They don't feel as modern as this place. The first floor was divided into 4 equally sized training halls. To ensure fairness, the halls were assigned to the classes through a random draw conducted by the 4 homeroom teachers. Following teacher Jialan's instructions, the 3 headed toward training hall number 3. As they passed by training hall number 1, they noticed a large group of students already gathered inside. Judging by their haughty expressions, it was clear they belonged to Class A. As the trio walked by, Shinryu's striking beauty and graceful demeanor immediately drew the attention of everyone in the hall. Some of the male students even went out of their way to summon their high-level battle spirits, seemingly to show off. In the center of the crowd stood Bai Tang, the Class A monitor and a prodigy who had awakened a light element spirit. His gaze was fixed on Shinryu, following her every move. Sensing this, Feng Yixio instinctively stepped closer to Shinryu, shielding her slightly. He cast a cool, faint smile toward the Class A students before leading his companions onward. Bai Tang, don't tell me you're interested in that girl, said Lin Shuer, a silver-haired girl standing beside him. Her voice carried a hint of jealousy. Lin Shuer, a talented battle spirit master who had awakened an ice element spirit, was the vice monitor of Class A. What are you talking about, Shuer? Of course not, Bai Tang replied, snapping out of his daze and giving her a small smile. Good, Lin Shuer said with a cold smirk. It looks like they're from Class D. I doubt you'd ever fall for someone so worthless. Bai Tang simply shook his head quietly, lost in thought. As they continued down the circular corridor toward training hall number 3, Han Xiao teased, third sister, it seems you're quite popular at this academy already. Before Shinryu could respond, Feng Yixio interjected proudly, of course. Yuer was the school beauty back in middle school, so it's only natural for her to keep that title in high school. Brother Feng, you're teasing me again. Shinryu lowered her head. Though her tone was shy, the smile tugging at the corners of her lips betrayed her amusement. I've noticed quite a few geniuses in Class A seem to have their eyes on your third sister. Brother Feng, the pressure's on you. Han Xiao teased with a sly grin. How do you think I'd be scared? Feng Yixio replied nonchalantly. Han Xiao paused for a moment, his expression turning serious. I don't think you're scared, but I've heard that the class leader of Class A is pretty strong. You shouldn't take him lightly. Feng Yixia's gaze shifted to Shinryu beside him, his tone resolute. Genius or not, I don't care who they are. If anyone dares to mess with Yuer, they'll have to deal with me. As the 3 of them approached the entrance to training hall number 3, a commotion could already be heard inside. Feng Yixio quickened his pace, pulling the other 2 along. Upon entering, they saw their classmates facing off against a group of strangers. Ning Chun, who had once competed with Feng Yixio for the class leader position, was already injured. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he could barely stand without support from his classmates. Ding Hu, you've gone too far. Training hall number 3 clearly belongs to us. What gives you the right to take it from us? Ning Qian demanded angrily, glaring at the opposing group. Right? The fact that we're Class C and you're Class D, sneered the burly man at the forefront of the opposing group. His black tank top strained against his muscular frame as he cast a disdainful glance at the Class D students. And what if we refuse? Ning Chun gritted his teeth. Ding Hu stepped forward, towering over him with a menacing smirk. Then we'll beat you until you give in. Bring it on. We're not scared of you. Once our class leader gets here, you'll be begging for mercy. Someone from Class D shouted. Ha ha ha, I'm so scared. Where is this so-called class leader of yours? Hiding, I suppose. Ding Hu mocked, his exaggerated display of fear drawing laughter from the Class C students. Standing by the door, Shinryu frowned and was about to step in when Feng Yixio stopped her. Yuer, there's no need for you to intervene with small fries like these. Leave it to me. They've got numbers on their side. Be careful, Shinryu said softly, withdrawing her hand from summoning her spirit tome. Don't worry. When have I ever been afraid of a brawl? Feng Yixio reassured her with a confident pat on his chest. He strode forward boldly, his voice booming. Oh, I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's just the trash from Class C. If you're so fond of stealing training halls, why not try taking one from Class A? Who's there? Ding Hu and the Class C students scanned the room before their eyes landed on Feng Yixio and his companions. It's your grandpa, Feng Yixio, he announced, stepping directly in front of the Class D students. Brother Feng, you're finally here. These guys have gone too far, Ning Chun said, his voice tinged with relief as if seeing a savior. Ever since Feng Yixio had put him in his place earlier that morning, Ning Chun had been thoroughly convinced of his strength. Though Feng Yixio wasn't officially the class leader, his status in the hearts of the Class D students far surpassed that of the actual leader. After all, he was the only one who had demonstrated true power, while the class leader and vice leader had yet to show what they were capable of. Stay calm. Tell me what happened first, Feng Yixio asked Ning Chen in a low voice. Despite Ning Chen's usual reputation for being scheming and cunning, Feng Yixio couldn't deny his courage in standing up to an external challenge. For that alone, Feng decided to temporarily put their past grudges aside. It's like this, Ning Chen began, his expression grim. Next to training hall number 4 is the garbage disposal area. Normally, it's manageable, but in the summer, the stench drifts into the hall, making it nearly impossible to train. They want us to swap training halls with them. We refused. So now they're trying to force us out. Feng Yixio felt anger surge through him. How dare the students from Class C treat Class D with such contempt? Just because they wanted to train, did that mean Class D should give up their own training space? Get lost. Feng Yixio roared, channeling his fury into a single word. You dare talk to me like that? You're asking for it. Dinghu's face darkened as he prepared to charge forward, but a girl in a purple outfit quickly grabbed his arm. Don't be rash, class leader, the girl whispered. I heard someone in Class D owns a bronze tier spirit card. I think it's him. What? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Dinghu's pupils contracted in shock. You never asked me, the girl muttered softly before leaning in to whisper something further into Dinghu's ear. After hearing her suggestion, Dinghu's expression shifted as a sly smile spread across his face. He strode confidently toward Feng Yixio. So, you think you're untouchable just because of a bronze tier spirit card? How about we settle this like real minnow spirit cards, no spirit beasts, just fists? What do you say? Dinghu, have you no shame? Ning Chun sneered. We're spirit masters. Why should we fight without using our spirit cards? You're just afraid you can't beat my boss with them. So you came up with this ridiculous challenge, didn't you? Dinghu's face twisted in embarrassment. He couldn't deny it. Asking two spirit masters to resolve their differences with bare fists sounded utterly absurd. But before anyone could react, Feng Yixio stepped forward with a cold smirk. He locked eyes with Dinghu and said firmly, fine, I accept. Dinghu was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you all heard it. He agreed of his own accord. I didn't force him. The students from Class D were equally shocked. They had expected Feng Yixio to refuse outright, but instead, he had agreed without hesitation. Brother Feng, don't be impulsive. That guy's a black belt in martial arts. He's the youth Sanda champion of Jiangshui City. Several students stamped their feet in frustration. Class leader, please talk some sense into him. Shen Ruoyu, the class leader, remained silent, her gaze fixed on Feng Yixio. After a moment, she said calmly, I believe in him. That's it. We're doomed. Even the class leader has lost her mind. Ning Chen lamented, his face filled with despair. Don't look at me. I believe in him too, Han Xiao said, shrugging off the hopeful stares of his classmates with a decisive wave of his hand. What? So you're not the class monitor after all? Dinghu's voice was laced with disdain as his gaze flitted between Feng Yixio and the pretty female class monitor. Looks like your Ding class really has no one left. Letting a woman be the class monitor? What a joke. Feng Yixio finally couldn't hold back anymore. With a cold snort, his right fist shot out like a bolt of lightning. Dinghu, unwilling to back down, threw a punch of his own to meet it head-on. The collision of their punches sent both of them staggering backward. Feng Yixio retreated 3 steps, while Dinghu was forced back 5 steps before regaining his balance. Damn it. You've got some strength. I'll give you that. Dinghu growled through gritted teeth. But there's no way you're my match. Before his words had even fully landed, he shifted tactics. Abandoning a brute force approach, he adopted a boxer's footwork, his body weaving and closing in on Feng Yixio with calculated precision. Feng Yixio seized an opening and launched a fierce right hook, but Dinghu's nimble footwork allowed him to evade it with ease. Now's my chance. Dinghu capitalized on the opening, driving his knee straight toward Feng Yixio's chest. Although Feng Yixio managed to block with his palm, the sheer force of the blow sent him stumbling back 3 steps. Not bad. He's definitely worthy of being called a Sanda champion, Feng Yixio thought to himself, now on high alert. His fighting skills are nothing like the brawlers on the streets. How did you think my title as a martial arts champion was just for show? Dinghu smirked triumphantly. Is that all you've got? Feng Yixio steadied himself and responded with a cold sneer. Keep talking tough. Don't come crying to me when you are carried out of here on a stretcher. Dinghu snarled as he launched another assault. With a low stance and a twist of his hips, he unleashed a powerful elbow strike aimed straight at Feng Yixia's face. Thunder mode? Feng Yixio roared. In an instant, the training hall was filled with the deafening sound of thunder. His figure vanished amidst a burst of crackling lightning, leaving only streaks of dazzling light in his wake. What the? Where'd he go? Dinghu's strike hit nothing but air, nearly throwing him off balance. Class monitor. He's behind you, someone from Class C shouted in alarm. Without hesitation, Dinghu dropped low and swung out with a sweeping kick. But Feng Yixio was already a step ahead. With a flawless 360-degree midair flip, he landed a precise kick to the back of Ding Hu's head. A sharp crack echoed through the hall as a faint fissure appeared in the floorboards, accompanied by the sight of a solitary white tooth flying through the air. Ow! My tooth! Ding Hu cried out, clutching his mouth in rage as he struggled to his feet. We agreed no using spirit powers, he protested indignantly, clearly convinced that the crackling lightning and Feng Yixio's extraordinary speed were the result of spirit-based abilities. Feng Yixio landed steadily, his body crackling with flickering lightning, twirling a strand of dancing thunder in his hand. He wore a faint smile as he looked at Ding Hu and asked, a battle spirit? Where is it? Ding Hu and the students from Class C frantically scanned their surroundings, but found no trace of the battle spirit. They turned their bewildered gazes to Feng Yixio, whose body was still surrounded by arcs of electricity. What kind of monster are you? Ding Hu stammered in fear. You're not a battle spirit, so how can you control the power of lightning? As someone completely ignorant of the bloodline of battle spirits and the Origin Project, such a display of power was far beyond his comprehension. The students from Class B and Class C stared at Feng Yixio, who seemed like a deity descending from the heavens, their eyes filled with awe. Feng Bro actually defeated Ding Hu, and he did it with his own strength, someone exclaimed. I thought his battle spirit was strong, but I didn't expect him to be even stronger. From now on, Feng Bro is my idol. At that moment, the morale of Class B soared. The students straightened their backs, their earlier dejection completely gone. As the lightning surrounding Feng Yixio gradually dissipated, he coldly said to Ding Hu, don't mess with Class B again, or the next time I see you, I'll beat you again. Understood? I'm sorry. I was wrong. Ding Hu immediately admitted defeat, bowing his head in apology. Let's go. Ding Hu turned to leave, but one of the Class C students, unwilling to accept this outcome, asked, Class leader, are we just going to let this go? Ding Hu glared at the speaker and roared, not satisfied? Then you go fight him. As for me, I've had enough. The students of Class C followed Ding Hu out, their spirits crushed. Just as they were about to leave the room, they nearly collided with Jialan Ziyu, the homeroom teacher of Class B, who was walking in. Upon seeing her, their heads lowered even further, and they quickened their pace, trying to slip away. Hold it! Jialan Ziyu called out, stopping them in their tracks. Teacher Jia, is there something you need from us? Ding Hu hesitated, turning back with a puzzled expression. Narrowing her eyes, Jialan Ziyu said coldly, go back and tell your teacher this. If something like this happens again, I'll break his legs. The students of Class C erupted in a commotion, ready to protest, but Ding Hu silenced them. Gritting his teeth, he said, understood, Teacher Jia. They'll deliver your message word for word. When they returned to training hall number 4, they found a male teacher dressed in black training gear waiting for them. His expression was stern as he asked, it's already past 2. Why are you late? We thought training hall number 4 had an unpleasant smell that wasn't conducive to training, so we wanted to switch rooms with another class. Ding Hu answered truthfully, carefully avoiding any mention of Class B. Unexpectedly, the teacher did not get angry. Instead, he asked, which class did you try to take it from? It was Class B. Ding Hu stammered, then added deliberately, their teacher also said, if this happens again, shall break your legs. He repeated the words intentionally, hoping to provoke the teacher and regain some dignity. Smack! Before he could finish, the black-clad teacher slapped him across the face, knocking out another one of Ding Hu's front teeth. Ridiculous! The teacher's face flushed red with fury. I'd rather you try to take the training room from Class A, or even Class S, than provoke Class B. In training hall number 3, teacher Jialan Ziyu walked gracefully to the front of the lineup. Her presence caused the students, who had just finished a battle, to hold their breath. Teacher, they were the ones who provoked us first. We had no choice but to fight back, Ning Qin quickly explained, afraid the teacher might misunderstand the situation. Jialan Ziyu's lips curved slightly into a smile. I saw everything. In fact, I've been here for quite some time, but I chose not to reveal myself. You all performed very well and upheld the dignity of Class Ding. Hearing her words, the students of Class Ding lit up with joy, feeling a warmth in their hearts. It turned out their teacher had been silently watching over them all along. If Feng Yixio and the others hadn't arrived in time, she would have stepped in to help. Students, Jialan Ziyu's voice softened. If you start by doubting yourselves and give up the training hall as soon as someone challenges you, then you're no better than rotting wood. No teacher, no matter how skilled, could teach you anything. Your determination earlier, even in the absence of your class leader, was commendable. On the path of cultivation, an unyielding spirit is the most crucial trait. Only with such resolve can miracles be achieved. Teacher, don't praise us like that. You'll make us too proud. Feng Yixio said with a cheeky grin. Jialan Ziyu's gaze turned icy as she glared at Feng Yixio. Feng, my earlier praise excludes you. Huh? Why? Feng Yixio was stunned. He had clearly turned the tide of the battle and single-handedly driven Dinghu away. So why was he being criticized? You could have easily won using your battle spirit, yet you abandoned your advantage just because of a simple provocation and chose hand-to-hand combat instead. If not for your timely activation of your bloodline connection, do you realize what could have happened? Jialan Ziyu's tone was exceptionally stern. Feng Yixio thought for a moment before admitting honestly, I probably would have lost. In a battle between spirit warriors, victory often hinges on the smallest details. Using your strength to exploit the enemy's weaknesses is the key to success. Do you understand? Yes, teacher. I won't make such a rookie mistake again. Feng Yixio immediately admitted his fault. He realized how reckless it was to blindly follow his opponent's rhythm without understanding their capabilities. Without the bloodline connection, the consequences could have been disastrous. Although the teacher's words were harsh, he knew they were for his own good and quickly accepted the lesson. All right, Jialan Ziyu announced, from today onward, Training Hall Number 3 will be our designated venue for practical combat classes. The course will consist of both theoretical and practical components. Don't think that choosing the martial arts exam exempts you from studying theory. In fact, you'll probably have to learn even more than regular high school students. Upon hearing this, the students groaned in unison. They had thought that taking the martial arts exam would free them from the misery of studying, only to have their hopes dashed. This is for your own benefit, Jialan Ziyu said sternly. If one day you encounter a lord-level magical beast in the wilderness and don't even know what it is, let alone its habits, do you think you'll survive? The chatter in the training hall abruptly ceased as Jialan Ziyu posed a question that struck straight to the heart of the matter. The students collectively fell into deep thought. They had all experienced the trials of the Iron Forest and understood the pain of not recognizing magical beasts. And that was just dealing with low-level beasts. Encountering an unknown high-level beast in the wilderness could lead to unimaginable consequences. Jialan Ziyu continued, it's not just about the importance of the Magical Beast Basics course. The Battle Spirit Theory course is equally crucial. If you can't even figure out the evolution path and methods for your battle spirit, how can you hope to cultivate an outstanding one? Do you plan to rely on sheer luck? At this moment, the training hall was utterly silent. Every student in Class Ding held their breath, listening intently. They understood that a single sentence from their teacher could one day be the key to their survival. Our theoretical courses are divided into 4 main categories: Magical Beast Basics, Battle Spirit Theory, Combat Techniques, and General Cultural Studies. The General Cultural Studies course covers essential knowledge for high school students. If you don't want people to call Battle Spirit Masters illiterate, you'd better take this seriously. As soon as she finished speaking, Jialan Ziyu waved her hand, and a pile of books was brought in, towering like a small mountain. Looking at the textbooks twice as many as a regular high school, the students were on the verge of tears. Gulp. Someone swallowed nervously. This is insane. No wonder they didn't hand out books this morning. There wouldn't have been enough space in the classroom. Many students thought to themselves, realizing that what they once considered the hell of ordinary high school now seemed like paradise. Even Feng Yixio and the others were left speechless. Class monitor, after practical training is over, you're in charge of distributing the textbooks, Jialan Ziyu instructed Shinryu. Yes, teacher, Shinryu replied obediently with a nod. Jialan Ziyu then took out a remote and pressed a button. A holographic projector activated, displaying a detailed chart of the Battle Spirit Master rankings. She pointed to the chart and explained, Battle Spirit Masters are divided into 10 levels, each with 9 subranks. Level 5 is a critical threshold. Upon reaching it, you gain the ability to wield a spirit weapon, resulting in a significant transformation in combat strength. Those who obtain a spirit weapon are known as Battle Spirit Kings. As for Level 10 Battle Spirit Masters, they are legendary beings. Their battle spirits evolve into holy spirits, and the Battle Spirit Kings ascend to become Holy Spirit Kings. For beings of that caliber, moving mountains and parting seas is as simple as a thought. The eyes of many students in the audience sparkled with admiration. Wow, a Holy Spirit King. Imagine how incredible it would be to become one someday. Jialan Ziyu nodded in approval, but quickly adopted a more serious tone. Having dreams is a good thing, but becoming a Holy Spirit King is no easy feat. Don't aim too high too soon. Focus on the path before you. Steady progress and hard work are the only way forward. Jialan Ziyu stood on the podium, ready to begin her detailed explanation of the ranking system for battle spirits. Holding a remote in her hand, she projected a clear chart of the hierarchy onto the screen. There are 6 tiers in the ranking system of battle spirits, she began, her gaze sweeping over the students seated below. Starting from the infant spirit stage, they evolve sequentially into the growth stage, mature stage, perfect stage, ultimate stage, and finally the sacred spirit stage. As soon as she finished, a student eagerly raised their hand and asked, Teacher, can I evolve my infant spirit into the growth stage now? That's an excellent question, Jialan Ziyu replied with a smile, switching to the next slide. The evolution of a battle spirit is closely tied to the level of the battle spirit master. Forcing evolution is futile because the process requires a significant amount of spiritual energy. This not only tests the potential of the battle spirit, but also poses a serious challenge to the strength of the battle spirit master. She continued, a level 1 battle spirit master can only sustain an infant spirit. Once you reach level 2, you may attempt to evolve it into the growth stage. After that, every 2 levels offer an opportunity for further evolution. Of course, evolution is not guaranteed to succeed. We'll explore the specifics in greater detail during our battle spirit theory lessons. Shifting the topic, Galen Ziyu introduced the concept of magic spirit cards. You're all likely familiar with magic spirit cards, especially since obtaining one is required in the second round of the martial exam. Their importance to battle spirit masters cannot be overstated. Skilled battle spirit masters can even use these cards strategically to defeat opponents of higher levels. Pointing to the tree diagram on the screen, she elaborated, when advancing to a new major level, you must rely on the spiritual energy of a magic spirit card. For instance, to progress from level 1, rank 9 to level 2, rank 1, you'll need to absorb the energy of a magic spirit card. Another student raised their hand and asked, I've heard that the cards become more powerful after absorption. Is that true? That's absolutely correct. Galen Ziyu affirmed. Cards absorbed into the magic spirit codex can double their original power. Therefore, choosing which card to absorb is a critical decision, as it is irreversible. A delicate-looking girl stood up and asked, how are magic spirit cards ranked? I only know that the lowest is gray iron, followed by bronze. Magic spirit cards are divided into 7 tiers, Galen Ziyu explained. From lowest to highest, they are gray iron, bronze, silver, gold, black gold, diamond, and epic. The stronger the magical beast, the higher the likelihood of dropping a high-tier card. Finally, Galen Ziyu turned off the projector and concluded, that's all for the foundational knowledge. We'll delve deeper into these concepts during the theory lessons. Now it's time for the practical session. Summon your battle spirits, and we'll begin the group activities. Her expression grew stern as she clasped her hands behind her back, her sharp gaze scanning the students. The training hall suddenly became lively as the students summoned their battle spirits one after another. Various types of battle spirits obediently stood beside their masters, curiously eyeing the other companions in the room. Standing at the podium, teacher Jalan Ziyu surveyed the scene and began to speak. Now, I will divide you into 4 training groups based on the type of your battle spirits. This will make it easier for you to communicate and collaborate during future training sessions. If anyone has any objections to the grouping, feel free to voice them. As long as you can convince me, I am open to making adjustments. Beside her, the 4 groups were already labeled: attack group, control group, support group, and defense group. Starting from the first row, Jalan Ziyu began assigning the students to their respective groups. Ice Element Mouse Spirit, you go to the control group. The first student, a young girl, quietly walked to the designated area, fully trusting the teacher's decision. Fire Element Frog Spirit, attack group. Earth Element Sheep Spirit, defense group. Wood Element Grass Spirit, support group. Most students accepted their group assignments without hesitation. However, one student with a Wind Element Bat Spirit initially objected, insisting on joining the attack group. After Jalan Ziyu carefully analyzed the potential evolution paths of his battle spirit, the student had an epiphany, realizing the limitations of pursuing the attack route. In the end, he accepted the placement in the control group. Noticing that some students assigned to the support and defense groups looked slightly disheartened, Jalan Ziyu raised her voice to address them. You must not think that there is any hierarchy among the groups. Whether you are in attack, control, support, or defense, as long as you excel, you can become an outstanding battle spirit master. She continued with emphasis, the attack group may be the spearhead of the team, but without the cooperation of teammates, even the sharpest spear will rust. The support group forms the backbone of the team, often becoming the enemy's primary target. You must be strong enough to protect yourselves. The defense group is the team's sturdiest shield, bearing the responsibility of protecting your teammates. And the control group serves as the team's strategist, creating opportunities for the attack group to strike and keeping opponents on their toes. Jalan Ziyu understood that fostering a healthy dynamic within the class required breaking down any sense of superiority among the groups. She wanted every battle spirit master to recognize their value. Only then could they better understand their roles and excel in their future training. As Jalan Ziyu walked past Shinryu, she spoke without a second thought. Class monitor, you'll lead the assault team as the group leader. Shinryu nodded obediently and made her way directly toward the assault team. The students in the assault division, seeing their class monitor approach, instinctively stepped aside to make room for her at the center of the group. No one raised any objections to this arrangement after all. As one of the elemental spirits, her fire spirit boasted unparalleled attack power among the young spirits, making her more than qualified to lead Class D's assault team. Due to their tall statures, Feng Yixio and Han Xiao were naturally assigned to the back of the formation. Once all the other students had been placed, Han Xiao spoke up on his own initiative. Teacher, no need to say anything, you'll head to the defense team. Jialan Ziyu smiled approvingly. Han, you have a strong sense of self-awareness. Go ahead. At this point, only Feng Yixio remained unassigned. Jialan Ziyu stood in front of the little white tower and fell into deep thought. Feng Yixio's battle spirit was indeed unusual. Students who awakened a thunder serpent spirit were typically placed in the control team, as the lightning power of an ordinary thunder serpent was quite weak, often only capable of causing mild paralysis. While some managed to make the most of this by combining it with death entangling techniques and agile movement, many struggled to persist in the control team and eventually dropped out. However, Feng Yixio's little white tower was an entirely different case. Jialan Ziyu had seen it in action. Its thunderbolts, as thick as fingers, were astonishingly powerful. They didn't just cause minor paralysis, but could outright eliminate weaker battle spirits. Such strength made Feng Yixio a viable candidate for either the control team or the assault team. Even more astonishing was that he possessed a steel hedgehog magic spirit card, which he had developed into a unique offensive-defense hybrid mode. The little white tower's defensive capabilities even surpassed most of the defensive spirits present. This meant that, except for the support team, Feng Yixio seemed capable of excelling in any group. Jialan Ziyu, who prided herself on her extensive knowledge and ability to guide students, found herself stumped for the first time. She truly couldn't decide which developmental path would suit Feng Yixio best. Teacher Jialan, have you decided which group I should join? Feng Yixio finally spoke up, noticing his teacher had been lost in thought for quite some time. Jialan Ziyu snapped out of her daze and, with a hint of helplessness, asked, Feng, do you have any preferences yourself? Feng Yixio was dumbfounded. What's going on? You're the teacher, and I'm the student. Why are you asking me for my opinion? He had been expecting her to make a firm decision, one he could reluctantly accept. To his surprise, Jialan Ziyu seemed even more conflicted than he was. Feng Yixio looked troubled, unable to make a decision for the moment. After a brief moment of thought, Jialan Ziyu proposed a compromise. How about this? You can participate in the training for the assault, defense, and control groups first. Once you find your direction, you can specialize further. This suggestion was indeed reasonable. After all, Feng Yixio's battle spirit exhibited a rare versatility, making it difficult to pinpoint its exact role. It wouldn't be too late to decide on a group after his battle spirit's rank improved. All right, I'll start with the assault group, Feng Yixio said with a smile as he walked toward Shinryu. This scene left the students of Class Ding utterly surprised. That's our boss Feng for you. He can pull this off too. If it were me, I wouldn't know what to choose either. Being versatile is just so enviable. Some students, glancing at their own battle spirits that could only act cute, couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Jialan Ziyu proceeded with introductions. The current group leaders are Shinryu for the assault group, Han Xiao for the defense group, Hualing for the support group, and Yun Mo for the control group. If there are no objections, we will begin the combat training session. The course will include physical training, combat techniques, live combat drills, and meditation exercises. The training equipment was already prepared: weighted sandbags, dumbbells, punching bags, and more. Holding a teaching pointer, Jialan Ziyu announced the warm-up with a stoic expression. Running 10 laps with a 10-kilogram sandbag, 10 sets of dumbbell exercises, and 10 sets of core strength training. Teacher, you call this a warm-up? Han Xiao asked incredulously. This is as intense as military training. Jialan Ziyu's eyes flared with a purple, flame-like glow, and a faint silhouette of the purple flame king serpent seemed to appear behind her. Any objections? And no, none. Han Xiao immediately backed down. When the training reached the poolside, Jialan Ziyu suddenly ordered the students to jump into the water. The support group leader, Hualing, hesitated and said, Teacher, I can't swim. If you're being chased by a purple lightning beast in the wild, do you think it will let you go just because you can't swim? Jialan Ziyu said sternly. You'll never learn to swim if you don't get in the water. Jump. Summoning her courage, Hualing jumped into the pool but began to sink almost immediately. Without hesitation, Jialan Ziyu dove in to rescue her. Once Hualing regained consciousness, Jialan Ziyu resumed her strict demeanor. Again, keep going until you learn. What seemed like harsh training was, in reality, designed to give the students a better chance of survival in future dangers. Some skills can only truly be mastered through real-world practice. Hualing quietly accepted her teacher's guidance and dove back into the water. This time, with her previous experience, her fear of water had noticeably diminished. Though she couldn't yet be called a proficient swimmer, she was at least able to move slowly in the pool by tiptoeing, no longer instinctively resisting the water like before. Teacher Jialan Ziyu nodded in satisfaction at Hualing's progress, but her stern expression remained unchanged. Noticing the other students stopping to watch, she barked sharply. Do you all have nothing better to do? Run 5 extra laps for me. With splashes echoing one after another, All the students immediately jumped into the pool, swam a lap around it, and climbed back onto the edge to continue running laps around the training hall. Han Xiao muttered quietly as he ran. This teacher is way too strict. We're not even professional athletes. Feng Yixio quickly hushed him in a low voice. Shu, the teacher is doing this for our own good. Strict teachers produce outstanding students. This tough training now is to help us go further in the future. Stop complaining and just keep running. After the basic physical training ended, the students were given only a 15-minute break before moving on to core strength training. Following that, Teacher Jialan assigned each training group to spar in pairs, while she observed and provided guidance on combat spirit techniques. Even after the neighboring class had dismissed and left, she insisted on adding an extra half-hour of practice. Though it was technically voluntary, not a single student in Class Ding left the training hall early. Class, Jialan Ziyu addressed the students after the training session, looking at their exhausted yet determined faces. I know today was tough, but don't slack off when you get back. Spirit meditation is the fastest way to enhance your spiritual energy outside of combat practice. She gestured for the assistant instructor to distribute the week's cultivation resources 3 spirit stones per student. Although spiritual energy was abundant everywhere during this great wild era, making cultivation possible even without spirit stones, having them greatly accelerated the process. However, the students of Class Ding showed little enthusiasm upon receiving the stones. They were well aware that this modest amount paled in comparison to the 30-stone weekly allocation for Class Jia. Sensing the students' disappointment, Jialan Ziyu reassured them, Class, even though we in Class Ding currently have the least resources, the class ranking competition in 6 months gives us a chance to turn things around. Don't give up on yourselves. Teacher, one student mumbled, head lowered. We know you're trying to encourage us, but there's never been a case of Class Ding pulling off a comeback in the ranking competition. Do we really stand a chance? Jialan Ziyu's gaze swept over Feng Yixio and Shinruyu as she responded firmly, I don't care about the past. As the homeroom teacher of Class Ding, I can promise you this. Even if we can't become Class Jia, we will at least surpass Class E. Do you really have so little faith in your teacher? Normally, she wouldn't dare make such a bold promise, but with Principal Zhou providing resources comparable to those of Class Jia, and with students like Shinruyu and Feng Yixio, whose potential seemed limitless, she was confident they could at least defeat Class E. The tense atmosphere in the training hall was suddenly broken by Ning Chen's words. What's with all this negativity? Don't forget, our class has elemental spirits and Feng the leader. We're no worse than any other class. Ning Chen's voice was firm and commanding, instantly drawing everyone's attention. His words were like a shot of adrenaline, and the classmates quickly chimed in. That's right. We can't let the class monitor or Feng down. If resources are limited, we'll just work twice as hard to make up for it. With spirits lifted, the students swiftly packed up their dishes and left the training hall with their allocated resources and books. Just as Feng Yixio and his group were about to leave, Teacher Jialan Ziyu suddenly called out to them. You 3, come to the training hall right after you finish eating. Jialan Ziyu left these words before turning and walking away, leaving Feng Yixio and the others exchanging puzzled looks. I wonder what Teacher Jialan wants with us. Feng Yixio muttered as he rubbed his sore muscles. A full day of grueling training had left his entire body aching. Who knows? We'll find out after we eat, Han Xiao said with his usual laid-back attitude. Taking advantage of the moment when no one else was around, Feng Yixio retrieved a bronze-level spirit card from his storage space and handed it to Shinruyu. Yuer, this is for you. Keep it safe. Shinruyu quietly accepted the card and stored it directly in her spirit grimoire. Her calm reaction left Han Xiao visibly surprised. Third sister, aren't you curious where this bronze-level spirit card came from? Han Xiao asked, raising an eyebrow. If Brother Feng gave it to me, that's all that matters, Shinruyu replied, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she spoke with a hint of reproach. She trusted Feng Yixio completely. If he chose not to explain, she believed it was for her own good. See that? My Yuer is the most understanding, Feng Yixio said with a soft smile, affectionately ruffling Shinruyu's hair. Han Xiao, shall we head to the 3rd floor? This time, Han Xiao didn't argue. He led the 2 of them straight to the 3rd floor of the Qingyun restaurant. After all, having received such a valuable bronze card, he was more than happy to treat them to a meal. The 3 of them, having exhausted themselves during the intense physical training earlier, ended up eating more than usual. In a quiet corner on the 3rd floor of the restaurant, Han Xiao discreetly pointed towards a nearby table and whispered to Feng Yixio and Shinruyu. Do you see those people over there? The one in white is Bai Tang, the class monitor of Class A, and the one next to her is Lin Shuer, the vice monitor. I heard Lin Shuer is one of the strong contenders for the school beauty title at Qingyun Academy, though the number of her supporters still doesn't match up to our 3rd sister. Feng Yixio glanced over indifferently and asked casually, you mean the 2 who awakened the light spirit and ice spirit? Exactly. Han Xiao flashed a meaningful smile. Rumor has it there's something more than friendship between those 2. Shin Ryu rolled her eyes at Han Xiao in disdain. Brother Han, didn't you say you're not into gossip? How come you know everything about what's happening in the academy? Hey, third sister, that's not fair. Han Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. This is called knowing your enemy to secure victory. I'm just staying informed about future opponents. Meanwhile, at the Class A table, the group was also discreetly observing Feng Yixio and his companions. Lin Shuer noticed Bai Tang's gaze repeatedly drifting toward Shin Ryu, and her temper flared. Hey, where are your eyes wandering? Bai Tang quickly averted his gaze and stammered defensively, I wasn't looking at anything. Not looking at anything? You were clearly staring at that girl from Class D. Lin Shuer shot to her feet, her anger boiling over, and stormed toward Feng Yixia's table. Bai Tang hurriedly grabbed her arm. Shuer, what are you doing? Don't act recklessly. Stay out of this. Lin Shuer shook off his hand, her fury intensifying. They're just a bunch of trash from Class D. So what if I stir things up? Bai Tang's attempt to stop her only fueled Lin Shuer's suspicions. What started as a test quickly turned into full-blown jealousy. With a dark expression, she strode toward Feng Yixia's group. Hey, you're Shin Ryu, right? Lin Shuer rudely tapped Shin Ryu on the back. Shin Ryu turned around, puzzled. Yes, I'm Shin Ryu. Can I help you? Oh, nothing much. Just that seeing trash from Class D ruins my appetite. Lin Shuer crossed her arms, her voice icy. From now on, don't come to the third floor to eat. She deliberately raised her voice, ensuring that everyone on the third floor could hear her. Yet no one dared to intervene. On one hand, no one wanted to offend the prodigies of Class A for the sake of Class D students. On the other hand, Lin Shuer, as the cherished daughter of the chairman of Lin Corporation, held significant influence. Even Qingyun Academy had ties to her family. Don't think I won't hit you just because you're a girl. Han Xiao erupted in anger, rising to his feet. Huh, do you even know who I am, you Class D losers? Even if you all came at me together, you wouldn't stand a chance. Lin Shuer sneered defiantly. Ice Spirit, show these pieces of trash what you can do. Before her words had fully landed, she had already summoned her battle spirit. Shin Ryu's usually gentle demeanor turned icy cold in an instant. She fixed her sharp gaze on Lin Shuer before her voice steady yet frigid. I don't know what we've done to offend you, but you'd better not go too far. This was indeed her first encounter with Lin Shuer, and she couldn't recall any prior grievance between them. However, since the other party had come at her so aggressively, she had no intention of backing down. In front of Feng Yixio, Shin Ryu often made an effort to appear more gentle, but that didn't mean she was someone to be trifled with. Lin Shuer glared at her with a venomous expression, gritting her teeth. Who do you think you are? You're nothing but a pretty face, and you dare to talk to me like that? Bingling. Teach this wretch a lesson. Lin Shuer had assumed Shin Ryu would be intimidated and retreat in the face of her hostility. Yet, the seemingly delicate woman before her suddenly displayed an unexpected strength, and for a brief moment, Lin Shuer felt a flicker of fear when their eyes met. Seeing the tension escalate, Feng Yixio immediately summoned his demon spirit codex. Although he usually refrained from fighting women, he was willing to make an exception for Shin Ryu. Brother Feng, there's no need for you to step in. Let us women settle this ourselves. Shin Ryu declared, summoning her fire spirit to confront Lin Shuer's ice spirit. The two spirits faced off, their opposing elements creating a strange and intense atmosphere of fire and ice within the restaurant. This can't be. A fire spirit. Aren't you a member of Class Ding? Lin Shuer gasped, stumbling back 2 steps until she bumped into Bai Tang, who had just arrived. Shin Ryu let out a cold laugh. Who says someone from Class Ding can't have an elemental spirit? Recovering from her shock, Lin Shuer noticed Bai Tang's gaze toward Shin Ryu had become unusually intrigued. Furious, she clenched her teeth. Damn it. Even if you have an elemental spirit, you'll never beat me. Frost and extreme ice enchantment. Bingling, use ice spikes. Completely losing her composure, she drew a Greyerontier magic spirit card and shouted in fury. Immediately, the air around Bingling grew colder, the icy aura starting to suppress the flames of the fire spirit. Sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground, surging toward the fire spirit. Just a Greyerontier magic spirit card? That's nothing. Crimson Flame, Sparrow Scarlet Flame Enchantment. Fire. Use Fire Tornado. Shinryu's expression remained calm as she activated a bronze tier magic spirit card. In an instant, the fire spirit's power surged by 50%, and a massive fire tornado roared forward to counter the incoming ice spikes. In mere moments, the ice spikes were completely melted by the fire tornado, leaving scorched black marks on the ground. Although Bingling managed to shield itself with an ice barrier at the last moment to avoid vanishing, Lin Shuer, drained of her spiritual energy, coughed up blood at the corner of her mouth. How could you possibly have a bronze tier magic spirit card? Lin Shuer stared at Shin Ryu in disbelief, her voice trembling with shock. Heh. What's there to be so surprised about? Han Xiao sneered with disdain, his fingers flipping lightly. A bronze-tier magic spirit card appeared in his hand. Sacred Beetle Sacred Armor. Bai Tang's eyes widened in disbelief. As a newly enrolled student, even obtaining an Iron-tier magic spirit card was considered quite an achievement, especially since the cards were typically distributed by the academy. But a bronze-tier magic spirit card? That was a rare treasure, obtainable only by defeating mid-level magical beasts. Shen Ruyu, seeing her opponent had no strength left to resist, swiftly collected her battle spirit and magic spirit card. Ridiculous. You're just trash from Class D. You don't deserve a bronze-tier magic spirit card. Lin Shuer fumed with rage, breaking free from Bai Tang's grasp and lunging at Shen Ruyu, attempting to snatch the card from her. However, Shen Ruyu was faster, sidestepping smoothly and grabbing Lin Shuer's wrist. This pampered young lady, who had been spoiled her whole life, was hardly capable of any physical exertion during training. How dare you dodge me? Are you looking for death? Lin Shuer, consumed by anger, raised her other hand in an attempt to slap Shen Ruyu. Shen Ruyu easily dodged and countered with a sharp slap of her own. Smack! The sound echoed loudly, and if she hadn't been holding Lin Shuer's wrist, the latter might have been sent flying. You dare hit me? Do you even know who I am? Lin Shuer clutched her burning cheek in shock. This was the first time she had ever been hit. Not even her parents had laid a hand on her, and now, in front of so many people, she had been slapped by a seemingly delicate girl from the same grade. Smack! Before she could finish her sentence, another, even harder slap landed on her face. Lin Shuer's ears buzzed from the impact. I don't care who you are. If your parents didn't teach you properly, then I will. Shen Ruyu shoved her aside with a firm push. Lin Shuer, humiliated and furious, threw herself into Bai Tang's arms, pounding on his chest. Bai Tang, are you even a man? Are you just going to stand there and watch me get hit? Don't be upset, Shuer. They'll make it right for you. Bai Tang comforted her briefly before turning toward Feng Yixio with a cold expression. As a man, he couldn't directly confront Shen Ruyu, and Han Xiao, who had just displayed his bronze-tier card, was clearly not someone to mess with. Feng Yixio, however, had remained silent the entire time. Judging by his apparent closeness to Shen Ruyu, Bai Tang decided make him the target. Make her apologize to Shuer. Bai Tang demanded, looking down at Feng Yixio, who was still seated calmly. Shuer did nothing wrong. Why should she apologize? Feng Yixio replied evenly, not even flinching. He'll say this one last time, make her apologize to Shuer. Bai Tang's eyes narrowed, his tone growing colder. What if I refuse? Feng Yixio's gaze was piercing, locking onto Bai Tang with a look of defiance, his tone laced with provocation. Then I'll beat you until you agree. Bai Tang roared, raising his right fist sharply. In an instant, a blinding white light enveloped his hand, transforming an otherwise ordinary punch into a thunderous strike, splitting the air with a deafening crack. Bloodline Awakening. Feng Yixio immediately recognized the technique. With the power of Bloodline Awakening, Bai Tang's punch was as swift as lightning, nearly impossible to track. Ha! Don't think you're the only one with Bloodline Awakening. Feng Yixio sneered coldly. Thunder mode? As soon as the words left his mouth, his entire body was surrounded by crackling lightning, the immense energy condensing into his right fist. The two fists collided midair, white light clashing violently with thunder, sending ripples of energy outward like waves. The chair behind Feng Yixio shattered instantly, while Bai Tang was sent flying by the sheer force of the impact. Fortunately, his companions caught him just in time, saving him from serious injury. Bai Tang clutched his chest as a surge of pain coursed through him, forcing out a mouthful of blood. His classmates from Class A quickly helped him to his feet, glaring at Feng Yixio with fury, ready to charge forward for revenge. Don't be reckless. Bai Tang stopped them, his voice firm. You are no match for him. He fixed his gaze on Feng Yixio, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. You've also awakened Bloodline Awakening, and it's lightning-based. Could it be that you're the one who awakened the Thunder Serpent spirit, Feng Yixio? That's right. It's me, Feng Yixio replied with a slight nod, his tone calm yet unyielding. Lin Shuer, watching Bai Tang injured, clenched her teeth in frustration. Huh, and I thought it was someone impressive. Turns out it's just you, a waste with a useless battle spirit. Huh. If a waste was able to make you cough up blood, then what does that make you? Even less than a waste? Shen Ruyu retorted coldly, her words dripping with disdain. Just as Lin Shuer prepared to summon her battle spirit, a loud and commanding voice interrupted the escalating tension. Enough. All of you. Stop this right now. A young man in a black tracksuit strode into the scene, his expression neutral but his presence exuding authority. The students from Class A brightened at the sight of him, as if their savior had arrived. Mr. Zhua, Class D is bullying us from Class A. You have to stand up for us. Lin Shuer wasted no time complaining. Quiet! Zhuxiu barked sharply. Don't think for a second I don't know what really happened. Lin Shuer froze, stunned that their homeroom teacher was admonishing her instead of siding with their class. Despite her reluctance, under Zhuxiu's stern order, she grudgingly walked over to Xin Ruyu and muttered a reluctant, "I'm sorry," before quickly pulling Bai Tang away. As they passed Feng Yixio, Bai Tang paused and spoke in a low voice, "You're strong. If not for your useless battle spirit, I might have considered you my greatest rival." Feng Yixio remained unfazed, showing no reaction to his words. Before leaving, Zhuxiu declared that Class A would bear the cost of repairing the damage to the cafeteria, leaving the third-floor dining hall in silence. The elevator doors slowly opened, and Zhuxiu immediately spotted the person standing inside. Expressionless, he stepped in and pressed the button for the first floor. "Principal Zhou, does this satisfy you now?" Zhuxiu asked coldly, his gaze fixed straight ahead. "Mr. Zhua, I hope you can discipline your students better. I'd rather not see this kind of incident happen again," Principal Zhou replied in an indifferent tone. After a long silence, Zhuxiu finally spoke. "May I ask why you're so protective of them?" "I'm not protecting them," Principal Zhou said as the elevator reached the first floor. He stepped out first and continued, "But this is an academy after all. If you have the skills, prove it in a fair competition during the ranking matches. Private conflicts are pointless." Zhuxiu followed closely behind, his voice heavy with indignation. "Are you suggesting that Class A could actually be replaced by Class D?" Principal Zhou suddenly stopped, a faint, enigmatic smile appearing on his face. "I never said that. But who knows what the future holds? After all, the teacher of Class D is her." With that, he turned and walked away. "Damn it! It's Jialan Ziyu again." Zhuxiu clenched his fists, his anger surging. "He'll show all of you who the best teacher really is." As a newly hired teacher at the academy, Zhuxiu had quickly become the instructor for Class A due to his impressive achievements and credentials. However, this proud young man couldn't escape hearing Jialan Ziyu's name everywhere he went. No matter how exceptional he was, it seemed she always outshone him, igniting a fire of resentment in his heart. Meanwhile, Feng Yixio and his friends, having just finished their meal, arrived at the Qingyun training center, only to find the entire facility closed. A grumpy old security guard stood watch at the entrance. "Is Teacher Jialan messing with us? The training center's locked. How are we supposed to train?" Han Xiao grumbled, staring helplessly at the tightly shut doors. "Does she expect us to climb through a window?" Feng Yixio muttered, his face filled with concern. Shun Ruyu added anxiously, "If that grumpy old guard catches us, we're done for." The three weighed the consequences of skipping out on Teacher Jialan and shivered in unison. Speaking as one, they concluded, "Teacher Jialan is definitely scarier. Let's climb the window." Sneaking in as quietly as possible, they managed to climb through a window and hurried to training hall number 3. There, they found Jialan Ziyu already waiting for them. She glanced at her watch and said coldly, "I've been waiting for you for 15 minutes. That's 15 laps as punishment." "What? But you didn't even tell us the time." Feng Yixio muttered under his breath. "Get ready." Jialan Ziyu barked sharply. The three of them instinctively straightened up and dared not say another word. They obediently ran 15 laps around the training hall. "Here are your resources for the week. Come and collect them," Jialan Ziyu said after they finished running, producing 3 bags from behind her. The three of them were still puzzled as they took the bag from their teacher, but the moment they opened it, they were stunned. "Spirit stones." Han Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. He carefully counted them. There were 27 in total. Adding the 3 they had before, that made exactly 30 spirit stones. 30. This is the kind of resource only Class A gets, Feng Yixio said, his face full of astonishment. Shin Ruyu held the heavy bag of spirit stones in her hands and softly asked, "Teacher, are you giving us special treatment?" Jialan Ziyu immediately clarified, "Don't misunderstand. These spirit stones aren't for me personally. It's the school's decision. However, I ask that you keep this matter confidential." Shin Ruyu lowered her head and murmured, "But doesn't this seem unfair to the other students in Class D?" Over the past days, she had fought alongside her Class D teammates. While they weren't exactly close, they were comrades nonetheless. This felt like agreeing to struggle together, only to suddenly find out she was inheriting a fortune. It left her with a pang of guilt. "There is no absolute fairness in this world," Jialan Ziyu said steadily. "If you truly feel guilty, channel that feeling into motivation. Strive to achieve great results in the upcoming class ranking competition. That way, the entire Class D can benefit in the future. Don't worry, teacher. We won't let you down," Han Xiao said with determination. "We'll become the strongest class and crush that arrogant Class A." Jialan Ziyu smiled and asked, "You all seem quite confident. But keep in mind, Class A has 2 elemental spirits, and I've heard their teacher, Mr. Zhua, is quite exceptional. Are you sure you can take them on?" "Huh. 2 elemental spirits, so what?" Han Xiao said smugly. "We just had a run-in with them at the cafeteria earlier. They weren't much. They ended up running off with their tails between their legs. Jialan Ziyu's expression turned serious as she spoke sharply. Do not underestimate them. Current strength means nothing. Elemental spirits hold such a high status because of their limitless potential. Class A has two, and one of them has even awakened their bloodline connection. If you maintain this attitude of complacency, the consequences will be severe. Teacher, I was wrong. I won't let my guard down again, Han Xiao said earnestly, lowering his head. It's getting late. You should return and focus on your meditation and training. Remember, come here every Monday to collect your cultivation resources. Jialan Ziyu waved them off. As the three prepared to leave, Jialan Ziyu called out, Feng Yixio, stay for a moment. You two can go. After the other two left, Jialan Ziyu finally spoke. I heard you made the class A leader cough up blood? Feng Yixio scratched his head awkwardly. Not exactly. I got a little hurt too. Jialan Ziyu suddenly said. No need to be modest. Come, spar with me. Fight the teacher? Feng Yixio stared at teacher Jialan Ziyu with a bewildered expression. That's right. No summoning war spirits, just a straightforward fight. Teacher Jialan Ziyu said seriously. Isn't that just bullying a kid? I won't do it. Feng Yixio waved his hands in refusal. As a level 4, Tier 8 war spirit master, Jialan Ziyu's strength and speed far exceeded that of an ordinary person, even without summoning her war spirit. Even if Feng Yixio activated his bloodline connection, he was no match for her. Don't worry, I'll suppress my strength to the level of a level 1 war spirit master, Jialan Ziyu reassured him. Before her words had even fully landed, her figure shot toward Feng Yixio like lightning. Before Feng Yixio could react, he found himself flipped cleanly over her shoulder and slammed heavily onto the ground. Stars danced before his eyes. Teacher, you're actually serious, he groaned, struggling to stand while clutching his aching waist. Jialan Ziyu ignored his plea for mercy. She planted her feet firmly, assuming a steady stance. Her movements radiated a balanced mix of grace and power as she gestured for Feng Yixio to attack. Fine then, I won't hold back. Thunder mode. Feng Yixio's face turned serious as he activated his ability. In an instant, his body was enveloped in crackling lightning. His movements became blindingly fast as he darted around Jialan Ziyu, searching for an opening. Yet, despite her standing motionless, she exuded an impenetrable aura, like an unyielding fortress. Feeling his spiritual energy rapidly depleting, Feng Yixio knew he couldn't afford to waste more time. With a burst of speed, he maneuvered behind Jialan Ziyu and launched a full-force punch aimed at her back. Just as his fist was about to make contact, Jialan Ziyu moved with uncanny precision, evading effortlessly. Her slender fingers latched onto Feng Yixio's wrist with pinpoint accuracy, rendering his arm temporarily powerless. Is this grappling? Feng Yixio thought in alarm, immediately switching his fist into a palm to skillfully break free from her grip. He tried to create distance, but an overwhelming force pulled him back toward her. 8 trigrams blazing palm. Jialan Ziyu smiled faintly as purple flames engulfed her hand. She struck Feng Yixio square in the chest with immense power. Although he managed to shield his vital areas with his arms, the force of the blow sent him flying over 10 meters, landing straight into a nearby pool. At that moment, Feng Yixio finally realized that his teacher had also activated her bloodline connection and her mastery of it far surpassed his own. This isn't going to work. If this continues, I'll be completely overpowered. I need to come up with a plan, he thought, frantically devising a strategy in his mind. Teacher, help me. My leg is cramping. Feng Yixio suddenly shouted from the swimming pool. His cry for help seemed abrupt, but it was all part of a carefully laid plan. He had thought everything through since teacher Jialan Ziyu had awakened her fire element bloodline. Her combat prowess on land was undoubtedly formidable. However, if he could lure her into the water, the situation would turn in his favor. On the shore, teacher Jialan Ziyu's expression remained serious and unmoving. She vividly remembered how Feng Yixio had been the fastest swimmer earlier that day, making his sudden claim of cramping highly suspicious. Teacher, I can't hold on. Help me. Seeing that his teacher was not reacting, Feng Yixio decided to up his acting game. He sank to the bottom of the pool, pretending to lose consciousness. The water's surface gradually calmed, with no ripples in sight. Despite suspecting this might be one of Feng Yixio's tricks, Jialan Ziyu couldn't take the risk. With a swift leap, she dove into the water. Just as she approached him, the boy suddenly opened his eyes, a sly grin spreading across his face. Not good. I've been tricked. Jialan Ziyu realized with a jolt. Heh, sorry, teacher. Thunder mode. Feng Yixio's entire body was instantly surrounded by crackling lightning. The water's conductivity allowed the electric current to spread rapidly, creating a zone of electricity. Being so close, Jialan Ziyu was immediately paralyzed, unable to move. She made several attempts to use her fiery powers to break free, but the surrounding water extinguished her flames every time. Sensing his spiritual energy depleting, Feng Yixio seized the moment, swimming behind his teacher and locking her in a cross hold. Heh, teacher Jialan. Admit defeat. Feng Yixio declared triumphantly. Kid, you've really made me angry now. A purple flame ignited in Jialan Ziyu's eyes, and in an instant, her entire body was engulfed in blazing fire that burned fiercely even underwater. The intense heat clashed with the water, producing loud hissing sounds as countless white bubbles rose to the surface. What the? It's so hot. Feng Yixio hastily released her, staring in shock at the impossible sight before him. Who said fire and water don't mix? What on earth is this? Jialan Ziyu's expression darkened as she advanced toward Feng Yixio, clearly ready to deliver a thorough punishment. Teacher, I give up. Please, don't come any closer. Feng Yixio quickly begged for mercy. Flaming eightfold slam. With a single leap, Jialan Ziyu closed the distance, grabbed Feng Yixio by the collar, and spun him like a fiery whirlwind, slamming him repeatedly. Even though the water dampened the force, each impact left Feng Yixio grimacing in pain as his face hit the pool floor. For the final move, she hurled him out of the water, sending him crashing heavily onto the pool side. Jialan Ziyu followed suit, leaping out of the water and instantly drying herself with a burst of flames. She walked over to Feng Yixio, her face devoid of emotion. Will you dare to trick your teacher again? She asked coldly. Feng Yixio struggled to lift his head, his voice weak and slurred. No, never again. Although you just deceived me, I have to admit, your combat instincts are impressive. Jialan Ziyu looked at the disheveled Feng Yixio lying on the ground, her tone carrying a hint of approval. You know how to lure your enemy into unfavorable terrain before starting a fight, but your combat techniques still leave much to be desired. Feng Yixio struggled to his feet, gingerly touching his swollen cheek. With a tone of grievance, he said, I've never learned any martial arts. Isn't this a bit too harsh on me? From now on, he'll personally teach you martial arts every day. Jialan Ziyu said in a steady voice. Are you willing to learn from me? After a brief moment of thought, Feng Yixio replied with determination. Teacher, am willing to learn. In his heart, he reflected on their earlier exchange, where Jialan Ziyu's seamless fusion of martial arts and her bloodline awakening abilities had displayed astonishing power. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. Learning martial arts is extremely grueling. Are you sure you're ready for this? Jialan Ziyu asked with a serious expression. To become stronger, I'm willing to endure any hardship. Feng Yixio declared, his gaze unwavering. Good. Then your training load will be double that of the other students. That's the foundation for learning martial arts, Jialan Ziyu said calmly. Feng Yixio was startled upon hearing this. His current training regimen was already borderline torturous, and now it was going to double? This was practically training him to death. Noticing his hesitation, Jialan Ziyu let out a cold chuckle. What's the matter? Are you going to give up over something this trivial? Of course not. This is nothing. Feng Yixio forced a smile, though inwardly he was crying. Then, curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, Teacher, what were those moves you used earlier? They were incredible. Those were basic martial arts techniques, Jialan Ziyu explained. I integrated the power of my fire element bloodline awakening into them and created my own combat techniques. Someday, you'll be able to create your own techniques as well? Really? That sounds amazing. Feng Yixio's eyes lit up with excitement. Of course. But first, you need to master the fundamentals of martial arts. For example, I only managed to create my own techniques after studying Xingyi Bagua and Jiu-Jitsu. Xingyi Bagua? Jiu-Jitsu? Feng Yixio winced as he touched his swollen face, still shaken. No wonder I got beaten so badly. Jialan Ziyu said flatly, martial arts had already fallen into decline, reduced to a form of exercise for fitness. But ever since the Origin Project began, people realized that humans could evolve. Martial arts transformed into a deadly weapon for source warriors. Teacher, why are you only teaching me? Feng Yixio asked curiously. If your martial arts are so powerful, why not teach all the students? Jialan Ziyu turned away, her tone calm. Without activating a bloodline awakening, learning martial arts is a waste of time. Ordinary people, no matter how skilled, might still lose to a simple war spirit technique. Instead of wasting time on this, it's better to focus on improving their war spirit. That's why I don't teach everyone. I see. Feng Yixio nodded thoughtfully. However, you must not neglect your training as a battle spirit master because of this, Jialan Ziyu said, her gaze fixed on Feng Yixio with a serious tone. Your battle spirit is your greatest trump card, while combat techniques are merely supplementary. The Origin Project has just begun, and humanity's path of evolution is still a long one. Compared to source martial artists, battle spirit masters have a history of development spanning hundreds of years, making it a far more reliable path. Understood, teacher. I will prioritize my efforts accordingly, Feng Yixio nodded resolutely. It's getting late, and you've already sustained injuries. Let's call it a day, Jialan Ziyu said, preparing to leave the training hall. Teacher, you can go ahead. I need to finish my double training quota, Feng Yixio said firmly. Jialan Ziyu said no more. She summoned the grimoire of spirits, and a violet flame king serpent, wreathed in purple flames, materialized before her. She retrieved a silverdeer spirit card from the grimoire flying golden centipede, six-winged armament. The silvery light instantly merged into the violet flame king serpent, whose back unfolded a pair of flaming purple wings. With a graceful leap, Jialan Ziyu landed on the serpent's back. Get some rest, she said with a note of concern before flying out the window on the back of the serpent. Flying spirit card. Feng Yixio watched his teacher disappear into the night sky, a fire igniting in his chest. One day, I will become as strong as teacher. He threw himself into grueling training, repeating every exercise from earlier in the day. By the time the clock struck 11 at night, he was utterly drained, slumping to the ground to catch his breath. Without the ability to fly, he had to climb out the window stealthily and drag his exhausted body back to the student dormitory. Unbeknownst to him, Jialan Ziyu reappeared from the shadows after he left. What a remarkable young man, she murmured to herself. Not only did he complete such an extraordinary training load, but he also forced me to unlock the second-tier gene lock during battle. Such talent. It's truly something to look forward to. She gazed in the direction Feng Yixio had gone before vanishing into the darkness. When Feng Yixio finally returned to his dormitory, he noticed that the lights in his room were still on. As he swiped his card and entered, a figure suddenly appeared, startling him. Goodness, what did Teacher Jialan do to you this time? Han Shao asked, barely suppressing his laughter. It's a long story. Why are you still up so late? Were you waiting for me? Feng Yixio asked. Don't flatter yourself. I was just feeling a little hungry, Han Shao replied awkwardly. Well, take your time finding something to eat. I'm done for the day. Dragging his weary body, Feng Yixio returned to his room. After a quick wash, he collapsed into bed and fell into a deep sleep. Busy and fulfilling days always seemed to fly by. Feng Yixio's life had settled into a steady rhythm. Mornings dedicated to meditation and spiritual practice, afternoons immersed in combat training, and evenings sneaking into the Qingyun training grounds to hone his martial arts. At first, Teacher Jialan Ziyu had expressed her disapproval of Feng Yixio's decision to forego theory classes, insisting that time spent on combat training could be compromised, but theoretical studies were non-negotiable. However, when Feng Yixio demonstrated an extraordinary talent in understanding battle spirits and magical beasts, she eventually stopped pressuring him to attend regular theory classes. That said, Feng Yixio remained diligent in core subjects such as tactical strategies and general cultural studies, while devoting the rest of his time entirely to cultivation. Time flew by, and 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Feng Yixio, Shenryu, and Han Shao all made remarkable progress. Shenryu's advancement was the most notable. She had ascended to a level 2, Stage 1 Battle Spirit Master, thanks in large part to the Bronze Magic Spirit card gifted to her by Feng Yixio. Although Feng Yixio had cut back on his meditation and spiritual practice due to his nightly martial arts training, he had also reached level 1, Stage 9 as of today. With the absorption of just one more Magic Spirit card, he would break through to level 2, Stage 1 as a Battle Spirit Master. Coincidentally, Han Shao had also reached level 1, Stage 9 on the same day, and the two agreed to challenge the threshold of level 2 together. On Monday, as scheduled, the three of them headed to the Qingyun training hall to collect spirit stones. Suddenly, the angry voice of Teacher Jialan Ziyu echoed through the training hall. Nonsense. Shenryu has an elemental spirit, and Feng Yixio has awakened bloodline spirit communication. Both of them barely managed to absorb bronze-level magic spirit cards. And you want to try too? Teacher, if we can absorb bronze magic spirit cards, why can't Brother Han? Feng Yixio asked in confusion. Teacher Jialan Ziyu frowned deeply. Absorbing a magic spirit card is no trivial matter. It's essentially a battle of wits and strength with the spirit within the card. For Han Shao, attempting to absorb a bronze-level magic spirit card is far too risky. If he fails, not only will he fail to break through, but he might even regress in level. She elaborated further. The process of absorbing a magic spirit card is about conquest. It requires a seamless collaboration between the battle spirit master and their spirit. It cannot rely on external forces. Elemental spirits are highly valued not only because of their limitless potential, but also because they possess formidable combat power right from the start, allowing them to conquer bronze-level magic spirit cards with relative ease. This initial advantage snowballs, influencing their development over time. Take Shenryu, for example. It was thanks to the formidable offensive power of her fire spirit that she was able to conquer the Crimson Flame Sparrow within the bronze-level magic spirit card. As for Feng Yixio, He relied on the advantage of his bloodline's spirit communication and his exceptional synergy with Xiabela to successfully subdue the steel hedgehog, another bronze-level magic spirit. Han Xiao lowered his head, a stubborn determination glimmering in his eyes. Despite the heartfelt words from teacher Jialan Ziyu just moments ago, he persistently pleaded, "Teacher Jialan, please let me try again, just one more time." "You stubborn boy." Jialan Ziyu's face darkened with frustration as she scolded him. "Did everything I just said go in one ear and out the other? Were you even listening to me?" As the strongest shield in the class, Han Zhao's condition directly impacted the outcome of the class ranking battle in a month. She couldn't bear the thought of him injuring himself or worse, risking demotion just to absorb a magic spirit card. "Teacher Jialan, please, just let me try one more time," Han Xiao repeated with unwavering resolve. In truth, he and Feng Yixio had started absorbing their magic spirit cards at the same time, but teacher Jialan had not yet arrived. By the time Feng Yixio successfully completed the process, Han Xiao was still struggling, sweat pouring down his face in a concerning display of effort. If Jialan Ziyu hadn't arrived in time to interrupt the absorption process, the consequences could have been disastrous. Looking at the determined student before her, Jialan Ziyu sighed and shook her head helplessly. "I see it, no, you're as stubborn as your turtle spirit's shell. Fine, one last try. But the moment I notice anything wrong, I'm stopping it immediately." Han Zhao's face lit up with joy, like a child who had just been given a cherished treat. "Thank you, teacher. This time, he'll succeed no matter what." In his heart, there were two reasons driving his resolve to grow stronger. One was to bring honor to his family, and the other was to ensure he wouldn't drag down Feng Yixio and Shenruyu. He wanted to become their most reliable shield. "Adjust your spiritual energy first. Let me know when you're ready," Jialan Ziyu instructed sternly. Han Xiao nodded in agreement and immediately sat cross-legged, entering a meditative state to recover his depleted spiritual energy. Watching Han Zhao's sweat-soaked figure, Shenruyu couldn't help but express her concern. "The defense of this sacred beetle is so strong, but Brother Han's turtle spirit lacks offensive power. This is just too difficult for him." There were only two ways to conquer a magic spirit. Either make it willingly submit, or defeat it by force and absorb it. The first option was nearly impossible, as magic spirits originated from magical beasts and harbored deep-seated hatred toward humans. For Han Zhao's turtle spirit, which was inherently lacking in attack power, breaking through the sacred beetle's defense was like trying to climb an unscalable mountain. Feng Yixio observed Han Zhao's relentless efforts, feeling a pang of discomfort in his heart. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Teacher Jialan, can we transfer spiritual energy to Brother Han while he's absorbing the magic spirit card?" "In theory, yes, but only under conditions of absolute trust," Jialan Ziyu replied instinctively. Then her eyes widened in realization. "Wait, are you suggesting that we transfer spiritual energy to exhaust the sacred beetle? Since neither of us has much offensive power, let's see who has more patience." Feng Yixio exclaimed excitedly, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. The defense of the sacred scarab is incredibly high, but with Han Xiao being a level 9 rank 1 battle spirit master, even the weakest attacks can still chip away at it. As long as we persist, we can break through its defenses. Hearing this idea, Han Zhao's confidence soared. He carefully turned to the second page of the Magic Spirit Codex and placed the sacred scarab card into an empty slot. In an instant, the spirit on the card transformed into a beam of light and shot directly into the spiritual consciousness area in Han Zhao's brow. The impact of this light caused Han Xiao to stagger, as if his very soul had been shaken violently. Inside Han Zhao's spiritual consciousness space, a bulky sacred scarab charged menacingly toward Xiaoba. Despite the scarab's slow movements, Xiaoba was even slower and was sent flying by the impact. "Looks like I'll have to handle this myself," Han Xiao muttered with a helpless shake of his head. He picked up the dazed and adorable Xiaoba, maneuvering around to the back of the sacred scarab. This heavily armored, beetle-evolved creature boasted incredible defense but lacked significant offensive power. Without hesitation, Han Xiao climbed onto the sacred scarab's back and commanded Xiaoba, "Retract your head and use Earth Element Shield." In this critical moment, the usually unreliable turtle spirit surprisingly obeyed. It immediately withdrew its head and activated the Earth Element Shield, enveloping its entire shell. Meanwhile, Han Xiao shouted, 80, while using all his strength to pound on the sacred scarab's back. The sharp clang-clang of metal striking metal echoed incessantly. Despite Han Xiao putting every ounce of his strength into the attack, the scarab's iron shell remained unscathed, though it shook violently in an attempt to throw off the madman. Outside the spiritual consciousness space, Feng Yixio, Shenruyu, and teacher Jialan Ziyu took turns channeling spiritual energy into Han Xiao. Whenever Han Zhao's internal energy was nearly depleted, they replenished it immediately to maintain Xiaoba's energy-draining Earth Element Shield. The three of them stayed on high alert, prepared for any unexpected developments. Time flew by. From the moment the moon hung low in the trees to the first rays of dawn streaming through the window, the three remained steadfast at Han Zhao's side, taking turns replenishing his dwindling spiritual energy. Inside the spiritual space, Han Xiao's swollen arms continued to swing tirelessly. Finally, a faint crack appeared on the seemingly indestructible shell of the sacred scarab. At that moment, the one who felt the most despair wasn't Han Xiao or the three companions assisting him, it was the sacred scarab itself. It had endured an entire night of relentless pounding. While people spoke of breaking in falcons, no one had ever heard of breaking in bugs. This experience was beyond anything the sacred scarab could comprehend. Just as Han Xiao was about to reach his limit, the sacred scarab beneath him exhausted its energy first, transforming into a streak of spiritual light and disappearing into his consciousness. A trace of golden spiritual light emerged from his brow and landed on the demonic spirit codex in front of him. The bronze-grade spirit card, Sacred Scarab Sacred Armor, fused seamlessly with the codex. The surge of powerful spiritual energy instantly propelled Han Xiao to the rank of Level 2, Tier 1 Battle Spirit Master. It worked. Brother Han really did it. Feng Yixio exclaimed excitedly. Finally wore that sacred scarab out. It wasn't easy, Shen Ruyu said with a long sigh of relief. Jialan Ziyu smiled with delight. I can't believe it actually worked. A low-level battle spirit absorbing a bronze-grade spirit card, this is nothing short of a miracle. Feng Yixia's success was due to his awakened bloodline ability, but Han Xiao achieved this purely through his own determination. Han Xiao weakly opened his eyes and, barely audible, asked, "Did I succeed?" "Brother Han, you did it." Feng Yixio responded with a warm smile. "That's great." Before he could finish his sentence, Han Xiao collapsed, fainting from exhaustion of both physical and spiritual energy. Jialan Ziyu struggled to her feet. As a level 4 battle spirit master, she had expended the most energy and endured the longest. She spoke seriously. "You've all worked hard today. You don't need to attend classes for now. 3 days from now, meet me at the school gate at 7 a.m. We'll be heading to the first isolation zone." "The first isolation zone? What kind of place is that?" Feng Yixio asked, puzzled. Jialan Ziyu explained. "It's the territory of magical beasts. The class ranking competition begins in a month, and you need to gather evolution materials as soon as possible. Relying solely on your initial spirits won't be enough to compete with others." Hearing the mention of evolution materials, Feng Yixia's pupils contracted sharply. He had been anticipating this day for a long time. "Teacher, is there anything we need to prepare?" Shen Ruyu asked eagerly. "Over the next 3 days, rest well and think carefully about the development paths for your battle spirits. When you're ready, hand me your list of evolution materials," Jialan Ziyu said, her tone filled with trust, especially toward Feng Yixio. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was something mysterious about him. Not only could he come up with ingenious ideas, but he could also accurately identify the traits and weaknesses of advanced magical beasts she had never encountered before. However, Feng Yixio never revealed that this knowledge came from a system granted to him. He was careful not to disclose undiscovered evolution paths for battle spirits to anyone he didn't fully trust, fearing he might be taken to a lab for research. 3 days passed as promised. The morning sunlight bathed the entrance of Qingyun Academy, where Feng Yixio, Shen Ruyu, and Han Xiao were already waiting, their faces glowing with excitement they could barely contain. "You three are surprisingly early this time," a familiar voice called out from behind them. "Teacher Jialan, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for ages." Shen Ruyu quickly turned around, waving enthusiastically. Jialan Ziyu smiled and asked, "Did you all get enough rest these past 3 days? Have you prepared the evolution material lists I asked for?" Feng Yixio immediately handed over 3 meticulously prepared evolution material lists. His evolution path was clear toward the Jade Lin snake. While the path was the same, the quality of evolution had 3 tiers: standard evolution, elite evolution, and perfect evolution. Without hesitation, he chose the most challenging perfect evolution, even though it required extremely rare materials. For standard evolution, only a low-grade thunder-type magic beast crystal core, 1 pound each of 10-year-old white orchid and thunderstruck wood were needed. However, the requirements for perfect evolution were exponentially higher. A mid-grade subdragon thunder-type magic beast crystal core, 5 stalks each of 20-year-old white orchid and thunderstruck wood. Shen Ruyu's chosen evolution path was rather unique. When consulted, she firmly expressed her desire for something distinctive in evolution that combined strength and beauty. After much deliberation, Feng Yixio presented a few options, and she ultimately chose the Flame Spirit Sparrow, simply because the name sounded appealing to her. As for Han Zhao's evolution path, although there was only one option, the Holy Spirit, its uniqueness lay in the requirement for a water-type magic beast crystal core, which deviated from the usual rule of using a core matching the spirit's attribute. Feng Yixio set all 3 of their evolution levels to the perfect tier, laying a solid foundation for their future growth. Jialan Ziyu took the material lists and stared at them for a full 15 minutes, her hands trembling slightly. Feng Yixio, are you serious? She finally asked. Teacher, is there something wrong with the evolution material lists? Feng Yixio asked, puzzled, though he was confident that the system had never been wrong. Jialan Ziyu folded the material lists and handed them back to Feng Yixio, taking a deep breath. Feng Yixio, I trust that you wouldn't joke about your futures. I sincerely hope these evolution material lists aren't something you carelessly scribbled. If she didn't already know that Feng Yixio's expertise in spirit and magic beast research surpassed her own, she might have torn up the 3 completely unfamiliar material lists on the spot. Jialan Ziyu frowned deeply as she stared at the 3 evolution material application forms in her hands. The more she looked, the deeper her frown became. As a self-proclaimed top-tier scholar, she prided herself on knowing every publicly available evolution route in the Alliance inside and out. Yet, the forms submitted by Feng Yixio and the others were an eye-opener, to say the least. Feng Yixio's application, while extravagant, was at least reasonable. The use of higher-grade materials, especially the rare intermediate Thunder Dragon Beast Core, was undeniably impressive, though not entirely unthinkable. However, Han Zhao's choices left her completely speechless. A turtle-based earth spirit using the core of an intermediate water-type serpent beast? That defied every convention of the Alliance. It was a universally accepted fact that no one dared to use cores of opposing elements for spirit evolution. The consequences were simply unimaginable. But Shenryu's application was even more baffling. As one of the esteemed elemental spirits, the fire spirit had an evolution path as vast as the ocean. Popular choices like the fire spirit monkey or the blazing lion were not only strong contenders for ultimate forms, but could even potentially evolve into the legendary sacred spirit form. Yet, she had chosen an unheard-of creature, the flame spirit sparrow. Teacher, I've thought this through carefully. They'll take full responsibility for my choice, Feng Yixio said, his unwavering gaze meeting Jialan Ziyu's. That's right. I trust Brother Feng's decision, Shenryu chimed in immediately. And I trust my brother too, Han Xiao declared firmly. Jialan Ziyu's eyebrows knitted together so tightly they nearly formed a knot. In the end, she could only sigh in exasperation. All right, I'll indulge you this time. With that, she turned and began walking toward the helicopter waiting nearby. After a few steps, she realized it was unusually quiet behind her. Turning around, she saw the 3 of them still rooted to the spot. What are you brats standing around for? Teacher, you really agreed? Feng Yixio finally snapped out of his daze, his voice filled with surprise and excitement. What else could I do? You're all so determined. If I didn't trust you, wouldn't that make me seem heartless? Jialan Ziyu chuckled as she hopped onto the helicopter. Hurry up and get on. This helicopter charges by the hour and it's not cheap. The 3 of them scrambled aboard. As the rotors roared to life, the ground below began to shrink away. Teacher Jialan, what kind of place is the first isolation zone? Feng Yixio asked curiously. It's the true wilderness, completely different from the steel forest, Jialan Ziyu replied, her tone turning serious. To ensure the safety of the base, the surrounding areas are divided into multiple isolation zones. The first isolation zone is home to low and mid-level beasts, though high-level beasts occasionally appear. If you're unfortunate enough to encounter one, remember retreat immediately. Don't hesitate for a second. The helicopter took off from Qingyun Academy and, after half a day's flight, finally arrived at the outskirts of the steel fortress of the Huazhong base. As the distance decreased, the surrounding atmosphere gradually shifted from the bustling vibrancy of the city to a suffocating solemnity. Through the window, Feng Yixio gazed downward, noticing uniformed soldiers standing guard with unwavering vigilance around the fortress. Their eyes revealed a resolute determination, as if they were prepared to face death without hesitation. As the helicopter drew closer to the massive structure, its awe-inspiring scale became fully apparent, towering hundreds of meters into the sky, with steel walls several meters thick that exuded an unshakable sense of fortitude. What caught even more attention was the faintly visible energy shield that enveloped the fortress. Sporadic flashes of electricity danced across the dome-like barrier, protecting the entirety of Huazhong base. This defensive mechanism was specifically designed to guard against airborne magical beasts. We've arrived. This is the final line of defense for Huazhong base, the steel fortress, Jialan Ziyu said softly. The helicopter landed smoothly, and Jialan Ziyu was the first to step out, followed closely by Feng Yixio and the other 2. Wow, this steel fortress is incredible, Feng Yixio exclaimed in awe, gazing up at the imposing structure. With such an impressive fortress, I'd imagine Huazhong base is practically impenetrable, Han Xiao remarked, equally amazed. Jialan Ziyu's expression suddenly turned serious. Don't be fooled by appearances. Just a month ago, a Lord-level magical beast evolved into a Calamity-level beast in the second quarantine zone. It gained the ability to traverse spatial dimensions and silently bypass 2 layers of steel walls. The beast wreaked havoc in a nearby border village, and it took a devastating toll on the allied forces to finally bring it down. She continued, magical beasts are classified into levels: low, intermediate, advanced, and lord level. Once they reach lord level, they develop intelligence, making them extremely difficult to handle. Beyond that are calamity level, catastrophe level, cataclysm level, and apocalypse level beasts. As the names suggest, these creatures are synonymous with disaster. Ah, so the peace we enjoy comes at the cost of others carrying the burden for us. Feng Yixio sighed deeply. At least you understand how hard-earned it is. Time is running short, we should get moving, Jialan Ziyu urged. At the heavily guarded entrance to the fortress, they saw many people coming and going, including other groups of students led by their teachers. Halt! Please present your pass, a guard commanded, stepping forward to stop them. Jialan Ziyu handed over a military green pass. Instead of the Qingyun Academy emblem, it bore a distinctive mark, a thin line running through two 5-point stars. Upon seeing the pass, the guard's demeanor immediately shifted to one of respect. Ah, so you're a lieutenant officer. Me apologies for the oversight. Teacher, these are my 3 students, preparing to venture into the wilderness to gather evolution materials, Jialan Ziyu said in a calm tone. Although her rank as a lieutenant was merely honorary, she was still obligated to fulfill her duties whenever the Alliance issued an emergency mission. The gatekeeper soldier stood at attention and saluted before turning around and shouting, "Open gate 1782. With a heavy rumble of machinery, the massive city gate began to rise slowly. The defensive weapons mounted on the walls immediately locked onto the area outside, ready to respond to any sudden attack from beasts. After nodding in acknowledgement to the soldier, Jialan Ziyu led her 3 students through the gate. As soon as they stepped outside, the enormous gate descended swiftly behind them. The moment they truly set foot in the wilderness, Feng Yixio felt the stark contrast between this place and the iron forest. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood, and scattered across the ground were the mutilated remains of demonic beasts, along with shattered human corpses in horrific conditions. So this is the real wilderness? It's terrifying, Shinryu said in a trembling voice. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, blotting out the sky, and even the vegetation on the ground seemed several times larger than usual. In the distance, the haunting roars of beasts echoed intermittently, sending chills down their spines. Jialan Ziyu's expression grew somber. You must stay on high alert. This is a place where the law of the jungle reigns supreme. Every day, lives are lost to the mouths of beasts. You have 1 month to gather all the evolution materials you need. 1 month? Should be enough, right? Han Xiao asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. That depends on your luck, Jialan Ziyu said with a sigh. If you only needed low-level beast cores, it wouldn't be too difficult. But you need mid-level beast cores, which makes the task at least 10 times harder. With you here, teacher, dealing with mid-level beasts should be a piece of cake, right? Han Xiao asked hopefully. Jialan Ziyu shook her head firmly. This time, you'll have to rely on yourselves. I've already reached Tier 4, Level 9, and I need to focus on finding the magic spirit card required for my breakthrough. Besides, I can't always protect you. This is your best opportunity to hone your skills. Don't let me down. Don't worry, teacher. We won't disappoint you, Feng Yixio said resolutely. Jialan Ziyu handed a locator device to Feng Yixio. Keep this with you. If you encounter danger, send a distress signal. Whatever you do, don't act recklessly. Feng Yixio took the tracker with swift, precise movements and casually stored it in his spatial ring. Such technological devices were no longer a rarity in today's world, and their prices had become quite affordable. In 1 month, I will locate your position using this tracker. By then, we'll return to the academy together, Jialan Ziyu said firmly, her tone leaving no room for argument. Yes, teacher. See you in a month, Feng Yixio responded solemnly, straightening his posture. Jialan Ziyu nodded slightly, summoning her battle spirit. She activated a flying-type magic spirit card and disappeared into the depths of the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Teacher Jialan is so ruthless. Isn't she worried we'll get eaten by high-level magic beasts? Han Xiao muttered under his breath. Don't say that, Brother Han, Shinryu quickly interjected. Teacher must have her reasons for doing this. We can't rely on her for everything. Enough complaining, Feng Yixio said, raising his voice. I thought with teacher's help, collecting the materials wouldn't be a problem. But now it's clear we're on our own. 1 month isn't a lot of time. So let's get moving. Brother Feng is right, Shinryu agreed. The materials we need this time are substantial, and the pressure is high. Let's start searching immediately. The 3 of them began a meticulous search of the first isolation zone. They weren't in a rush to track down any magic beasts. These creatures were notoriously elusive, each with its own methods of concealment. If not for the occasional roars echoing through the wilderness, they might have doubted whether any magic beasts even inhabited this barren land. I found it, Feng Yixio exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. This has to be a 20-year-old demon flame flower and there's a whole patch of them. In an inconspicuous corner ahead to his right, a cluster of demon flame flowers was scattered across the ground, exactly one of the evolution materials Shinryu needed. Shinryu rushed over at once, pulling out her spirit herb compendium to carefully compare the details. It really is demon flame flower. Looks like we're pretty lucky. I don't know how your brain works, Han Xiao laughed, patting Feng Yixio on the shoulder. You've never even taken the theory class, yet you can recognize every spirit flower and herb? Brother Feng is naturally gifted. That's not something you can envy, Brother Han. Shinryu teased with a smile as she carefully harvested the flowers. Yes, skipping theory classes but still acing the exams through self-study, that's definitely beyond envy. Han Xiao chuckled, joining Shinryu in collecting the flowers. Feng Yixio merely smiled faintly without saying a word. This was, of course, thanks to the system. It not only provided information on magic beasts and battle spirits, but also displayed details about all spirit herbs and materials. Everything he saw was etched into his memory, as if permanently engraved in his mind. Just as the three of them were chatting and gathering the flowers, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Wait. Feng Yixio abruptly stopped what he was doing. Do you feel that? The vibrations? Shinryu and Han Xiao stopped in their tracks simultaneously, their expressions turning cautious. It feels like there's a tremor, they said warily. I sense a large number of magical beasts approaching underground, Feng Yixio said gravely. Suddenly, the trembling ground came to an abrupt halt. In the next instant, countless tiny holes began to appear rapidly across the surface. From these holes, shadows shot out like bullets from a barrel, their speed astonishing. Not good. It's bullet ants. Feng Yixio shouted a warning. Earth Shield. In the nick of time, Han Xiao summoned Xiaoba and swiftly activated a battle spirit skill, enveloping the three of them in a protective barrier. The relentless sound of metallic impacts echoed around them. Countless bullet ants slammed into the Earth Shield, sparks flying with every collision. The heads of these magical beasts were like forged steel, virtually indestructible. Information about the bullet ants flashed through Feng Yixio's mind. Metal element magical beasts of low rank, equipped with two skills: bullet shot and bullet storm. Their weakness is fire element attacks, and their unique trait is the ability to unleash bullet storm when their numbers exceed 100, a power comparable to mid-level magical beasts. These are metal element bullet ants, and there are already more than 100 of them. They've launched bullet storm right off the bat, Feng Yixio said tensely. What a coincidence. Last time it was poison element bullet ants, and now we're dealing with metal element ones. Han Xiao said, his expression grim. We're surrounded. We need to figure out a way to escape. Shinryu suggested. Memories of their last encounter with bullet ants in the Ironwood forest still sent chills down their spines. These metal element bullet ants were even more terrifying, moving as fast as real bullets. I can't hold on much longer, Han Xiao said, sweat streaming down his face as the energy shield of the Earth Shield grew weaker under the relentless assault. Why run? They're just a bunch of low-level magical beasts. Don't forget, we've grown stronger too, Feng Yixio said firmly. His words struck a chord, and Shinryu and Han Xiao exchanged a glance, regaining their confidence. Brother Feng is right. They're the ones who should be running. Exactly. Let's fight these beasts heathen. Feng Yixio and Shinryu shared a determined smile and simultaneously summoned their battle spirits. Xiao Bailu and Huohua appeared instantly, already in combat mode. Their sizes had noticeably increased with their master's growing strength. The roars of the two battle spirits reverberated, intimidating the swarm of bullet ants and momentarily weakening their assault. Brother Han, open a small gap in the Earth Shield to let Xiao Bailu and Huohua out, Feng Yixio instructed. Got it. Be careful, Han Xiao replied, promptly creating an opening in the protective barrier. Xiao Bailu and Huohua darted out with agility, ready to face the enemy heathen. Because Huohua was completely engulfed in blazing flames, the swarm of bullet ants instinctively recoiled, not daring to approach. However, Xiao Bailu wasn't so fortunate, as nearly all the bullet ants swarmed toward it. Perfect timing. Xiao Bailu, use Death Coil. Steel Hedgehog Sword Armor Formation. Feng Yixio seized the opportunity and shouted. As the spirit technique was unleashed, Xiao Bailu quickly curled into a perfectly spherical shape. The Mystic Spirit Codex beside Feng Yixio instantly emitted a bronze-grade spirit card, which transformed into a burst of radiant energy that infused into Xiao Bailu. In an instant, countless sharp swords erupted from Xiao Bailu's scales, each gleaming with a cold light, easily piercing through the oncoming bullet ants. The power was doubled compared to before absorbing the spirit card, and the length of the blades extended from the original 2 meters to an astonishing 5 meters. While both Xiao Bailu and the bullet ants were metallic in nature, the sword armor formed by the bronze-grade spirit card was clearly far tougher than the ants' metal exoskeletons. Xiao Bailu, use death roll immediately, Feng Yixio commanded, seeing the overwhelming advantage. This was a brand new combination spirit technique that fused death coil with sword armor formation. Xiao Bailu, previously stationary, suddenly began spinning at high speed, transforming into a razor-sharp blender. It mercilessly tore through the dense swarm of ants, its spinning blades piling up with the remains of the bullet ants as their shrieks filled the air. The once menacing swarm was quickly thrown into disarray, scattering in all directions. Trying to run now? Not without my Huahua's permission. Crimson Flame, Sparrow Blazing Enchantment. Huahua, use Fire Tornado. Shinryu sneered as she tossed out a bronze-grade spirit card. Instantly, Huahua's flames surged in intensity. It took a deep breath and unleashed a massive fire tornado, towering tens of meters high and over a meter wide. The devastating inferno swept through the retreating remnants of the bullet ants, engulfing them in flames and reducing them to ashes in midair. As the battle concluded, a round of applause came from behind Feng Yixio. Wow, you two are absolutely insane. Those fierce bullet ants couldn't even last a single round against you. Han Xiao exclaimed excitedly as he deactivated his earth shield defense. Feng Yixio and Shinryu exchanged a smile. Feng Yixio scratched his head modestly and said, "It's all thanks to our teamwork. This time, we've finally conquered our fears." Ever since their last encounter in the Ironwood forest, where they were chased by bullet ants for hours, the experience had left an indelible shadow in their hearts. But now, having defeated an even stronger and larger swarm of bullet ants, the trio felt a sense of relief and triumph. This time, luck wasn't on our side. We only got 7 iron-grade spirit cards, but it's still something, Han Xiao said with a grin as he retrieved the floating spirit cards. These iron-grade spirit cards aren't of much use to us now, so why don't we just give them all to Brother Feng? Shinryu suggested. Fine by me, Han Xiao said, clapping Feng Yixio on the shoulder with a wide grin. I'm counting on you for better spirit cards in the future. I don't need these ones anyway. Don't worry. Feng Yixio patted his chest confidently and assured his companions. Whatever magic spirit cards you need, just tell me, and I'll make sure to get them for you. Han Zhao's eyes lit up with excitement as he asked, Really? Any magic spirit card? Of course, as long as you can think of it, Feng Yixio replied with unwavering confidence. How about an epic-level magic spirit card? Han Xiao asked with a mischievous grin. Get lost. Feng Yixio shot him an annoyed glance. Crafting fused magic spirit cards required immense spiritual energy and an extremely short fusion time, making it impossible to rely on others for energy support. With his current abilities, he could barely create a silver-level magic spirit card, and even that often ended in failure. As for the legendary epic-level cards, not only could he not make one, but even if he did, it would be unusable due to the staggering energy requirements. I was just joking. Why so serious? Han Xiao chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. At that moment, Shinryu's impatient voice rang out. What are you two chatting about over there? Hurry up and help me pick these flame flowers. The two immediately fell silent and obediently joined Shinryu in gathering the remaining flame flowers. Harvesting these spiritual flowers required careful attention. They had to be uprooted entirely and stored in specially crafted containers to preserve their medicinal properties. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away, a figure in a violet robe Jialan Ziyu watched them from the branches of a towering tree. Observing the trio's seamless teamwork, she smiled in satisfaction. It seems that these months of special training have paid off. Even those gold-type bullet ants are no less formidable than mid-tier magical beasts. Now I can focus on my own tasks with peace of mind. Although she had told them to hunt independently, her concern had kept her at a discreet distance, silently following them. From what she saw, their coordination and strength were more than enough to handle most of the magical beasts in the first isolation zone. Reassured of their safety, Jialan Ziyu summoned her battle spirit and disappeared into the deeper wilderness. As the trio concentrated on collecting the flame flowers, more and more magical beasts began to gather nearby, their eyes fixed on the bullet ant corpses. These beasts, though clearly tempted, hesitated to approach due to the protective presence of the 3 battle spirits. They opted instead to wait for the group to leave before making their move. What are you all staring at? Want me to turn you into skewers? Han Xiao barked irritably at the surrounding beasts, unnerved by their glowing eyes. Remarkably, the creatures seemed to understand his threat, retreating several meters. Of course, this was just bluster. The group had come well prepared, with their storage rings stocked full of provisions and purified water. They had no interest in consuming raw magical beast meat, let alone wasting time on it, as their mission was urgent. Feng Yixio studied the gathering magical beasts and suddenly had an idea. Why don't we use the bullet ant corpses as bait to capture a mid-air magical beast? I remember there's a mid-air fire-type beast that preys specifically on bullet ants. Are you talking about the fire feather eagle? Shinryu's eyes lit up, and she quickly agreed. That's a great idea. Exactly. Han Xiao nodded enthusiastically. The fire feather eagle, as a mid-air fire-type magical beast, would be perfect for providing a fire-type mid-air magic core for our third sister. All right, Then let's try a wait-and-strike approach, Feng Yishio said calmly. The three of them immediately got to work, gathering the scattered remains of the bullet ants into a single pile. Initially, they planned to set traps around the area, but considering the fire feather eagle's keen eyesight, they eventually abandoned the idea. This fire feather eagle is a formidable creature among flying magical beasts. If we can't take it down in one blow, it'll be incredibly difficult to kill, Han Xiao said with concern. After all, their battle spirits were still in their juvenile stages, while a mid-tier magical beast was equivalent to a mature battle spirit an entire level higher. It's definitely a tricky situation, Shinryu said, her expression thoughtful. Her fire spirit could manage low-altitude flight, but it was more like floating and was nowhere near comparable to the true flight capabilities of the fire feather eagle. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yishio spoke up. I do have an idea, but it might require Xiao Bailu to play a role. Xiao Bailu tilted its head, flicking its tongue curiously as it looked at Feng Yishio. Xiao Bailu, you'll need to play dead near the bullet ants, as if you perished alongside them. When the fire feather eagle approaches, seize the moment to restrain it and prevent it from taking flight, Feng Yishio explained in detail. Xiao Bailu nodded seriously, then flipped onto its back, twisting and turning as it lay motionless on the ground. To make the act more convincing, it even flicked its tongue out before going completely still. After a moment, it sneakily turned its head to look at Feng Yishio, as if asking how convincing its performance was. Brilliant performance. Feng Yishio gave a thumbs up, clearly impressed by Xiao Bailu's acting. Absolutely incredible. Han Xiao echoed with admiration. Well, of course it's my battle spirit after all, Feng Yishio said with a proud grin. At Shun Ryu's suggestion, the three quickly hid in the dense underbrush, covering themselves entirely with dry, fallen leaves. The surrounding magical beasts were baffled by their peculiar behavior and dared not approach the bullet ant remains. 3 hours passed, and the sky began to darken. Are we sure this plan will work? It's almost nightfall, and there's still no sign of the fire feather eagle, Han Xiao muttered doubtfully. If not for their enhanced physical endurance, staying motionless for so long would have been unbearable. Suddenly, a sharp eagle cry pierced through the air, sending the nearby magical beasts scattering in all directions. A massive, fiery red eagle appeared, circling twice in the sky before descending cautiously to the ground. As the fire feather eagle finally landed, Feng Yishio could truly grasp the immense difference between mid-tier and low-tier magical beasts. The eagle stood nearly 3 meters tall, with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters. Its entire body was covered in feathers that gleamed with a fiery metallic sheen, each feather seemingly enveloped in visible flames. Its steel-like beak glinted with a menacing metallic luster, effortlessly cracking the bullet ants' tough exoskeletons as though they were mere sunflower seeds. Oh my gosh, is this really a mid-tier magical beast? Han Xiao stared at the massive fire feather eagle before him, unable to suppress a quiet gasp. Its enormous body nearly obscured half the sky, and the shadow cast by its outstretched wings covered a vast area. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let it notice us. Feng Yishio quickly lowered his voice to warn him. Seeing a mid-tier magical beast in person for the first time, the sheer presence of the fire feather eagle was far beyond his imagination. In Feng Yishio's mind, detailed information about the fire feather eagle surfaced. It was a fire element mid-tier magical beast, skilled in 3 major abilities: Blazing Strike, Inferno Spiral, and 1,000 Phantom Feathers. Not only did it possess tremendous attack power, but it was also an unrivaled force in aerial combat, with an exceptionally wide attack range. Its only weakness lay in its sluggish movements on the ground. Han Xiao and Shinryu exchanged a silent nod, waiting for Feng Yishio to devise their next move. At this moment, the fire feather eagle was fully focused on chasing a swarm of bullet ants, paying no attention to the nearby little white tower. Now's our chance. As the fire feather eagle let its guard down and turned its back to the little white tower, Feng Yishio suddenly stood up and shouted, "Little white tower, use Deathbind." The snake's spirit, which had been playing dead, sprang to life and swiftly climbed along the fire feather eagle's talons. Despite the vast difference in size, making it impossible to fully restrain the opponent, it successfully coiled around one of its wings. The fire feather eagle let out a sharp screech, instinctively trying to flap its wings to escape, but its trapped wing threw it off balance, causing it to crash heavily into a nearby tree. Flame, aim for its eyes and use Fireball. Shinryu immediately summoned her battle spirit and activated a magic spirit card for enchantment. Flame took a deep breath and unleashed a massive fireball, a full meter in diameter, straight toward the fire feather eagle's eyes. Meanwhile, Little White Tower coiled its tail around the tree to anchor itself while maintaining a firm grip on the fire feather eagle's wing. As the fireball closed in, the eagle hastily flapped its free wing, unleashing a powerful inferno spiral to clash with the incoming attack. Boom! The collision of energy created a shockwave that sent both Flame and the fire feather eagle flying back several meters. Although Little White Tower continued to cling tightly to the eagle's wing, it couldn't avoid sustaining minor injuries in the process. Steel Hedgehog Blade Armor. Seizing the moment as the Fire Feather Eagle fell to the ground, Feng Yixio swiftly tossed out a bronze-tier magic spirit card. Little White Tower's scales instantly sprouted countless sharp blades. While they couldn't pierce the eagle's outer feathers, as tough as refined steel, they managed to penetrate the weaker underfeathers on the wing's inner side, driving in about 30 centimeters. Blood began to drip steadily from the wound, pooling into a crimson puddle on the ground. Shriek. The Fire Feather Eagle let out a piercing cry, its searing pain causing the flames within its body to surge wildly. Feng Yixio could clearly see the sword armor on Xiao Bailu glowing red-hot under the extreme heat, yet the creature clung tightly to the Fire Feather Eagle, refusing to let go. The scalding sword armor inflicted unbearable agony on the eagle, which flapped its wings frantically in an attempt to shake Xiao Bailu off. Xiao Bailu, hold on. Use your lightning power. Feng Yixio shouted anxiously. He understood the gravity of the situation. If Xiao Bailu released its grip and allowed the Fire Feather Eagle to escape, the vengeful beast would undoubtedly launch an even fiercer assault from the skies. It was already difficult enough to handle on the ground. If airborne, its combat power would skyrocket, potentially turning the battle into a relentless fight to the death. With a low growl, Xiao Bailu's body was instantly surrounded by crackling currents of electricity as thick as a pinky finger. The powerful lightning temporarily paralyzed the Fire Feather Eagle. Seeing the opportunity, Shun Ryu quickly commanded her companion, fire a flame blast. However, just as the flame blast was about to strike, the Fire Feather Eagle suddenly unfurled its right wing to shield its body. It appeared to be attempting to use the impact of the flame blast to free itself from Xiao Bailu, even if it meant severely injuring its own wing. No way. This beast is incredibly intelligent. Shun Ryu exclaimed in shock. Such was the primal instinct of wild magical beasts. Though lacking human intelligence, they often made astonishing tactical decisions. In the blink of an eye, Han Xiao made a decisive call. Xiao Ba, cast Earth Shield on Xiao Bailu. The turtle spirit's defensive skill promptly formed a sturdy shield around Xiao Bailu's body. The impact of the flame blast rendered the Earth Shield faintly translucent, but fortunately, Xiao Bailu only suffered a shockwave, leaving it momentarily dazed. Seizing the opening, the Fire Feather Eagle arched its powerful neck like a coiled spring. Its beak, sharp as a barbed hook and gleaming coldly, struck fiercely at Xiao Bailu. With a resounding crack, the Earth Shield shattered into fragments. The Fire Feather Eagle pressed on without hesitation, hammering its steel-like beak against Xiao Bailu's Nordhot sword armor. Clang, clang, clang. The rapid metallic clashes rang out like a blacksmith hammering iron, each strike faster and more relentless than the last. Even as the sword armor pierced its head, drawing blood, the Fire Feather Eagle paid no heed, continuing its frenzied assault, determined to break through Xiao Bailu's defenses. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Xiaobela realized that if it didn't deal with the snake spirit quickly, it might be worn down to death. Under the dual assault of intense heat and relentless attacks, the sword-armored plating on its body began to peel away like the cracked surface of molten lava. What once seemed like an impenetrable defense was now shattered under the rapid, heavy strikes of the Fire-Feathered Eagle, exposing Xiaobela's soft, vulnerable core. Xiaobela, let go now. Feng Yixio shouted anxiously upon seeing the situation. Without the sword-armored plating for protection, Xiaobela's relatively fragile scales alone were no match for the Fire-Feathered Eagle's razor-sharp iron beak. Reluctantly, Xiaobela released its grip on the Fire-Feathered Eagle's wing but didn't retreat. Instead, it began to maneuver nimbly around its opponent. The Fire-Feathered Eagle let out a triumphant screech, flapping its wings in excitement, but its right wing, now smeared with blood, moved with noticeable sluggishness. You think you can still fly? Did you ask my Xiaoba first? Han Xiao sneered. Xiaoba, bite down on its legs and don't let go. As it turned out, during the earlier skirmish, Han Xiao's turtle spirit, Xiaoba, though slow-moving, had quietly positioned itself beneath the Fire-Feathered Eagle. Just as the bird attempted to take off, Xiaoba lunged and clamped its jaws tightly around the eagle's legs. The Fire-Feathered Eagle, a formidable flying beast, tried to lift the heavy Xiaoba into the air with sheer strength. Flames erupted around its body as its wings whipped up scorching winds, managing to lift Xiaoba over a meter off the ground. Heh, let me teach you the true weight of life. Han Xiao chuckled as he flung out a bronze-tier spirit card. Sacred Scarab Sacred Armor. Xiaoba's thick turtle shell was instantly coated with a golden layer, transforming its carapace into what looked like solid gold. With a resounding boom, the Fire-Feathered Eagle, which had managed to climb 10 meters into the air, plummeted straight to the ground, scattering fiery feathers everywhere. No matter how desperately it struggled, it couldn't shake off Xiaoba's iron grip. Enraged and humiliated, the fire-feathered eagle unleashed another high-speed strike. But this time, the outcome was completely unexpected. After a sharp metallic clang, the eagle's once prized iron beak had fractured by a third, while Xiaoba's shell bore only a faint white scratch. The fire-feathered eagle froze in disbelief, as if unable to comprehend what had just happened. Now's our chance. Huohua, use fire tornado right away. Shinryu seized the opportunity and gave the command. A powerful firestorm roared toward the fire-feathered eagle, which struggled desperately to escape but found itself immobilized, as if tethered to a mountain by Xiaoba. Shinryu wasn't worried about harming Xiaoba, as the sacred armor-enhanced turtle, combined with the protection of the earth shield, could easily withstand the attack. Xiaoba finally let go of its tightly clenched jaws, and the once majestic fire-feather eagle was instantly engulfed by a massive fiery tornado. Crimson feathers scattered wildly in the raging storm, and within moments, the once imposing creature was reduced to a pitiful, bald shadow of its former self, incapable of soaring through the skies ever again. Thanks to its innate resistance to fire, the magical beast, though stripped of its feathers, still struggled tenaciously on the ground, fighting for survival. Seeing this, Feng Yixio decisively issued the final command. End it, arc lightning strike. In an instant, Xiao Beilu's body was enveloped in blinding lightning, transforming into a streak of electricity that pierced straight into the fire-feather eagle's heart. The mid-level fire-feather eagle, whose strength rivaled that of a high-level magical beast, fell lifelessly. Phew! The three of them collapsed to the ground simultaneously, gazing at the massive corpse of the fire-feather eagle before them, finally releasing the heavy burden in their hearts. Still shaken, Shinryu remarked, this fire-feather eagle's size was already nearing that of a high-level magical beast. It probably wouldn't have taken long for it to evolve into a fire cloud eagle. We were really lucky. Feng Yixio took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. We owe it to Xiaoba for pulling it down in time. If it had managed to ascend and unleash its 1,000 illusion fire feathers, we wouldn't have stood a chance. Han Xiao gave a hearty laugh. You all worked so hard to help me absorb the sacred scarab magic spirit card. There was no way I could let you down. This battle had been their toughest challenge yet. The seamless teamwork between their three spirit beasts had been the key to victory. Without such coordination, they would have likely ended up as the fire-feather eagle's meal. After this ordeal, the bond between the three of them grew even stronger, to the point where a mere glance could convey their intentions. The three spirit beasts wandered over slowly, chirping and growling excitedly as if seeking praise for their efforts. Feng Yixio quickly picked up the injured Xiao Bailu, his heart aching as he examined its burns. Xiao Bailu, you've worked so hard. Xiao Bailu affectionately nuzzled against Feng Yixio's neck, its forked tongue gently licking his cheek. Stop it, that tickles. Feng Yixio chuckled, gently stroking Xiao Bailu's forehead. You should return to the Magic Spirit Codex to rest. I promise I won't let you get hurt next time. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Bailu transformed into a beam of white light and disappeared into the Magic Spirit Codex by Feng Yixio's side. Just as the three of them let their guard down, a faint yellow glow suddenly emerged from the Fire-Feather Eagle's corpse, coalescing into a Bronze Tier Magic Spirit card. Man, we should really try our luck with the lottery. Han Xiao exclaimed, springing to his feet and swiftly grabbing the Magic Spirit card. Feng Yixio calmly explained, the stronger the magical beast and the deeper its resentment in life, the higher the chance of dropping a Magic Spirit card. This Fire-Feather Eagle was on the verge of evolving into a high-level magical beast, yet it was defeated by three younglings. Its unwillingness is only natural, and the card drop makes perfect sense. The drop rate of Magic Spirit cards is an average figure, but through in-depth research, two key factors have been discovered to increase the chances. First, the closer a magical beast is to evolution, the higher the likelihood of dropping a Magic Spirit card. However, these beasts tend to be far stronger than others of the same level, making them difficult to hunt. Second, the heavier the resentment in a magical beast's heart, the greater the possibility of forming a Magic Spirit card. The Fire-Feather Eagle just now was the perfect example. It was on the verge of evolution, but was ambushed while enjoying its meal. What made it even harder to accept was that the creatures that killed it were not some powerful beasts, but three young spirits as weak as low-level magical beasts. For a proud mid-level magical beast to fall to such foes, one can only imagine the depth of its resentment. In contrast, if a high-level spirit master were to slaughter low-level magical beasts, it would be harder to obtain Magic Spirit cards. This is because, in the face of overwhelming power, the magical beasts are left with nothing but the instinct to flee, leaving no room for hatred to form, which naturally lowers the drop rate of Magic Spirit cards. Of course, even if both conditions are met, it doesn't guarantee a Magic Spirit card will drop. It ultimately comes down to luck. Feng Yixio carefully examined the Magic Spirit card in his hand, its surface vividly depicting the majestic Fire-Feather Eagle. The full name of this armed Magic Spirit card was Fire-Feather Eagle Fire-Feather. Since it's fire elemental, let's give it to Yuer, Feng Yixio suggested. That doesn't seem quite right, Shinryu replied hesitantly. This is the result of everyone's hard work. After the intense battle they had just experienced, she understood how rare and precious a bronze-level magic spirit card was. Thinking of how Feng Yixio had already generously given away 2 bronze-level cards before, she felt even more touched by his kindness. What's wrong with it? Don't be so polite with us, Han Xiao said as he shoved the magic spirit card into Shinryu's hand. You don't have an armed magic spirit card yet, who else would we give it to if not you? Shinryu silently accepted the bronze-level magic spirit card, though she couldn't use it just yet. Her fire spirit had not evolved into a physical form, let alone sprouted feathers, so she couldn't perform the arming process. At that moment, Han Xiao noticed heavy footfalls in the distance, like an army on the march. It seems the fire feather eagle's corpse has attracted quite a few magical beasts. We need to extract the magic beast core quickly, Feng Yixio said urgently. The body of a mid-level magical beast was sure to draw a crowd of beasts of the same level, and it might even alert the ruler of this first isolation zone a high-level magical beast. In their current state, with their spiritual energy depleted and their spirit beasts injured, they were in no condition to face such a threat. Leave the grunt work to us. Stay back. Han Xiao pulled out a sharp military dagger and skillfully sliced open the fire feather eagle's skull. Feng Yixio, suppressing his discomfort, retrieved a glowing, heat-radiating magic beast core and, after wiping off the blood, handed it to Shinryu. This place isn't safe. We need to leave immediately, Feng Yixio said as he grabbed the other 2 and quickly led them away. Just as they retreated, the sound of trees crashing to the ground echoed behind them, clearly signaling the arrival of some massive creature. The 3 of them sprinted as fast as they could, only stopping when the sounds behind them faded into silence. Han Xiao bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for air. Phew, that was close. From the sound of it, that was definitely a high-level magical beast. It looks like there really are high-level magical beasts in the first isolation zone. Feng Yixio wiped the sweat from his forehead. Teacher warned us never to provoke them. We'll have to be even more cautious from now on. As the sky darkened, Shinryu glanced around and said, it's getting late. We need to find a safe place to rest. The 3 quickly worked together to set up a simple tent. Following their established routine, they decided to take turns keeping watch to ensure each of them got at least 6 hours of sleep. Time flew by, and 28 days passed in the blink of an eye. Though they faced numerous dangers during this period, the trio made it through unscathed. The longer they stayed in this wilderness, the deeper their respect for the land grew. They remained constantly vigilant, prepared for the possibility of a sudden magical beast attack. Phew! 20-year-old white orchids, exactly 5 plants. Feng Yixio carefully placed the harvested orchids into his storage ring, then pulled out his evolution materials chart to mark off the white orchid entry. Of the 3 evolution materials he needed, only the most difficult one remained: the crystal core of an intermediate lightning element dragon-type magical beast. While they had encountered many magical beasts over the past days, intermediate level ones were rare, let alone a rare dragon-type with a lightning element. To avoid returning empty-handed, he had already secured a crystal core from a regular intermediate lightning element magical beast as a backup. Han Xiao took out his own evolution materials chart and frowned. I've gathered all the other materials I need, but so far, I've only gotten 1 intermediate water element magical beast crystal core, and it's not from a serpent type. Although this core could serve as a substitute, it was far from ideal, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Among the 3, only Shinryu had fully collected all of his materials, as he only required a standard intermediate fire element magical beast crystal core, which was relatively easier to obtain. Looks like our best bet is to try our luck by the lake, Feng Yixio suggested. Maybe we'll find the crystal core Han needs there. Your dragon-type lightning element magical beast crystal core hasn't been found either, Han Xiao replied earnestly. We should focus on yours first. The dragon-type magical beasts I need are too rare and don't have fixed habitats. It'd be more practical to start with the lake. There are plenty of water element magical beasts there, so we might just find what you need. Feng Yixio patted Han Xiao's shoulder and led the group toward the largest freshwater lake in the first isolation zone. Following the map, the trio soon arrived at the massive lake known as Dongxin Lake. Despite its tranquil surface, they all knew that danger likely lurked beneath the water. Let's hope our luck isn't too bad, Feng Yixio said grimly. There should be plenty of water element magical beasts in Dongxin Lake, including serpent types. Shinryu offered a suggestion. Serpent-type magical beasts are known to prey on frogs. We could use a greenwood frog as bait. Feng Yixio quickly retrieved a piece of greenwood frog meat from his storage ring. It was part of a mid-level water element magical beast they had previously hunted, stored in case of food shortages. Feng Yixio carefully placed the large chunk of greenwood frog meat on the riverbank. It was the bait they had meticulously prepared. Embedded within the meat was a specially designed metal hook, a common tool for hunting aquatic magical beasts. The hook was connected to an almost invisible, special thread that could withstand tons of pressure without snapping. All right, this should do the trick, Feng Yixio said, securing the other end of the thread tightly to a massive rock. He clapped his hands with satisfaction. The three of them hid behind the boulder where the thread was tied. Any movement in the line would signal that a magical beast had taken the bait. Let's hope we get lucky this time and attract a snake-type magical beast, Shinryu whispered a hopeful prayer. Frog-type magical beasts do tend to be more enticing to snake-types, Han Xiao remarked, but his expression suddenly turned serious. I just hope we don't run into that creature. Sure. Can you keep your mouth shut, you jinx? Feng Yixio glared at Han Xiao in annoyance. He was well aware of Han Xiao's tendency to speak ominously, and hearing those words sent a chill down his spine. The lake was called Dongxin Lake, named after the mysterious, bottomless pit at its center. Their teacher, Jiaolan Ziyu, had once told them that the smooth walls of the pit clearly indicated frequent activity by magical beasts. Rumor had it that someone had once dived into the depths to investigate, only to be terrified out of their wits by a pair of massive, lantern-like green eyes glowing in the abyss. They had fled in a panic. The Alliance speculated that the creature was likely a rare Titan python. Though classified as a mid-ear magical beast, its immense size meant it evolved slowly, granting it strength on par with height-ear beasts. Its colossal, mountain-like body could overwhelm even the most formidable height-ear magical beasts, earning it the title of Dongxin Lake's guardian. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Han Xiao quickly shut his mouth and focused intently on the lake's surface. What they didn't know, however, was that another group of people had quietly arrived nearby. This group consisted of 4 individuals, led by a young man who appeared to be a teacher. The other 3 were around the same age as Feng Yixio and his companions. Mr. Xiao, those people seem to be hunting aquatic magical beasts too. Should we drive them away? A girl in the group asked softly. No rush. The man addressed as Mr. Xiao shook his head. They're using top-quality greenwood frog bait. Judging by the lack of a teacher with them, they might be a bit too bold for their own good. Sir, are you suggesting we let them act as the mantis stalking the cicada? Another boy in the group asked thoughtfully. A cold glint flashed in Mr. Zhao's eyes as the corners of his mouth curved into a sinister smile. They managed to take down a mid-level magical beast, the greenwood frog. Impressive. We're a bit worn out anyway, so why not wait until the beast is on the brink of death, and then we'll finish it off. The magic core will be ours. Teacher, we'll follow your lead. A male student immediately chimed in. Suddenly, the calm surface of the lake exploded with a splash, and a blood-red maw lunged out like lightning, clamping down on the remains of the greenwood frog. The enormous creature moved with alarming speed, attempting to retreat into the lake with its prize, only to be forcefully yanked back by a hook that had been lying in wait. Snap! The fishing line went taut in an instant, emitting a sharp, grating sound. Luckily, Feng Yixio and his group had chosen the largest boulder nearby as their anchor. Despite the immense force, the stone barely shifted before settling firmly in place. The hooked beast thrashed violently on the water's surface, letting out deafening roars of rage. It was only then that Feng Yixio and the others got a good look at it. It wasn't the serpent-type magical beast they had been hoping for. Instead, it was a split-tailed crocodile. Why is it this thing? Just our luck. Han Xiao muttered, his brows furrowed in frustration. They had been aiming to catch a mid-tier serpent-type magical beast, but the frog bait had attracted an entirely different creature. Don't lose hope, brother Han, Feng Yixio said, trying to reassure him. I still have some greenwood frog meat left. We can try a few more times. All right, I guess we have no other choice. Han Xiao sighed and was just about to untie the fishing line from the boulder when the split-tailed crocodile, which had been thrashing violently moments ago, suddenly went eerily still, as if sensing an overwhelming threat. Something's wrong. Feng Yixio grabbed Han Xiao's arm, stopping him. It seems like something is approaching. Shinryu had also noticed the anomaly. That split-tailed crocodile is trembling. What kind of creature could terrify a mid-level magical beast like this? The group held their breath, their eyes locked on the lake's surface. Moments later, an enormous shadow emerged from the depths, and then a massive, tooth-filled abyss of a mouth broke through the water, swallowing the split-tailed crocodile in a single gulp. The colossal beast revealed only its head, yet it was already larger than the entire crocodile. Its glowing green eyes, as large as lanterns, glared menacingly. After devouring the crocodile, the monstrous creature turned its gaze toward Feng Yixio and the others, who were hiding behind the boulder. But instead of attacking immediately, it paused, as if observing them. The group quickly ducked back behind the rock, their hearts pounding wildly as fear gripped them. Feng Yixio and Shinryu both turned to glare at Han Xiao, their eyes filled with blame, as if silently accusing him. This is all your fault. Why are you staring at me like that? Han Xiao scratched his head defensively, his face full of grievance. How was I supposed to know we'd actually end up attracting a Titan python? Feng Yixio and Shen Ruyu shook their heads with a sigh of resignation. The Titan Python seemed to have just feasted and, for the moment, showed no intent to attack them. Guess it thinks we're too small to be worth its attention, Shen Ruyu whispered, her tone tinged with relief. Not far away, a group of observing students froze in terror as the massive creature poked its head out of the water. Teacher, what is that monster? A girl asked, trembling. With a grave expression, Teacher Xiao explained, that is the Titan Python, the guardian of Dongxin Lake. While it's only a mid-level magical beast, it's an anomaly among its kind. Even high-level magical beasts struggle to contend with it. If it drags you into the water, not even I, a level 4 battle spirit master, could escape alive. What? But you're a level 4 battle spirit master, a male student exclaimed in shock. Teacher Xiao continued, true, my battle spirit has reached maturity, and I can handle most high-level magical beasts, even hold my own against lord-level beasts. But the Titan Python is simply too massive, and there's little research on it. We don't know its weaknesses. Fighting it in water would leave us with almost no chance of survival. At that moment, the massive boulder Feng Yixio and the others were leaning against began to shake violently, producing a piercing grinding sound. The three of them fell hard to the ground. When they scrambled back up, the boulder had already been dragged several meters away. Oh no, I forgot to untie the rope, Feng Yixio shouted in alarm. They had been so paralyzed by the Titan Python's gaze that they'd forgotten to unhook the line tied to the split-tailed crocodile. By the time they realized, the boulder was being dragged far away. Feng Yixio sprinted after it, desperately trying to loosen the invisible thread, but the tension in the rope and the speed of movement made it nearly impossible. With a deafening crash, the boulder was pulled to the lake's edge, wedging itself between two massive rocks. The Titan Python let out an earth-shaking roar as the hook tore through its esophagus. The sound waves sent towering waves rippling across the lake. Its colossal body began to surface, like a moving skyscraper, stretching over 30 meters in length and thicker than the ancient trees surrounding them. Its massive form blocked out the sunlight, and its glowing, menacing eyes pierced the shadows, locking onto Feng Yixio and his companions with a murderous glare. We're doomed. We've made it angry. Feng Yixio cried out in despair, clutching his ears as he stared up at the towering beast. Han Xiao gulped nervously and stammered, we need to run. There's no way we can fight that thing. The massive Titan Python coiled menacingly on the water's surface, its body bulging noticeably in the middle, evidence of the split-tailed croc it had just swallowed, now writhing inside. Feng Yixio immediately noticed that the bulge was slowly moving upward, only a dozen meters away from the snake's gaping maw. Not good. It's gonna spit the split-tailed croc back out, Feng Yixio quickly warned his companions. Then we should run while we still can. Once it's done, we're finished, Han Xiao said nervously. Feng Yixio gave a wry smile. Do you really think we can outrun that thing? Probably not, Han Xiao admitted, his voice faltering. With the Titan Python's sheer size, it would be impossible to escape if it decided to pursue them. Even if Feng Yixio activated his thunder mode to potentially outpace it, Shenryu and Han Xiao wouldn't be able to keep up. The Titan Python is at its weakest while feeding. This is our chance. Don't forget, its magic core is a water element serpent type, Feng Yixio said, giving Han Xiao a meaningful look. You're suggesting we hunt it? Han Xiao stared at Feng Yixio in disbelief. Do we have any better options? Shenryu thought for a moment before nodding. Brother Feng is right. The python's esophagus is injured because of use it must already hate us to the core. Instead of waiting to die, we might as well fight with everything we've got. Fine. Let's do it. It's just a mid-ear magical beast, right? I'm not scared. Han Xiao gritted his teeth and mustered his courage. Follow my lead. First, we need to lure it to the shore, Feng Yixio instructed, turning to Han Xiao. Han Xiao blinked in surprise, then quickly gave a thumbs up and summoned his turtle spirit. Xiaoba, use war taunt, and make it as loud as you can. Han Xiao placed Xiaoba on the shore and even set up a loudspeaker in front of it. The turtle spirit glanced up at the colossal creature, then cast a disdainful look at Han Xiao as if to say, are you serious? Just shout and then retreat into your shell, it can't do anything to you. Han Xiao reassured it. Finally, Xiaoba mustered its courage and unleashed a taunting cry, amplified by the loudspeaker. The previously composed Titan Python instantly flew into a rage, letting out an earth-shaking roar as it charged furiously toward the shore. Good grief. Did Xiaoba just insult its ancestors or something? Why is it so mad? Feng Yixio marveled at the sight of the enraged python and glanced at Xiaoba, who was still gleefully hurling insults. As soon as the python reached the shore, it swung its massive tail in a devastating attack. Han Xiao immediately deployed his sacred beetle saint armor. The force of the blow sent Xiaoba flying, smashing it directly into the boulder that had been restraining it. What incredible strength! Feng Yixio exclaimed in awe. Then, without missing a beat, he shouted. Ruyu. Hit it with ranged attacks, don't let it get close. I'll hold this beast off. Feng Yixio was well aware of the immense weight of Xiaoba when fully armed, so much so that even a mid-tier magical beast like the flame feather eagle could barely carry it. For the Titan Python to effortlessly fling Xiaoba away demonstrated the terrifying extent of its strength. A single strike or constriction from this beast would mean certain death. Brother Feng, be careful. Shinryu quickly took cover behind a large rock, summoning her fire spirit and preparing to act when the opportunity arose. Brother Han, you should find a safe spot too. Have Xiaoba cast an earth shield on me, Feng Yixio instructed Han Xiao. Without hesitation, Han Xiao cast a protective spell on Feng Yixio and added a quick, stay safe, before dashing to a nearby boulder. There, he pulled Xiaoba out of the stone it had been embedded in and took cover behind another large rock. Hey, you big brute. My battle spirit is also a snake spirit. Let's see who's stronger. Feng Yixio summoned his battle spirit and taunted the Titan Python. The massive serpent fixed its glowing eyes on the small snake spirit by Feng Yixia's side. Its gaze burned brighter with fury, and it charged at him in a rage. For a mere low-tier magical beast to challenge the mighty Titan Python was nothing short of an insult. Boom! The python's tail, as massive as a falling tree, slammed down with earth-shaking force, aiming to crush Feng Yixio and his snake spirit into pulp. But both Feng Yixio and the snake spirit, cloaked in lightning energy, evaded the attack with ease, darting to opposite sides with blistering speed. Heh, you big oaf, missed me. Think you can catch me? Try harder. Feng Yixio mocked with a cold smile. The Titan Python let out a deafening roar of rage and barreled after him, its colossal body smashing smaller boulders into rubble as it pursued. Thunder mode. Feng Yixia's speed surged once more as he fully utilized his agility, darting around the boulder that restricted the python's movements. Meanwhile, he analyzed the Titan Python's stats in his mind. A mid-tier magical beast with water attributes, equipped with abilities like Tail Smash, Titan Crush, and 1,000-ton Constriction. Its massive frame resembled a small hill, its strength akin to a bulldozer, with its sole weak point being the heart located at 2/5 of its body length. Feng Yixio knew that defeating such a colossal beast required targeting its weak spot with precision and speed. However, the python's sheer size made close combat nearly impossible. If caught by its 1,000-ton Constriction, death was inevitable. His strategy was to keep the python's attention on him, using his speed to force it into circling the boulder. He also noted the hook-like protrusions in its mouth, which would eventually run out of silk as they wrapped around the rock. Once its silk was depleted, he planned to lead it further up the boulder, binding its body tightly around it and rendering its constriction ability useless. Sure enough, the Titan Python, with its limited intelligence, failed to see through Feng Yixia's plan. It relentlessly chased him, coiling itself tighter and tighter around the boulder as it circled. Using his agility, Feng Yixio climbed higher and higher up the rock until he stood at its peak. The python's gaping maw stopped just 10 centimeters short of him, unable to advance any further. Gotcha! You big dummy! Feng Yixio sneered triumphantly. The Titan Python roared in frustration, its massive body immobilized by the silk that now bound it tightly to the boulder. Phew! Your breath stinks. You seriously need to brush your teeth. Feng Yixio pinched his nose in mock disgust before adding, let me put you out of your misery. With that, he drew a sharp blade and plunged it directly into the Titan Python's eye. Roar! The Titan Python let out a mournful, enraged howl, its immense body writhing in agony from the unbearable pain. Feng Yixio smirked coldly as he withdrew his military blade. Just as he was about to calculate the position of the python's 4/10th segment, the massive boulder beneath his feet suddenly began to quake violently. The Titan Python's entire body tensed in an instant, its muscles coiling with explosive power that made Feng Yixio's heart sink. With a deafening crash, the boulder beneath him towering like a small mountain cracked inch by inch under the python's overwhelming force, shattering into rubble in mere moments. Freed from its constraints, the python surged forward like a ferocious dragon unleashed, its abyssal maw lined with razor-sharp fangs lunging straight at Feng Yixio. In the nick of time, Xiao Bailu, who had been lying in wait, suddenly shot forward, positioning himself between Feng Yixio and the colossal predator. The python wasted no time, swallowing Xiao Bailu whole in one swift motion. Fortunately, the beast lacked the habit of chewing its prey. Otherwise, Xiao Bailu would have met his end on the spot. Instead of panicking, Feng Yixio's lips curled into a faint smile. But his expression quickly shifted as he noticed the python's digestion was alarmingly efficient. Xiao Bailu's scales were already beginning to corrode under the powerful digestive fluids. Without hesitation, Feng Yixio commanded Xiao Bailu to curl into a tight ball, shielding his vital areas. Sweat beaded on Feng Yixia's forehead as he maintained his telepathic connection with his battle spirit. his sharp eyes fixated on the faint bulge in the python's abdomen. 1/10, he muttered under his breath, dodging the python's frenzied attacks while silently calculating. Yuer, I need you to hold it off. Feng Yixio called out to Shunryu in the distance. Crimson Flame, Sparrow Flame Enchantment. Firestorm. Shinryu responded immediately, summoning a massive tornado of fire. However, the awe-inspiring spell seemed insignificant against the Third-Turtle Titan Python. With a sweep of its tail, the python sent dozens of boulders flying like cannonballs, effortlessly dispersing the fiery vortex. 3/10. Feng Yixio observed calmly, his mind racing. The python roared again, its muscles coiling tightly like a colossal spring. With an earth-shaking force, it launched its enormous body into the air, descending upon Feng Yixio like a collapsing skyscraper. To him, it was as if a mountain were crashing down, leaving no room to escape. Brother Feng, watch out! Get out of the way, man! Shinryu and Han Xiao shouted in alarm, racing toward Feng Yixio. 4/10. The time has come, Feng Yixio declared in a low voice. Without hesitation, he swiftly pulled out a bronze-tier magic spirit card. Steel Hedgehog Sword Armor Activate. Feng Yixio's voice rang out with unshakable determination. In an instant, the Titan Python suspended in midair, convulsed violently. At 4/10 of its massive body, countless blood-stained blades suddenly burst through its flesh. The once eerie green glow in its enormous eyes faded into lifelessness, and its colossal body collapsed heavily to the ground. The sharp sword armor embedded itself deep into the earth, stabilizing the enormous lifeless serpent. From a distance, Shinryu and Han Xiao, who had been sprinting toward the scene, froze in shock at the sight. My God, the guardian of Dongxin Lake. Just like that, it's dead? Han Xiao stammered, swallowing hard in disbelief. Shinryu quickly regained her composure and rushed to Feng Yixi aside. Brother Feng, you nearly scared me to death just now. Don't worry, everything was under my control, Feng Yixio reassured her gently. He then explained his strategy, intentionally allowing the Titan Python to swallow Xiabela, using its hardened scales for defense, and launching a fatal attack from within. The key was striking the precise weak point. While a typical snake-type magic beast's vulnerability lies at 7 inches, the Titan Python's was at 6. So you intentionally let Xiabela get swallowed? Han Xiao asked in disbelief. That's right. It was the only way to defeat it, Feng Yixio replied calmly. But how did you know its weak point? Shinryu asked, her curiosity piqued. Well, Feng Yixio rubbed his nose with a sheepish grin. Maybe I just got lucky. Just then, the Titan Python's remains began to emit a faint yellow glow, gradually condensing into a tangible bronze-grade magic spirit card. Feng Yixio reached out to claim the card, but the sound of footsteps behind them made him pause. For figures emerged from the shadows. Leading them was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in an academy uniform. Feng Yixio and his group immediately tensed, swiftly stowing the floating magic spirit card. Who are you? Feng Yixio asked with a frown. These people had stayed hidden during the battle with the Titan Python, only to appear now that the magic spirit card had materialized, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Relax, we're teachers from Shunfeng Academy in Anyang City, the man with glasses said, clasping his hands behind his back and adjusting his frames. Which academy are you students from? Why should we tell you? What do you want? Han Xiao demanded warily. A tall, imposing male student stepped forward from behind the teacher, exuding arrogance. What do we want? Hand over the Titan Python's magic spirit card, and maybe if we're in a good mood, we'll let you walk away. How dare you? As academy teachers and students, how can you stoop to such shameless behavior? Shinryu's expression darkened as she rebuked them angrily. Mr. Xiao took a few steps forward, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. How about this? We'll forego the Titan Python's magical beast core. All you need to do is hand over that magic spirit card. Han Xiao immediately stepped up, his voice firm and unwavering. We risked our lives to take down that Titan Python. You didn't lift a finger. Why should we hand anything over to you? A male student from Shunfeng Academy stepped forward with a threatening glint in his eyes. Looks like you're choosing the hard way over the easy one. Do you want to see if we'll leave you stranded in this wilderness forever? Go ahead and try, Feng Yixio replied coldly. A nearby girl interjected, her tone laced with disdain. You want to fight? You really think you have what it takes to go against our teacher? Feng Yixio's lips curled into a mocking smirk. I heard Shunfeng Academy is a top-ranked battle spirit academy. Yet here we have one of your esteemed teachers bullying us mere Class D freshmen. Truly noble and virtuous behavior. As he spoke, he discreetly pressed the locator button, signaling for teacher Jialan's assistance. Mr. Zhao's face darkened upon hearing the mention of Class D. He had clearly seen that all three of them possessed bronze-level magic spirit cards. One was even a prodigy in elemental spirits, and another had managed to slay the guardian of Dongxin Lake with a mere juvenile spirit. Such capabilities, And they were only Class D? Are you really Class D students? Mr. Xiao asked suspiciously. Without a word, Feng Yixio pulled out his student ID, prominently displaying the character T. Mr. Zhao's expression returned to calm. Well, if you're from Class D, then it wouldn't be right for us to bully you. How about this? Since we all witnessed the Titan Python without an owner, why don't we settle this with a fair competition? He thought to himself, this was a good opportunity to gauge Qingyun Academy's strength in preparation for the Central China League. Even if their teacher showed up, a Class D teacher was hardly anything to fear. An ownerless Titan Python? Han Xiao let out a furious laugh. Are you joking? Competing over something that's already ours? Have you lost your mind? The tall Shenfeng Academy student bellowed. You Class D trash better know your place. We're Class B students of Shenfeng Academy. Be smart and hand it over. Or don't blame us for taking it by force. Mr. Xiao glanced at his students and spoke slowly. All right then, Ling Fei, why don't you go and have a little match with them? The tall student bowed deeply to Teacher Xiao, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. Yes, teacher. I promise I won't let the academy down. Teacher Xiao nodded with a satisfied smile. This student, named Ling Fei, was not only the class president of Class B, but also his most outstanding protege. At such a young age, he had already reached the level of a Tier 2 Phase 1 combat spirit master. Nearby, Shenruyu was about to step forward when Feng Yixio gently tugged her sleeve. You're the class president of Class D. There's no need for you to step in for such a minor opponent. But, Bai Lu is still recovering in the Spirit Codex. Shenruyu hesitated. Her combat spirit, Bai Lu, had been injured earlier by the corrosive digestive fluid of a Titan Python, and was now healing within the Spirit Codex. It seemed unlikely to recover in time for another battle. Feng Yixio gave her a gentle look and nodded slightly, assuring her not to worry. Only then did Shenruyu release her grip on his sleeve. Your combat spirit is still healing, isn't it? I suggest you find someone else to fight me, Ling Fei said disdainfully. As the class president of Class B, he looked down on this Class D student, who wasn't even a class president, daring to challenge him while injured. Who said I needed a combat spirit to deal with you? Someone like you doesn't even warrant the use of a combat spirit, Feng Yixio replied calmly, as if stating an undeniable fact. You will pay for your arrogance. Spider spirit, show this guy what you're capable of. Ling Fei quickly summoned his combat spirit, a basketball-sized, pitch-black spider emitting a constant stream of toxic gas. In Feng Yixio's mind, the details of his opponent's spirit appeared. Combat spirit name, Spider Spirit. Combat spirit attribute, Poison. Combat spirit grade, Juvenile. Combat spirit level, Tier 2 Phase 1. Combat spirit skills, Venom Fangs, Webbind. Requirement for growth phase advancement, Shadow Spider. As soon as the venomous spider manifested, it began weaving webs all around, attempting to restrict Feng Yixio's movements. A control-type combat spirit? But you'll need to catch me first, Feng Yixio declared. Before his words had even faded, he transformed into a series of electric flashes, vanishing from sight. This was the result of 4 months of intense training, doubling his speed compared to before. So fast, Ling Fei exclaimed in shock. To him, Feng Yixio now appeared as multiple afterimages, making it impossible to discern the real one. The third one on the right. Teacher Xiao suddenly called out. Webbind. Ling Fei immediately directed his second combat spirit skill toward the indicated direction, only to miss completely. Impossible. Both Teacher Xiao and Ling Fei exclaimed simultaneously. Fool. I'm behind you. All the afterimages disappeared in an instant, and Feng Yixio had silently appeared behind Ling Fei. Before Ling Fei could react, his waist was tightly locked, and a surge of electricity paralyzed him completely. Thunder Slam. Feng Yixio tightened his grip around Ling Fei's waist and, with a powerful move, hoisted him high into the air before slamming him down forcefully. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Ling Fei's neck struck the ground with tremendous force. The impact instantly fractured his spine, while a surge of powerful electricity spread across the ground, emitting an ear-piercing crackling sound. Squad leader. 2 students from Kamikaze Academy cried out in terror, rushing towards the fallen Ling Fei. The usually composed Teacher Xiao was now utterly enraged. How dare you harm my student? He roared, unleashing a powerful strike at Feng Yixio. It was a full-force attack from a level 4 battle spirit master. Even without activating bloodline communion, it was not something a newly enrolled student could withstand. Thunderclap 8 trigram palm. Feng Yixio knew he couldn't afford to be careless. He quickly steadied his stance, channeling all his strength into his palms to counter the blow. The immense force sent both of them stumbling backward. Teacher Xiao regained his footing after 2 steps, while Feng Yixio was forced back 5 steps before barely stabilizing himself. A trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth clearly injured, though only lightly. You actually know origin martial arts. Teacher Zhao's expression changed drastically, staring at Feng Yixio as if he were some kind of monster. Who is your teacher? A mere level 2 battle spirit master managing to withstand his full-strength attack with only minor injuries. If such a prodigy continued to grow, they would undoubtedly become Kamikaze Academy's most dangerous adversary. The name of my teacher is not something you're worthy of knowing, Feng Yixio replied, enunciating each word with steely determination. Teacher Zhao's face darkened, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. I don't care who your teacher is. None of you are leaving here alive today. You want to kill us? Aren't you afraid of the Alliance's punishment? Feng Yixio asked warily as he and his companions slowly retreated. Ha ha ha. Teacher Xiao chuckled menacingly, advancing step by step. As long as you're all dead, who would know it was me? The three of them gripped their magic spirit cards tightly, prepared to fight to the death. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. If you want to harm my students, you'd better ask for my permission first. Who's there? Teacher Xiao demanded, frantically scanning his surroundings. Teacher of Class Ding from Qingyun Academy, Jialan Ziyu. Jialan Ziyu appeared silently behind Teacher Xiao, and the temperature in the area soared. Though Teacher Xiao felt the scorching heat at his back, he broke into a cold sweat as if a venomous snake had its gaze fixed on him. Fall back, Teacher Xiao barked, pulling his students away to put distance between them and Jialan Ziyu. When he finally got a clear look at the newcomer, his pupils contracted in shock. It's you? How could you possibly be the teacher of Class Ding? Xiao Shtong, I see you're as despicable as ever, daring to target my students. Jialan Ziyu sneered coldly. No. It's a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. Xiao Xiong stammered, nearly breaking into tears. If I had known they were your students, I wouldn't dare, not even if I had 10 lives. Xiao Xiong suddenly realized. No wonder that kid's source martial skills seemed so familiar. It turned out his teacher was none other than Jialan Ziyu. Misunderstanding? I don't care if it's a misunderstanding or not. Today, you're getting beaten. Jialan Ziyu said coldly, instantly summoning her battle spirit, the Violet Flame King Serpent. This was a massive python, its entire body enveloped in violet flames. Though not as colossal as the Titan python, its 10-meter-long body radiated an undeniable aura of dominance. The eerie violet flames not only encased the serpent but also swirled around Jialan Ziyu, forcing Xiao Xiong to instinctively step back. Xiao Xiong, who was it just now that said they were going to take someone's life? I didn't hear it clearly. Care to repeat yourself? Jialan Ziyu stood atop the Violet Flame King Serpent's head, hands clasped behind her back, looking down at him with an air of superiority. I said I was going to take my own pathetic life. You must have misheard. Xiao Xiong stammered, his face pale as he desperately tried to explain. Since you're so self-aware, let me help you fulfill that wish. Jialan Ziyu shouted sharply, charging straight at Xiao Xiong. Mountain-cleaving mantis, stop this lunatic now. Xiao Xiong cried out in panic, hurriedly summoning his maturistage battle spirit. The mountain-cleaving mantis' serrated blade-like arms gleamed coldly as it slashed toward Jialan Ziyu with blinding speed. Jialan Ziyu smirked disdainfully as the violet flames around her surged dramatically. In her hand, a violet chain whip sword formed, which she flicked lightly. The weapon extended instantly, snaking toward the mountain-cleaving mantis like a living serpent. Get out of my way, she commanded. The chain whip sword clashed with the mantis blades, producing a sharp, ear-piercing screech as sparks flew. The mountain-cleaving mantis managed to hold its ground for only a moment before being struck down, clearly gravely injured. You've broken through to the Battle Spirit King realm. Xiao Xiong exclaimed in despair, his face ashen. Jialan Ziyu gave her wrist a slight twist, and the chain whip sword coiled tightly around Xiao Xiong, its triangular blades slicing into his flesh while the violet flames seared his skin. What are you trying to do? Xiao Xiong asked, his voice trembling. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, she declared. Before the words had fully left her mouth, the chain whip tightened abruptly, and the violet flames surged over Xiao Xiong's entire body. Xiao Xiong's agonized screams pierced the air as the excruciating pain overwhelmed him, not just from the slicing blades, but from the venomous flames that tormented him. When Xiao Xiong finally passed out, Jialan Ziyu instructed Feng Yixio to take all their storage rings. I know you're just pretending to be dead, but next time, don't let me see you again. If I do, they'll beat you every time. With this warning, she prepared to leave with Feng Yixio and the others. Han Xiao swiftly retrieved the magical beast core from the corpse of the Titan Python and quickly followed Jialan Ziyu out of the Heart Lake area. Once their figures disappeared, Xiao Xiong, who had been pretending to be dead, struggled to get up from the ground. A few students, who had been too terrified to move due to Jialan Ziyu's purple Flame King snake, finally dared to approach and help him. Teacher, are you all right? A female student hurriedly supported the staggering Xiao Xiong. Cough. They'll live, Xiao Xiong replied weakly. That must have been their teacher, right? But how can a teacher from Class D be so powerful? A male student asked in confusion. In their understanding, Qingyun Academy's strength should be on par with their own Shenfeng Academy. Yet, a teacher from Class D had left their Class B teacher, Xiao Xiong, utterly powerless. It completely shattered their perception. With the help of his students, Xiao Xiong steadied himself and explained gravely, "Her name is Jialan Ziyu. I saw her during the Central China League. Back then, she was a teacher for Class A, and her strength was unfathomable. I have no idea why she's now in Class D." What? A Class A teacher? Could they have been lying to us? The male student looked even more puzzled. Student IDs can't be faked. They really are from Class D. Perhaps she offended someone high up in the academy, Xiao Xiong said sternly. Then, he warned, "Remember, during the Central China League, you can provoke Qingyun Academy's Class A, but never, ever mess with Class D." "But they injured our class leader," the female student protested, glancing at the unconscious Ling Fei on the ground with concern. "Shut up," Xiao Xiong snapped angrily. "You've got the nerve to complain when you're weaker? They didn't even use their battle spirits and still defeated Ling Fei. The gap is this wide, and you still don't see it?" The two students lowered their heads in shame, silently picking up their class leader and preparing to leave the first isolation zone with Xiao Xiong. Meanwhile, Feng Yixio and the others followed behind teacher Jialan, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. Feng Yixio keenly noticed that teacher Jialan's aura was even more refined than before, as if her strength had further increased. "You all performed decently over the past few days. At least you didn't disappoint me," teacher Jialan said calmly. "Teacher, didn't you just arrive? Were you secretly protecting us all along?" Feng Yixio detected a hint of inconsistency in her words. Jialan Ziyu frowned slightly and explained in a soft tone, "Don't blame your teacher for being harsh. These are experiences you must go through, and the sooner you face them, the better it will be for you in the long run." In truth, she had only been away for half a month. During that time, she had acquired the magical spirit card she needed in the third isolation zone and even hunted a rare magical beast. While observing in secret, she had been tempted to intervene multiple times, especially when the Titan Python appeared, which had made her extremely anxious. However, she ultimately chose to remain a spectator. Feng Yixia's clever strategy to slay the guardian of Heart Lake had exceeded her expectations. "Teacher, we understand your intentions," Shunryu said with a gentle smile. Jialan Ziyu nodded expressionlessly, her sharp gaze sweeping over the group in front of her. "Have you gathered all the materials you need?" "Brother Han and Yuer have everything ready," Feng Yixia replied immediately, though his expression dimmed shortly after. "But I still haven't found the intermediate thunder element magic beast core from a subdragon species. We've encountered all kinds of beasts these past few days, but not a single subdragon." Jialan scoffed. "There are no subdragon species in the first isolation zone to begin with. Finding one here would be the real anomaly." "Wait, what?" Feng Yixio muttered under his breath. "Then why didn't you tell us earlier, teacher? We wasted so much time searching for nothing." He silently reflected on the situation. The perfect evolution conditions for the thunder element serpent spirit were truly demanding. No wonder it wasn't highly regarded. If he didn't already know the route for perfect evolution, most people wouldn't even have the chance to try. While the first isolation zone doesn't have any, the second isolation zone does, Jialan Ziyu said in an even tone. Feng Yixio's face fell immediately. The beasts in the first isolation zone are already so tough. Wouldn't the ones in the second zone tear us apart? Who said you'd be going to the second isolation zone? Jialan Ziyu flipped her hand, and a glowing purple magic beast core appeared out of thin air. "I knew you wouldn't find one. So when I went to the third isolation zone, I hunted a thunder dragon beast for you." Feng Yixio excitedly took the core, nearly hugging Jialan in his enthusiasm. "You're the best teacher in the whole world." A pointed cough from Shun Ryu quickly brought him back to his senses. "All right, the wilderness hunting mission is essentially complete. Let's return to the academy," Jialan Ziyu said, leading the group out of the first isolation zone and onto a military helicopter. During the return trip, Jialan asked Feng Yixio and the others in detail about their gains over the past month. She specifically mentioned, the Titan Python, though a mid-level magic beast, has strength comparable to high-level ones. This bronze-tier magic spirit card is exceptionally rare. Feng Yixio took out the bronze-tier magic spirit card labeled, Titan Python Titan, and asked curiously, "What does Titan armament mean?" "Titan armament refers to the ability to gigantify," Jialan Ziyu explained patiently. "This is an extremely rare type of magic spirit card. Especially with a Titan Python, it should be highly compatible with your serpent spirit. An ability to enlarge?" Han Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly pressed for more details. Jialan Ziyu, however, wore a serious expression and quickly poured cold water on his enthusiasm. "Don't get carried away. This bronze-level spirit card won't turn you into something as colossal as the Titan Python. At best, it can double the size of your battle spirit." "Only double?" Feng Yixio pouted in disappointment. I was hoping it could make me as massive as the Titan Python. Hearing this, Jialan Ziyu unceremoniously knocked on his forehead. Ouch! Teacher, why did you hit me? Feng Yixio complained, rubbing his forehead. I'm just annoyed at how ungrateful you are. Jialan Ziyu scolded him sternly. Do you have any idea how rare a Titan Python card is? And yet you're complaining? Doubling your Suzido, you even understand what that means? And what does it mean? Feng Yixio and Shin Ruyu asked in unison, curiosity piqued. Jialan Ziyu paused and then gave an example. Imagine fighting someone who's twice your size. Wouldn't that scare you? Twice my size? Forget fighting, I wouldn't even dare try. Feng Yixio blurted out. As soon as the words left his mouth, he, Shin Ruyu, and Han Xiao froze in realization. Now that they thought about it, this spirit card was indeed terrifyingly powerful. Not only would the increased size provide a significant weight advantage, but the sheer intimidation factor alone would be overwhelming. More importantly, the enlarging ability would grow stronger as the snake's spirit evolved and increased in size. So, don't you dare take this for granted. Hold on to it carefully, Jialan Ziyu said nonchalantly. Immediately, Feng Yixio began meticulously polishing the Titan Python spirit card, grinning as he carefully placed it into his spirit codex. Teacher Jialan, the spirit weapon you used earlier was so incredible. Could you show it to us again? Shinryu asked eagerly, recalling how Jialan Ziyu had effortlessly defeated Xiaoxiong. With a casual wave of her hand, Jialan Ziyu summoned a purple flame that slowly coalesced into a snake-belly sword about 1.8 meters long. The blade consisted of 28 triangular segments, each connected like joints, allowing the weapon to extend and contract. It exuded an eerie aura. This is an ability only a level 5 battle spirit king can possess. This weapon is called Purple Demon. Teacher, can I touch Purple Demon? Han Xiao asked, his face full of admiration. Jialan Ziyu's expression turned grave. If you don't want to lose your sanity, I strongly advise against it. Is it really that serious? Han Xiao muttered under his breath. Spirit weapons are manifestations of a battle spirit master's deepest fears, Jialan Ziyu explained patiently. To wield one, you must conquer those fears. With your current spirit power, touching my spirit weapon would force you to confront my most profound fears. If you fail, you will undoubtedly lose your mind. Are you sure you want to risk it? And no, it'll pass. Han Xiao immediately chickened out, abandoning the idea without hesitation. Teacher Jialan, have you met that Xiaoxiong before? Feng Yixio asked curiously. Why did it seem like he was so afraid of you? Jialan Ziyu waved her hand lightly, her tone calm. Xiaoxiong? I encountered him during the Central China League. He was just another defeated opponent. Nothing worth mentioning. The Central China League? Shin Ruyu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What kind of competition is that? Is it important? The Central China League is the most significant event for all bases in Central China, Jialan Ziyu explained. All the top battle spirit academies participate. It's the largest exchange competition for intermediate-level academies. However, she glanced at her students, it's still a bit too far off for you. For now, focus on the class ranking matches. Feng Yixio nodded silently. Although he didn't ask further, he had already made a mental note about the competition. He thought to himself, a competition of this scale would definitely be broadcast on TV. If I could participate, maybe my parents would get to see me. As they chatted, the helicopter had already landed in a secluded area of Qingyun Academy. Being a military aircraft, it naturally couldn't park at the academy's main entrance to avoid drawing attention. You've worked hard these past few days, Teacher Jialan said as she gave her instructions. Get a good rest tonight. Tomorrow morning, meet me at the entrance of the Evolution Building at 8 a.m. With that, she left. Feng Yixio and Han Xiao carefully escorted Shinryu back to her dorm. Along the way, they kept their faces covered, conscious of their disheveled appearances. After a month without proper bathing and too afraid to risk going to the lakeside for fear of encountering ferocious beasts, they looked absolutely miserable. Once they arrived at the student dormitory, the two quickly shut the door behind them and let out a sigh of relief. Few life now feels so luxurious. They had once thought modern life was dull, and they were filled with excitement when they first ventured into the wilderness. But after a month of surviving in the wild, they finally understood the value of modern comforts. No need to worry about beast attacks. No need to stomach half-raw meat dripping with blood or bland compressed biscuits, and no need to sleep with constant vigilance. Silently, they each returned to their rooms and enjoyed a long, refreshing shower. Before the sun had fully set, they collapsed into bed. Exhausted in both body and mind, they didn't even have the energy to meditate or train. The moment their heads hit the pillows, they fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the three of them arrived punctually at the entrance of the Evolution Building. The spiral-shaped, futuristic structure exuded a sense of advanced technology and was specifically designed for the evolution of battle spirits at Qingyun Academy. Good morning. Teacher Jialan waved to them. Don't just stand there, come on in. As first-year students, they needed a teacher to accompany them inside. After scanning her face for verification, Jialan Ziyu led the three into the building. Wow! Feng Yixio exclaimed, looking around like an excited child. Suspended in the center of the lobby were holographic projections of several outstanding battle spirits, and the sleek interior design radiated a high-tech, futuristic vibe. Feng Yixio, Shenruyu, and the others quickly had their attention drawn to the holographic projections. These spirit warriors' images exuded an overwhelming aura of power, making it clear even to those who had never seen them before that their strength was not to be underestimated. These are all perfect evolved mature stage spirit warriors. In the history of Qingyun Academy, only 6 of them have ever appeared, Jialan Ziyu explained, pointing at the holographic images. I can sense how strong these spirit warriors are, Feng Yixio said earnestly. Hand me your evolution material lists, Jialan Ziyu instructed, extending her hand. The 3 of them promptly handed over their prepared material lists. Taking the documents, she reminded them, wait here for me. I'll go handle the evolution procedures and be back shortly. With that, she walked toward the only service window in the evolution building, her expression serious. Brother Feng, do you think we'll be able to achieve a perfect evolution? Shenruyu asked, her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at the holograms before turning to him. Of course. We'll definitely succeed. Soon. These spirit warriors will number 9. Feng Yixio replied with unwavering determination. Yes. I believe we can all achieve a perfect evolution, Shenruyu said excitedly. Suddenly, the sound of an argument came from the service window. I think I just heard Teacher Jialan's voice. Let's go check it out, Han Xiao suggested. The 3 of them quickly made their way to the window, only to find that Jialan Ziyu and her group were the only ones there today. I've said it already, they'll take full responsibility for this. Jialan Ziyu's voice was filled with anger. You'll take responsibility? A sharp voice came from the window. Do you even realize what kind of nonsense these 3 evolution material lists are? You're a teacher at Qingyun Academy, and yet you dare to submit such ridiculous lists for evolution chamber approval? It was then that Feng Yixio understood what was happening. The reviewing teacher considered their application forms unqualified and refused to approve them. Seeing Jialan Ziyu bearing the brunt of this for their sake, he felt deeply troubled. He quickly stepped forward and said, that evolution material list was prepared by me. Shut up. Jialan Ziyu cut him off, then turned back to the reviewing teacher. If they fail to achieve a perfect evolution, they'll resign and leave Qingyun Academy. Is that enough for you? The reviewing teacher froze, their expression stiff. It took them a moment to recover before responding. Teacher Jialan, you're risking your entire career. Do you even understand what perfect evolution entails? Teacher Zhu, I know exactly what I'm saying, Jialan Ziyu replied, her face devoid of emotion. Now, can you approve this for me? Ms. Zhu examined the 3 evolution application forms on the table with a heavy expression, her walnut-sized stamp feeling as if it weighed 1,000 pounds in her hand. She took a deep breath, her gaze landing on Jialan Ziyu. I hope this won't be the last time I see you, she said. Finally, she solemnly stamped approved on all 3 documents. At that moment, a male teacher dressed in a fitted suit and wearing black-rimmed glasses approached with 3 students in tow. It was none other than Yue, the homeroom teacher of Class B. As soon as the 3 students spotted Feng Yixio, they immediately lowered their heads, hiding behind Yue. Step aside, Jialan Ziyu said coldly, striding forward without sparing them a glance. Yue shifted to let her pass, but spoke up just as she was about to leave. Ms. Jialan, I admit you're strong, but don't forget you're leading Class D now. Without breaking her stride, Jialan Ziyu replied with disdain, no need to remind me, Mr. Nya. Whether it's Class D or Class A, I'm still better than you. Yuan's face darkened, but he dared not confront her directly. Instead, he turned his ire toward Feng Yixio and the others. You must be Ms. Jialan's students. Let me warn Yoshi's only using you as guinea pigs so she can escape Class D as soon as possible. You'd be wise not to trust her. Ms. Jialan treats us well, and we know it. There's no need for you to worry about us. Feng Yixio shot back without hesitation, his gaze sharp as he glanced at the students behind Yue. Xiong Xian, Pei Wencheng, do you remember me? The 2 named students stepped forward, gritting their teeth. Feng Yixio, we'd recognize you even if you turned to ashes. It turned out these 3 were the same opponents Feng Yixio had clashed with in the Steel Forest. I thought you might have forgotten your defeat, Feng Yixio said mockingly. And now you've even made it into Class B? Looks like the teachers in Class B don't have much of an eye for talent. Xiong Xian's anger boiled over. Don't get cocky, Feng Yixio. You're just a low-level war spirit wielder. I bet you'll barely manage a standard evolution. Once we're done evolving, you'll see the gap between us. That's right. We've spared no expense for an elite evolution this time. When it's over, we're going to crush you. Pei Wencheng chimed in. Elite evolution? Impressive, huh? Feng Yixio scoffed, pointing to the central holographic display in the hall. After today, that hologram will show 9 of us. With that, he turned and followed Jialan Ziyu toward the evolution chambers. Nie Diyuan watched their retreating figures, his clenched fists trembling with rage. His knuckles had turned white. Back when he was in Class A, Jialan Ziyu had overshadowed him to the point of suffocation. He had thought her transfer to Class D would humble her, but she was even more brazen than before. What infuriated him most was that even her Class D students dared to act so arrogant. You must achieve elite evolution successfully and bring honor to your teacher. Nie Diyuan gritted his teeth, his gaze firm as he looked at the students before him. Don't worry, teacher. Pei Wensheng clenched his fist, his face brimming with confidence. That guy's spirit beast is nothing but a low-level lightning serpent, the weakest type of lightning-based spirits. No one has ever successfully evolved such a spirit into an elite form, let alone a perfect one. Once I complete my evolution, I'll make sure to humiliate him thoroughly. Oh, that boy's spirit beast is such a weakling? Nie Diyuan chuckled and shook his head upon hearing this. It's true that no one has ever managed to evolve a lightning serpent into an elite form. Yet he dares to boast about achieving a perfect evolution? Truly, ignorance is fearless. Go ahead, make good use of the evolution chambers. Xiong Xian, Pei Wensheng, and the others each stepped into their individual evolution chambers. These small rooms were equipped with advanced machines designed to refine evolution spirit liquids. On the outer walls, LCD screens displayed real-time information about the Spirit Master's basic stats and the 5-dimensional evolution chart: agility, stamina, defense, physical attack, and magical attack. These stats represented the fundamental abilities of their spirit beasts. At the moment, all of their spirit beasts were in the juvenile stage, leaving the 5-dimensional chart blank. Only after a successful evolution would specific values be displayed, ultimately determining the quality of the evolution: ordinary, elite, or perfect. Feng Yixio entered his own evolution chamber, marveling at the high-tech equipment before him. The most striking feature was the massive spirit liquid refinement machine directly in front of him. Carefully, he took out a small slip of paper detailing the exact evolution method. This was a step-by-step guide provided by the system. Without it, relying solely on the materials list would make a successful evolution nearly impossible. He had also prepared identical slips for Shinryu and Han Xiao. Following the instructions on the paper, Feng Yixio began the meticulous refining process. First, placing the magical beast core into refinement box number 5 and timing it for 42 minutes. Next, inserting the white orchid into refinement box number 17. Then the thunderstrike wood. The entire procedure was extraordinarily complex. The refinement machine before him had 31 different refinement boxes, each with a unique function. Some used electric currents to melt cores, others employed flames for tempering, and still others specialized in grinding. Even the slightest error, such as a 1-minute deviation in timing, could result in evolution failure. At last, under the strict and precise steps, all the materials gradually combined to produce a vial of purple evolution spirit liquid, shimmering with lightning. Feng Yixio carefully extracted the vial, examining it closely with a satisfied smile on his face. This evolution spirit liquid even smells good. As expected of a perfect grade refinement. Xiabela, it's your turn to shine now, Feng Yixio declared decisively, summoning his battle spirit. As soon as Xiabela appeared, its attention was immediately captured by the alluring aura of the evolution elixir in Feng Yixio's hand. It eagerly slithered up his arm, sniffing the bottle with unrestrained excitement. Xiabela, looks like you really like the evolution elixir I made. Feng Yixio chuckled, gently stroking Xiabela's head. The serpent let out a contented hiss, nodding obediently, its entire body radiating excitement. Hold on, don't get too excited. It's too hot right now, let it cool down a bit before you drink it. Feng Yixio carefully placed Xiabela, which was coiled around his arm, back on the ground. But before he could say another word, the snake had already reared up, its mouth wide open, eagerly waiting for the elixir. Wow, you're such a little glutton, Feng Yixio said with an amused smile, shaking his head at Xiabela's impatience. With precision, he poured the evolution elixir into Xiabela's mouth, not wasting a single drop. The transformation began almost instantly. Feng Yixio felt his spiritual energy being rapidly drained and quickly sat cross-legged opposite Xiabela to steady himself. Before his eyes, Xiabela's once modest 1-meter length began to grow rapidly, soon surpassing 2 meters. Its old skin shed away, replaced by layers of gleaming, jade-like scales that seemed as strong as armor. The most striking change was the sudden appearance of a vivid green lightning-shaped mark on Xiabela's forehead. Its eyes, which had been a soft red, now glowed with an intense, commanding emerald green. This evolution not only transformed Xiabela but also brought immense benefits to Feng Yixio, could feel his mastery of thunder energy becoming more refined, and the power of his lightning techniques had significantly increased. Xiabela, after this evolution, you're taller than me now, Feng Yixio exclaimed as he opened his eyes, astonished to find his battle spirit now standing at eye level with him. Without hesitation, he scans Iabela's updated stats with his system. Battle spirit name, Jade Lin Snake. Element, Thunder. Growth stage, Adolescent. Quality, Perfect. Level, Tier 2, Rank 2. Skills, Death Constriction, Thunderclap Fury, Serpent Shadow. Battle spirit quality? Feng Yixio's attention was drawn to this newly added attribute, and he pondered its significance. He recalled that during Xiabela's infant stage, this data hadn't existed. He surmised it must be a feature that emerged during the adolescent stage, highlighting differences between battle spirits. Perfect quality. Xiabela, you've achieved a perfect evolution. Feng Yixio could hardly contain his excitement, his face beaming with joy. Feng Yixio excitedly attempted to lift Xiao Bailu, only to realize that the once lightweight little creature had grown too big for him to carry. Smiling, he gently patted Xiao Bailu's head and exclaimed, Xiao Bailu, you've finally grown up? Huh? I can't even lift you anymore. Xiao Bailu let out a soft, affectionate hiss and nuzzled against Feng Yixio's arm, displaying extraordinary obedience. Feng Yixio stroked it tenderly while glancing at his watch. To his surprise, it was almost noon. Concern crept into his mind as he thought about Yuer and Brother Han. Nearly 4 hours had passed without him realizing it, and he figured Teacher Jialan must be getting impatient as well. According to Academy rules, every evolved battle spirit had to undergo a professional data evaluation using specialized instruments to determine its quality. Following Feng Yixio's instructions, Xiao Bailu obediently entered the round, transparent testing apparatus. The machine began to hum softly, connecting to an external LCD screen to display and record the evaluation results in the Academy's archives. What Feng Yixio didn't realize, however, was that he was the slowest among all the participants. 3 students from Class B had completed their evolutions in less than 2 hours and had already emerged from their evolution pods. Each of them appeared vibrant and confident, accompanied by their newly evolved battle spirits in their growth stages. Outside, Jialan Ziyu and Nie Diyuan waited anxiously. The moment his students exited the pods, Nie Diyuan hurried over and asked eagerly, Shong Xian, did the evolution succeed? How does it feel? Teacher, the evolution went smoothly, but we'll have to wait for the evaluation results to know for sure, Shong Xian replied, scratching his head with a shy smile. Nie Diyuan glanced at the display screen and let out an awkward laugh. Haha, I guess I'm just too impatient. At that moment, the screen only showed Xiongxin's basic information along with the words please wait. Although the test was complete, the system required time to process the complex data. Soon, the evaluation results appeared on the screen. First, the name of the battle spirit and its 5-dimensional attributes were displayed, followed by the comprehensive assessment. After evolution, Xiongxin's battle spirit was named Ashburst Bear. Its massive body, towering over 2 meters tall, exuded an aura of ferocious strength. Nie Diyuan excitedly read out the attribute data. Ashburst Bear. Agility. C. Defense. A. Physical attack. A. Magic attack. D. Stamina. B. Comprehensive evaluation result. Elite evolution. Teacher. I did it. I really achieved an elite evolution. Xiong Xian shouted with joy, leaping up and embracing Nie Diyuan tightly. As the cheers on their side subsided, an excited voice from Pei Wenqing's direction rang out, Teacher, my amethyst scorpion also achieved an elite evolution. I did it too. Nie Diyuan hurried over to Pei Wenqing's evolution pod, his eyes fixed on the fluctuating data displayed on the LCD screen. When he saw that the stats for magic attack, physical attack, and agility had all reached grade A, he couldn't contain his excitement and blurted out, magic attack, physical attack, and agility all at grade A truly outstanding. You are indeed my students, so impressive. At Qingyun Academy, achieving grade A in just 2 out of the 5 attribute categories was enough to advance to the elite level. For Pei Wenqing to attain grade A in 3 categories simultaneously was a remarkable accomplishment that far surpassed the average elite evolver. However, to progress further and achieve perfect evolution, the difficulty would escalate drastically. 2 of the stats would need to reach grade S to qualify as a perfect evolution. In less than 2.5 hours, all 3 of Nie Diyuan's students completed their evolution and emerged from their pods. Each of them had reached the elite evolution level, an exceptional result for Class B at Qingyun Academy. It was worth noting that even in Class A, which didn't rely on elemental spirits, most students could only manage elite evolution, with some remaining at the standard evolution stage. Feeling a surge of pride, Nie Diyuan cast a smug glance at Jialan Ziyu, who was still anxiously waiting nearby. Nearly 3 hours had passed, and none of her students had come out of their pods yet. An unusual situation. Excessively long evolution times typically indicated one of 2 possibilities. Either the evolution had failed, or the war spirits being evolved were of exceptionally high quality. Considering that Class D students possessed low-tier war spirits, the second possibility was highly unlikely, leaving only one explanation. Jialan Ziyu's 3 students had all failed their evolution. With this thought, Nie Yuan's long-suppressed sense of superiority finally erupted. Accompanied by his 3 proud students, he strutted over to Jialan Ziyu and mockingly said, "Well now, teacher Jialan, it's been almost 3 hours, and none of your students have emerged. Could it be that they're too embarrassed to face you?" Exactly. Maybe they heard that we've all evolved into elite war spirits and felt too ashamed to show themselves. Xiong Xian and the others chimed in, bursting into laughter. Jialan Ziyu, who had been intently monitoring the data from the evolution pods, was suddenly interrupted. She frowned, her entire presence igniting with a purple flame as she shot them a piercing glare. The sheer menace in her eyes made Nie Yuan break out in a cold sweat, while the 3 students behind him were so terrified they nearly collapsed to the ground. They quickly averted their gazes, as if staring into the eyes of a venomous serpent poised to strike. Nie Yuan struggled to steady his breathing and forced a smile. "Teacher Jialan, don't take this the wrong way. I was just curious about your class's evaluation results. So we can exchange notes in the future." Jialan Ziyu glanced indifferently at the evaluation results of Nie Yuan's students. Seeing that they had all achieved elite evolution, she remarked with a neutral tone, "Elite evolution? Not bad. Congratulations." Her dismissive tone made Nie Yuan's expression tighten. All 3 of his students had successfully evolved into elite war spirits, yet she didn't seem the least bit impressed. "Teacher Jialan, judging by your tone, it seems like elite evolution is no big deal to you. Could it be that all your students have achieved elite evolution as well?" Nie Wenyuan sneered coldly, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Jialan Ziyu's gaze remained fixed on the 3 evolution pods in front of him. He responded absent-mindedly, "No." "Oh, I see," Nie Wenyuan said with feigned regret. "So it's just ordinary evolution then? If even an ordinary evolution takes this long, I can only imagine how challenging it must be to manage Class Ding." Jialan Ziyu gently pushed Nie Wenyuan aside, who was blocking his view, and said indifferently, "Not ordinary evolution either. It's perfect evolution." Perfect evolution? Nie Wenyuan froze in place, stammering, "You must be out of your mind." This finally caught Jialan Ziyu's attention. He turned his head sharply and said in a stern tone, "Once you're done evolving, just leave already. Stop chattering here, right? So annoying. If even one of your students achieves perfect evolution, I'll have my entire class forfeit the upcoming class ranking competition," Nie Wenyuan declared, his face full of disbelief. "I couldn't care less whether you forfeit or not. As if your class could beat mine anyway. Ridiculous." Jialan Ziyu shot him a cold glance. In his mind, Classy was no longer even a target. His sights were set much higher on surpassing Class Jia and becoming the top class in Qingyun Academy. Nie Wenyuan's face turned red with anger, but he was utterly powerless, as though his fury had been swallowed by a void. At that moment, the doors of 2 evolution pods opened almost simultaneously. Shinryu and Han Xiao stepped out, and their spirit beasts had undergone astonishing transformations. Han Xiao's black water turtle had grown significantly larger. Its sturdy shell was now covered in sharp, angular spines, exuding an intimidating aura. Its jaw appeared even more robust, capable of delivering devastating bites. Most strikingly, swirling water vortexes encircled each of its limbs, greatly enhancing its mobility. Shinryu's fire spirit had evolved into a flame sparrow. Though its size was only half her height, its sleek, aerodynamic form and the blazing crimson halo atop its head radiated an undeniable aura of majesty. A smile spread across Jialan Ziyu's face as he stepped forward to greet them. "Shinryu, Han Xiao, how did your evolutions go? Everything smooth?" "Don't worry, Teacher Jialan. The entire process went perfectly. I didn't feel even the slightest discomfort," Han Xiao replied with a cheerful grin. Shunryu, while gently stroking the flame sparrow's head, added happily, "Same here. I love my flame sparrow." Nie Wenyuan stood in front of the testing device, staring intently at Shinryu and Han Xiao's battle spirits, yet no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recognize their origins. Confused, he turned to Jialan Ziyu. "Teacher, what exactly are these evolved battle spirits? I don't recognize a single one of them." Jialan Ziyu didn't answer immediately. She simply stood by quietly, accompanying the 2 as they awaited the test results. Truth be told, she herself was filled with questions about these evolved battle spirits. She had heard of the Flame Larket was a rare and formidable yet relatively obscure spirit, but Han Zhao's battle spirit left her completely baffled. It appeared to be earth elemental, yet it stood atop swirling water. Could it be one of the rare dual-element battle spirits? Before long, Han Zhao's evaluation results appeared on the LCD screen. The 3 of them leaned in to take a closer look and collectively gasped in shock. An earth turtle evolving into a mystic water turtle? Dual elements of water and earth? Nie Wenyuan's voice grew louder with each word. Agility, B, defense, S, stamina, S, magic attack, A, physical attack, eh? And it's a perfect evolution? His mind nearly ground to a halt. Decades of accumulated knowledge suddenly felt worthless in the face of this revelation. While Yuan was still reeling from the astonishing stats of the mystic water turtle, Jialan Ziyu had already turned with the two students to examine Shan Ruyu's test results. As the data appeared on the screen, the three of them once again let out cries of astonishment. Yuan hurriedly squeezed in front of the screen, a fire spirit evolving into a flame lark. Agility, S. Defense, A. Stamina, A. Magic attack, S. Physical attack, S. 3 strengths? Another perfect evolution? He shouted in disbelief. How could an elemental spirit appear in Class D? This is simply unimaginable. Behind them, 3 other students silently withdrew their own battle spirits. What they had once considered exceptional now paled in comparison to Han Xiao and Shenruya's spirits, leaving them overshadowed and humbled. Just then, Feng Yixia's evolution chamber slowly opened. The first thing to emerge was a jade lin snake, its entire body glistening like flawless white jade. It slithered out timidly, its nearly 3-meter-long body adorned with scales resembling the finest mutton fat jade, naturally exquisite. Most striking of all was the lightning mark on its forehead, radiating an undeniable aura of dominance. Another perfect evolution, Yuan exclaimed as he gazed at this creature, a masterpiece that seemed more like a work of art than a living being. Overwhelmed, he nearly fainted on the spot. Yuan stood in front of the evolution chamber, his eyes fixed on the screen, repeatedly confirming the test data in disbelief. As a machine known for its unparalleled precision and flawless accuracy, the results it displayed this time left him utterly stunned. All 3 of Jialan Ziyu's students had achieved perfect evolution, and each of their data was nothing short of astonishing. When the final statistics for Feng Yixio's Jade Lin Snake were compiled, everyone present gasped in shock. The data panel boldly displayed Agility S, Magic Attack S, Physical Attack S, Stamina S, and Defense A. This battle spirit, once dismissed as a waste spirit and considered incapable of even reaching elite evolution, had somehow achieved an extraordinary force-level perfect evolution. Yuan and the students behind him instinctively rubbed their eyes, worried they might be seeing things. Recalling his earlier smugness in front of Jialan Ziyu, he wished he could crawl into a hole out of sheer embarrassment. His own 3 students had only achieved elite evolution, while Jialan Ziyu's students had all reached perfect evolution. Each of their battle spirits now legends within Qingyun Academy. Feng Yixio's 4S Jade Lin Snake, in particular, had created a miracle that might never be surpassed. What was even more surprising was that Feng Yixio possessed a Steel Hedgehog Magic Spirit card, an offensive and defensive card that perfectly compensated for the Jade Lin Snake's slight deficiency in defense. At that moment, Ms. Zhu, who had been dozing off at the service counter, rushed over in a panic. She had just received 3 unbelievable battle spirit data reports on her computer, jolting her wide awake. She ran over without even putting on her shoes. Upon seeing Feng Yixio and the others' battle spirit data, she was so shocked that she momentarily lost the ability to speak. Ms. Zhu immediately bowed deeply to Jialan Ziyu and apologized. Ms. Jialan, I must sincerely apologize for my earlier offense. She was filled with regret, realizing she had almost caused the academy to miss out on 3 once-in-a-lifetime prodigies. Jialan Ziyu quickly helped Ms. Zhu to her feet, saying, Ms. Zhu, there's no need to blame yourself. You were simply doing your duty. She fully understood Ms. Zhu's reaction. After all, when she first saw the 3 unusual evolution material lists, she herself had been skeptical. If not for her thorough understanding of Feng Yixio's steady and cautious nature, she wouldn't have dared to vouch for them either. Ms. Zhu, still visibly shaken, exclaimed, as expected of Ms. Jialan, we all know you're incredibly skilled and strict in your teaching, but we never imagined you had such profound expertise in battle spirit evolution as well. Jialan Ziyu, uncharacteristically blushing, glanced at Feng Yixio and replied softly, the credit goes to my students. I merely gave them a little guidance along the way. Although Jialan Ziyu was telling the truth, to Zhu Laoshe and Yuan, her words came across as modest humility. In their eyes, no matter how exceptional a student might be, they were still just students and couldn't possibly possess such profound insights. Naturally, they attributed all the credit to Jialan Ziyu as their teacher. Faced with this misunderstanding, Jialan Ziyu simply smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying it. She understood the principle of an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth and was willing to shoulder the burden herself in order to protect Feng Yixio. Feng Yixio, Shenruyu, and Han Xiao, come with me for a moment, Zhu Laoshe suddenly said, his tone unusually kind. Huh, why are you calling us over? Feng Yixio looked confused and instinctively glanced at Jialan Ziyu beside him. Jialan Ziyu smiled gently and nodded. Didn't you say you wanted that holographic projection to become 9? Well, your wish has come true. The 3 of them froze for a moment before bursting into cheers like excited children. Just as they were about to follow Zhu Laoshi, Jialan Ziyu suddenly spoke up. Zhu Laoshi, you can record the holographic projection, but please keep the battle spirit data of these children confidential, especially with the class ranking competition around the corner. Zhu Laoshi made a gesture of acknowledgement and prepared to lead Feng Yixio and the others to record the holographic projection. Jialan Ziyu then shifted her sharp gaze toward the visibly uneasy Nie Laoshi. Nie Laoshi immediately caught on and nodded quickly. Don't worry, Jialan Laoshi, we'll keep it a secret. He silently calculated in his mind, deciding not to warn the other competitors and instead looking forward to seeing the reactions of the other class teachers during the class ranking competition. Get some good rest today. Tomorrow morning, meet at the training hall at 7, Jialan Ziyu reminded them. She understood how exhausting battle spirit evolution could be and deliberately gave them a half-day break. Before leaving, she cast a meaningful glance at the holographic projection in the center of the hall, a knowing smile tugging at the corners of her lips. The hall gradually emptied, leaving only Nie Diyuan and his 3 students standing there, stunned. Everything that had happened today felt like a dream to them, one even more unbelievable than a dream. Teacher, we're sorry. We embarrassed you. Xiong Xian and the others hung their heads in shame, unable to meet Nie Lao's eyes. Their faces burned with humiliation as they recalled their earlier boasts about making Feng Yixio and his team lose face. Now it was clear they had been woefully overconfident. They had thought Feng Yixio was exaggerating, but it turned out he truly had the ability to make bulls fly. I understand now why you were injured by them in the Iron Forest. This isn't your fault, Nie Diyuan said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. It's not just Class Bev and Class A might not be able to defeat them. It looks like Class's top position is truly in jeopardy this time. Adjusting his glasses, he added, during the class ranking competition next week, if you encounter Class D, just forfeit right away. Don't waste your efforts resisting. Understood. The 3 of them nodded reluctantly, their frustration evident yet unavoidable. Feng Yixio and his group followed Teacher Zhu into a concealed room. This was a specialized area used for recording the appearances of battle spirits and creating holographic projections. The room was well-equipped and spotless, clearly indicating frequent use. Teacher Zhu, have other students been here before us? Feng Yixio keenly observed signs of prior use in the room. While adjusting the equipment, Teacher Zhu replied, 2 days ago, Teacher Zhua from Class A brought her students here. 2 of them successfully achieved perfect evolution. I've already recorded their holograms, but the final products aren't ready yet. Oh? Was it Bai Tang and Lin Shuer from Class A? Xin Ruyu asked with interest. That's right, Teacher Zhu said with a smile. Both of them are elemental spirits, so their perfect evolution wasn't unexpected. However, their evolution is rated doubles class, which is still a bit behind your achievements. Han Xiao curiously inquired, Teacher, can you tell us what their evolved battle spirits are? Teacher Zhu's expression suddenly turned serious. I'm sorry, I can't disclose that. Similarly, if they ask about your information, they'll keep it confidential as well. My apologies for being presumptuous. Feng Yixio quickly apologized. Teacher Zhu's demeanor softened again. It's fine. Speaking of which, your cohort is truly the most outstanding in the history of Qingyun Academy. In the Academy's entire history, there have only been 6 perfect stage battle spirits, and 5 of them appeared in this cohort. It's truly a record-breaking achievement. It's really all thanks to Teacher Jialan's excellent guidance, Feng Yixio said humbly, rubbing his nose. After completing the recording process, Teacher Zhu announced, all the work is done. The holograms will be ready for display in 3 days. After bidding farewell to Teacher Zhu, the group exited the evolution building. Han Xiao patted Feng Yixio on the shoulder and said sincerely, brother, thank you. As a descendant of an influential family, he knew that without meeting Feng Yixio, he might have been stuck with a low-level battle spirit for life. Now, he finally believed that Feng Yixia's promise to help him become a holy spirit king wasn't just a joke. If you keep saying that, don't call me big brother anymore, Feng Yixio replied with a grin. Shinryu teased, Han Xiao, if you're really grateful, just treat us to some good food. Of course. Han Xiao thumped his chest in assurance. Forget Qingyun restaurant. We'll go straight to Qianyang Tower from now on. Deal. But for now, let's head to Qingyun restaurant. Even though we don't have training this afternoon, we shouldn't slack off, Feng Yixio said, throwing an arm around Han Xiao's shoulder as they made their way to the restaurant. In the elevator, they ran into some students from Class A. Since their last conflict, Bai Tang and his group had noticeably toned down their provocations. Surprisingly, this time, Bai Tang spoke up. Feng Yixio, the class ranking competition is in a week. I hope we'll meet again. Don't worry, we will, Feng Yixio replied coldly. The elevator doors slowly slid open, and Feng Yixio's group was the first to step out. Just as they exited, a man dressed in a black leather jacket, standing next to Bai Tang, let out a mocking laugh. Class leader, they're just from Class D. Why bother wasting words on them? They probably can't even get past Class C, let alone compete with us. Isn't this just bullying? Feng Yixio had never seen this man before, so he must be a newly recruited student in Class A. His demeanor and tone exuded the arrogance of a street thug. Hearing his words, Feng Yixio suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned his head slightly. His voice was cold as ice. Cherish this week while you can, because it will be your last time as members of Class A. The man in the leather jacket was about to charge forward, but Bai Tang quickly grabbed his arm. Li Xiu, don't act rashly. The teacher has explicitly forbidden private fights, and they wouldn't dare defy the teacher's orders. Class leader, why are you holding me back? Li Xiu asked, clearly confused. Bai Tang patiently explained, you've only just joined our class, so you might not know much about Class D. They might actually be our toughest opponents. What? Isn't Class D supposed to be the weakest? How could they possibly be our strongest rivals? Li Xiu found it hard to believe. A sharp glint flashed in Bai Tang's eyes as her tone brimmed with confidence. Don't overthink it. Among them, only that girl is somewhat strong. The other two are just low-level battle spirits. Perhaps I would have been cautious of them 4 months ago, but my strength has grown significantly since then. They're no match for us now. With that, she walked over to a nearby table and sat down to eat. Those class of folks are as arrogant as ever. Just wait when the time comes. Well, make sure they regret it. Han Xiao growled, biting into a piece of steak with disdain. Feng Yixio calmly analyzed the situation. Don't underestimate them. They have 2 members with perfect evolutions, and that guy, Li Xiu, seems powerful too. Otherwise, teachers with Xiu wouldn't have bent the rules to let him into Class A. No matter how strong they are, can they possibly be stronger than you? You're a 4S perfect evolution monster, there's no comparison. Han Xiao laughed. Shin Ruyu, who had been quietly focused on her meal, suddenly chimed in. There's an old saying, overconfidence leads to defeat. Speaking of which, what are your battle spirit skills after evolution? We need to start strategizing. Now that all our battle spirits have evolved, Han Xiao gave Feng Yixio a meaningful look. Hey, brother, aren't you supposed to know everything? Why don't you take a guess at what our battle spirit skills are? Without hesitation, Feng Yixio replied, Han Xiao, your Xian Shui Turtle's battle spirit skills are Xian Shui Shield, Xian Shui Whirlpool, and War Cry. The moment he first saw Han Xiao's Xian Shui Turtle, all its information had already been imprinted in his mind, ready to be accessed at any time. Han Xiao froze, his mouth hanging open as the food he was eating suddenly lost its flavor. After a long pause, he muttered, brother, can you leave me some privacy? Don't tell me you even know the color of my underwear. Cough, cough. Shinryu nearly choked on her food. Feng Yixio hurriedly patted Shinryu on the back, quickly explaining, you err. Don't listen to his nonsense. I don't have that kind of ability. Han Xiao immediately gave Feng Yixio a thumbs up, admiring his strong survival instincts. Shinryu blinked her curious eyes and asked, Brother Feng, can you guess what my battle spirit skills are? While casually eating his noodles, Feng Yixio replied, your flame spirit sparrow's battle skills are Wildfire Blaze, Fire Dance Cyclone, and Flaming Phoenix Strike. It's a fire-type battle spirit with extremely powerful offensive abilities. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shunryu's gaze suddenly turned wary. She instinctively hugged herself and stared at Feng Yixio with a guarded look. Why are you looking at me like that? Feng Yixio asked in confusion. Then, as if realizing something, he quickly explained, I swear, I have no idea what color. Forget it? All right, stop explaining. Shinryu waved her hand dismissively. If it's you, I don't really mind. Seeing that she wasn't pursuing the matter further, Feng Yixio let out a sigh of relief. But just as he relaxed, Shinryu suddenly frowned and said sternly, but from now on, you're not allowed to peek at other girls. Feng Yixio rolled his eyes in exasperation, thinking to himself that he was still misunderstood. Nonetheless, he immediately straightened up and promised, I absolutely won't. Only then did Shinryu nod in satisfaction. She continued, Brother Feng, what are the battle skills of your Jade Lin Snake? My Jade Lin Snake's battle skills are Death Constriction, Thunderous Wrath, and Serpent's Shadow, Feng Yixio answered in a serious tone. I understand the first 2 skills, but what is Serpent's Shadow? Shinryu asked curiously. Feng Yixio explained, Serpent's Shadow is essentially a clone ability. It creates a duplicate shadow of the Jade Lin Snake. Han Xiao shook his head and commented, oh, so it's just a phantom clone. For a strong offense type, it doesn't seem particularly useful. Offense types should focus on charging forward. A phantom clone might confuse the enemy, but since it can't deal damage and disappears when hit, its practicality is limited. Feng Yixio smiled faintly. What if it's not a phantom? Han Xiao froze for a moment before realizing what he meant. His pupils contracted sharply. You mean, a physical clone? That's right, a physical clone. Feng Yixio confirmed firmly. Shinryu and Han Xiao both stared at Feng Yixio as if he were a monster. The Jade Lin Snake's battle skills at this level were terrifying, already formidable in close combat. It now had an additional physical clone. effectively doubling its combat power. Can you two stop looking at me like that? Feng Yishio quickly said. You're making it seem like your own battle spirit skills are weak. Take Brother Han, for example. Your 3 skills, group defense, domain ability, and crowd control. Honestly, I'm glad you're not my opponent. Otherwise, you drive me crazy. Han Xiao chuckled sheepishly. Hee. I didn't realize I was that strong until you pointed it out. Feng Yishio looked at Shinryu and commented with a cheerful smile. Yuera's battle spirit skills are absolutely incredible. A group attack skill, a linear control skill, plus an extremely powerful single target attack skill. Both physical and magical attacks are strength. The key point is, she's in strength agility aerial fighter. The opponent can't even touch her. With this setup, battles would be over in a matter of minutes, wouldn't they? Shinryu was overjoyed by the praise, but still responded modestly, Brother Feng, you're exaggerating a bit. I almost feel sorry for our opponents, Feng Yishio sighed. At that moment, Han Xiao suddenly thought of a troubling issue and said dejectedly, but why do I still not have any attack-type battle spirit skills? Is my Xiaoba destined to spend its whole life relying on insults to fight? Although his battle spirit was strong, it seemed to depend entirely on teammates and lacked any offensive skills. Now that he could no longer carry Xiaoba, he couldn't possibly rely on scolding enemies to death, could he? That is indeed a problem, Feng Yishio said thoughtfully before reassuring him. Don't worry, I'll make sure to get you a suitable offensive battle spirit card. Hearing this, Han Zhao's face lit up with joy. He immediately grabbed Feng Yishio's leg and wailed dramatically, Brother, from now on, you're my blood brother. Let go. Let go of me now, Feng Yishio said with a look of disdain. Seeing that Han Xiao still wouldn't let go, he threatened. If you don't let go, I won't get you the card. Only then did Han Xiao release him, grinning as he said, the best decision I've ever made in my life was clinging to your leg. I have to say, it feels pretty good. Third sister is really lucky. After a day of rest, Jialan Ziyu began a week of intense training for them, tailoring specific positions based on each individual's battle spirit traits. In addition to the main team members Feng Yishio, Shinryu, and Han Xiao, there were 2 substitutes, Hua Ling, the leader of the support group, and Yun Mo, the leader of the control group. Although these 2 had not yet reached the rank of level 2 battle spirit masters, they were the most outstanding students in Class D, both having achieved level 1 stage 8 battle spirit master status. Seeing that Feng Yishio, Shinryu, and Han Xiao had all successfully evolved their battle spirits, Hua Ling and Yun Mo's eyes sparkled with envy. Feng Yishio noticed this and felt a twinge of discomfort, but it wasn't something he could control. The only thing they could do now was defeat Class A, so that all their classmates could enjoy the same resources and treatment as Class A. The trio suddenly felt the heavy weight of responsibility on their shoulders. Jialan Ziyu explained seriously, tomorrow is the class ranking competition. The competition consists of 3 matches. The first match is between Class D and Class C. The winner advances, and the loser is directly ranked as Class D. The second match is between Class B and Class C, with the winner challenging Class A. The third match is against Class A, and the winner will become the new Class A. Teacher, can all these matches be completed in one day? Han Xiao raised his hand and asked. Each match lasts 1 day. This is to ensure fairness in the competition, Jialan Ziyu explained. Then who should we send out to face Class C tomorrow? Shinryu asked. Jialan Ziyu glanced specifically at Feng Yishio and said, aside from the match against Class A, I won't be giving any guidance for the other matches. Feng Yishio is your captain, and you need to follow his arrangements. I only want 1 result total victory. Can you do that? We can. The 5 of them responded in unison. Today's training is over. Go back and rest well. Be at the Qingyun Martial Arena at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Dismissed. Jialan Ziyu said before disappearing from the training hall. At 8 a.m. the following morning, the Qingyun Martial Arts Arena was already packed to capacity. The event not only drew students from Qingyun Academy, but also attracted numerous elite figures from Jiangshui City. As the class ranking competition for the city's top-ranked school, the significance of this match was self-evident. The circular arena, spanning nearly 4,000 square meters, roughly the size of half a football field, was constructed with materials far sturdier than those used in the training halls. To ensure spectator safety, a hemispherical energy shield would envelop the entire arena once the match began. At this moment, the participants from both sides were already stationed in their respective resting areas. On Feng Yishio's side, the 5 students were engaged in animated discussion, though their teacher, Jialan, was conspicuously absent. In contrast, over at Class CS area, Teacher Feng Bing was holding a tablet, meticulously explaining battle strategies to his students. Teacher Feng, they're just Class D. Do we really need to send out our strongest lineup? Dinghu asked hesitantly, worried that revealing their trump cards too early might jeopardize their chances against Class B later. Feng Bing's expression turned icy at the remark. Losing this match would mean being permanently relegated to Class D, with no chance to rise again. Do I need to stress how critical this is? But Class D is all low-level Ding who began to protest. Enough. The decision is final. Fong Bing cut him off decisively. His heightened focus on this match stemmed entirely from the fact that Jialan Ziyu was the opposing instructor. Nevertheless, with his strongest lineup in play, victory seemed assured. After finalizing the strategy, Fong Bing made his way to the VIP platform. The seats were already filled, with Vice Principal Zhou Yin occupying the central spot. To his left sat Grade Director Li Chang'an, while the seat to the right, which should have belonged to class's teacher, Zhuo Xiu, was instead taken by Jialan Ziyu of Class D. Though this seating arrangement was orchestrated by Vice Principal Zhou, Zhuo Xiu's expression was visibly dark, and Li Chang'an could only manage an awkward smile. Fong Bing reluctantly took a seat on the far end, feeling a twinge of irritation. Glancing at Jialan, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Teacher Jialan, you must think so little of Class C, aren't you going to guide your students or discuss strategies with them?" Jialan, who had been casually chatting with Vice Principal Zhou, turned at the interruption and replied nonchalantly, "My students are fairly independent. I suppose they don't really need my guidance, do they? This year, our class has produced 2 exceptional candidates for elite evolution," Fong Bing said coldly, her gaze carrying a hint of warning. "I suggest you take the chance to guide them before the match begins." Jialan Ziyu's lips curled into a faint smile as she replied calmly, "Thank you for your kind advice, Teacher Fong, but I don't think that's necessary." These words completely infuriated Fong Bing. She shot up from her seat, raising her voice sharply. If your students get injured during the match, don't you dare blame me." Before she could finish, Yuan, the teacher of Class B, suddenly burst into laughter. Having a clear understanding of the monsters in Class D, he found it impossible to suppress his amusement at Teacher Fong worrying about them getting hurt. "Mr. Nye, I'm talking to Teacher Jialan, what are you laughing at?" Fong Bing snapped, slamming the table with a loud bang. Yuan quickly explained, "Apologies, I just thought of something funny. It wasn't directed at you, Teacher Fong. Please don't take it to heart." At exactly 9 o'clock, the competition officially began. A host dressed in a sharp suit stepped into the center of the arena, holding a golden microphone as he announced, "The first match of this year's class ranking tournament is about to begin. Now, let's officially invite the participants from both sides to enter the arena." A rectangular entrance opened in the arena's energy shield, allowing the contestants from Class D to enter first. The host enthusiastically introduced them. Now entering the arena are Class D's participants. Tier 2, Stage 2 Power-Type Combat Spirit Master Feng Yixio, Tier 1, Stage 8 Support-Type Combat Spirit Master Hualing, and Tier 1, Stage 8 Control-Type Combat Spirit Master Yunimo. The large screen immediately displayed their basic stats, revealing their combat spirit master levels and their spirit's basic descriptions, but omitting specific details about their spirit quality or skills. The audience erupted in a chorus of boos. Class D is just as pathetic as always. Only one of them even reached Tier 2. All of their spirits are low grade. This match is going to be over before it starts. How could a useless spirit like that make someone the captain of Class D? Looks like they're really scraping the bottom of the barrel. Despite the jeers, the remaining students from Class D cheered loudly, shouting, "Boss Feng, go, go, go. We're always behind you. Class D is the best. Class D will win." But their voices were quickly drowned out by the crowd's derision. Soon after, Class C's team, led by Ding Hu, entered from the opposite side of the arena. The host introduced them with enthusiasm. Now entering are Class C's participants. Tier 2, Stage 1 Power-Type Combat Spirit Master Ding Hu, Tier 2, Stage 1 Power-Type Combat Spirit Master Wu Su, and Tier 1, Stage 9 Support-Type Combat Spirit Master Yu Yao. Let's give them a warm round of applause. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. "Now, will the team captains please step forward for the handshake?" the host declared solemnly. Feng Yixio and Ding Hu met at the center of the arena. On the surface, they appeared calm, but beneath their composed exteriors, tension simmered. Ding Hu extended his hand with a sly smile. "Feng Yixio, long time no see. Today, I'll make sure you regret knocking out one of my teeth back then." Feng Yixio politely shook his hand and replied softly, "Oh, then I'll be looking forward to it." On the stage, Jialan Ziyu's lips curved into a faint smile as she glanced at Ding class's lineup. Feng Yixio truly exuded confidence, sending only himself as a contestant among the 3 main players. It was undoubtedly a risky move. Any misstep would leave no chance for recovery. "Jialan, do you really believe a mere second-level battle spirit master is enough to back your confidence?" Teacher Fong from Bing class sneered sarcastically. Jialan Ziyu remained silent, returning only a meaningful smile. Nearby, Teacher Yuan from E class frowned and said, "Jialan, aren't you being overly confident? Bing class has 2 second-level battle spirit masters. Even that kid Feng Yixio might find it hard to handle. This is their strategy. I respect their choice. Let's wait and see." Jialan Ziyu replied calmly. I'd like to see what makes you so composed, Jialan. Fang Bing interjected coldly. After shaking hands with Ding Hu, Feng Yixio returned to his position. The two teams stood 50 meters apart, with strict rules against crossing the line before the match began. Each team had its own designated safe zone, where battle spirit masters were protected and enemy spirits were prohibited from entering. Now, contestants, please take your positions. The first class ranking tournament officially begins. The announcer declared before boarding a flying device to oversee the match from above. As soon as the announcement ended, only Feng Yixio and Hualing among Ding class's 3 members summoned their battle spirits. Hualing's spirit was a classic support-type flower spirit. Flower spirit, use blooming aura for a speed boost. Hualing commanded. Several glowing rings merged into the Jade Lin snake's body, making it appear even more agile. Like an arrow loosed from a bowstring, the Jade Lin snake shot straight toward the opposing camp. Feng Yixio's primary target was the enemy's deer spirit, a support-type spirit capable of healing others, and the weakest link in their formation. Huh, trying to take down our support spirit? Let's see if we allow that. Ding Hu sneered, seeing through the plan. The 3 members of Bing class immediately summoned their spirits. Ding Hu's saber-toothed tiger, an elite evolution spirit, was an imposing sight. As soon as it appeared, it roared ferociously and lunged at the Jade Lin snake with its claws. Wu Su, another power-focused battle spirit master, summoned his Shadow Panther, shrouded in dark mist. Together, the saber-toothed tiger and Shadow Panther flanked the Jade Lin snake from opposite sides. Kid, let's see how you handle this. Ding Hu sneered coldly. Feng Yixio smiled faintly. Xiabela, use Serpent Shadow. In an instant, the Jade Lin snake's form became ethereal, and a perfect duplicate split off from its body. Ding Hu and Wu Su froze momentarily, unsure of which one to target. Their saber-toothed tiger and Shadow Panther hesitated as well. This must be a mirage clone, one real, one fake. You take the one on the right, I'll go for the left. Once the illusion fades, we'll converge on the real one. Ding Hu quickly regained his composure and gave the command. The Shadow Panther and saber-toothed tiger immediately lunged at the 2 opposing Jade Lin snakes. The saber-toothed tiger unleashed a deadly strike. Facing Feng Yixio, Ding Hu dared not be careless and immediately commanded the use of the first battle spirit skill, Rend. The saber-toothed tiger's claws suddenly emitted a blinding, icy glow and lunged like lightning toward the jade-scaled serpent's head, aiming for a fatal blow. However, to Ding Hu's surprise, Feng Yixio neither used a battle spirit skill nor summoned a magic spirit card. Instead, the jade-scaled serpent relied solely on its raw physical strength, whipping its tail to counter the attack. Ding Hu instantly judged that this must be a decoy and hastily ordered the saber-toothed tiger to cancel the battle spirit skill mid-attack, intending to conserve its spirit energy for the real body. Bang! The serpent's tail collided fiercely with the saber-toothed tiger's claws, producing an ear-splitting metallic clash. The massive impact sent the saber-toothed tiger flying over 10 meters, and Ding Hu, suffering from the backlash, coughed up a trace of blood. This is real? Ding Hu suddenly realized his misjudgment. As a tiger-type magical beast, the saber-toothed tiger's physical attack had reached an grade level. By all logic, it shouldn't have been sent flying such a distance with a single strike. Could this really be the infamous useless battle spirit, the jade-scaled serpent? As the captain of Class C, Ding Hu quickly suppressed his distracting thoughts. If this one was real, then the other must be fake. Wu Su, the jade-scaled serpent on your side is a decoy. Finish it quickly and come assist me. He relayed the message immediately. Wu Su responded without hesitation. Having yet to engage the other jade-scaled serpent, he quickly commanded, Little Panther, just a light swipe to dispel the decoy. Don't waste your spirit energy. However, when the Shadow Panther casually swung its claws, it was met with another heavy tail strike from the serpent. Accompanied by a sonic boom, the tail landed squarely on the Shadow Panther, launching it high into the air in a perfect arc. Wu Su spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, staring at Ding Hu in disbelief. Captain, this one is the real one. What? Yours is real too? Ding Hu was completely stunned. Could it be that both of the jade-scaled serpent's manifestations were actual entities? This was beyond comprehension. From above, the host exclaimed, Unbelievable! The jade-scaled serpent of Class D's captain, Feng Yixio, possesses such an incredible battle spirit skill. Both serpents are real entities. In the grandstand, Fang Bing, the teacher of Class C, abruptly stood up, exclaiming, Both are real entities? And neither has diminished strength? Impossible! She knew her students far too well. With a grade physical attacks, neither the saber-toothed tiger nor the Shadow Panther should have been so easily overpowered if the manifestations were weaker than the original. Principal Zhou watched Feng Yixio's performance with a satisfied smile and remarked calmly, What's impossible about it? Haven't you figured out the quality of that jade-scaled serpent by now? Fang Bing froze in place, his mind racing with thoughts. Hesitantly, he ventured. Could it be an elite evolution? The guess was already quite bold, considering that in his understanding, the Jade Lin snake should only be capable of a standard evolution. Principal Zhou furrowed his brows, his tone stern. And you call yourself a homeroom teacher? You can't even recognize the quality of a battle spirit. What kind of teacher are you? Fang Bing fell silent for a moment before mustering the courage to ask, Principal Zhou, are you saying that the Jade Lin snake has undergone a perfect evolution? That's correct, Principal Zhou replied decisively. That Jade Lin snake must have undergone a perfect evolution. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to so easily knock back the elite evolved saber-toothed tiger and shadow panther. He elaborated that he had already suspected this from the Jade Lin snake's physique, though such a deviation from conventional understanding was hard to believe. But after witnessing the two Jade Lin snakes effortlessly fend off elite battle spirits, he was completely convinced. The teachers on the podium collectively gasped, their gazes shifting between the Jade Lin snake below the stage and the calm, expressionless Jialan Ziyu. They were utterly shaken. The Jade Lin snake had shattered the so-called curse of lightning-type snake spirits being useless in battle, ascending directly to the status of a perfect evolution. Fang Bing's legs gave out, and he collapsed heavily into his seat. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, So what if the Jade Lin snake is a perfect evolution? Your Class D only has one competent fighter, right? We still have the advantage in a two-known match. Jialan Ziyu merely smiled and shook her head, offering no rebuttal. Meanwhile, the battle on the training ground raged on. The injured saber-toothed tiger and shadow panther slowly staggered to their feet, charging at the Jade Lin snake once again. Ding Hu quickly drew a gray iron-grade magic spirit card from his magic spirit codex. Iron Fang Beast Iron Fang Armament. The card dissolved into specks of light that merged into the saber-toothed tiger. Its snow-white saber teeth instantly gleamed with a metallic, steely sheen. Saber-toothed tiger, use Saber Fang Bite. Ding Hu commanded. The saber-toothed tiger opened its powerful jaws and lunged at the Jade Lin snake. This move was formidable. Ding Hu had previously used it to easily pierce through a 3 cm thick steel plate. Seeing this, Feng Yixio dared not be careless. He immediately flung out a bronze-grade magic spirit card. Steel Hedgehog Blade Armor Armament. Thanks to Jialan Ziyu's rigorous training, he had mastered the technique of localized armament. The tail of the Jade Lin snake became covered in blade armor, resembling a massive, crushing meteor hammer, which it swung forcefully at the saber-toothed tiger. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the saber-toothed tiger's prized saber teeth snapped cleanly off, leaving it trembling in pain. Feng Yixio chuckled and teased, Ding Hu, first I knocked out your front teeth, and now my battle spirit has knocked out your battle spirit's teeth. Isn't this quite the coincidence? Damn it, I'll fight you to the end. Ding Hu roared, his bloodshot eyes filled with rage as he completely lost control. His saber-toothed tiger, acting out of character, suddenly abandoned its attack on the jade-scaled serpent and charged directly at Feng Yixio. The repeated humiliation had shattered the proud youth's composure, and he disregarded the competition rules, commanding his beast to storm into Feng Yixio's safe zone. According to the ironclad rules of the class ranking matches, a battle spirit is strictly prohibited from attacking when its spirit master stands in the safe zone. This rule was established to protect spirit masters who had not yet advanced to spirit king level and lacked the support of spiritual weapons. At this stage, a spirit master's strength was no match for their battle spirit. Only when a spirit master voluntarily left the safe zone could their battle spirit launch an attack. Wu Su, seeing Ding Hu's frenzied state, hesitated briefly before commanding his shadow leopard to follow suit, charging at Ding class's safe zone as well. Feng Yixio frowned slightly and turned to Yunimo, speaking calmly, you can release your battle spirit now. Use your mist to cover the entire field. Xiao Yun, it's your turn. Without delay, Yunimo summoned his mist-type frog spirit. A snow-white, frog-shaped battle spirit appeared on the training ground in an instant. Before the saber-toothed tiger and shadow leopard could get any closer, the frog spirit inhaled deeply, and a thick white mist billowed out of its mouth. This was the frog spirit's first battle skill, Mist Breath, a classic control skill. In the blink of an eye, half of the training ground was shrouded in dense fog, reducing visibility for everyone within it, including Feng Yixio and his teammates, to a mere 5 meters. The audience and judges' stands were thrown into chaos as no one could see what was happening on the field. Soon after, Hualing and Yunimo emerged from the mist, walking confidently into the resting area. What just happened? Ding class had the upper hand. Why did 2 of their members suddenly withdraw? What on earth occurred inside the mist? The announcer asked loudly, his voice filled with confusion. Jialan Ziyu furrowed her brows, her tone icy as she addressed Fang Bing. Is this the kind of student you teach, Fang? Losing and then attacking the safe zone? Fang Bing's face darkened. He knew all too well that the moment Ding Hu commanded his saber-toothed tiger to attack the safe zone, it was a blatant violation and an automatic forfeiture. If the tiger actually injured a member of Ding class, he, as the teacher of Class C, would bear full responsibility. Your team has already lost. Let's end the match now before your Feng Yixio gets into trouble, Fang Bing said urgently. Jialan Ziyu sneered. Trouble? I think you should be more worried about your own students' safety. She knew Feng Yixio's personality all too well was not one to let a grudge slide. The release of the mist was likely a deliberate move to cover his tracks. What do you mean by that? Can't you see that 2 of your Ding class students have already forfeited? Are you suggesting that Feng Yixio can take on all 3 of us by himself? Fang Bing retorted, his tone sharp. I never said that. Jialan Ziyu replied nonchalantly, waving her hand dismissively. But with all this mist, who knows what's really happening in there? Her implication was clear. Whatever happened in the mist would remain a mystery. Inside the dense fog, Feng Yixio's lips curled into a wicked smile. From his Demon Spirit Codex, he pulled out a bronze-level Demon Spirit card Titan Python. Titan. Heh. Let me show you what true dominance looks like. Titan Python Titan Armament. In an instant, the 2 jade-scaled serpents, originally just over 3 meters long, began to grow at a terrifying rate. Within moments, they had swelled to a massive 7 meters in length. Their colossal bodies loomed over the saber-toothed tiger and shadow leopard below, their emerald green eyes glowing with an eerie, spine-chilling light. Gulp! The sound of a swallow shattered the silence. Ding Hu and Wu Su stood frozen in place, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Before them, 2 towering jade-scaled serpents, each 7 meters tall, loomed with an aura so oppressive it made it hard to breathe. It wasn't just the students of Class C who were paralyzed with fear. Even the saber-toothed tiger and the shadow panther bowed their heads and whimpered, as if begging for mercy. Yet hatred jolted Ding Hu back to clarity. Saber-toothed tiger. Ignore those 2 jade-scaled serpents. Attack Feng Yixio directly, he commanded. He knew all too well that while the serpents were terrifying, defeating Feng Yixio would resolve everything. By now, the smoke had engulfed most of the battlefield. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. With a deafening roar, the saber-toothed tiger charged at Feng Yixio, paying no heed to the serpents behind it. Its massive body stretched over 3 meters long, rippling with muscle. Close behind, the shadow panther followed, its smaller yet still formidable form measuring 2.5 meters, shrouded in eerie black mist. By the time Feng Yixio caught sight of the 2 war spirits, they were already within 5 meters of him. Their claws alone were larger than his heat if they landed a blow. He'd be lucky to escape with just a month of hospital recovery. In this moment of crisis, Feng Yixio became even calmer. Activating Thunder Mode, he was instantly surrounded by crackling lightning as thick as his pinky finger, his speed surging dramatically. At the very last moment, he twisted his body to evade the saber-toothed tiger's razor-sharp claws, escaping with only a shallow scratch on his arm. Feng Yixio knew better than to engage in a heated clash with the saber-toothed tiger. He had to target its weak points. Agilely using its momentum, he leapt onto the tiger's back and channeled all the power of his lightning into his palm, executing his signature move Thunder Severing Blade. Fingers pressed tightly together, his hand transformed into a blade of lightning, carving a graceful arc before plunging it into the tiger's spinal region. However, the saber-toothed tiger's bones were far tougher than he had anticipated. The strike only penetrated its outer defenses. Roaring in agony, the tiger thrashed violently, desperate to throw Feng Yixio off its back. But Feng Yixio clung tightly to its fur, relentlessly attacking the already exposed wound. Seizing the opportunity, the shadow panther leapt into action, its claws aiming straight for Feng Yixio's head. Sensing the danger, Feng Yixio stepped hard on the saber-toothed tiger's back, propelling himself into the air. He spun midair and landed gracefully on the ground. Boom! The shadow panther's strike, however, landed squarely on the saber-toothed tiger's already fractured spine. It was the final straw. With a low growl, the saber-toothed tiger collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. You idiot! Why did you attack my saber-toothed tiger? Ding Hu clutched his chest, glaring angrily at Wu Su beside him. I was aiming for Feng Yixio, that guy. Who knew he was so fast? Wu Su defended himself with a look of frustration written all over his face. Feng Yixio glanced at the 2 rapidly approaching Jade Lin serpents, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Xiao Bailu used Death Coil. At his command, the 2 Jade Lin serpents instantly transformed into a massive snake sphere, rolling forward with momentum toward the Shadow Panther at high speed. Steel Hedgehog Sword Armor Mode. Feng Yixio commanded decisively. In an instant, countless sharp blades emerged from between the Jade Lin serpent scales, turning them into 2 gigantic, blade-covered steel war machines. Titan War Chariot. Crush them for me. Feng Yixio roared. Boom, boom, boom. 2 towering Titan War Chariots, each 10 meters tall, made a thunderous entrance. Every step they took caused the arena to quake, and the rumbling sound echoed through the venue. The audience sat in stunned silence, mouths agape. Though the mist obscured the details, the massive shadows were still clearly visible, eliciting gasps and excited chatter. My God, what kind of monster is that? It's enormous. Who could possibly win against that? If only the mist would clear. The spectators stood up in excitement. What was initially thought to be a one-sided battle had completely defied expectations thanks to the dazzling performance of the Jade Lin Serpents and Ding Hu's team's surprising strength. The Titan War Chariots, formed by the fusion of two magical spirit cards, spun faster and faster, charging unstoppably toward the immobilized saber-toothed tiger and shadow panther. The saber-toothed tiger didn't even have time to let out a cry before being crushed into a mangled mess, dissolving into fragments of spiritual light and returning to Ding Hu's magical spirit compendium. The shadow panther, relying on its agility, barely managed to evade and quickly activated its stealth ability. But Feng Yixio sneered coldly, "Little one, don't waste your energy struggling." The two Titan War Chariots immediately moved side by side, spinning rapidly around him to form an inescapable killing zone. The Shadow Panther's stealth skill failed, and it was shredded to pieces, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke as it returned to Wu Su's magical spirit compendium. The fall of their battle spirits left Ding Hu and Wu Su severely weakened, and the two could barely stand, leaning on each other for support. On the battlefield, only a trembling deer spirit remained in the opponent's safe zone. Feng Yixio approached it with an air of calm. I surrender." Before Feng Yixio could get any closer, Yu Yao, the deer spirit's owner, hastily conceded. As a support specialist, her role was to heal injured battle spirits. But with the saber-toothed tiger and shadow panther both brutally crushed, her healing abilities were now completely useless. Feng Yixio pressed forward relentlessly, the imposing presence of the two Titan War Chariots behind him completely robbing Ding Hu of any will to resist. What do you want?" Ding Hu stammered, retreating cautiously, his voice trembling with fear. "What do you think?" Feng Yixio sneered coldly, rolling his neck slowly. "Daring to break the rules and attack in a safe zone? You're in for more than just losing a tooth today." As his words fell, his entire body became engulfed in crackling lightning. At the critical moment, Ding Hu suddenly darted behind Yu Yao and shoved her toward Feng Yixio, using the distraction to turn and flee. Despicable. Feng Yixio caught the stumbling Yu Yao firmly, his figure instantly transforming into a streak of lightning. In a flash, he appeared before Ding Hu, delivering a fierce kick square to his chest. The impact sent Ding Hu flying, tumbling across the ground for over 10 meters before finally coming to a stop. Feng Yixio followed up immediately, grabbing the sprawled Ding Hu and hurling him into the air. Leaping after him, Feng Yixio locked his arms around Ding Hu's waist and began spinning rapidly. Thunder Axe. The force of the spin shredded Ding Hu's clothing. Just before they hit the ground, Feng Yixio arched his body and slammed Ding Hu down with immense force. The hard training arena floor caved in, leaving a clear crater in its wake. Ding Hu was knocked unconscious on the spot, his spine severely fractured. He wouldn't be able to stand for at least a couple of months. Feng Yixio turned his gaze toward Wu Su and Yu Yao, his brows furrowed. The fog was too dense. "He was injured by his own battle spirit. It has nothing to do with you," Yu Yao quickly explained, tugging lightly on Wu Su's sleeve. "Why wise?" "Exactly. It was all his own fault," Wu Su chimed in hastily. After this fight, they had seen Ding Hu's true colors. In times of danger, he not only abandoned his teammates but also betrayed them. Even if Feng Yixio hadn't stepped in, they wouldn't have let him off easily. That's a good enough explanation," Feng Yixio said with a faint smile, nodding. "Let's leave it at that." By now, the thick fog had begun to dissipate, and the training arena returned to clarity. The spectators turned their attention back to the field, which was now in complete disarray. The ground was riddled with symmetrical craters, as if bearing silent witness to the massive shadows that had loomed within the mist. Yu Yao and Wu Su exchanged a glance, raised a white flag to signal their surrender, and headed straight to the rest area, ignoring Ding Hu, who lay motionless on the ground. A medical team promptly carried Ding Hu onto a stretcher and transported him to the hospital. The audience looked at one another in bewilderment. While it was clear that Class Ding had won, no one could fathom how Feng Yixio had managed to single-handedly take on 3 opponents and leave their captain severely injured. Bang! On the judges' platform, Teacher Feng from Class Bing slammed the table, his face dark with anger. "Teacher Jialan, you owe me an explanation for my injured student," Feng Bing demanded furiously, his voice trembling with rage. "An explanation? I think it's you who owes me one." Jialan Ziyu's icy voice echoed across the training grounds as her sharp, piercing gaze locked onto Feng Bing. "Who was it that just ordered the battle spirits to attack the safe zone?" Feng Bing, unwilling to back down, retorted in a deep voice, "My student Ding, who now has a fractured spine. The medical team says he'll need at least 6 months in the hospital. So, My students are just supposed to stand there and take it without fighting back? Jialan Ziyu's eyes gleamed with a deadly intensity as her cold glare swept over Fong Bing. In that instant, Fong Bing felt as though he was being stared down by a venomous snake. He shuddered and fell silent. Principal Zhou stepped in promptly to mediate. Enough. Let's call in the other participants from Class C to clarify what happened. Soon, Wu Su and Yu Yao from Class C were summoned. Wu Su repeated the events as they had been instructed to recount them. After a brief moment of silence, Principal Zhou spoke with calm certainty. So, it seems Ding who brought this upon himself? If that's the case, there's no blaming Feng Yixio. Though he detected some inconsistencies in Wu Su's version of events, he chose not to point them out. Wu Su, Fong Bing suddenly shouted with a frown. Are you being threatened by Feng Yixio? Don't be afraid, your teacher will stand up for you. Just tell the truth. No, not at all, Wu Su and Yu Yao stammered in response. Ridiculous. This must be some kind of scheme from Class D. I demand an explanation. Fong Bing continued, unrelenting. Jialan Ziyu finally lost her patience. A swirl of purple flames formed in her hand, condensing into a snake-belly sword. Ziyao. As she gently stroked the spirit weapon, her voice turned cold. If you can defeat me, I'll give you the explanation you're looking for. Fong Bing's heart sank as she stared at the spirit weapon radiating purple flames. She recognized it as the mark of a spirit king. Jialan Ziyu had ascended to the rank of spirit king. While she had been able to spar with Jialan Ziyu in the past, she knew she would now be defeated in an instant. Overwhelmed with frustration, Fong Bing begrudgingly sat down, no longer daring to speak. Still standing alone on the field, Feng Yixio grew impatient. He tilted his head upward and called out to the announcer in the sky. Announcer? Are you going to declare the results or not? The announcer snapped out of their daze and hurriedly descended to the field. Raising Feng Dixia's hand high, they declared, the winner of the first class ranking match is Class D. The arena erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, a stark contrast to the jeers heard earlier. The audience broke into waves of admiration. Incredible. Ana versus 3 victory. Even the Class A leader probably couldn't pull that off. Feng Yixio, I love you. Marry me. Did you see that? That's the strength of Class D. If not for the security personnel holding them back, the frenzied female fans would have stormed the field to shower him with flowers. The once disheartened students of Class D now stood tall, basking in the audience's praise. However, in one corner of the stands, the students from Class A who had come to watch wore dark expressions, their eyes burning with fury as they glared at Feng Yixio on the field. Feng Yixio. So what if he defeated Class C? Li Xiu scoffed disdainfully, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. Don't underestimate them, Bai Tang interrupted gravely. Their class isn't just about Feng Yixio. As someone in the know, he was well aware that Class D had 3-star players, and Feng Yixio alone had managed to pull off a 1-against-3 victory. If all 3 of them competed together, they might genuinely pose a threat to Class A. Lin Schwerer, however, dismissed the idea with a wave of her hand and a pout. 1-against-3? Big deal. Even you and Li Xiu could do that against Class C's trash. Did you pay attention to the magic spirit cards Feng Yixio used? Bai Tang pressed. How could I see anything with all that white mist? Lin Schwerer replied indifferently. Bai Tang's expression grew even more serious. I suspect he used the mist deliberately to conceal his trump cards from us. Smart move. Huh. Who cares what tricks he has up his sleeve? We're not pushovers either. Li Xiu snarled fiercely. Bai Tang glanced at Li Xiu, a faint smile tugging at his lips. If this were before you joined our class, I might have been a little uncertain. But now that you're here, there's no way we'll lose. The members of Class A rose to their feet as Li Xiu made a provocative gesture toward Feng Yixio on the field, thumbs up at first, then slowly turning it downward, his gaze filled with disdain. Noticing the taunt from the front row Class A members, Feng Yixio responded with a throat-slitting gesture before turning away and heading to his rest area. Brother Feng, are you hurt? Shin Ruyu hurried over to him. Feng Yixio affectionately ruffled her hair. The likes of Class C? There's no way they could touch me. Han Xiao clapped Feng Yixio on the shoulder. Bro, you really stole the show this time. I noticed the Class A crowd was here too, throwing some taunts, Feng Yixio said in a low voice. Han Xiao chuckled. Looks like they're scared of us. Otherwise, they wouldn't bother showing up. Yunimo chimed in from the side. But I bet they didn't see a thing with the mist. That's all thanks to the captain's foresight. It's all thanks to everyone's teamwork, Feng Yixio replied with a smile. Just as the host was about to announce the end of the first round of the class ranking tournament, Teacher Nye from Class B suddenly interrupted. The entire martial arts arena fell silent as everyone turned their attention to him, waiting to hear what he had to say. As the homeroom teacher of Class B, I hereby announce, Nye Duan paused and raised his voice, that we will forfeit tomorrow's match against Class D. The word forfeit echoed sharply through the circular arena. leaving an almost tangible sting in the air. The audience was stunned, and even the leaders and teachers seated on the dais looked puzzled. Moments later, the crowd erupted into a buzz of chatter. Most spectators criticized Class B for being too cowardly after all. No matter how strong Feng Yixio was, Class B's overall strength far surpassed that of Class C. They shouldn't have been scared into forfeiting outright. This is my right. Faced with the questioning from Class A's teacher, Zhuxiu, teacher Nye calmly took his seat, his expression composed. I see no point in doing something meaningless, he replied evenly. Zhuxiu stared coldly at Nye Yuan, a mocking tone lacing his words. Haven't you always been dissatisfied with Teacher Jialan? Isn't this the perfect opportunity to prove yourself? He was secretly irritated if Class B forfeited. Class A would lose its advantage of observing other classes and conserving energy for the competition. Prove myself? Nye Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. It seems you're the one trying to prove something. I've always respected Teacher Jialan, especially recently. My advice? Forfeit as well, unless you'd like your students to end up like Ding Hucrippled for life. Ridiculous. Zhuxiu slammed the table and stood abruptly. I'll make sure you all understand who the strongest teacher at Qingyun Academy really is. With that, he stormed off in anger. The host immediately announced, since Class B has forfeited, tomorrow's match will be Class A versus Class D. Stay tuned, everyone. The audience erupted in chatter, excitement buzzing through the air. While it was widely known that Class D only had one powerhouse, Feng Yixio, facing off against Class A's two perfect quality battle spirits seemed like an insurmountable challenge. Still, the crowd couldn't wait for the showdown. After the event, teacher Jialan Ziyu stayed behind to speak with Feng Yixio and his teammates. Her expression was serious as she cautioned them. Tomorrow's battle against Class A won't be easy. Bai Tang and Lin Shuer are formidable opponents, and you especially need to be wary of that mysterious transfer student, Li Xiao. Don't worry, teacher, Feng Yixio responded confidently. With me, Yuer, and Brother Han on the field, we'll be fine. Back at the dormitory, Feng Yixio wasted no time preparing for the upcoming match. As a level 2 battle spirit master, he was acutely aware of the restrictions on the number of spirit magic cards he could use at his current level. At the moment, both he and Shinryu each had 2 bronze grade cards, while Han Xiao only had 1, which lacked offensive capabilities. Feng Yixio sifted through his collection of iron grade spirit magic cards, but none seemed suitable for Xiao Ba's use. After meticulously consulting the compendium of spirit magic cards, Feng Yixio finally found the perfect option. The bronze grade card, Aqua Turtle Water Cannon. He murmured to himself. Looks like it's time to pay the Alliance Trading Hall a visit. Feng Yixio stood in the room, his brows furrowed as he pondered the issue of Alliance coins. Acquiring a gray iron-level magic spirit card required Alliance coins, but he could think of only 3 ways to earn them: completing Alliance missions, receiving a salary through an Alliance position, or exchanging magic spirit cards for coins. With his daily training consuming most of his time, completing missions was out of the question, and as a student, he couldn't rely on income from an official Alliance position. That left him with only one option. I'll try synthesizing a silver-level magic spirit card first. Feng Yixio decided, springing into action. He selected a rare gray iron-level magic spirit card as the primary card and paired it with other more common cards as upgrade materials, beginning the long synthesis process. After 2 grueling hours, drenched in sweat, Feng Yixio finally succeeded. The synthesis turned out to be far more challenging than he had anticipated, nearly depleting all his spiritual energy. Yet, as he gazed at the golden armored toad golden armor card in his hand, gleaming with a silver light, a satisfied smile spread across his face. This was his first time successfully synthesizing a silver-level magic spirit card. While it was a shame he couldn't use it himself, the thought of selling it to buy more gray iron-level cards for future synthesis lifted his spirits. However, as he flipped through the magic spirit card compendium, Feng Yixio noticed something odd. There was no record of the golden armored toad card. The card had been synthesized from the gray iron-level giant horn toad horn, so logically, it should appear in the silver-level directory. Could it be because giant horned toads can't evolve beyond the Lord level? He wondered, shaking his head and deciding not to dwell on it. A glance at the clock told him it was already 7 p.m. Feng Yixio quickly stored the card in his magic spirit codex and rushed to Han Xiao's room. Without hesitation, he pulled Han Xiao, who was meditating, to his feet. The latter looked utterly confused. Hey, where are you dragging me? Brother Han, we're going to the Alliance Trade Hall, Feng Yixio said as they walked. The trade hall? What for? Han Xiao asked, still puzzled. Didn't you want a decent attack-type magic spirit card? You mean to buy one from the Alliance Mall? Do you even have Alliance coins? Han Xiao's confusion only deepened. Feng Yixio calmly pulled out the silver-level magic spirit card. Does this work? The moment Han Xiao saw the card, he immediately clung to Feng Yixio's leg, speaking with a heartfelt tone. Brother, please stop calling me a rich second generation. You're making me feel insulted. Feng Yixio looked at Han Xiao with a face full of disdain and said, "Are you going or not? If not, forget it. I'm going. I'm going. I'll go right now." Han Xiao replied with a cheerful grin. Before setting off, Feng Yixio gave Shinryu a call. Upon hearing that they were heading to the Alliance Trading Hall, Shinryu politely declined, citing that she wasn't feeling well. Feng Yixio didn't press her further. The Alliance Trading Hall was located right next to the Jiangshui City Battle Spirit Alliance branch. It was the only legitimate venue for trading magical spirit cards. Familiar with the area, the two headed straight to the Battle Spirit Alliance branch, first to register their Level 2 Battle Spirit Master statuses. They also collected their monthly Alliance benefits and badges. The badge, worn on the sleeve, not only symbolized their identity but also served as a pass to enter the Alliance Trading Hall. The Alliance Trading Hall was an imposing and grand structure, its scale even surpassing that of the nearby Battle Spirit Alliance branch building. At this time, the entrance of the hall was bustling with activity, mostly adults, with only a few student-aged visitors. Feng Yixio and Han Zhao's arrival didn't draw much attention. The two went directly to the first floor to search for the target magical spirit card. The display cases on the first floor showcased a dazzling array of gray iron and bronze-grade magical spirit cards, along with magical beast crystal cores and various rare spiritual items. As a newcomer using Alliance currency for the first time, Feng Yixio had little understanding of the pricing of these items. While he was somewhat overwhelmed by the sheer variety of goods on display, his eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar bronze-grade magical spirit card. Upon closer inspection, it was Azure Water Turtle Water Wave, an enchantment card, rather than the Azure Water Turtle Water Cannon weapon card he was looking for. "Hello there, young man. Do you need any assistance?" A female sales associate dressed in a black uniform approached with a professional smile. "Hello. Do you have any weapon cards for the Azure Water Turtle?" Feng Yixio asked politely. The sales associate smiled and replied, "Yes, we do. Please follow me." She led the two to a VIP area and stopped in front of a display case adorned with gold. Inside the case was the Azure Water Turtle Water Cannon card that Feng Yixio was searching for. "You've come at the perfect time. This card is quite rare, and we only recently acquired it, which is why it's displayed in the rare item section," the sales associate explained. Feng Yixio froze for a moment when he saw the price. Unlike the typical bronze-grade magical spirit cards, which were priced under 500 Alliance currency, this card was marked at 800 Alliance currency, a significant sum. Han Xiao frowned as he surveyed the situation before him. Pulling Feng Yixio aside, he asked in a low voice, "How many Alliance coins do you have on you? This thing looks pretty expensive." Feng Yixio was silent for a moment before responding in an even tone. "I don't have a single Alliance coin." "What? Not even one?" Han Xiao broke out in a cold sweat. He knew all too well that the Alliance Chamber of Commerce was no ordinary shop. Causing trouble here could come with serious consequences. The uniformed saleswoman nearby seemed to have overheard their conversation. Her professional smile instantly vanished, replaced by a frosty expression as she approached them. "Young men, will you be paying by card or directly with Alliance coins?" "Paying by card? You can use cards for Alliance coins?" Feng Yixio asked, then added, "I have a Silverdeer Spirit card." But before he could finish, the saleswoman's face darkened completely. She immediately picked up her radio and shouted sharply, "Security, we've got troublemakers here." A swift response came from the other end of the radio. "Understood. On our way." "What kind of attitude is this? You won't even let me finish my sentence?" Feng Yixio frowned deeply, his tone laced with anger. The saleswoman sneered. "I've had my eye on you too since you walked in. So young, coming to the Alliance Chamber of Commerce, most likely here to steal something. You're being completely unreasonable." Feng Yixio retorted, pointing to the badge on his chest. "Can't you see we're spirit warriors?" The saleswoman scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. "There are so many con artists pretending to be spirit warriors these days. How do I know your badges aren't fake?" Feng Yixio was so furious he couldn't speak. If it weren't for the fact that she was a woman, he might have lost his temper entirely. "Fine. No more arguing. I'll exchange my Silverdeer Spirit card for Alliance coins right now. Is that good enough?" "Silverdeer Spirit card?" The saleswoman laughed mockingly. "A broke kid who can't even produce a single Alliance coin claims to have a Silverdeer Spirit card? Do you think that's as common as cabbages?" Just as Feng Yixio was about to take out his card, a team of uniformed security personnel stormed into the VIP area. The middle-aged captain at the front of the group asked sternly, "Miss Jiang, who's causing trouble?" The saleswoman, addressed as Miss Jiang, impatiently pointed at Feng Yixio and Han Xiao. "It's these two punks. Get them out of here, they're wasting my time." Han Xiao immediately stepped forward, his voice defiant. "Let's see who dares lay a hand on my brother." Before he could say more, the captain delivered a punch straight to his abdomen. In the confined space, no one dared to recklessly summon their spirit beasts, fearing damage to the expensive display cases around them. You actually hit me." Han Xiao was sent flying, clutching his stomach in pain. Feng Yixio helped Han Xiao to his feet, glaring coldly at the captain. Is this how the Alliance Chamber of Commerce handles things? Without even bothering to get the facts straight. This is the lobby of the Alliance Chamber of Commerce, its bright and spotless floor reflecting the silhouettes of customers coming and going. A sudden conflict is unfolding. How dare you cause trouble here? Are you tired of living? Security Captain Zhao swung his baton through the air, drawing a cold and menacing arc. Feng Yixio remained calm, his voice steady. I've already told you, I'm not here to cause trouble. I have a silver magic spirit card that I need to exchange. Did you hear me clearly? Huh? Captain Zhao sneered. A kid like you claiming to have a silver magic spirit card? Who are you trying to fool? Nearby, sales assistant Jiang chimed in with a look of disdain. Captain Zhao, why are you wasting time with him? Just throw him out already. Captain Zhao, fueled by the comment, immediately raised his baton and swung it fiercely toward Feng Yixio's head. The strike carried enough force to leave an ordinary person bloodied and broken. However, Feng Yixio, having unlocked his bloodline connection and undergone systematic combat training under Master Jialan, easily blocked the blow with his right arm. In an instant, a powerful current surged through the metal baton, electrifying Captain Zhao and causing him to convulse uncontrollably on the spot. With swift and fluid movements, Feng Yixio disarmed Captain Zhao, countering with a sharp strike to his face. The impact sent 3 bloodied teeth scattering across the pristine floor, leaving splatters of crimson in their wake. Captain, are you okay? The other security guards quickly rushed over to help the fallen Captain Zhao to his feet. They were all stunned. How could an ordinary-looking student take down a level 3 combat spirit master who specialized in martial arts? The surrounding customers stared in shock at the scene unfolding before them. What are you all standing around for? Get him! Captain Zhao, his mouth full of blood, shouted angrily, his words barely comprehensible. The 5 security guards surrounded Feng Yixio, though hesitation was evident in their postures. None dared to make the first move. Hey, you only know how to bully the weak, huh? I tried to reason with you, but you wouldn't listen. Fine, then I'll fight until you do. Feng Yixio said, spinning the baton expertly in his hand. Sparks of electricity crackled through the air as arcs of light danced around him. He planted his feet firmly, his stance grounded and unyielding, exuding an impenetrable aura. The crowd of onlookers grew larger, but the security guards, despite their numbers, hesitated no longer. Bracing themselves, they charged at Feng Yixio. Thunderstorm spin. Feng Yixio's body spun like a whirlwind, using himself as the axis while wielding the electrified baton with flawless precision. His movements were seamless, leaving no openings. The 5 guards were sent flying like broken kites, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise. Was all this really necessary? All I wanted was to sell a magic spirit card. Why did you have to make it so difficult? Feng Yixio sighed, shaking his head as he glanced at the groaning guards sprawled on the floor. Just then, a slow, deliberate clapping sound broke the tense silence. What remarkable skill! The crowd instinctively parted to create a path, and a woman dressed in a teal qipao gracefully walked through, clapping her hands with a radiant smile. Her delicate features were as flawless as porcelain, and her lively, expressive eyes seemed to tell stories of their own. She exuded an indescribable aura of Eastern elegance. Even Feng Yixio, known for his self-discipline, couldn't help but be momentarily captivated. To him, a woman of this caliber could only be rivaled by Shenruyu. However, this lady appeared to be a few years older, likely in her early 20s, already embodying the full allure of a mature woman. In contrast, while Shenruyu was undoubtedly stunning, her youth lent her an unpolished, budding charm. Despite their starkly different temperaments, Feng Yixio faintly glimpsed a trace of Shenruyu in this woman. Vice President, what brings you here? The previously arrogant sales assistant, Jiang, instantly became as meek as a mouse in the presence of this woman. What brings me here? The woman in teal allowed a faint smile to grace her lips before her expression turned icy. Her tone grew sharp. If I hadn't come, I suppose you'd have driven away every customer from the Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Vice President, you've misunderstood. It's this brat causing trouble. He doesn't even have a single Alliance coin, yet he wants to buy a magic spirit card. I was just, Jiang stammered, struggling to defend himself. Silence, the woman snapped, cutting him off decisively. Do you think I lack the ability to judge the situation myself? She leisurely circled Feng Yixio twice, her smile returning. So young, an already awakened bloodline communion? Impressive, very impressive. She mused inwardly. Bloodline communion practitioners typically fell into 2 categories. One exceptional prodigies, 1 in a million, nurtured by the Alliance's origin program, though such individuals were exceedingly rare in Jiangshui City, and she had met them all, tuitions of prominent families or wealthy corporations who used their resources to purchase origin elixirs. Even then, A high level of innate talent was required for success. Young man, I heard you have a Silverdeer magic spirit card, she asked with a playful smile, stepping closer to Feng Yixio. That's correct. I intended to exchange it for alliance coins, but your sales assistant didn't bother to understand the situation and tried to throw me out, Feng Yixio replied calmly. Is that so? If that's true, then I will ensure you receive fair treatment, the woman said, casting a frosty glance at Jiang, who trembled in fear. Turning back to Feng Yixio, her tone softened. So, what magic spirit card do you have? Let me help you assess its value. My card is called the Golden Armored Toad. May I know how many alliance coins it's worth? Feng Yixio asked directly. The Golden Armored Toad? The woman's expression darkened, and her brows furrowed. What kind of magic spirit card is that? Young man, are you trying to fool me? If you're lying, I won't let you off easily. The slender fingers of the woman in green suddenly ignited with a golden flame. Though the fire was small, the heat it radiated was enough to make anyone shudder. This unexpected display confirmed that she, too, was a master who had awakened her bloodline's mystical powers. Seeing this, Feng Yixio dared not hesitate. He quickly retrieved his magic spirit codex and began searching for the card of the Golden Armored Toad. However, in his haste to leave earlier, he couldn't immediately recall where exactly he had stored it within the book. The woman in green observed him closely, her expression growing increasingly astonished as Feng Yixio flipped through the pages. On the first page was Feng Yixio's Battle Spirita Snow-White Jade Scale Serpent, its form distinctly different from ordinary serpents, clearly a result of extraordinary evolution. The second page revealed his first magic spirit card, a bronze-tier steel porcupine known as Sword Armor. This left her silently wondering how such a young man, already capable of awakening his bloodline powers, had managed to conquer a bronze-tier magic spirit using a so-called useless battle spirit like the Jade Scale Serpent. When Feng Yixio turned to the third page, the woman in green was utterly stunned. It was an exceptionally rare Titan Python. Titan series magic spirit cards were notoriously valuable, and this one likely originated from the guardian of Caveheart Lake in the first isolation zone. Given the Titan Python's cautious nature, it would flee immediately if any strong individual approached within 100 meters. Many had tried and failed to claim it. Yet not only had Feng Yixio successfully hunted it, but he had also obtained its magic spirit card. This could only mean he had accomplished the feat entirely on his own. While she was still reeling from this revelation, Feng Yixio finally found the Silverdeer Golden Armored Toad card, known as Golden Armor. The woman in green snatched the card from his hand, examining it in disbelief as she muttered under her breath, This can't be real. At first, she suspected it might be a counterfeit, but the moment her fingers touched it, she felt the genuine, vibrant aura of the magic spirit within. What baffled her most was that no lower-tier giant rhinoceros toads were known to exist in the current wilderness. The strongest recorded were high-level beasts like the golden rhinoceros toad, which, at best, could produce bronze-tier golden horned cards. A Silverdeer card like this was essentially a one-eo faken treasure, its value beyond estimation. Have you admired it enough, beautiful lady? Feng Yixio asked with a smile as he casually took the card back into his hand. The woman in green straightened her expression, her tone now serious but polite. Smiling faintly, she said, I apologize for the earlier offense. On behalf of my staff, I extend my deepest regrets. It wasn't your fault. Why apologize? Feng Yixio replied nonchalantly. The woman in green cast a cold glance at the sales attendant, who instantly paled and scrambled forward, bowing deeply before Feng Yixio. Sir? No, young master. I was blind to your greatness. Please, I beg for your forgiveness. After a brief silence, Feng Yixio said coldly, Next time, try listening to the whole story before jumping to conclusions. He then turned to the woman in green and added, Sister, please come with me. Let's discuss the price of this card in private. The two of them headed upstairs to the second floor of the Alliance Commerce Guild. As they ascended the staircase, the woman in green gave a subtle signal to the manager on the first floor. She then turned back to Feng Yixio with a smile and continued leading the way. The manager, understanding her intent, turned his icy gaze toward the sales attendant and the security captain. Both of you, report to HR to process your resignation. Don't bother coming in tomorrow. The words struck like a bolt of lightning. The sales attendant and security captain collapsed to the floor, paralyzed by despair. It was as if their entire world had come crashing down. Feng Yixio and Han Xiao followed the woman in the green dress as she led them upstairs to the second floor of the Alliance Trading Guild. In stark contrast to the bustling crowd on the first floor, the second floor was eerily quiet, with only a handful of customers browsing through high-tier magical spirit cards of silver grade and above. Security personnel patrolled the area, each exuding an imposing presence far beyond what was seen downstairs. As the woman walked past with the two young men, chatting and laughing, the few customers present turned their heads in astonishment. After all, this vice president of the Alliance Trading Guild, known for her cold and noble demeanor, rarely paid attention to even high-ranking officials from the Battle Spirit Alliance. Yet here she was, personally escorting two seemingly ordinary young men upstairs, leaving everyone curious and speculative. Pushing open the door to the vice president's office, a peculiar yet pleasant fragrance filled the room. "Please, have a seat, young gentleman," the woman said gracefully as she took her place and gestured for them to sit. Feng Yixia's attention was immediately drawn to a potted plant on the desk. Though he had never seen the flower in person, it felt oddly familiar. "I didn't expect the vice president to also be fond of crimson jade flowers," Feng Yixio remarked with a sudden realization, a smile appearing on his face. It was the same flower embroidered on the sachet that Yuer had given him. The woman in green paused momentarily before responding calmly. "This flower is appreciated by very few. It's rare to meet someone who can truly admire it. Actually, it left an impression on me because Yuer embroidered it on a sachet she gave me," Feng Yixio admitted, rubbing his nose in slight embarrassment. "Oh." The woman raised an eyebrow as she poured tea, her tone curious. "My younger sister also loves this flower. Who might this Yuer you mentioned be?" "Shen Ruyu. We grew up together in the orphanage," Feng Yixio replied, his expression softening at the mention of her name. Hearing this, the woman froze mid-motion. The tea spilled over the rim of the cup, but she seemed utterly unaware until Feng Yixio gently reminded her. Regaining her composure, she gazed at him for a long moment before a subtle, enigmatic smile appeared on her lips. "What a coincidence. My surname is also Shun Qingxi. You can just call me President Shun." "President Shun, can we talk about the magical spirit card now?" Feng Yixio shifted the focus back to the matter at hand. "You're only a second-tier battle spirit master. How did you come across a silver-grade magical spirit card? Don't tell me you just picked it up somewhere," Shin Qingxi asked, taking a slow sip of tea as she studied him. "This card was neither stolen nor taken by force. As for where it came from, I'm afraid I can't disclose that," Feng Yixio replied firmly. "Looks like our young gentleman has some secrets of his own," Shin Qingxi remarked with a meaningful look. "Everyone has their secrets. I'm no exception," Feng Yixio said calmly. "If you're unwilling to share, I won't press the matter," Shin Qingxi said after a brief pause. "To be honest, I've never seen a golden armored toad magical spirit card like this before. While I can't guarantee it won't appear in the future, for now, it's certainly one of a kind. Name your price." Han Xiao scratched his head awkwardly, a shy smile on his face. "To be honest, don't laugh at Med. His is my first time at the Alliance Chamber of Commerce, so I'm not familiar with the pricing here. What's the usual price range for silver-tier magic spirit cards?" Shin Qingxi covered her mouth with a graceful laugh, her voice crisp and melodious. "I could tell even if you didn't say so. Bronze-tier magic spirit cards are priced between 100 and 1,000 Alliance coins, while silver-tier ones range from 1,000 to 10,000 Alliance coins. Then my magic spirit card should be worth 10,000 Alliance coins, right?" Feng Yixio said confidently. Shin Qingxi froze for a moment before chuckling. "Oh, young man, you sure know how to aim high. I said the range is 1,000 to 10,000. Why are you so quick to assume it's worth the maximum? You mentioned it's a limited edition card, didn't you? Shouldn't a rare card like that fetch the highest price?" Feng Yixio replied calmly. Shin Qingxi slowly took out a black card featuring the Alliance Chamber of Commerce logo and gently placed it on the desk. "This black gold chamber card contains 5,000 Alliance coins." Feng Yixio was stunned. "Wait, isn't it supposed to be 10,000 Alliance coins? Why is it only half?" "Brother, this is the standard practice of the Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Don't worry, just take it," Han Xiao whispered from the side, trying to reassure him. Relieved, Feng Yixio reached out to pick up the card, but Shun Qingxi suddenly pressed her hand on it. "President Shin? What's the matter?" Feng Yixio asked in confusion. "How about including that Titan Python card of yours? I could offer you an additional 1,000 Alliance coins," Shin Qingxi said softly, her red lips curving into a smile. Feng Yixio glanced at her and declined without hesitation. "Sorry, this Titan Python card was hard-earned, and I find it quite useful. I'm not selling it." "What a pity." Shin Qingxi released her hand, smiling as she added, "If you have other magic spirit cards to sell in the future, remember to come to me, alright?" "Of course." Feng Yixio pocketed the black gold chamber card and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. "President Shin, do you have any lower-tier cards for the Blue Water Turtle Water Cannon? Are you looking for the gray iron-tier magic spirit card Blue Water Turtle Water Arrow? I believe I have one," Shin Qingxi said after a moment of thought. She opened a drawer and pulled out a card. "Is this the one?" "Yes, that's it. I've been searching everywhere for this card. How much is it?" Feng Yixio asked excitedly. Shin Qingxi suddenly stood up, her high heels clicking against the floor as she approached Feng Yixio. Despite his height of over 1.8 meters, she stood eye to eye with him. Though Feng Yixia's build was starting to resemble that of an adult, he still appeared youthful and inexperienced next to Shin Qingxi. "This card is quite rare, you know. I'm a bit reluctant to part with it," Qingxi said softly. Just as Feng Yixio reached out to take the card, she stepped back 2 paces and smiled. How about this, you give me a kiss, and he'll gift it to you. Caught off guard by the alluring fragrance so close to him, Feng Yixio was momentarily dazed. He quickly stepped back, flustered. If you like the card that much, I won't take it from you. He'll go check downstairs again. Just as Feng Yixio was about to make his escape, a golden wall of flames suddenly rose at the office entrance, completely sealing off his way out. His face was filled with astonishment. President Shun. What is this? Although Han Xiao was trembling all over, he still resolutely stepped in front of Feng Yixio. Cough. President Shin, my brother already has someone he likes. Forcing things won't make them sweet. Shin Qingzi covered her mouth and chuckled softly as she handed a magic spirit card toward Feng Yixio. Oh, come on, I was just joking. Look at how scared you are. She snapped her fingers, and the golden wall of flames disappeared instantly. Feng Yixio bolted out of the vice president's office as though his life depended on it. Seems like your judgment isn't too bad after all. I guess this kid passes the test, Shin Qingzi said with a faint nod, watching his panicked figure flee. The two ran all the way to the stairwell before finally stopping, gasping for air. Feng Yixio recalled the last time he had felt this fluster at it was back in a haunted house. Good grief! Han Xiao exclaimed, still shaken. Facing President Shun is like facing some wild beast. Even though she keeps smiling, it always feels like she might devour me the next second. Leaning against the railing to catch his breath, Feng Yixio replied, at first, I could hold it together, but by the end, I was just like you. I thought we were doomed. He silently compared Shen Qingzi to Teacher Jialan. Teacher Jialan was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, quietly caring for every student. Shen Qingzi, on the other hand, was like a needle hidden in silk, gentle on the surface but utterly unpredictable, with a smile that might conceal fatal intent. Instead of heading back right away, the two decided to explore the first floor, planning to purchase some cards Feng Yixio thought might come in handy later. Earlier, you mentioned the 10,000 to 5,000 rule in the Alliance Chamber of Commerce. What's that about? Feng Yixio suddenly asked, recalling the question. Han Xiao explained. The Alliance's selling price and buyback price are naturally different. The selling price is usually more than double the buyback price. Giving you a 50% rate is already pretty generous. This Alliance Chamber of Commerce is so greedy. Feng Yixio couldn't help but complain about the massive price gap. The Alliance Chamber of Commerce is the only official, government-recognized marketplace for magic spirit cards. Their monopoly is unavoidable. If they didn't regulate trading, those shady merchants would be even worse. In a way, this is actually a good thing, Han Xiao patiently clarified. Just then, a group of people approached them from a distance. It was 3 students from Class A, led by Li Xiu, who sneered, well, even the trash from Class D is shopping at the Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Han Xiao frowned and retorted angrily, mind your own business. Does the Chamber of Commerce belong to your family? Bai Tang stood inside the Alliance Commerce Guild, her gaze filled with disdain as she sized up Feng Yixio. She furrowed her brows and mocked, so, you've come running to the Alliance Guild now. What's the matter? Trying to gain some last-minute strength to defeat us? Huh, how ridiculous. As if we'd need to improve our strength to beat you. Feng Yixio smirked coldly, refusing to back down. Bai Tang sneered in response, humph. Let's see if you can still talk so casually tomorrow. Beside Bai Tang, Lin Shuer glanced at Feng Yixio with a look of contempt. Someone as broke as you actually dares to step into the Alliance Guild? Do you even know what Alliance coins are? Oh, judging by your tone, it seems like you're loaded, Feng Yixio retorted with a faint smirk. Of course, Lin Shuer declared proudly. She pulled out a gleaming golden membership card from her pocket and handed it to the store attendant. With a haughty tone, she said, bring me a bronze-tier snow elf magic spirit card. The attendant's eyes lit up at the sight of the golden membership card. Her demeanor instantly became more respectful. Certainly, esteemed gold member. Please wait a moment, I'll retrieve it for you right away. Lin Shuer held the Alliance card up in front of Feng Yixio with a smug expression. See this, you hillbilly? This is a Golden Commerce Guild card. It's a symbol of status. I bet you've never even seen one before. Standing nearby, Li Xiu burst into laughter. Why waste your breath on someone as poor as him? This is just bullying. Ha ha ha. In truth, it had taken him an entire week of pleading to borrow this golden card from his father. The card contained 1,000 Alliance coins, a sizable fortune for a second-tier spirit warrior. Feng Yixio simply smiled faintly and said nothing. He knew full well that his Black Gold Commerce Guild card far surpassed the golden card in both rank and value. A gift from the vice president of the guild could never be something so low tier. The value of his Black Gold card was likely worth more than 5,000 Alliance coins. Moments later, the store attendant returned, holding a magic spirit card. She approached Lin Shuer and said, you're in luck, ma'am. This is the last snow elf magic spirit card we have in stock. It's priced at 900 alliance coins. Lin Shuer's expression darkened upon hearing this. She only had 1,000 alliance coins and had planned to buy 2 bronze tier magic spirit cards, one for herself and one for Bai Tang. This snow elf card was perfect for her, as it would significantly enhance her crowd control abilities. Fine. Just charge it to my card. Lin Shuer gritted her teeth and made up her mind. As the store attendant reached for the card, Feng Yixio suddenly spoke up. Hold on. The attendant hesitated, recognizing Feng Yixio from earlier. The commotion he caused had left an impression on her, and she recalled how a colleague had been fired for offending him. Not wanting to risk her own position, especially given the lucrative benefits of working at the Alliance Guild, she treaded carefully. Sir, is there an issue? She asked cautiously. I'll take that magic spirit card, Feng Yixio said with a calm smile. The store attendant froze, glancing nervously at Lin Shuer, whose expression was growing increasingly twisted with rage. Reluctantly, she replied, Sir, this lady is a gold member of our guild, which gives her priority purchasing right. The sales assistant nervously watched Feng Yixio's expression, terrified that he might cause another scene in the Chamber of Commerce at the slightest provocation. The security staff on the first floor were already petrified of this troublemaker, and none of them dared to cross him. Did you hear me, you country bumpkin? I have priority purchasing rights, so get lost. Lin Shuer sneered at Feng Yixio, her tone dripping with hostility. Bai Tang chimed in immediately. Feng Yixio, you look like a complete clown. Why make a fool of yourself? In their eyes, Feng Yixio was nothing more than a poor student with no connections. Even though he worked diligently on alliance missions, it was barely enough to afford some cheap bronze-grade magic spirit cards. The expensive snow spirit card, which was useless to them without an ice elemental spirit, seemed completely out of his reach. They were convinced he was just putting on a show to attract attention, nothing more than a petty jester. Feng Yixio's lips curled into a faint smile as he calmly pulled out a black gold membership card, smirking coldly. Am I allowed to purchase it now? The moment the sales assistant saw the card, her pupils dilated in shock. She immediately straightened her posture and said with utmost respect, Honored black gold member, of course. You have the highest level of purchasing priority. Lin Shuer and the others were thunderstruck, frozen in disbelief as they stared at the black gold membership card glowing faintly in Feng Yixio's hand. This is impossible. How could a poor kid from some small town have a top-tier black gold membership card? Lin Shuer was on the verge of breaking down. Bai Tang frowned and questioned, Miss, this card must be fake. There's no way he could own a black gold membership card. The sales assistant carefully examined the card and firmly replied, This card was personally issued by the vice president. There's absolutely no mistake. I'm sorry, but this magic spirit card cannot be sold to you. She quickly completed the transaction and respectfully handed the magic spirit card to Feng Yixio. Honored black gold member, this bronze magic spirit card now belongs to you. When Bai Tang and the others saw that the card's balance was an astonishing 4,200 alliance coins, they were once again struck speechless with shock. You don't even need this card. Are you insane? Lin Shuer finally erupted. Shuer, calm down. This is the Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Don't cause trouble here. Bai Tang quickly pulled her back. He then turned to the sales assistant and politely said, Could you please find me a light element unicorn magic spirit card? The sales assistant smiled and replied, Sir, you have excellent taste. Rare magic spirit cards are always a great choice. We recently acquired a unicorn card. I'll fetch it for you right away. I'll take that unicorn card as well, Feng Yixio interjected calmly. Feng Yixio, you've gone too far. The unicorn card costs 1,000 alliance coins, and you have no use for it. Wasting money like this is ridiculous. Bai Tang finally lost his temper. Feng Yixio remained composed, his tone light as he smiled faintly. Sorry, but when you've got money, you can afford to be capricious. Unbelievable. Bai Tang stormed out of the Alliance Commerce Guild with Lin Shuer and the rest of the group, her face brimming with frustration. The audacity of Feng Yixio was simply intolerable, spending 1,800 alliance coins without even batting an eye. Take care. Feng Yixio called out smugly, waving at them with a triumphant grin. It wasn't until Bai Tang and her group had disappeared from sight that Han Xiao turned to Feng Yixio with a pained expression. Bro, did you really just spend 1,800 alliance coins just to provoke them? That's way too extravagant. Feng Yixio remained calm and indifferent. Extravagant? I don't think so. Buying magic spirit cards right now is a guaranteed profit, just a matter of how much. The price difference between bronze and silver tier magic spirit cards is tenfold. Once upgraded, it's a win-win situation. No reason to feel regret. The night had deepened, and the clock struck 11. The two hailed a taxi and returned to Qingyun Academy. Back in the dormitory, Feng Yixio immediately got to work, upgrading the gray iron tier blue water turtle water arrow to the bronze tier by Shui turtle water cannon. He had considered pushing it straight to silver tier, but the immense spiritual energy required for a silver tier magic spirit card posed a risk. If he couldn't secure a decisive win, it could backfire. After some deliberation, he decided to keep it at bronze for now. As soon as he opened the door, Han Xiao's excited figure appeared in the doorway, startling Feng Yixio. Han, hey, race your Bai Shui turtle water cannon, Feng Yixio said, handing over the card. Despite being accustomed to Feng Yixia's remarkable abilities, Han Xiao couldn't hide his excitement when he received the bronze-tier magic spirit card. Bro, I won't let you down tomorrow, Han Xiao said enthusiastically. Tomorrow's the match against Class A, get some rest, Feng Yixio reminded him with a smile. But Han Xiao had already dashed into his room, his muffled voice praising the magic spirit card drifting through the walls. Xiaoba, you look so awesome. The next day, Qingyun Academy's martial arena was packed to the brim, with even the outside crowded with eager spectators awaiting the final class ranking match. The audience buzzed with anticipation. Which class do you think will win this match? Isn't it obvious? This year's Class A is said to be the strongest in history. They've got 2 perfectly evolved battle spirits and a transfer student with an Asian dragon-type battle spirit on par with Bai Tang's. I had high hopes for Class D's Feng Yixio, but I'm afraid he can't carry the whole team on his own. The podium was unusually quiet. Jialan Ziyu hadn't taken her seat, but was instead in the preparation area, meticulously strategizing. The opponents have 2 attackers and 1 controller. Well, counter with 2 attackers and 1 defender. Focus on taking out Lin Shuer's battle spirit first, but stay alert for that transfer student's unknown abilities. Understood. Teacher Jialan, well, win for sure. Feng Yixio and his teammates were brimming with confidence. The host stood in the center of the martial arena, his energetic voice igniting the crowd's enthusiasm. The final class ranking match. Let the battle begin. On the giant screen of the Qingyun arena, the power analysis charts of both sides lit up simultaneously. On the left was Class A's data, Bai Tang's Sacred Light Lion Spirit, at level 2, Tier 3. On the right was Class D's Feng Yixio, whose Jade Lin Snake Spirit was a tier lower than his opponent's. The second set of data compared Lin Shuer and Shenruyu. Lin Shuer's Swallowtail Ice Sparrow had reached level 2, Tier 2, while Shenryu's Spirit was 1 tier higher, at level 2, Tier 3. The most striking comparison was between Han Xiao and Li Shou's data column was completely blank, while Han Zhao's Blackwater Turtle Spirit was at level 2, Tier 2. This unexpected power comparison caused a stir among the audience. What had initially been deemed a one-sided slaughter now seemed to be a closely matched battle. On the podium, the teachers wore solemn expressions, and even the usually composed Jialan Ziyu furrowed her brow. Mr. Zhua, wouldn't this count as cheating? Jialan Ziyu questioned, pointing at Li Xiu's blank data chart. Mr. Zhua's lips curled into a faint smile. That's not quite right. Li Xiu is a transfer student, and his data has yet to be recorded in the school archives. Isn't that perfectly normal? Jialan, you've always been known for disregarding everyone. What's this? Are you worried today? Mr. Xiu pressed further. Jialan sneered. Do you think cheap tricks like this will help you win? Qingyun Academy has never seen Class D defeat Class A. Jialan. You won't be the exception, Zhuo said, his gaze suddenly turning icy. The host's voice resonated from above. Will the captains from both sides please step to the center of the arena for a handshake? Feng Yixio and Bai Tang slowly walked toward the center of the field. Bai Tang extended his right hand, his eyes filled with disdain. They'll show you what despair really feels like. It seems the lesson from the Alliance Chamber wasn't harsh enough, Feng Yixio replied expressionlessly, extending his left hand. Today, I'll make sure you relive that experience. Bai Tang's face darkened at his words, and he gripped Feng Yixio's hand tightly. A burst of white light instantly enveloped his palm, channeling the power of his bloodline and greatly enhancing the strength of his right arm. Feng Yixio immediately activated Thunder Mode to counter, as 2 immense forces silently clashed. Sparks of lightning and white light intertwined in the air. Both sides, please return to the safety zone and prepare. The match is about to begin, the host urgently called out. The 2 finally released their grips, but their eyes remained locked, radiating hostility. The tension between them was palpable, filling the arena with an atmosphere of impending conflict. Feng Yixio and Bai Tang returned to their respective teams as the host's enthusiastic voice echoed across the arena. Both sides may summon their battle spirits now. The match begins in 10 seconds. As the words fell, the contestants simultaneously called forth their battle spirits. Elemental energies burst forth and raged across the field, creating an atmosphere of intense competition that far surpassed the previous day's matches. The audience fell silent, holding their breath as all eyes were fixed on every movement unfolding on the battlefield. On Class A's side, Bai Tang's Holy Light Lion and Azure Dragon Beast stood side by side. The perfectly evolved Holy Light Lion, with its pristine white mane flowing in the surging energy, exuded a powerful aura of light. Beside it, the Azure Dragon Beast was even more striking. As a rare sub-dragon battle spirit, it was surrounded by crackling blue lightning, its steel-like muscles radiating immense strength. Above them, the swallowtail ice sparrow hovered gracefully, presenting a stark contrast with its sleek form and twin tails resembling sharp blades of icy, a clear sign of its incredible speed. Class D's lineup was equally formidable. Han Zhao's mystic water turtle stood at the forefront, its perfectly evolved form boasting an imposing size and a shell that had transformed into sharp, spiked armor. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble, a testament to its massive weight. Feng Yixio's Jade Lin snake immediately locked eyes with the holy light lion as it entered the field, its scales raised and glinting coldly, while its piercing vertical pupils fixed firmly on its opponent. Meanwhile, Shen Ruyu's flame spirit sparrow faced off against the swallowtail ice sparrow, the two similarly sized battle spirits embodying opposing elements fire and ice, drawing the lines of a striking elemental standoff in midair. Time's up. Begin. With the host's command, the battle erupted instantly. Before the ground-based spirits could act, the two aerial battle spirits had already soared into the sky. Shun Ruyu's flame spirit sparrow, equipped with a bronze tier enchantment card, streaked through the air like a blazing meteor, unleashing its battle skill, Inferno Wildfire, igniting half the sky in flames. Not to be outdone, Lin Shuer's swallowtail ice sparrow, also equipped with a bronze tier enchantment card, countered with its battle skill, Frost Crystal Shards, striking back with icy precision. The collision of extreme cold and searing flames erupted in the sky, creating a dense white mist. Within the mist, flashes of fire and frost clashed and intertwined, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Such an electrifying start immediately ignited the audience's excitement. The intensity of this showdown for the title of strongest class was proving to live up to its name. A thunderous roar shattered the battlefield as Han Zhao's Xian Shui turtle took the lead in the assault. This battle spirit, armed with an impenetrable shell, advanced with steps as heavy as mountains, causing the ground to tremble faintly under its weight. On the opposing side, Bai Tang and Li Xiu furrowed their brows at the sight. The Xian Shui turtle's formidable defense was indeed troublesome. However, they quickly reached a consensus, focused their attacks on Feng Yixio's Jade Lin snake first. After all, this very snake had triumphed in a 3-0 battle just the day before. Defeating it early on would undoubtedly tip the scales of victory in their favor. The Sacred Light Lion and the Bai Long Beast moved in perfect harmony. The Bai Long Beast feigned an attack on the Xian Shui turtle, but leapt over at the last moment. Its thick tail erupted with dazzling lightning, striking fiercely toward the Jade Lin snake. This was the Bai Long Beast's first battle skill thunder sweep. A confident smirk curled at the corner of Han Zhao's lips. Trying to harm my brother? You'll have to get through me first. Xian Shui shield. Just as the Bai Long Beast's thunderous tail was about to land on the Jade Lin snake, a layer of brilliant blue energy enveloped the snake. The powerful strike collided with the shield, as if hitting an unyielding ocean surface, producing a crisp, splash-like sound. The Jade Lin snake was merely pushed back half a meter by the impact, completely unscathed. Damn it! How is this Xian Shui shield so thick? Li Xiu gritted his teeth in frustration. They now realized that unless the Xian Shui turtle was dealt with, they had no way of inflicting effective damage on Feng Yixio's team. Bai Tang was even more infuriated. What kind of skill is it to just hide behind a turtle shell? Come out and fight like a real warrior. Heh, why don't you try breaking through my Xian Shui shield first? Han Xiao taunted with a smug grin. Take down that Xian Shui turtle first. It's way too annoying. Bai Tang quickly adjusted their strategy and pulled out his first bronze tier magic spirit card, Steel Claw Wolverine. Steel Claw Wolverine Claw Armament. The magic spirit card transformed into a streak of light that merged into the Sacred Light Lion. Its claws thickened rapidly, doubling in length and gleaming with a sinister black metallic sheen. Li Xiu, no holding back. Let's crush this stupid turtle. Bai Tang transmitted his command to his teammate. Li Xiu caught on immediately, pulling out his own bronze tier magic spirit card. Thunder Beast Lightning Enchantment. Once enchanted, the Bai Long Beast's surging lightning grew exponentially in power. The arcs of electricity, once as thin as a pinky finger, now swelled to the thickness of a wrist. Its muscles bulged like coiled dragons, ready to unleash devastating force. The two fierce battle spirits suddenly switched tactics, abandoning the jade-scaled serpent nearby and instead charging directly at the Xian Shui turtle. Seeing this, Han Xiao immediately summoned his bronze-level magic spirit card, Sacred Beetle Sacred Armor. In an instant, the Xian Shui turtle's granite-like shell was coated with a layer of thick golden armor. Even the Xian Shui shield surrounding it transformed from deep blue to gold, with sharp barbs covering its surface. The Bai Long Beast and the Holy Light Lion relentlessly attacked the Xian Shui shield, ignoring the searing pain from the barbs. Although fine cracks began to spread across the shield, the sharp spikes left deep wounds on their bodies. After 15 seconds of intense combat, the Xian Shui shield finally shattered with a crisp, resounding crack. In this high-stakes duel, Those 15 seconds were enough to sway the tide of battle. The moment the shield broke, the Xian Shui turtle, following Han Zhao's command, swiftly retreated into its shell. The two battle spirits, unwilling to let the opportunity slip by, launched a ferocious assault. While ordinary physical attacks had little effect on the Xian Shui turtle, the Bailong beast's thunderous power caused it significant trouble, even cracking the seemingly indestructible golden armor. Brother, I can't hold on much longer. Han Zhao's lips were stained with blood as he cast a desperate look toward Feng Yixio for help. Feng Yixio smiled calmly and said, Brother Han, you've done your part. Now, just focus on stalling them. No problem, leave it to me. Han Xiao pounded his chest in assurance. Suddenly, a sound of rushing water emerged from beneath the Xian Shui turtle's shell, and a vortex with a diameter of about 20 meters rapidly expanded around it. This was the Xian Shui turtle's second battle spirit skill, Xian Shui Vortex. What's going on? Why can't my holy light lion move? Bai Tang exclaimed in shock. Li Xiu, his expression tense, added, It feels like my feet are stuck. I can't move an inch. The audience watched in stunned silence as the scene unfolded. The two powerful battle spirits seemed to be trapped in quicksand, their movements slowing to a crawl, as though they were in a slow-motion replay. This was the control capability of the Xian Shui Vortex, not only slowing all enemies within its range, but also pulling them in with immense suction force. After several failed attempts to break free, Bai Tang finally lost his temper. So what if you've immobilized me? What can a stupid turtle do? Bite my holy light lion to death? You're really too slow. Han Xiao smirked, his lips curling into a grin as he pointed upward. Why don't you take a look at the sky? Bai Tang's heart skipped a beat as a sense of foreboding surged through him. Instinctively, he looked up at the sky, where most of the white mist had already dissipated. Directly above the sacred light lion and the jade dragon beast, the seemingly unremarkable flame spirit sparrow clutched a jade scale serpent in its talons. The serpent flicked its tongue mischievously, exuding an air of playfulness. Han Xiao slowly lowered his gaze, his eyes landing on the jade scale serpent on the ground. In an instant, the entire situation became clear to him. Not good. The jade scale serpent used its shadow serpent technique. Bai Tang shouted in alarm. Yet confusion quickly clouded his mind when had the jade scale serpent cast its duplication technique? He had been watching it closely the entire time, even while fully engaged in attacking the mystic water turtle. There shouldn't have been any opportunity for it to create a duplicate. The answer was obvious. Feng Yixio had set this up long before the battle began. From the very start, the flame spirit sparrow had launched an all-out assault, seemingly to keep Lin Xuer occupied. In truth, its purpose was to generate the white mist in the sky. When Bai Tang and Li Xiu were caught in a controlled state, everyone's attention was focused on the ground, battle Lin Xuer included. It was at that moment that Feng Yixio hurled the concealed jade scale serpent into the air, where it was caught by the waiting flame spirit sparrow. The sparrow then swiftly moved to position itself directly above the sacred light lion and the jade dragon beast. Bai Tang and Li Xiu both swallowed nervously, their hearts pounding in their chests. The memory of Feng Yixia's overwhelming attack during yesterday's Wani against Tree battle flashed through their minds that massive shadow in the mist. If an attack of that magnitude were to descend from the sky now, they would surely be crushed into pulp on the spot. Whatever it takes. Break free from the control now. Bai Tang ordered decisively. The two immediately unleashed their trump cards. Li Xiu activated Tyrannosaurus Berserk armor. The jade dragon beast's body instantly swelled to half again its size, its muscles bulging with raw power, exuding a primal ferocity. The mystic water vortex's grip began to loosen. Bending low, the beast gathered its strength, preparing to leap out of the vortex's range. Meanwhile, Bai Tang summoned the gray iron unicorn horn. A crystalline, jade-like horn emerged from the sacred light lion's forehead. Though its grade was inferior to Feng Yixio's sword armor, it was enough to aid the lion in its leap. Even a jump of just 5 or 6 meters could help mitigate the impending damage. Heh, trying to escape now? A bit late for that. War cry. Han Xiao sneered coldly. Just as the sacred light lion and the jade dragon beast leapt into the air, the seemingly sluggish mystic water turtle let out an earth-shattering roar. The powerful sound waves not only shook everyone present to their core, but also generated an immense gravitational pull, forcibly dragging the two battle spirits back down from midair. My goodness! The commentator high above finally grasped the situation and exclaimed excitedly, Han Xiao from Class D has just unleashed a wide-range sonic control skill with his battle spirit. It looks like Bai Tang and Li Xiu from Class A are in serious trouble. The announcer curled up in the highest corner of the martial arena, trembling all over. The ferocious attacks from Shen Ruyu and Lin Binger left him too terrified to let his guard down for even a moment. As the smoke cleared, the situation on the battlefield finally became visible. Bai Tang and Li Xiu gasped in unison. Their sacred light lion and jade dragon beast were suspended midair, unable to find any foothold to regain balance. Meanwhile, 100 meters above the ground, the flame spirit sparrow had released the jade lin snake from its claws. The snake coiled itself rapidly in midair, forming a massive serpent ball. Titan python titan armor. Steel hedgehog sword armor. Feng Yixio flung 2 bronze magical spirit cards with unwavering confidence in his voice. Let me show you what it means to be unstoppable. The jade lin snake's body instantly expanded to 7 meters in length, its surface covered in glistening, razor-sharp sword-like scales. Under the force of gravity, the colossal creature plummeted downward at an accelerating speed, as though it intended to shatter the entire martial arena into pieces. Feng Yixio didn't stop there. He immediately unleashed the lightning-intensive Thunder Wrath. A 10-meter-tall Titan chariot was enveloped in crackling electricity, transforming into a thunder chariot. The sound of electric currents intertwined with the sharp whooshing of the air, as the chariot descended with the momentum of a meteor from the heavens. Lin Shuer was in a panic. She knew this crisis was partly her fault for failing to control the flame spirit sparrow. Without hesitation, she activated a bronze-level magical spirit card and unleashed her most powerful battle spirit technique, Snow Sprite Frost Enchantment. Ice Wall. A thick ice wall, over 10 centimeters in depth, rose from the ground, shielding the mystic water turtle and all the other battle spirits within. Though it might not fully withstand the thunder chariot, it could at least mitigate a significant portion of the damage. Oomph. Let's see if your wall can stand against my fire feathers. Shinryu sneered coldly. Fire Cloud Eagle Fire Feather Armament. 1,000 Phantom Fire Feathers. The flame spirit sparrow's feathers ignited with crimson flames, hardening to a steel-like toughness. With a single flap of its wings, hundreds of burning fire feathers rained down like a storm of arrows onto the ice wall. Though the feathers only left countless small holes on the wall, they failed to completely destroy it. Just then, a series of thunderous booms erupted from within the ice wall. The fortress, riddled with holes, was suddenly blasted apart from the inside. The spectators finally saw the cause. It was Han Zhao's mystic water turtle unleashing its hidden power. From within its shell, 2 massive cannons emerged, firing high-pressure water blasts that dismantled the wall from within. The wind pressure generated by the Titan chariot was so immense that even the audience in the stands could feel it distinctly. On the battlefield, all the battle spirits were frozen in place, unable to move under the crushing force. It's over. Titan pressure. Feng Yixio declared coldly. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted from the center of the training arena, leaving a massive crater in the ground as spiderweb-like cracks spread outward. The powerful shockwave swept across the entire area, nearly knocking the front row spectators off their feet. Li Xiao and Bai Tang spat out mouthfuls of blood simultaneously, not just from the backlash of their battle spirit's demise, but also from the sheer fury at their opponent's cunning strategy. At this moment, they finally realized that Feng Yixio had never intended to use the shadow of the serpent spirit. Every step of this match, including Han Zhao's provocations, had been meticulously calculated by him from the very beginning. Man, that Titan crush is insane. You nearly smashed through 2 tanks, Han Zhao exclaimed, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. As the dust settled, the brutal aftermath of the battle was laid bare before everyone's eyes. The Holy Light Lion's white horn had been shattered, its body pierced through by sword armor before it finally disintegrated into white light and returned to Bai Tang's spirit codex. The Jade Dragon Beast's arms had been forcibly broken while blocking, and several sword armors pierced its body. After struggling briefly, it too dissolved into violet light and vanished. Even with 2 battle spirits acting as shields, the Xian Shui turtle shell bore visible cracks, though its core remained unharmed. Feng Yixio. Bai Tang glared at her opponent, gritting her teeth in anger. Damn it, I'll avenge them. Lin Shuer, the last hope of Class A, roared furiously. Her swallowtail ice sparrow let out an enraged cry in midair, preparing to strike. However, the Xian Shui turtle's dual water cannons and Shun Ruyu's flame sparrow were already charged and ready to attack, their overwhelming pressure forcing the ice sparrow to hesitate. Feng Yixio stepped out of the shattered safety zone with a cold smirk. If you don't want her to get hurt, you'd better surrender now. Though unwilling, Bai Tang clenched her fists and threw out the white flag. We surrender. Host, can you announce the results now? Feng Yixio asked with a faint smile, looking up. The host finally snapped out of his daze and declared in a booming voice, congratulations to Class D. They are the champions of this term's class ranking tournament. Not only that, but they've also broken Qingyun Academy's record, becoming the first Class D to ever claim the championship. In an instant, the training arena erupted in celebration. Cannons fired confetti, and fireworks lit up the sky. Thunderous applause and cheers echoed from the stands as the audience celebrated this miraculous victory. Feng Yixia's unstoppable Titan crush would undoubtedly go down in history as a legendary move. Han Xiao's Xian Shui turtle had given defensive battle spirit masters a moment of glory, while Shun Ruyu not only dazzled with the Flame Sparrow's incredible performance, but also won over countless admirers with her flawless beauty, earning her the title of goddess among the crowd. The teachers on the stage stood up one after another, applauding enthusiastically. The atmosphere was electric. However, one exception stood out. Class A's teacher, Zuoxiu, remained rooted in place, his face ashen. His vacant gaze was fixed on the martial arts field, and his lips trembled as he muttered repeatedly, "Impossible. How could this be possible?" He had gone to great lengths for this competition, even spending a significant amount to poach Li Xiu from another academy, all to prove his own competence. Yet reality dealt him a crushing blow. Class D completely dominated, defeating Class A's two main players with a single move, decisively ending the match. Principal Zhou's eyes were sharp as he spoke in an icy tone. "Li Xiu, the second-rank prodigy of Yin Academy's sophomore year, a level 2, Tier 9 Battle Spirit Master. Teachers with Xiu, you used a bronze tier spirit card and 3,000 union coins to lure him here. Am I correct?" Zuoxiu's body stiffened at these words, his heart racing and his face flushing bright red. "Principal Zhou? How did you find out?" Poaching students from other academies wasn't a major issue in itself, but deliberately demoting a sophomore to join the freshman class, this kind of malicious competition, was grounds for dismissal under school regulations. With Principal Zhou laying out the facts so plainly, denial was futile. "Li Xiu is to return to the sophomore year immediately. Considering your past contributions, I want to dismiss you. However, starting today, you will serve as the homeroom teacher for Class D," Principal Zhou declared sternly. The other teachers turned to Jialan Ziyu in shock. For Class's formidable lineup to fall with just one move, how strong must Class D truly be? Though outwardly calm, Jialan felt a twinge of anxiety for Feng Yixio and the others. If not for Feng Yixia's decisive Titan pressure, a normal match might have resulted in victory, but not without significant effort and cost. "Congratulations, Teacher Jialan, on reclaiming your rightful position as Class's homeroom teacher. That role truly suits you best," flattered Director Li Chang'an. Jialan merely cast him a cold glance. She had been assigned to Class D years ago, thanks to Li Chang'an's petty revenge. After Jialan publicly rejected his advances, he abused his authority to transfer her to Class D under a flimsy pretext, hoping to force her into submission. But Jialan had not only refused to yield. She transformed Class D into a powerhouse that rivaled and now surpassed Class A, earning her way back through sheer merit. The irony was bitter. Class D's 3-star players had trained with resources provided by none other than Li Chang'an himself. It was as if he had dug his own grave, yet had no right to complain. Seeing that Jialan Ziyu ignored him, Li Chang'an awkwardly rubbed his nose and dared not speak further. At that moment, Principal Zhou leaned close to Jialan and whispered, "Teacher Jialan, would you like me to dismiss Li Chang'an? Consider it a little payback for you." Jialan Ziyu's lips curled into a cold smirk as she deliberately raised her voice and said, "There's no need for that. After all, he can't beat me anymore." Before her words had fully settled, a purple flame surged in her palm, and her icy gaze flicked toward Li Chang'an. That single glance sent a shudder through Li Chang'an's entire body, and cold sweat drenched his clothes in an instant. At that moment, he dared not entertain even the slightest ill intention. The resentment in Teacher Jialan's heart also eased slightly due to an unexpected turn of events. If not for Li Chang'an's provocations, she would never have encountered these 3 gifted students. The moment the competition ended, a tide of students from Class Ding surged forward, lifting Feng Yixio and his teammates high into the air, cheering as they tossed them skyward. This victory signified their promotion to Class Jia, with their future training resources increasing tenfold. All of this was thanks to the efforts of Feng Yixio and his team. From now on, they would no longer endure the disdain of others. In stark contrast to the jubilation of Class Ding was the utter silence of Class Jia. Nearly all the students of Class Jia cast disappointed glances at their 3 representatives. They were about to lose the prestige of Class Jia and be demoted to Class E, forever deprived of the top-tier cultivation resources. Bai Tang and Lin Shuer quietly exited under the disheartened stares of their classmates. Before leaving, they cast one last envious look at Feng Yixio, who was being repeatedly tossed into the air, their knuckles turning white from jealousy. The scene shifted to the principal's office at Qingyun Academy. Well, Principal Zhou, what brings you to visit an old man like me?" A bespectacled, gray-haired man set down his newspaper, looking surprised at the sight of Principal Zhou entering. This was Principal Wang, the nearly 60-year-old head of Qingyun Academy. Due to his advanced age, most of the school's daily operations were managed by Vice Principal Zhou Yin, but major decisions still required Principal Wang's approval. Principal Zhou casually sat down across from Principal Wang and chuckled. "What's with that tone? Can't I drop by just to see you without a reason? Do I not know you? You wouldn't come without a purpose. Spill it, what's the matter?" Principal Wang's gaze returned to his newspaper as he spoke nonchalantly. "Principal, have you heard about the recent class ranking competition? Principal Zhou asked with a sly smile. How could I not? I heard Class Ding managed to defeat Class Jia. True underdog story. Principal Wang replied while flipping through the newspaper. Don't you want to know how the new Class Jia managed to win that competition? Principal Zhou asked mysteriously. Maybe this year's Class Jia was just too weak. Principal Wang replied absent-mindedly. To him, the first-year class ranking competition, though a grand event in the eyes of the students, paled in comparison to the All-China Inter-Academy tournament. That was the truly significant event, akin to the imperial examinations of ancient times, determining the academy's standing. This year's Class Jia is far from weak, Principal Zhou remarked, watching as Principal Wang's expression grew more serious. He continued slowly. Their team has 3 main players, all of whom have achieved perfect evolution. One of them even transferred from High Academy's second-year class, a prodigious talent ranked second in their grade, and a level 9 Tier 2 Dragonkin Spirit Master. When Principal Wang received the 3 files handed over by Principal Zhou, his eyebrows instinctively raised. Known for his calm and composed demeanor, it was rare to see him lose his composure like this. 3 cases of perfect evolution, and a level 2, 9th Tier Battle Spirit Master? His voice carried an unmistakable tone of astonishment. Principal Zhou smiled as he handed over the detailed profiles of Feng Yixio, Shenruyu, and Han Xiao. Unable to contain his curiosity, Principal Wang quickly snatched the files and immediately opened Han Xiao's. A tortoise spirit of the earth element perfectly evolved into a mystic water tortoise, and it became a dual-element battle spirit. His voice rose with excitement. This is an unprecedented breakthrough. While many scientists have theorized its feasibility, no one has ever truly achieved it. As he flipped to the second file, detailing Shenruyu, Principal Wang's expression darkened. An elemental spirit ended up in Class D? What on earth was Li Chang'an thinking? Please don't be upset, Principal. Principal Zhou quickly explained. Class D has already been promoted to Class A, hasn't it? She achieved a 3-level perfect evolution, something that might not have been possible in the original Class A. You have a point, Principal Wang said, his tone calming slightly. A 3-level perfect evolution is likely the most flawless evolution we've ever seen at Qingyun Academy. Principal Zhou gave a knowing smile. You haven't looked at the last file yet. Could there really be something even more perfect than 3S? You must be joking. Principal Wang's words abruptly stopped as his eyes landed on Feng Yixia's profile. A4 4th-level super perfect evolution? This is impossible. He shot up from his chair, his entire body trembling. This meant that when Feng Yixio advanced to a level 3 battle spirit master, his Jade Lin Snake would reach a 5th level of fully developed, perfectly evolved battle spirit. Such an existence had only ever appeared in theoretical textbooks. Principal Zhou then played the footage of the final match from the class ranking competition. When Feng Yixio unleashed the Titan's crushing impact, which descended like a comet and obliterated the entire training arena, the elderly Principal Wang felt his blood pressure spike and his heart race uncontrollably. Principal Zhou, get me my blood pressure medicine. I can't handle this. He collapsed back into his chair, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Principal Zhou hurriedly handed over the medication, fearing that the shocking discoveries might genuinely trigger a heart attack. After swallowing the pill and taking a deep breath, Principal Wang finally regained his composure. All right, tell me, what's your plan? Principal Zhou's lips curved slightly, and his eyes gleamed with wisdom. Principal Wang, I know you've been worried about our performance in the Central China League, but now, with these 3 exceptional talents, what is there to fear? As long as we allocate more resources to them, even if we can't secure the championship, we should at least claim a spot in the top 10, shouldn't we? Principal Wang closed his eyes in thought, clearly moved by the words. Over the years, the Central China League had been a persistent source of frustration for him. Although Qingyun Academy was a key institution in Jiangsu City, its reputation within the entire Central China base was far from stellar. It had never broken into the top 10. Because of this, top-tier students were often lured away by the elite spirit warrior academies in the top 10, creating a vicious cycle. Opening his eyes, Principal Wang made a solemn decision. It's settled then. All resources for Class A will be increased by 50. For those 3 exceptional students, there will be no limit on spirit stone supplies. As for magic spirit cards and evolution materials for upgrades, the academy will cover half the costs. Why not cover the full costs? Principal Zhou asked, puzzled. Principal Wang's sharp gaze swept over him. Even geniuses need to be tempered. I'm looking to cultivate towering trees that can stand alone, not delicate flowers sheltered in a greenhouse. Principal Zhou straightened up with respect. As expected of you, Principal Wang. You are truly a model for us all. Enough with the flattery. Principal Wang chuckled. Tell me, have the teachers for the new Class A been arranged? Rest assured, we've invited Jia Lan Ziyu. Then there's nothing to worry about. Go ahead and make it happen. After Principal Zhou left with excitement, Principal Wang stared at the ceiling and murmured to himself, I hope to see Qingyun Academy ranked among the top 10 Spirit Warrior Academies in the central China base before I retire. 2 months later, the changes in the new Class A were remarkable. During this time, Feng Yi had meticulously crafted evolution paths for the battle spirits of every classmate, elevating them all to at least the elite level. Among them, Hualing and Yun Mo's evolution paths were flawless. However, these plans were conveyed to the students indirectly through teacher Jiaolan. When teacher Jiaolan first reviewed these evolution plans, she was visibly stunned as she looked at Feng Yi, as if she were observing an anomaly. Nonetheless, she remained professional and guided the students according to the established plans. The results proved that even with perfect evolution paths, the success rate was never guaranteed. Some students were limited by the availability of materials or their own innate talent, ultimately achieving only standard evolutions. However, the majority successfully completed elite evolutions, with Hualing and Yun Mo achieving the rare doubles grade perfect evolutions. By this point, the new Class A had firmly established its reputation. The mocking voices that once dismissed Class D as a waste even after the restructuring were silenced entirely. In just 2 short months, this class had undeniably claimed the top position. In training hall number 3 of the Qingyun Training Center, Feng Yixio and Shen Ruyu had already reached the level of Tier 2, Stage 8 Battle Spirit Masters, while Han Xiao was not far behind, achieving Tier 2, Stage 7. For high school freshmen, such accomplishments were nothing short of extraordinary. While the unlimited supply of spirit stones played a significant role, the key factor was the trio's relentless dedication to training day and night. Teacher Jiaolan, instead of relaxing due to Class A's outstanding performance, intensified the training regimen. The training for Feng Yixio, Shen Ruyu, and Han Xiao was particularly grueling, earning the label of hellish. By now, Class A had left Class B far behind, and the trio had become the talk of the academy. That's all for today's lesson, Teacher Jiaolan announced, distributing a list of evolution materials. Tomorrow, the last batch of students will head to the first isolation zone, and I will personally lead the group. Over a dozen students who had just reached Tier 1, Stage 9 eagerly received the materials list, their faces beaming with excitement. Feng Yixio, you 3 stay behind, Teacher Jiaolan called out as the other students began to leave. Special training sessions for these 3 had long become the norm, and the rest of the class was unfazed. They understood that without the trio's efforts, many of them would still be struggling in Class D, let alone having access to precious spirit stone resources. As a result, their feelings toward the trio were nothing but respect and gratitude. Tomorrow, I will take the last group of students to the first isolation zone. It will take about a week, Teacher Jiaolan said with a serious expression. During this time, I've arranged some alliance tasks for you. What? The 3 of them immediately frowned. They had thought they might get a short break while their teacher was away, but even this week had been meticulously scheduled. What do you mean? What? Teacher Jiaolan snapped sharply. I've already sent the tasks to your phones. I expect all of them to be completed by the time I return. Teacher Jiaolan, are these tasks assigned to us individually? Han Xiao asked with a wry smile. Exactly, Teacher Jiaolan replied in a stern tone. Your teamwork is already very strong, but an excellent battle spirit master must also be capable of handling challenges independently. Feng Yixio nodded in understanding. Understood, teacher. We will complete the tasks. Teacher Jiaolan swiped on her phone and sent the assignments to the trio. As the notification sounds chimed on their devices, the 3 immediately checked their respective tasks. Not bad, just level tasks. Should be manageable. Shen Ruyu and Han Xiao both breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher, we're only Tier 2 Battle Spirit Masters. Why are you assigning me a level task? Feng Yixio asked, puzzled. Teacher Jiaolan's icy gaze slowly turned to Feng Yixio as she explained coldly. Alliance missions are categorized into 5 levels. S, A, B, C, and D level tasks correspond to Tier 2 Battle Spirit Masters, while level tasks are meant for Tier 3. I also have a few level tasks here. Would you like me to assign one to you right now? Level is perfect. Level is absolutely fine. Feng Yixio quickly backed down. Seeing Feng Yixio relent, Teacher Jiaolan nodded in satisfaction. She summoned her purple flame king serpent and left the training hall gracefully. After returning to his room, Feng Yixio immediately opened the details of his Class C mission. The mission location was Choyang village, and the team members included Captain Long Fan, Pang Lei, and Mi Duoer. The objective was straightforward: eliminate the high-level magical beast, the bloodthirsty demon spider, that had invaded Choyang village. Upon completion, the team would receive a reward of 1,000 alliance coins and 100 military merit points. A high-level magical beast. Feng Yixio murmured thoughtfully, stroking his chin. His toughest opponent so far had been the mid-level magical beast, the Titan Python. Although its strength was said to rival that of a high-level magical beast, it still fell short of being a true one. As the only level 2 battle spirit master in the team, Feng Yixio was well aware that he needed to quickly enhance his abilities. Otherwise, he risked becoming a burden to the team. Standing in front of the mirror, Feng Yixio stared at his reflection as a sudden idea struck him. The Origin Project's potion can awaken bloodline spirit powers. Could it have a similar effect to the evolution elixirs for battle spirits? He muttered to himself. If humans are considered advanced animals, could it be possible to develop a specialized evolution elixir for them as well? Excited by the thought, he turned to the mirror and asked, Divine Pet Evolution System, do you think I qualify as an animal? The system remained silent. Unwilling to give up, Feng Yixio began a spirited argument with the system. You're being unreasonable. Humans are clearly advanced animals, so why can't we be scanned? Are you biased against humans? I'm going to report you for discrimination. He even pulled out an encyclopedia and started explaining the definition of animals to the system. About half an hour into his rambling, a burst of electronic noise suddenly echoed in his mind, reminiscent of static interference on a television. Oh no, did I just break the system? Feng Yixio panicked slightly. Moments later, however, a familiar data interface appeared in his mind. Source Warrior, Feng Yixio. Bloodline Attribute, Lightning. Spirit Power Level, Level 2, Stage 8. Gene Lock, Tier 1. Source Martial Skills, 8 trigrams Palm Proficient, Jiu-Jitsu Proficient. Requirements to unlock Tier 2 Gene Lock. Lightning Type High-Level Magical Beast Core. 10 stalks of 30-year-old Thunder Origin Flower. 1 pound of 30-year-old Leeson Grass. Seeing the attribute panel, Feng Yixio couldn't help but grin. Looks like the system is reasonable after all. He quickly jotted down the details of his evolution path, but couldn't help grumbling about how his hard-trained martial arts skills were only rated as proficient. That doesn't make sense. They should at least be at the mastery level. This is absurd. Feng Yixio stood in the room, curiously pondering the limitations of using bloodline communion. Unable to contain his excitement, he rushed out of the room and headed straight to Han Zhao's quarters. Han Zhao was busy preparing for his upcoming mission to Jiangshui City, carefully organizing his clothes into his storage ring. Without a word, Feng Yixio grabbed Han Zhao by the arm and stared intently into his eyes, attempting to read his attribute data. Bro, what are you doing? Han Zhao asked, utterly baffled, as he instinctively took a step back. I'm as straight as steel, you know. Looks like it doesn't work on you. Feng Yixio sighed in disappointment. He focused for several seconds, but no data appeared. This was completely different from his prior experiences normally. The data of a battle spirit or magic spirit would emerge in his mind within a few seconds. This realization suddenly enlightened Feng Yixio. Those who had not unlocked bloodline communion could not have their data read, much like ordinary cats or dogs. He theorized that the process of becoming a magical beast was similar to humans unlocking bloodline communion, both originating from the awakening of bloodline power. Wild animals, constantly struggling on the edge of life and death, had a much higher chance of awakening compared to humans. This also explained why animals in city zoos rarely underwent transformation, while ordinary animals in the wild evolved rapidly or were devoured by powerful magical beasts. What do you mean by it doesn't work on me? Han Zhao asked, looking confused. Never mind. You carry on, Feng Yixio replied, leaving the room abruptly. He flagged down a taxi and sped off. In the vice president's office on the second floor of the Alliance Chamber of Commerce, Shan Qingzi held a list of spiritual herbs in her hand, her expression somewhat peculiar. Can you tell me what these materials are for? She asked. I'm buying evolution materials for a friend, Feng Yixio answered cautiously. Little brother, lying isn't a good habit, Shan Qingzi said with a knowing smile. As far as I know, no one else in your class has a thunder-type battle spirit. Feng Yixio's brows furrowed, regretting his decision to approach Shan Qingzi. He had initially planned to purchase the spiritual herbs discreetly but lacked access to the evolution tower. He sought out Shan Qingzi because, as the vice president, she had easier access to the evolution equipment. Can I trust you? Feng Yixio asked, his expression serious as he locked eyes with Shan Qingzi. Shan Qingzi remained silent for a moment before lifting her gaze to meet Feng Yixio's eyes, a trace of gravity in her expression. Of course. Feng Yixio studied Shan Qingzi's gaze carefully. While it wasn't entirely pure, there was no trace of malice, which eased his vigilance. All right, I trust you. He then pulled out a small vial from his pocket. This is an evolution serum I concocted for myself. An origin serum? Shan Qingzi's expression changed drastically as she exclaimed in shock. That's right. I believe that's what everyone calls it, Feng Yixio replied calmly. Shan Qingzi, who was usually composed, suddenly grew stern. She stood up abruptly. Feng Yixio, are you out of your mind? How could you concoct an origin serum on your own? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is if you get the formula wrong? It could cost you your life. As a source warrior, Shan Qingzi was well aware of the origins of the origin serum. It was a product of global scientists who poured their hearts into its development, with countless battle spirit masters sacrificing their lives to perfect the formula. While research on evolution serums could draw from the evolutionary pathways of magical beasts, humans, as advanced beings, were essentially navigating uncharted waters when it came to developing the origin serum. The origin serum was divided into different levels. A first-tier origin serum could awaken the bloodline's spiritual power within a battle spirit master, but the success rate was only 1%. A second-tier origin serum was categorized based on bloodline attributes, but even after consumption, one would need to endure life and death trials to unlock the second-tier genetic lock. I believe I won't make a mistake, Feng Yixio declared resolutely. Shin Qingzi hesitated for a long moment. If you're aiming for a second-tier origin serum, I can help you acquire one. If I've chosen to trust you, then I hope you can trust me as well, Feng Yixio said firmly, his gaze unwavering. Shin Qingzi took a deep breath and muttered under her breath, "Stubborn mule. I really don't know what she saw in you. Though your personalities are quite similar." She thought of that person who had outright refused to sell origin serums to even the most prominent families. To think she had offered her help voluntarily, and this guy had the nerve to reject it. Fine. You've got me beat. If you end up dead, don't you dare blame me for not warning you. Shin Qingzi sighed in exasperation. Vice President Shun, does this mean you've agreed? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Feng Yixio's eyes. Shin Qingzi raised her wrist gracefully. Materials cost 3,000 alliance coins. I'll refine the origin serum according to your method, and we'll meet at the Qingzi tea house. When Feng Yixio handed the black gold chamber of commerce card to Shin Qingzi, his eyes glimmered with anticipation. Then I'll be waiting for your good news, Vice President. With that, he swiftly left her office. Shin Qingzi watched Feng Yixio's departing figure, letting out a complicated sigh. Sigh. I don't even know if I'm helping him or harming him. She replayed their earlier conversation in her mind, surprised by Feng Yixio's courage. He was daring enough to gamble with his own life. Since she had already agreed, Shin Qingzi immediately set to work. She personally sourced the finest spiritual herbs, spending far more than the 3,000 alliance coins Feng Yixio had provided, even covering several thousand out of her own pocket. Once everything was purchased, she headed straight to the Evolution Hall of the Battle Spirit Alliance branch in Jiangshui City, passing through without any obstacles. Inside the hall, Shin Qingzi carefully inspected the freshly concocted origin elixir. The elixir was snow-white, occasionally flickering with lightning-like sparks. She took a light sniff and frowned slightly. It's got the right feel. And smells pretty good too. As someone who had previously consumed a second-tier origin elixir, she could sense that this batch, while slightly different from the official formulation, had a richer aroma. Let's hope this kid has some good luck. Otherwise, he'll probably come after me with a vengeance. She shrugged and carefully sealed the elixir inside her storage ring. As night fell, the Qingzi tea house exuded a serene atmosphere both inside and out. Nestled in a secluded alley, the tea house was known for its exquisite blue and white porcelain. Feng Yixio immediately recognized it as one of Shan Qingzi's properties. By now, it was nearly 10 p.m., and the other patrons had already left, leaving only him and a few staff members behind. Suddenly, a faint whistling sound pierced through the stillness of the night. A pitch-black arrow zipped past, grazing Feng Yixio's collar and shattering a blue and white porcelain vase on the table. Feng Yixio instantly activated his thunderclap mode, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Following the arrow's trajectory, he spotted a mysterious figure cloaked in black smoke. The shadowy figure did not summon a battle spirit, but instead charged directly at Feng Yixio. Reacting swiftly, Feng Yixio summoned his Jade Lin snake, which lashed its tail at the attacker. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. The snake's attack seemed to strike nothing but air, as the shadowy figure passed through the battle spirit's body like an intangible mist. A sudden influx of information about a stranger flooded Feng Yixio's mind. Yuan warrior Lin Feng, master of dark elemental power, possessing a level 3, stage 8 gene lock, proficient in the tier 2 Yuan martial skill shadow swordsmanship, though true mastery required a level 3 gene lock. His body contained a crystal core of a dark element lord-level magical beast. This unexpected surge of information left Feng Yixio momentarily dazed. But there was no time for hesitation in battle. Feng Yixio swiftly drew his military dagger, clashing fiercely with the opponent's short sword. Sparks of lightning intertwined with dark energy at the point of contact. Yet the shadowy force was clearly superior, steadily invading his arm through the dagger. An icy numbness pierced deep into his bones, leaving his entire arm seemingly paralyzed. Without hesitation, Feng Yixio channeled all his lightning energy into his right hand, forcibly expelling the invading darkness from his body. He skillfully executed the Thunder 8 trigram palm, deftly evading the dark energy-coated short sword before landing a direct strike on the shadowy figure's chest. The figure staggered back several steps before regaining balance, letting out a low, guttural chuckle that sounded like ventriloquism. As expected of a student of Jialan Ziyu, your Formantant 8 trigram palm shows promise, but you're still too inexperienced. Let me show you the true power of my shadow swordsmanship. Before the voice even faded, the black energy on the short sword intensified, and an overwhelming aura burst forth. chilling to the core. At that moment, Yulin's snake launched a sneak attack from behind, wielding a meteor hammer forged from a magic spirit card. The hammer struck the shadowy figure squarely in the back with a resounding thud. The force was so overwhelming that the figure coughed up a mouthful of blood. "You're not much of a professional assassin, are you?" Feng Yixio smirked, his tone laced with mockery. "Afraid I'd recognize your battle spirit? Too bad, even without it. I know exactly who you are, Lin Feng of the Lin Financial Group." The shadow froze in disbelief, struggling to understand where he had slipped up. "Damn it, you're dead today." Overcome with rage, the shadowy figure unleashed a magic spirit codex shrouded in black mist, preparing to summon his battle spirit. "President Sean, isn't it about time you stopped spectating? If you don't step in now, I really won't last much longer." Feng Yixio shouted toward the sky. A streak of red light tore through the night sky, striking the shadowy figure's abdomen with pinpoint accuracy and leaving a flaming, gaping wound. Shen Qingzi, descending from the heavens with a revolver wreathed in crimson flames, gracefully blew away the smoke from the barrel before appearing beside Feng Yixio like a phantom. The shadowed figure stared in shock at the wound in his abdomen. "The Crimson Lotus revolver? President Shun, how could it be you?" Shen Qingxi's voice carried an undeniable authority. "Go back and tell your Lin Hai family head that if he doesn't want to die, he'd better stop doing such foolish things." The shadow figure quickly dissipated the black mist enveloping him, revealing the form of a young man in his 20s. Clutching his abdomen, trembling all over, and drenched in cold sweat, he stammered, "Our Lin family has absolutely no intention of opposing the Shun family. Please, President Shen, calm your anger. You'd better not dare try anything like this again." Shen Qingxi's voice was not loud, but it carried a chilling pressure. "If it happens again, the Lin Corporation will cease to exist in Jiangshui City." Yes. If we had known Feng Yixio was connected to the Shen family, I wouldn't have dared to target him, even at the cost of my life. Lin Feng was soaked in cold sweat, his voice trembling. "It's all because of my reckless little sister. I'll make sure to discipline her properly when I return." "Hold on. I'm not part of the Shen family, so don't get it twisted." Feng Yixio quickly corrected him. Shen Qingzi cast a helpless glance at Feng Yixio before turning back to Lin Feng and snapping, "Get lost already?" Lin Feng, as if granted amnesty, bolted away, disappearing quickly into the dark depths of the alley. "When did you realize I was already here?" Shen Qingzi asked, a hint of curiosity in her voice. She had thought she'd concealed herself perfectly, yet Feng Yixio had somehow sensed her presence. Feng Yixio stuck out his tongue and admitted, "I was just bluffing to scare that guy. I didn't expect you to show up out of nowhere. You gave me quite a fright too." A shadow flickered across Shen Qingxi's eyes. After a brief pause, she said, "The reason I didn't show myself earlier was to observe your strength. If you were truly weak, I wouldn't trust you with this unreliable origin elixir." The elixir carried inherent risks, and for Feng Yixio, the stakes were even higher. If he was too frail, the elixir could turn into a lethal poison. "So, what did you think? Did I pass your test?" Feng Yixio asked with a grin. Shen Qingzi lightly brushed her lips with her fingers and replied indifferently, "Barely. Consider it a pass." Feng Yixio had just demonstrated incredible combat skills, and his battle spirit turned out to be a jade lin snake that had undergone perfect evolution. How was that even possible? This kid was full of mysteries. Still, her confidence in the origin elixir grew. If it failed, Feng Yixio's strength would at least ensure he wouldn't die outright. Suddenly, a bottle emitting flickers of lightning appeared in Shen Qingxi's previously empty hand. "Here. This is the origin elixir you requested, formulated according to your method." Feng Yixio took the elixir and cupped his hands in thanks. "Much appreciated, President Shen. Until we meet again." He turned to leave, but was abruptly stopped as Shen Qingzi grabbed the back of his collar. "I suggest you take it here under my supervision. If something goes wrong, at least I can get you to a hospital in time. Can you not jinx me like that, President Shen?" Feng Yixio said helplessly. In the end, Feng Yixio couldn't argue with Shen Qingzi and had no choice but to follow her to the Qingzi Tavern. To his surprise, the tavern had a hidden underground chamber. He followed Shen Qingxi's lead and stepped into the mysterious room. The moment Feng Yixio stepped into the underground chamber, the sight before him caught him completely off guard. The space was filled with an array of high-tech equipment, flickering indicator lights, and a web of intricate wiring, making it resemble a cutting-edge research lab rather than the private quarters of a business association's vice president. "Surprised, aren't you?" Shen Qingzi noticed the astonishment on Feng Yixio's face and smirked slightly. Feng Yixio nodded awkwardly. Indeed, such a setup seemed entirely incompatible with the identity of a business association vice president. "Don't worry. These are just standard monitoring devices, not some shady secret lab." Shen Qingzi gestured toward the largest machine in the center of the room, her expression turning serious. "This device can monitor heart rate and other physiological indicators in real time. If anything abnormal happens, it can respond immediately. Intrigued, Feng Yixio moved closer to inspect the machine. It was a glass-enclosed isolation chamber surrounded by various electronic devices that had yet to be activated. These instruments provide comprehensive monitoring of the body's condition. If hospitalization becomes necessary, the data can help doctors make quick and accurate judgments. This is way over the top. It feels like a full-on intensive care unit, Feng Yixio muttered nervously, glancing at the heart rate monitor that had just powered on. Little brother, Shen Qingxi said, slowly opening the glass door with a smile that left no room for negotiation, it's best not to argue with me. Be good and cooperate. On someone else's turf, and clearly outmatched, Feng Yixio had no choice but to comply. As soon as he stepped into the glass chamber, all the surrounding equipment roared to life, their mechanical sounds echoing in unison. Now that the monitoring systems are fully operational, you can take the origin serum, Shen Qingxi instructed, her tone unusually stern. If something goes wrong, these devices might just save your life. Swallowing hard, Feng Yixio uncorked the serum bottle and downed its contents in one gulp. The moment the liquid hit his throat, it felt like swallowing molten lava. A surge of intense energy coursed through his brain, nearly overwhelming him. His heart rate monitor skyrocketed past 200, and every device in the room erupted into a cacophony of blaring alarms. It felt as though his body was simultaneously plunged into freezing cold, scorched by volcanic heat, and struck by lightning. Waves of searing pain assaulted every inch of his being. Were it not for the rigorous training he had endured under his mentor, Jialan Ziyu, which had honed his physical and mental resilience, he might have already succumbed. Shen Qingxi was visibly startled by Feng Yixia's violent reaction. He was engulfed in a cocoon of white electrical energy, a phenomenon far beyond what she had anticipated. While extreme reactions were expected when breaking through the second stage gene lock, this level of intensity was unprecedented. Feng Yixio, are you all right? If you can't handle it, stop immediately. Shen Qingxi shouted anxiously. Her only response was Feng Yixia's agonized screams and the blinding flashes of electricity that made it nearly impossible to keep her eyes open. Damn it, I shouldn't have agreed to this. Shen Qingxi muttered in regret. If Feng Yixio were to lose his life because of the origin serum, not only would her conscience be tormented, but that person would never forgive her. As Shen Qingxi rushed towards the glass room, Feng Yixio's palm suddenly unleashed a burst of white lightning. The electric bolt darted like a silver serpent, accurately striking the gap between the glass doors. The powerful current burned a fiery red crack into the insulating glass, and the high temperature instantly welded the door shut. Stay back. I can still hold on. Feng Yixio's voice came through the glass. Shen Qingxi recoiled in shock at the sudden flash of lightning. By the time she regained her composure, the glass door was completely sealed. Damn it, Feng Yixio, you better not die on me, she shouted. Her usual grace and poise replaced with frustration as she angrily kicked the glass door. Though she had the ability to force the door open, doing so might harm Feng Yixio inside. For now, she could only hope the origin serum wasn't flawed. Inside the room, Feng Yixio had already reached his limit, clinging to consciousness with sheer willpower. Images of his parents flashed through his mind, interspersed with fleeting memories of Shun Ruyu's bright smile. No, I can't die now, he muttered, fighting to stay conscious. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from his chest. A silver sun-shaped mark slowly emerged, its radiance spreading out in intricate, lightning-like patterns. With a faint click in his mind, it felt as though a lock had been broken. An extraordinary surge of energy flooded his body in an instant. The pain was replaced by a tingling sensation. His bones emitted faint creaks, his muscles became denser, and tiny arcs of electricity danced across his skin. He could feel a dramatic increase in his control over his body, and his perception of the world around him grew sharper than ever. So this is the power of the second stage gene lock. Feng Yixio murmured, clenching his fists tightly. He slowly opened his eyes, silver currents flickering within his pupils. He actually made it? Shen Qingxi stood outside, stunned as she watched the lightning around Feng Yixio gradually dissipate. Just moments ago, she had been ready to call the best hospital in the city, yet he'd somehow pulled through. His shirt had been reduced to tatters by the lightning, revealing his more defined musculature. The glowing sun mark on his chest still emitted faint white light. Shen Qingxi couldn't help but stare in a way looked incredible. President Shun, any idea how I'm supposed to get out of here now? Feng Yixio asked, walking up to the fused glass door with a helpless look. Isn't this your doing? Figure it out yourself. Shen Qingxi crossed her arms and replied coldly. All right, you said it. Feng Yixio smirked mischievously and threw a punch at the door. The sheer force of his strike reduced the entire glass room to shards, collapsing it in an instant. Feng Yixio casually brushed the shards of glass off his head, his expression calm as he stepped out through the shattered window. Shen Qingxi watched the scene unfold, her brows furrowing tightly. That was tempered glass capable of withstanding a force of up to 70 dingli. Even a top-tier second-level source martial artist couldn't possibly shatter it so effortlessly. This kind of ease and composure, could it mean he had fully unlocked the second-level genetic lock? Why are you looking at me like that? You're the one who told me to get out myself, Feng Yixio said with an innocent look. You've already unlocked the second-level genetic lock? Shin Qingzi stared at Feng Yixio as if he were some kind of anomaly. She explained, ordinary second-level origin serums can, at most, loosen the second-level genetic lock. To fully unlock it, one must go through life and death trials. In the loosened state, a second-level source martial artist is only slightly stronger than a first-level one. It's absolutely impossible to display such terrifying power. What you just showed clearly requires the complete unlocking of the second-level genetic lock. Feng Yixio scratched his head, trying to recall. I think I heard the sound of chains breaking earlier. I'm not sure if I've fully unlocked the second-level genetic lock, but I can definitely feel a significant improvement in all aspects. Follow me. They'll run some tests on you, Shin Qingzi said as she walked toward a sophisticated machine. This is a strength testing device. Its maximum capacity is 1,000 dingli. The current strength record for second-level source martial artists was set by an Earth-type source martial artist at 87 dingli. Dingli? What kind of unit is that? Feng Yixio asked, puzzled. 1 dingli equals 100 kilograms. The maximum punch of an average human is around 6 dingli, while a first-level source martial artist can reach 10 dingli. That's the power unlocked by surpassing human limits through genetic locks. Shin Qingzi explained seriously. Feng Yixio nodded thoughtfully. That explained why, after becoming a first-level source martial artist, he could easily lift a burly man. The punching handle of the machine slowly rose, and the display screen lit up with 000. All right, give it everything you've got, Shin Qingzi commanded sharply. Feng Yixio took a deep breath, steadied his stance, and clenched his fist. The sun-shaped pattern on his chest suddenly emitted a silver glow, and a lightning serpent as thick as a thumb coiled around his right arm. He struck with full force, his punch as fast as lightning, producing a sharp sound as it tore through the air and slammed into the handle. Boom! The immense impact sent the handle flying, accompanied by a dull thud. The numbers on the testing device's screen climbed rapidly, surpassing the previous record of 87 dingli in no time, and ultimately freezing at 100 dingli. This is impossible, Shin Qingzi exclaimed in shock, staring at the record-breaking number in disbelief. Gulp. Shin Qingzi's Adam's apple moved involuntarily as her eyes fixed intently on the frozen numbers displayed on the strength tester. 100 dingli. For a moment, she stood frozen in place, her mind seemingly grinding to a halt. There's no way this machine is working properly, she blurted out, instinctively throwing a punch at the tester's handle. Yet the numbers remained unchanged. After confirming the machine was fully functional, she frowned and said, try it again. Maybe the machine malfunctioned earlier. Feng Yixio took a deep breath, reflecting on his earlier attempt. This time, he deliberately stepped back and gathered his strength for a longer period. His punch landed with an astonishing result of 108 dingli. Do you need me to try again? Feng Yixio asked, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he glanced at Shin Qingzi, whose face had turned visibly grim. No need. Shin Qingzi finally snapped out of her daze, her voice faltering. Her mind was in turmoil. Isn't the theoretical limit for a stage 2 source warrior's strength supposed to be 100 dingli? How on earth did he hit 108? Just then, Feng Yixio's attention was drawn to a nearby glass chamber. The room, equipped with turret-like devices on all 4 walls, exuded a futuristic vibe. Hey, what's that? It looks pretty cool, he said, striding toward it with curiosity. Shin Qingzi followed closely and explained, that's a device for testing mental strength. If you're interested, you can give it a try. Mental strength? You're telling me something as intangible as that can actually be measured? Feng Yixio asked, his face full of doubt. Shin Qingzi patiently elaborated. A source warrior's strength is evaluated across 3 dimensions: physical power, mental strength, and elemental abilities. Those with strong mental power react faster, learn more quickly, and are more agile in combat. They can even anticipate their opponent's moves. As for elemental abilities, that measures the potency of your elemental control, like how many volts your lightning can generate. Got it. In that case, we'll give the mental strength test a shot, Feng Yixio said enthusiastically, stepping into the glass chamber. Once the machine was activated, emitters on all sides began launching white elastic balls. These balls rebounded off the glass walls upon impact, quickly filling the room with a chaotic web of trajectories. Shin Qingzi noticed the device's display showing 88 score that matched the record for Stage 2 Source Warrior's mental strength. Yet, within this dense spiderweb of projectiles, Feng Yixio moved effortlessly, each motion appearing calculated and fluid, as if choreographed. Too slow. Feng Yixio's voice carried a hint of boredom. You've got to be kidding me. All right, let's see how you handle this. Shin Qingzi gritted her teeth and cranked up the number of elastic balls to 110, determined to wipe that smug look off his face. Thud, thud, thud. Inside the glass chamber, 110 bouncy balls sprang to life, ricocheting at high speed within the confined space. The previously languid expression on Feng Yixio's face sharpened instantly, his pupils slightly contracting as he tracked every ball's rapid motion with remarkable precision. In his heightened perception, the frenzied movements of the balls seemed to slow down, their trajectories crystal clear. Activating thunder mode, Feng Yixio's figure transformed into a streak of lightning, deftly weaving through the glass chamber. His brain operated like an overclocked computer, simultaneously calculating the paths of all 110 balls. This went far beyond multitasking required, not only monitoring so many moving objects at once, but also ensuring his body could keep pace with his mind. However, such an extreme state was clearly unsustainable for long. Outside the glass chamber, Shin Qingzi watched in stunned silence, her jaw practically hitting the floor. The mental capacity limit for a second-tier source warrior is supposed to be 100, isn't it? He's almost at 120 now. How is this still going on? She thought, utterly shocked. According to the rules, the test would end immediately if even a single ball so much as grazed the tester, including the hem of their clothing. The number of bouncy balls continued to climb, reaching 117 well beyond the established limit. When the count hit 119, one ball finally brushed against the edge of Feng Yixio's sleeve, bringing the test to an end. Sweating profusely, Feng Yixio stepped out of the chamber with a regretful smile. If only my clothes were a bit tighter, I could have lasted a little longer, he remarked. Shin Qingzi was left speechless, feeling thoroughly exasperated. This guy is insufferable, she thought. He had effortlessly shattered the limits of a second-tier source warrior and still acted like he wasn't satisfied. President Shun, did I pass the mental capacity test? Feng Yixio asked, noticing her odd expression and sounding uncertain. Barely, I'll say you passed, Shin Qingzi replied, rolling her eyes. If he doesn't pass, the rest of the second-tier source warriors might as well quit altogether. Still, she maintained a calm tone, not wanting to inflate his ego further. There's one last test for elemental power. Let's get that out of the way too. She led Feng Yixio to a metal sphere that crackled with electric currents. This device is specifically designed to measure the maximum voltage of a lightning-based source warrior's power. Without hesitation, Feng Yixio placed both hands on the metal sphere, channeling the full force of his inner lightning. In an instant, the entire room lit up as brightly as daylight, and the silver-white sun emblem on his chest surged with radiant energy. A thick bolt of white electricity poured continuously into the metal sphere, causing the testing apparatus to heat up and turn red. In just 10 seconds, the display on the device shot from 0 to 1000 and then stopped climbing altogether. It wasn't that Feng Yixio's lightning power was limited to just 1000 volts. Rather, the testing machine's maximum capacity was capped at 1000 volts. Feng Yixio, stop now. The metal sphere is about to melt. Shin Qingzi shouted anxiously, staring at the glowing, red-hot metal sphere. Whoa, that's hot. Feng Yixio finally released the metal sphere from his grasp. The room instantly dimmed, leaving only the fiery sphere emitting crackling sparks. Suddenly, with a deafening bang, the nearby monitor exploded, releasing clouds of white smoke. Scratching his head awkwardly, Feng Yixio said, President Shun, you saw it yourself, I wasn't even using my full strength. Who knew this equipment was so fragile? Can we get better testing machines next time? Shin Qingzi was utterly stunned. This guy had just shattered another record. The highest voltage ever recorded by a second-tier lightning elemental source warrior was only 824 volts. Yet this machine designed specifically for second-tier warriors had been completely blown apart by him. She glanced at the data displayed on her tablet. Strength 108, Spirit 119, Elemental Energy 1000. All three metrics had surpassed their upper limits. If she hadn't witnessed Feng Yixio unlocking the second-tier Jian lock with her own eyes, she might have mistaken him for a third-tier source warrior. The three-dimensional data graph on the tablet formed a perfect triangle, with parts exceeding the chart's display range. This meant that Feng Yixio's origin serum formula was not only authentic but also superior to the ones developed by the government at great expense. President Shun, do you have any clothes around here? Feng Yixio, now almost shirtless, asked softly. Shin Qingzi smiled and gestured toward a nearby room. That's my wardrobe. Feel free to pick something. Moments later, Feng Yixio emerged wearing a crisp white outfit, looking exceptionally dashing. Not bad, kid. You have good taste. Pick the most expensive one, Shin Qingzi remarked with a sly smile. How expensive can clothes get? Worst case, I'll pay for it, Feng Yixio said nonchalantly. To him, clothes were nowhere near as costly as magic spirit cards that required alliance currency. Regular money would suffice, and he'd saved up tens of thousands over the past few days. Buying an outfit was no big deal. This particular outfit is made from the silk of a lower-tier magical beast, the Frost Sky Silkworm. It can withstand ordinary blades, resist fire and water, and even your lightning can't damage it. Do you think it's cheap? Shin Qingzi explained leisurely. Whoa, I just thought it looked nice. I had no idea it was this incredible. Feng Yixio exclaimed in shock. Shin Qingzi pulled out a calculator with practiced ease and began listing the costs. Material replenishment fee, 2,851. Testing equipment repair, 423. Frost silkworm suit, 1,800. Broken porcelain vase, 28. Hearing the string of numbers, Feng Yixio broke into a cold sweat. President Shun, you seem busy. I'll see myself out. With that, he bolted for the door. Feng Yixio had just reached the secret chamber's exit when a golden wall of flames suddenly erupted, blocking his path. With no choice but to retreat, he turned around and trudged back to face Shin Qingzi, his expression filled with despair. All done. Shin Qingzi put away her calculator, a sly smile curling the corners of her lips. That'll be 8,213 alliance coins. But since we're friends, I'll waive the change. Just give me 8,000 alliance coins. She extended her fair hand, her tone light and cheerful. Feng Yixio stared at her for a long moment before blurting out, as expected, all merchants are cunning. Thank you for the compliment. Shin Qingzi replied with a calm expression, her smile unchanging. So, cash or card? Can I maybe pay on credit? Feng Yixio asked tentatively. Shin Qingzi's eyes lit up, as if she'd been waiting for this question. Sure. Just give me a golden tier spirit card, and we'll call it even. What do you think? You're just waiting to rip me off, aren't you? You sly merchant. Feng Yixio rolled his eyes, his tone exasperated. Shin Qingzi took a couple of steps forward, fixing her gaze on him. Little brother, talking like that really hurts this big sister's feelings. I've been running around for your sake. So, either you marry me, or you give me a golden tier spirit card. Your choice. Then I'll take the golden tier spirit card option. Feng Yixio replied without hesitation. Go ahead. Tell me which spirit card you want. Shin Qingzi's expression froze, her lips twitching slightly. Oh, so you even have options when it comes to golden tier spirit cards? Little brother, you're hiding something from me, aren't you? She straightened up and continued seriously. Golden tier spirit cards come from disaster-level magical beasts, terrifying entities akin to natural disasters. Defeating one is already an incredible feat, let alone obtaining a card from it. Let me be clear, Feng Yixio said in a low voice. I can't get you one anytime soon. You'll need to reach at least a 3rd or 4th tier battle spirit master first. That's fine. I'm not in a rush, Shin Qingzi said with a shake of her head. She pulled out a small bottle of red potion from her pocket. I want the 6-winged golden cicada golden wing spirit card. Don't say I'm taking advantage of you. We'll give you this 1st-tier origin elixir as a gift. You really know how to pick, huh? Going straight for the most expensive 1-inch Feng Yixio muttered under his breath as he carefully took the elixir and solemnly placed it into his storage ring. This bottle of origin elixir was of immense significance to him. Those without awakened bloodline communion couldn't see other stats, let alone assist someone in unlocking their 1st-tier genetic lock. But this elixir held the potential to grant that opportunity. This elixir is best suited for someone with an elemental spirit, Shin Qingzi reminded him. That way, the chances of awakening bloodline communion are higher. Don't waste it. Ordinary battle spirit masters might drink it and never awaken bloodline communion in their lifetime. That's one of the reasons why source warriors are so rare. Only those with exceptionally pure spirit bloodlines have a chance to awaken the power of bloodline communion, unlock the 1st-tier genetic lock, and become a source warrior. Feng Yixio murmured to himself. Looks like I'll have to give it to you first. President Shin, may I ask what rank of source warrior you are? Feng Yixio stood cautiously in the Qingzi tea house, gazing at the woman before him who exuded an overwhelming aura. Although he was already a rank 2 source warrior, having unlocked the 2nd genetic lock, he still felt an instinctive sense of oppression when faced with Shin Qingzi's golden flames. Shin Qingzi remained silent for a moment before responding calmly. I'm currently a rank 3 source warrior, though it hasn't been long since I unlocked the 3rd genetic lock. My control over the elements isn't quite refined yet. Feng Yixio was momentarily stunned by her words and couldn't help but inwardly complain. Someone who could ignite flames midair with just a snap of their fingers claimed their control wasn't good? He himself couldn't even produce a single spark of lightning. Nevertheless, Shin Qingzi's honesty gave him a sense of reassurance. I must say, your talent is beyond my expectations, Shin Qingzi remarked seriously, a rare tone for her. But talent is like a ceiling. If you don't put in the effort, you'll never reach it. There are no shortcuts to many things. Practice and perseverance are the only way. Do you understand? Noticing the late hour nearing midnight, Feng Yixio quickly excused himself. Thank you for the guidance, President Shun. It's getting late, and I have tasks to complete tomorrow, so we'll head back to school now. In the dead of night, aren't you worried Lin Feng might ambush you again? Shin Qingzi teased as she approached with a playful smile. Why not stay here for the night? I've got plenty of rooms available. Startled by her sudden closeness, Feng Yixio instinctively stepped back, flustered. Thanks for your kindness, President Shen, but I still have some things to pack. They'll take my leave now. All right then, if you insist, I won't keep you. Shin Qingzi smiled faintly as the golden flames at the door transformed into a large hand, gently pushing it open. Feng Yixio practically bolted out the door, his figure vanishing into the night like a streak of lightning. Watching his retreating silhouette, Shin Qingzi murmured to herself, that boy is truly interesting. I'm finding him more and more intriguing. Meanwhile, in room 303 on the third floor of the girls' dormitory, Shunryu was just about to fall asleep when her phone buzzed with a message. Yuer, I'm outside your door. Come out for a moment. Her drowsiness vanished instantly. She tiptoed out of her dorm room cautiously. The moment she stepped outside, a white figure covered her mouth. Just as she was about to cry out, a familiar voice whispered, Yuer, it's me. Don't scream. Under the dim hallway light, Shunryu finally recognized Feng Yixio. Brother Feng, this is the girls' dormitory. How did you even get up here? Shunryu asked in a hushed voice, her surprise evident. After all, the dormitory gates had long been locked. Before she could process what was happening, Feng Yixio scooped her up effortlessly and leapt out of the third-floor window. The sudden sensation of free fall jolted Shunryu awake, and she would have screamed had her mouth not been covered. To her astonishment, Feng Yixio landed steadily on the ground, as though the three-story drop was nothing at all. Feng Yixio gently set Shunryu down, a bright smile lighting up his face. Shunryu immediately grabbed his arm nervously, looking him up and down. Brother Feng, are you crazy? Did you get hurt? Don't worry, Yuer, Feng Yixio said with a laugh. This height is nothing for me. You were asking how I got up there, right? I just jumped straight to the second floor and then took the stairs up. Shunryu's eyes widened in shock. You've unlocked the second stage gene lock? That's right. Feng Yixio nodded excitedly and pulled out a vial of origin elixir from his pocket, handing it to her. Here, this is for you. Without hesitation, Shunryu took the elixir, unscrewed the cap, and drank it in one go. Feng Yixio stared at her, dumbfounded. Yuer, how could you drink it without even asking what it is? What's there to ask? Shunryu said softly. Anything you give me wouldn't harm me. Feng Yixio was silent for a moment before pulling her gently into his arms. This is a first-stage origin elixir. It requires perseverance to activate. But with your talent, awakening your bloodline and gaining spiritual resonance shouldn't be too hard. It's like planting a seed. Once you take the first step, the rest of the path will become easier. Suddenly, Shunryu frowned, her nose twitching slightly. Brother Feng, I smell another woman's scent on you. Where did you go? Why are you back so late? Feng Yixio quickly released her, awkwardly sniffing his clothes. Your eyes are dodging mine. You're lying to me. Shunryu stared straight into his eyes. Feng Yixio surrendered immediately. I went to see Vice President Shun from the Alliance Chamber of Commerce to get materials for the second stage origin elixir. She helped me purchase them. To his surprise, Shunryu just let out a cold snort. Oh, that old woman? Then it's fine. Feng Yixio looked puzzled. You know her? Sort of, Shunryu replied with a frown. But I can't tell you why right now. Sensing it wasn't the right time to press further, Feng Yixio didn't ask again. Instead, he spoke gently. It's getting late. Let me take you back to rest. With that, he carefully picked her up, gathered his strength, and leapt gracefully through the second-floor window like a nimble cat. After escorting her to room 303, he returned to his own dormitory. Early the next morning, Feng Yixio got up bright and early. The assembly time for the Alliance mission was set for noon, and the destination, Choyang village, was located within the borders of Qingyun City, rather than near Jiangshui City. He needed to head to the Qingyun City Battle Spirit Alliance to meet up with his teammates before heading to the mission site together. Xiao Feng, you're heading to Qingyun City, right? Han Xiao asked indistinctly while brushing his teeth. It just so happens that my route to Finyang passes by there. I'll give you a lift. Thanks, I appreciate it. Feng Yixio replied, toothbrush still in hand. After a quick breakfast, Feng Yixio hopped into Han Xiao's car. Sitting in the passenger seat, he grinned and asked, why don't you buy a sports car? I'm just keeping a low profile. Han Xiao chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. As he started the car, he warned, buckle up. I'm in a bit of a hurry. As soon as the car roared to life, the powerful acceleration nearly threw Feng Yixio out of his seat. He quickly fastened his seatbelt obediently. What were you up to last night? I thought you weren't coming back, Han Xiao asked casually while driving. I went to the Alliance Chamber of Commerce to handle some business with President Shun, Feng Yixio answered honestly. Han Xiao shot him a peculiar glance and said seriously, you're not telling me Shin Qingzi has charmed you, are you? Don't talk nonsense. I was there on official business, Feng Yixio retorted, giving him a stern look. Just don't do anything to betray Sanmei, or don't blame me for cutting ties with you, Han Xiao suddenly said, his tone turning serious. Feng Yishio didn't argue. Instead, he let a small burst of white lightning dance on his fingertip, producing a sharp crackling sound. Wait a minute. Isn't your lightning usually purple? Why is it white now? Han Shao asked, astonished. It changed when I unlocked the second-tier gene lock, Feng Yishio replied calmly. What? Han Shao was so shocked he momentarily lost control of the car, swerving off the road. Fortunately, the early morning traffic was sparse, and he quickly steered the car back on track. You're already a second-tier source warrior? Are you kidding me? Han Shao exclaimed in disbelief. He knew all too well how challenging it was to unlock the second-tier gene lock. Achieving it overnight was practically unheard of. Without saying much, Feng Yishio picked up a solid copper ornament from the car and effortlessly crushed it into a perfect sphere. Now do you believe me? He asked. Han Shao stared at him, slack-jawed, and swallowed nervously. I believe you. I believe you. Hey, why don't you try getting a first-tier origin serum? Feng Yishio suddenly asked with a playful smile. As the young master of a prestigious family in the capital, Han Shao should have no trouble obtaining one. Me? You think I could pull that off? Han Shao laughed self-deprecatingly. He had never considered the possibility. After all, bloodline awakening was something only prodigies aimed for. His failure to awaken an elemental spirit indicated that his battle spirit bloodline wasn't particularly pure, making an awakening extremely difficult. If I can do it, why can't you? Feng Yishio said with a grin. Once you take the first step and become a first-tier source warrior, I can help you with your future origin serums. For Feng Yishio, becoming a first-tier source martial artist and awakening his bloodline's spiritual connection was an urgent priority. Only by doing so could the system truly unleash its potential. This was a crucial step on the path to the evolution of a source martial artist. Han Shao remained silent for a long time before finally making up his mind. All right, I'll give it a shot. At the Spirit Alliance branch in Qingyun City, Feng Yishio hurried to the mission board. 3 people were already waiting there. Sorry, I was a bit far away and kept you all waiting, Feng Yishio greeted them apologetically. Among the 3, a petite girl immediately bounced forward cheerfully, extending her hand. Hi, I'm Mi Duoer, a support-type spirit master. Just call me Duoer. Nice to meet you, I'm Feng Yishio, an assault-type spirit master. Looking forward to working with you, Feng Yishio replied politely and shook her hand. Standing nearby, a tall man dressed in designer clothing let out a cold snort. You're the lowest ranked among the 4 of us, and yet you made the 3 of us wait for you. Quite the attitude. Feng Yishio frowned, a flicker of white lightning flashing in his pupils as he coldly glanced at the man. The man suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Embarrassed and angry, he stepped forward again. How dare you glare at me? Are you tired of living? Just as the tension between the 2 was about to escalate, the silent, ice-cold-faced man intervened. His arms released an aura of intense frost as he pressed down on both of their shoulders. Feng Yishio immediately felt the bone-chilling cold invade his body and quickly circulated his lightning energy to resist it. Sensing the powerful counterforce of the thunder energy, the ice-cold-faced man quickly withdrew his hand. His deep gaze lingered on Feng Yishio for a moment, a flicker of surprise flashing across his perpetually stoic expression before it returned to its usual calm. I suggest you don't provoke him, the ice-cold-faced man warned the designer-clad man before turning and walking toward the Alliance Hall. Why should I? Who does he think he is? The designer-clad man muttered indignantly, waving his hand dismissively. He's a second-tier source martial artist, the ice-cold-faced man stated coldly as he walked away. The designer-clad man immediately fell silent, casting a wary glance at Feng Yishio before quietly following the ice-cold face. Mi Duoer walked over to Feng Yishio's side, smiling as she explained, Don't take it personally. That ice-cold face guy is Longfan, the leader of our team for this mission. He's the strongest among us. The other guy is Pang Lei, a young master from some influential family. Feng Yishio and Mi Duoer chatted as they walked into the Alliance Hall. Inside the spacious hall, a staff member in uniform was loudly announcing the rules for accepting tasks. All team members must be present to collect the task commission document, and identities must be verified one by one. Team leaders, please come forward to collect it. Longfan stepped forward without hesitation. I am the team leader for this task, Longfan. The staff member carefully checked everyone's identification before handing over a commission document. Please have everyone sign. Mi Duoer, Longfan, and Pang Lei quickly signed their names. As a newcomer to Alliance tasks, Feng Yishio carefully read through the terms of the commission document. One line of bold text caught his attention. Alliance tasks come with risks. Life and death will not be pursued. He frowned slightly. First time taking on an Alliance task, young man? The staff member asked seriously. These tasks are risky. If you're not strong enough, it's better not to take unnecessary chances. Your life is the most important thing. Feng Yishio gave a faint smile before signing his name on the document. The staff member handed a communicator to Long Fan. Now that everything is signed, you can move out. If you encounter an emergency, contact us immediately for support. Long Fan secured the communicator and issued a concise command. Let's move out. The four of them mounted the off-road motorcycles provided by the Spirit Alliance. These vehicles were specifically designed for missions in remote and rugged terrains. They followed the navigation system toward their destination, Choyang Village. Nestled in a remote area backed by deep mountains, Choyang Village was a desolate and impoverished place with a population of just over 300. The mission originated from a shepherd who risked taking a photo of a massive spider preying on his sheep. The village chief reported the incident to the Spirit Alliance. The Alliance quickly identified the creature as a high-level magical beast, a bloodthirsty demon spider, and issued this clever mission. The team rode in a single-line formation, with Long Fan taking the lead. As the outline of the village appeared in the distance, Long Fan suddenly hit the brakes and came to a stop. What's wrong, Captain? Feng Yixio asked, braking quickly and looking puzzled. Long Fan's sharp gaze locked onto the distant village. Something's off. We haven't seen a single villager along the way. That's highly unusual. Normally, the locals would come out to greet spirit warriors, but here, it's eerily silent. You're just overthinking it. Pang Lei dismissed his concern. Maybe it's too late, and the villagers have all gone to rest. Let's hope that's the case. Long Fan sighed. Everyone, dismount and proceed on foot. We don't want to alert the enemy. As a seasoned and practical spirit warrior, Long Fan was not from the academic background. He had joined the Spirit Alliance military after middle school and was one of the prodigies from the Origin Project. Although he was only 2 years older than Feng Yixio, he had accumulated extensive experience through numerous Alliance missions, earning resources for his cultivation. The four dismounted and advanced in formation. Long Fan led the way, Pang Lei followed closely behind. Mi Duoer was protected in the middle, and Feng Yixio brought up the rear. As they ventured deeper into the village, the eerie silence became more pronounced. The entire village seemed abandoned, devoid of any sign of life. At 7 p.m., the last rays of sunlight faded from the horizon. A silent village was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere so quiet that not even the bark of a dog could be heard, as though the entire world had been plunged into a deathly stillness. Is anyone here? The Alliance spirit warriors have arrived. Can someone come out and meet us? Pang Lei's voice echoed through the empty village. The only response came from a flock of startled crows flapping their wings as they took to the sky, emphasizing the desolation of this seemingly abandoned place. We might be too late. Everyone, stay alert. I've got a bad feeling about this, Captain Long Fan said in a low voice, his eyes scanning the surroundings with caution. Captain, look, there's someone in that house. Mi Duoer suddenly pointed toward a dilapidated building in the distance. A faint light flickered from within, like a dying candle struggling against the wind. Stay in formation and follow me to check it out, Long Fan ordered firmly. The four of them nodded in unison, moving carefully toward the sole source of light. As the night deepened, their footsteps and tense breathing became unnervingly loud in the oppressive silence. Suddenly, Mi Duoer tripped over a dry, brittle branch. Feng Yixio quickly caught her, steadying her with a gentle voice. Mi Duoer, don't be afraid. We'll protect you. I'm fine. I'm not scared, Mi Duoer replied, forcing a faint smile. Despite her words, the unsettling atmosphere of the mission was getting to hear. It wasn't her first assignment with the Alliance, but she couldn't shake the unease of this particular scene. If you're scared, maybe you should stay back instead of slowing us down, Pang Lei muttered with a scornful snort. Mi Duoer lowered her head, choosing not to respond, and continued following the group. The old wooden door creaked open with a spine-chilling screech. Inside, a dim, incandescent bulb swayed in the breeze, emitting a faint, buzzing sound. What was even more disturbing were the crimson threads covering the floor and ceiling, not like ordinary cobwebs, but resembling a network woven from congealed blood. It looks like we really are too late. This place has likely been wiped out by magical beasts, Long Fan said grimly, his expression darkening. That blood spider demon is terrifying. This village had over 300 people. Could it have slaughtered them all? Mi Duoer frowned, her voice tinged with disbelief. Just then, a faint grinding sound came from a side room within the house. Long Fan immediately raised his hand in a silencing gesture. Sure. It sounds like there might be a survivor. Let's check it out. The four of them moved stealthily toward the source of the noise. Only Long Fan and Feng Yixio, with their gene locks activated, could clearly hear the faint sound. As they entered the room, they saw a woman in tattered red clothing, her back turned to them. She was gently rocking a cradle. See? Someone's still alive. I thought everyone had been killed, Pang Lei said with a relieved tone, his tension visibly easing. Pang Lei swaggered over to the woman, intending to inquire about the situation in the village. Long Fan immediately shouted in warning. Pang Lei, don't go over there. But it was too late. Pang Lei had already tapped the woman on the shoulder and loudly asked, Hey, Where is everyone else in your village? Suddenly, the woman in red let out an eerie crack sound from her neck as her head twisted mechanically 180 degrees. Her distorted face, mangled and bloody, revealed a gaping mouth that lunged at Pang Lei's hand with ferocious force. Caught completely off guard, Pang Lei let out a blood-curdling scream as a chunk of flesh was bitten off, leaving him trembling in terror, barely able to keep his composure. Reacting swiftly, Long Feng, who was closest, drew his military knife and decisively severed the woman's head. Strangely, even as the head rolled to the ground, it continued to chew on the flesh in its mouth. At that moment, everyone noticed the horrific sight in the crib. Nyarbia baby, half devoured, lay grotesquely in the blood-stained bedding. Everyone, stay alert. These people have been parasitized by the young of the blood spider demon. They're no longer human. Don't hold back. Lung Fan urgently warned. No sooner had he spoken than a blood-red spider emerged from the hollow eye socket of the severed head on the ground and darted toward Pang Lei's face. Feng Yixio reacted with lightning speed, instantly drawing his combat dagger and hurling it with deadly precision, pinning the blood spider spawn to the wall. Moments later, more of the grotesque creatures began crawling out of the decapitated corpse, launching themselves at the group. Without hesitation, everyone summoned their battle spirits and quickly exterminated the dozen or so spiderlings. Lung Fan's expression grew grave as he said, "The blood spider demon has turned this village into its breeding ground. It must be nearby. We need to search every house, room by room, and find it. These creatures reproduce at an alarming rate. If we don't deal with this now, it won't just be one high-level blood spider demon next time. Each human host can nurture at least 10 spiderlings. If they all mature, hundreds, maybe even thousands of blood spiders will emerge. At that point, it won't just be a village massacre, it could threaten the lives of tens of thousands in nearby towns." Pang Lei's face turned ashen as he stammered, "This village is cursed. We should retreat. There are already thousands of these spiderlings here, and with that blood spider demon, we don't stand a chance." Lung Fan shot him a cold glance and said firmly, "We have to find the blood spider demon. This is our best chance to eliminate it. If we let this opportunity slip away, the consequences will be catastrophic." "What does that have to do with me?" Pang Lei scoffed nonchalantly. "I'm just here to complete a league mission and earn some league credits. I didn't sign up to lose my life over this." Lan Fan, usually calm and composed, completely lost control at this moment. He lunged forward, grabbed Pang Lei by the collar, and lifted him off the ground. "What did you say? Say it again if you dare." His voice trembled with rage. Pang Lei, infuriated by the sudden assault, roared back, "I said I'm only here to earn alliance coins, not to throw my life away. What do a few dead villagers have to do with me? Bastard." Lan Fan punched Pang Lei with a force that sent him flying. Pang Lei crashed heavily against the wall, leaving spiderweb-like cracks in its surface. In that instant, memories surged like a tidal wave in Lan Fan's mind. The events from when he was 9 years old were forever etched into his soul. Back then, he was just an ordinary village boy. Though his family was poor, he lived a peaceful and happy life with his parents. That was until the day a man covered in blood-red markings appeared in the Villahea devil incarnate. The man summoned a swarm of demonic bats, unleashing a crimson storm that ravaged the village. Over 100 villagers were drained of their blood in an instant, reduced to lifeless husks. If his parents hadn't hidden him in a wine vat, masking his scent with the overpowering aroma of alcohol, he too would have perished. The trauma of that tragedy awakened Lan Fan's battle spirit bloodline at the tender age of 9. He was later recruited into the Origin Project by the Spirit Alliance, shaping him into the man he was today. Pang Lei struggled to his feet, glaring venomously at Lan Fan. "Are you insane? Don't think I won't fight back." Before he could act, Feng Yixio cut in with a cold sneer, "Leave if you want. No one's stopping you. But you should know the habits of the bloodfang spider. It loves to hunt lone prey. With your knowledge of high-level beasts, do you really think you can escape its clutches alone?" Pang Lei froze, his face conflicted. After a long silence, he muttered reluctantly, I'm not scared. I'm just staying to help you out because I feel sorry for you. Search every single room. Leave no bloodfang spider hatchling alive." Lan Fan commanded firmly. "Each one of them has the potential to grow into a demon capable of wiping out entire villages." Feng Yixio and Mi Duo nodded in agreement without hesitation. Even Pang Lei begrudgingly complied. The four of them maintained their formation as they methodically hunted down and exterminated the bloodfang spider hatchlings. When they entered the largest room, the sight before them left everyone stunned. In the center of the massive hall was a sprawling blood pool, surrounded by towering stone pillars inscribed with ancient runes. The setup resembled an altar for some primordial ritual. Suspended above the blood pool was an enormous blood-red cocoon, held aloft by countless crimson silk threads. The overwhelming stench of blood nearly caused Mi Duo to faint on the spot. This This is a blood sacrifice array, Lan Fan exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the ancient stone pillars. Captain, what's a blood sacrifice array? Feng Yishio asked, visibly puzzled. Lan Fan's expression darkened as he furrowed his brows. It's a formation used by blood mages to evolve their blood spirits. Blood mages are traitors to humanity. They kill their own kin to pledge loyalty to the demon lords. In return, they gain immense power, the ability to control beasts, and ultimately transform into blood spirits themselves. Throughout history, humanity's greatest enemy has never been outsiders, but humanity itself. This harsh truth remains evident even today. Within every nation lurks a group of humans loyal to the faction of demonic beasts. These individuals are known as blood spirit masters. In their pursuit of the blessings and immense power granted by the demon lord, these blood spirit masters are willing to go to horrifying lengths, even murdering their own loved ones. Using the blood of their kin, they perform sinister blood spirit rituals. To them, it is the highest honor, but to ordinary people, it is a terrifying curse. The cost of this power is that they must survive by consuming human blood. Even more horrifying, they can use human blood to evolve the demonic beasts bound to them by contract into stronger blood spirits. Human settlements were meant to be sanctuaries, the safest havens, with only a small number of stray demonic beasts slipping through. However, the existence of blood spirit masters has completely shattered this sense of security. They can perfectly disguise themselves as normal humans, using special methods to smuggle demonic beasts into the settlements. Through relentless slaughter, they grow stronger. What they desire most is the blood of battle spirit masters, as it contains far more energy than that of ordinary humans. To this end, they often set traps, luring battle spirit masters to their deaths. In Huagua, these blood spirit masters have formed an organization called Qingyun sect. When Long Fan realized that the enemy before him was a blood spirit master, he immediately pulled out his communicator. Any mission involving blood spirit masters was classified as at least level, far beyond what they could handle. Calling Alliance headquarters, blood spirit master sighted in Choyang village. Requesting immediate support. Long Fan had just connected the call when a blood-red thread shot out like lightning, striking the communicator with precision and shattering it to pieces. Hehehe. It's been far too long since I've tasted the blood of a battle spirit master. A sharp, chilling voice echoed from all directions, sending shivers down the spine. Slowly, a figure nearly 2 meters tall emerged from the blood pool. Cloaked in a blood-red robe, his face hidden beneath the shadow of his hood, his body was covered in crimson markings. Just standing there, he exuded an oppressive aura, as if an endless sea of blood loomed over anyone in his presence. Long Fan's pupils contracted sharply as he locked his gaze on the blood spirit master. The man, with a distinct knife scar on his right arm and a partially severed pinky on his left hand, was the very same person who had massacred his entire village years ago. Little one, have we met before? The figure in the blood pool let out a piercing, mocking laugh. Do you remember Wanshan village? The blood debt of 101 lives today is the day you pay for it in full. Long Fan, consumed by rage, roared with fury, his usual composure completely lost. Apologies, but I've slaughtered so many villages that I've lost count, the blood spirit master said nonchalantly, as if discussing something utterly trivial. A small village of just over 100 people? I've wiped out dozens like that. I'm getting old, you see, and my memory isn't as sharp as you young ones. These words ignited a raging fury within Long Fan. His eyes burned red as he roared, "Frostbite Ice Lion, tear him to pieces." He immediately summoned his perfectly evolved battle spirit in its mature stage. As the highest-ranking warrior in the team, Long Fan's battle spirit had reached level 3, Tier 5, far surpassing Pang Lei's level 3, Tier 3, and Mi Duoer's level 3, Tier 2, not to mention Feng Yishio's meager level 2, Tier 8 spirit. Without hesitation, Long Fan drew a bronze tier magic spirit card and shouted, "Heavenly Ice Antelope Ice Armor." In an instant, the Frostbite Ice Lion was enveloped in thick, glacial armor, radiating an intense, freezing aura. "Freeze him!" Frost Lion's howl. The lion roared, unleashing a frigid storm that engulfed the blood spirit master, freezing him solid into an ice sculpture. Seizing the moment, Long Fan drew his military-grade dagger and lunged for the enemy's heart. But just as the blade was about to pierce its target, a hand suddenly emerged from the icy prison, gripping the dagger with unerring precision. The sharp blade, impossibly, failed to penetrate the hand and was held firmly in place. Boom! The ice shattered explosively, and the blood spirit master grabbed Long Fan by the throat with his other hand, lifting him off the ground. "Ha ha ha! I am a Tier 4 blood spirit master. You are no match for me." At that moment, a white serpent shadow coiled around the blood spirit master, its immense constricting force causing him to frown. With a casual motion, he flung Long Fan man and blade against the wall. A jade scale serpent? Don't bother sending this weakling to its death, he sneered as he prepared to break free. Feng Yixio smirked coldly and pulled out a bronze-tier magic spirit card. Sending it to its death? I wouldn't be so sure. Iron hedgehog sword armor. In an instant, countless blades extended outward, aiming to pierce the target. However, they failed to penetrate fully. A blood-red, armor-like scab had formed on the blood spirit master's body, allowing the blades to sink only halfway in. A mere level 2 battle spirit master dares to challenge me? You'll pay for this insolence. The blood spirit master roared in rage. From the blood pool, hundreds of blood-red bats emerged, forming a crimson storm that surged toward the group. Watch out. Demon bats meteor magical beasts. Be careful. Feng Yixia warned. The jade scale serpent quickly released the blood spirit master and coiled protectively around him, creating a steel-like barrier. Thunder wrath. A burst of lightning, like a silver serpent, erupted outward, reducing the incoming demon bats to ashes in an instant. The terrifying swarm of demonic bats was finally wiped out. Feng Yixio turned around and glared at Pang Lei, who was cowering behind his battle spirit. A surge of anger instantly filled his chest. As the second highest ranked battle spirit master in the team, Pang Lei hadn't lifted a finger throughout the entire fight. Pang Lei, I had the enemy under control just now. Why didn't you attack? Feng Yixio shouted furiously. If Pang Lei had seized the opportunity to strike, the situation wouldn't have been so dire. If I sent my battle spirit to attack, who would protect me? Pang Lei retorted, trembling as he remained behind his battle spirit. Nearby, Mi Duoer quickly cast a healing spell. Healing light. Her Inu deer emitted a soft green glow that enveloped Long Fan. His wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, two streams of white spiritual light fell upon Feng Yixio and Long Fan. Spirit restoration light. Feng Yixio immediately felt warmth flood his body, and his depleted spiritual energy began to recover rapidly. Pang Lei, if you want attack, at least protect me Duoer. Feng Yixio stopped berating him and turned to charge toward the enemy alongside Long Fan. Thunder mode. Feng Yixio transformed into a streak of lightning, flanking the blood spirit master with Long Fan from opposite sides. This time, however, the blood spirit master adopted an uncharacteristic defensive stance. His blood scab armor was impenetrable. Even a full-force slash from Feng Yixio could only cut halfway through. To deal real damage, they needed to strike the same spot simultaneously. In the confined space, Xiaobai Lao's abilities were limited, forcing it to partially arm its tail into a meteor hammer for focused attacks. Feng Yixia's sharp perception caught the blood spirit master's attention, shifting repeatedly not toward them, but to a massive crimson cocoon nearby. Blood spirit information immediately surfaced in Feng Yixia's mind. Blood spirit name. Bloodthirsty demon spider bloodthirsty queen. Blood spirit attribute. Blood element. Blood spirit rank. High Evil Lord level. Blood spirit skills. Parasitism, venomous fangs, webbind, heaven's web. Traits. Extremely fast, exceptional control abilities, capable of large-scale crowd control. This is bad. That blood cocoon contains a bloodthirsty demon spider that's evolving into the bloodthirsty queen. It's almost complete. Cold sweat dripped from Feng Yixia's forehead. What? The bloodthirsty queen? Lung Fan exclaimed in shock. If a lore-level beast hatched, their survival would be impossible. It all became clear the blood spirit master wasn't underestimating them. He simply didn't see them as a threat because his blood spirit was in the process of evolution. If not for the exposure of his lair, he wouldn't even have bothered with these intruders. Hee, you're not as slow-witted as I thought. But so what if you figured it out? That blood cocoon is far beyond your ability to destroy. The blood spirit master cackled madly, his eyes gleaming with unhinged excitement. Captain Long, can you hold off this monster? Leave that blood cocoon to me. Feng Yixio said in a low, resolute tone. No problem. We'll take care of this old freak. Lung Fan replied firmly. 6 rods ice prison. The massive, clawed paw of the frost lion slammed heavily against the ground, summoning 6 crystalline ice walls that shot up from the earth, encasing the blood spirit master in an unyielding prison. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Yixio and the jade-scaled serpent leapt into action, directing their focus toward the blood cocoon spiraling ominously in the air. Since none of their spirit beasts possessed the ability to fly, the jade-scaled serpent coiled its way up the blood-red spider silk, using the spiked meteor hammer on its tail to relentlessly batter the cocoon. The deafening sound of impact echoed through the battlefield, yet the cocoon remained as unyielding as an iron fortress. Inside, the Blood Empress continued her evolution, entirely unfazed. From within the cocoon came the eerie, bone-chilling sound of a baby crying, amplifying the already sinister atmosphere. Kihi, the blood spirit master, trapped within the ice prison, let out a chilling laugh. With such pitiful attacks, You fools can't even scratch a single hair of the blood empress. A thunderous crack interrupted his taunts as fractures began to spread across the ice prison's once impenetrable walls. Feng Yixio, I can't hold this much longer, Long Fan said grimly, his face pale with strain. The blood spirit master's power far exceeded their expectations, a result of the demon lord's blood curse, which had turned his body into a monstrous vessel of overwhelming strength, akin to a human-shaped beast. Damn it! How is this cocoon so impenetrable? Feng Yixio growled through gritted teeth. The tensile strength of ordinary spider silk already surpassed steel wire, let alone the blood threads spun by an advanced blood spirit. Its durability was nothing short of despair-inducing. As the Six Rods ice prison neared its breaking point, Feng Yixio made a desperate decision. He channeled all of his spiritual energy into the power of thunder, and the sun-shaped mark on his chest flared with blinding white light. Bolts of electricity crackled and surged around him, transforming him into a volatile sphere of lightning. Compress it more. Feng Yixio roared, pouring every ounce of his strength into condensing the thunderous energy within his right hand. The intangible lightning began to take form, solidifying into a tumtor-long spear of pure thunder. Sensing the overwhelming power radiating from Feng Yixio, the blood spirit master, for the first time, felt a flicker of fear. It was as if he were a mouse cornered by a cat. The immense power of the thunder seemed to suppress his blood-imbued strength, a sensation he had only experienced when facing higher-tier source martial artists or blood spirit masters. Impossible. A mere second-rank battle spirit master is actually a second-tier source martial artist? The blood spirit master howled in disbelief. His composure shattered, and he unleashed his full power, summoning two massive hands formed of blood energy. With a thunderous blow, the Six Rods ice prison shattered completely. Though he typically held little fear of second-tier source martial artists, the lightning element was a different story. Among all elemental powers, lightning was renowned for its unparalleled piercing and destructive capabilities. If Feng Yixio unleashed his full strength, there was a very real chance he could breach even the seemingly indestructible defenses of the blood cocoon. The blood summoner ignored Long Fan's attempts to stop him. In a flash, he launched a fierce assault on Feng Yixio. Seeing this, Feng Yixio immediately pulled out a bronze-tier magic spirit card from the Grimoire of Spirits. You want to stop me? That depends on whether Xiao Bailu agrees. Titan Python Titan Armament. Xiao Bailu, perfectly attuned to Feng Yixio's thoughts, shot forward like an arrow the moment the magic spirit card illuminated. Its 3-meter-long serpentine body swelled dramatically to 7 meters, charging with immense force like a massive meteor hammer aimed directly at the blood summoner. Though the blood summoner managed to block with the crimson hand emerging from his back, the sheer power of the blow sent him flying into the wall, embedding him deeply. At the same time, Xiao Bailu was knocked back by the recoil, crashing into the opposite wall and sustaining minor injuries. Titan Armament. The blood summoner glared at Feng Yixio with disbelief, muttering under his breath. With a sudden burst of strength, he freed himself from the wall's grip. His aura surged as he laughed maniacally. You're becoming more and more interesting. Once I kill you, all those magic spirit cards will be mine. Although the blood summoner couldn't use magic spirit cards directly, he had long relied on slaughter and plunder to acquire resources for cultivation. His strength was built upon the blood of countless spirit warriors. Let me show you the divine power bestowed upon me by the great demon lord, the blood summoner roared. The blood pool in the center of the hall began to boil violently, its contents surging toward him in a frenzy. Blood demon true form. In an instant, a terrifying 3-meter monstrosity appeared before them. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and its grotesque body was covered in writhing, blood-soaked heads struggling to break free, a horrifying sight to behold. All of you, die. The blood demon let out a guttural roar, its voice echoing like the wails of hundreds of vengeful spirits. Its massive blood-red hand swelled even larger as it slammed down toward Feng Yixio. At that moment, Feng Yixio's thunder spear in his right hand had yet to fully materialize. Abandoning it now would render all his efforts futile. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he shouted, Captain Long, you have to stop him. Old monster. If you want to harm my teammate, you'll have to get through me first. Long Fan stepped in front of Feng Yixio and bellowed, Frozen Frost Lion, use the ink ice coffin now. A massive, jet-black ice coffin materialized, trapping the blood demon within. Its surface was as hard as steel. However, with just one strike, the blood demon managed to crack the ice coffin, showcasing the sheer terror of its overwhelming strength. At that very moment, the ground suddenly split open, and a massive, blood-red hand emerged from the earth, precisely grabbing the Frost Lion. With the ice coffin's release range limited to just 3 meters, the Frost Lion had no time to evade. In the grasp of the bloody giant hand, the once mighty lion now appeared as helpless as a kitten, instantly crushed into fragments of light that flew back into Long Fan's demon spirit codex. Ugh. Long Fan coughed up a mouthful of thick blood as the destruction of his battle spirit caused a severe backlash. His face turned deathly pale in an instant. Captain! Feng Yixio and Mi Duoer cried out simultaneously. Mi Duoer immediately cast healing light and spirit restoration light, enveloping Long Fan in two warm beams. His pallid complexion gradually began to recover. You wretched insects dare to ruin my plans, the blood demon growled, its gaze locking onto Mi Duoer. It was well aware that if the support-type spirit master wasn't eliminated, Long Fan would recover his strength in no time. Ignoring the heavily injured Long Fan and Feng Yixio, who was gathering his thunder spear, the blood demon turned into a massive shadow and lunged directly at Mi Duoer. The sudden, overwhelming sight left both Mi Duoer and Pang Lei frozen in place. Pang Lei, protect Mi Duoer, Feng Yixio shouted. At this moment, Pang Lei was the only one who could step in to help. Mi Duoer snapped out of her daze at his shout and quickly reached for her only bronze-tier demon spirit card, the Cloud Beast. This card was her last resort, capable of concealing the user's presence. However, just as she prepared to activate it, trembling hands suddenly clutched her arms tightly from behind. Blood demon, please spare me. Pang Lei's voice was filled with terror. My flesh is sour. My blood is foul. If you must feed, take her blood instead, it's much more delicious. Feng Yixio, about to hurl his incomplete thunder spear, was stunned by the despairing scene before him. Pang Lei clung desperately to Mi Duoer's waist and arms, preventing her from using her demon spirit card. If not for Mi Duoer standing in the way, Feng Yixio might have already driven the spear straight into Pang Lei's back. Ha ha ha. The blood demon burst into maniacal laughter. This is the laughable trust you humans hold so dear? This is why I chose to become a bloodthirsty monster rather than remain human. If you so much as harm a single hair on her head, I swear I'll make sure you die with no place to rest. Feng Yixio leveled the thunder spear at the blood demon. He knew full well that if he failed to kill it in one strike, they would all perish once the Blood Queen completed her evolution. But right now, he had no other choice but to fight with everything he had. The blood demon ignored Feng Yixio's threat, instead turning his gaze with interest toward Pang Lei, who stood behind Mi Duoer. He grinned, his voice dripping with temptation. Little one, how about joining the Tianxiong sect? Lord Tianma will grant you unparalleled power. Pang Lei didn't even hesitate before nodding fervently. Lord Blood Demon, as long as you spare my life, I'm willing to be your loyal dog. Hee hee. The blood demon let out a sinister laugh and pointed at the young woman before him. Very well then. Prove your sincerity by killing this woman. Do that and I'll believe you. To him, watching humans slaughter one another was far more exhilarating than killing thousands himself. It was a twisted pleasure beyond words. Pang Lei, don't you dare. Long Fan and Feng Yixio shouted simultaneously. Before their voices had even faded, a flash of cold light streaked through the air. A crimson dagger pierced Mi Duoer's abdomen, and her blood quickly soaked through her clothes. She turned her head with great difficulty, staring in disbelief at Pang Lei's expressionless face before collapsing to the ground. Mi Duoer, Feng Yixio and Long Fan cried out in unison, as if struck by lightning. Their minds felt as though they were about to shatter. Though they hadn't known her for long, Mi Duoer's kindness and understanding had deeply moved them. What made it even more agonizing was the fact that she had only drawn the blood demon's attention because she was helping them, and now they could do nothing but watch this tragedy unfold. In an instant, Long Fan's spiritual energy erupted, shattering some unseen barrier within him. A wave of piercing cold exploded from his body, covering the ground within 10 meters in thick frost. Two short swords of pure ice formed in his hands, and an aura of chilling menace radiated from him. He drove one sword violently into the ground, embedding it half a meter deep. The extreme cold surged outward, encasing the blood demon's feet in a thick layer of ice. Though it could only restrain the demon for a brief moment, the ice, already beginning to crack in a battle between masters, even a split second could decide life or death. At the same time, Feng Yixio felt the power of thunder within him grow exponentially stronger. The once sluggish flow of energy now surged effortlessly, signaling the full activation of his second genetic lock. His mastery over elemental forces had reached a level of seamless control. The 3-meter-long thunder spear in his hand was now fully formed, crackling with thick arcs of lightning. Thunderstorm mode. Feng Yixio transformed into a streak of violent lightning, seizing the opportunity while the blood demon was immobilized. With pinpoint precision, he drove the thunder spear directly into the demon's heart. Following closely behind, Long Fan closed the gap, his dual ice swords slashing relentlessly at the blood demon's massive frame like a raging storm. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the blood cocoon behind them. Cracks began spreading across its surface. The Blood Queen was about to emerge. Shut up. Feng Yixio shot a cold glance at the cocoon and hurled the thunder spear in his hand with all his might. The thunder spear transformed into a bolt of real lightning, slicing through the air at an incredible speed and unleashing a deafening roar of thunder. A blinding flash streaked across the room as the spear precisely pierced through the blood cocoon, the immense force even tearing through the ceiling. The blood cocoon, still in the midst of hatching, ceased all movement instantly, losing all signs of life. Blood Queen, my Blood Queen. The blood demon's form shrank by a third, and his aura weakened visibly. The loss of the blood spirit dealt him a devastating blow, leaving him significantly drained. Witnessing his meticulously cultivated blood spirit, so close to evolving into a lord-level entity, destroyed by an unknown warrior was a blow worse than death. Overwhelmed by fury, the blood demon completely lost his sanity. Watch out, he's going to self-destruct. Long Fan warned sharply, noticing the glowing blood patterns that began to illuminate the blood demon's body. As a level 4 blood spirit practitioner, his self-destruction could obliterate everything within a 100-meter radius. If the blood demon was determined to go down in a blaze of destruction, he would undoubtedly pursue them relentlessly. Feng Yixio, however, remained unusually calm. Cradling the unconscious Mi Duoer in his arms, his gaze shifted to Pang Lei, who was attempting to sneak out through the back door. Captain, lend me your frost dagger. Without hesitation, Long Fan tossed the dagger to him. Feng Yixio flicked his wrist, and the sharp dagger flew through the air, pinning Pang Lei against the wall. Feng Yixio, how dare you? Do you even know who I am? The Pang family will never let you go. Pang Lei roared hysterically. Feng Yixio glanced down at Mi Duoer in his arms and murmured softly, I've repaid him for you. With that, he turned and headed toward the main door. You go ahead, they'll cover you, Long Fan said with a frown. No need, we'll leave together. Feng Yixio replied calmly. None of you are leaving. You'll all die here. The blood demon's body began to swell rapidly, on the verge of exploding. In that critical moment, Feng Yixio pulled out 2 bronze tier spirit cards. At the same time, a jade lin snake, which had been lurking silently on the rafters, suddenly dived down. Its body expanded rapidly in midair, transforming into a massive titan war chariot that crashed down heavily onto the blood demon. This was a contingency plan Feng Yixio had prepared long ago, reserved for the final, decisive strike. Despite the blood demon's colossal size, he was dwarfed by the titan war chariot. Under the impact from a height of over 10 meters, the blood demon was crushed like a deflated balloon, his 100-meter self-destruct range compressed to just a few meters. With an earth-shaking explosion, the blood demon was forced to detonate. The blast reduced the entire countryside villa to rubble, while the splattered blood fiercely corroded everything in its vicinity. Feng Yixio and Long Fan's attention was entirely focused on Mi Duoer, leaving them no time to worry about anything else. Feng Yixio pressed firmly on the wound in Mi Duoer's abdomen, trying to stop the bleeding, but blood continued to gush out. He carefully laid her flat on the ground, channeling lightning energy through his fingertips to perform electrotherapy on her. Under the intense stimulation of the powerful lightning, the barely conscious Mi Duoer finally showed signs of life, slowly opening her eyes. Look, her eyes moved. Long Fan exclaimed with a rare smile of relief and excitement. Feng Yixio glanced at Long Fan, equally thrilled. It's working. Let me try again. Mi Duoer weakly murmured. Stop, I don't want to survive the stabbing only to be electrocuted to death by you. Hearing her joking, the two of them finally felt reassured, knowing she was no longer in immediate danger. Just then, a loud whirring sound echoed from the sky. The 3 of them looked up to see 5 large helicopters approaching, their massive shadows looming over them. Soon, 2 battle spirit warriors descended to the ground, riding their spirit beasts. Quick, tend to the wounded first, a burly man in military uniform commanded loudly upon seeing Mi Duoer's condition. Medical personnel swiftly performed basic bandaging on Mi Duoer, and had healing-type battle spirits provide emergency treatment before carrying her onto one of the helicopters. Will Mi Duoer be okay? Feng Yixio asked in a deep voice. A woman in a white coat stepped forward. Don't worry, our professional medical team is fully prepared. Although she has lost a lot of blood, the emergency measures were effective. Her life isn't in danger. At most, she'll need 2 months of hospital recovery. Commander, what brings you here? Long Fan immediately saluted upon seeing the man. The commander surveyed the scene, taking in the flattened buildings and scattered bloodstains. Frowning, he asked, I heard you encountered a blood spirit master, so I came as quickly as I could. What level was the blood spirit master? Did you manage to handle it yourselves? Level 4 battle spirit master, Long Fan replied with a serious expression. Thanks to this young man, who stopped the blood empress from being born in time. Otherwise, would all be dead by now. The blood empress? A lord-level spirit beast? The commander looked at the 2 in disbelief. Just the 2 of you? He was well aware of Long Fan's abilities, though a genius. Long Fan was only a level 3 battle spirit master. By all accounts, he shouldn't have been able to take on a level 4 blood spirit master, let alone the Blood Empress. Explain everything that happened, the commander demanded, his tone grave. The appearance of a blood spirit master in Qingyun City was no trivial matter, especially one capable of summoning a lord-level blood spirit. This could signify a major shift. After the large-scale demon extermination campaigns years ago, blood spirit masters had become rare. For one to resurface so boldly suggested deeper motives. Long Fan recounted the entire sequence of events, including how Feng Yixio had defeated the Blood Empress in a single strike and neutralized the self-destruction threat. Defeated the Blood Empress in one move? Suppressed a level 4 Blood Spirit Master self-detonation? A level 2 Battle Spirit Master? A second-tier origin weapon user? A perfectly evolved, jade-scaled serpent? The commander repeated incredulously, almost questioning his own sanity. Commander, you're our leader. Could you try to stay calm? Long Fan quietly reminded him. Realizing his lapse in composure, the commander cleared his throat. Ahem, young man, have you considered joining the Battle Spirit Alliance army? Name your terms. Cold Fan stood dumbfounded, staring at the scene unfolding before him. The Legion commander, known for his unyielding sternness, was now showing extraordinary favor to a young junior. Not only did he break protocol by extending a direct invitation, but he also promised generous rewards. It was common knowledge that joining the Alliance Legion required passing through rigorous selection processes. Such preferential treatment was truly unprecedented. Thank you for your kind offer, but am currently studying at Qingyun Academy and don't have any other plans for now, Feng Yixio politely declined. Qingyun Academy? The Legion commander's eyes lit up. So, you're a student from Jiangshui City. It's been a long time since someone as talented as you has emerged from there. After a brief moment of thought, he suddenly asked, by the way, what's this young man's name? Cold Fan quickly introduced him. Commander, this is Feng Yixio. Feng Yixio, my name is Shentu Yijian, the commander said, pulling out a golden card from his pocket and handing it to Feng Yixio. This is my card. If you ever change your mind, the doors of my legion will always be open for you. The front of the card bore his contact information, while the back displayed the Alliance Legion's emblem, a blazing flame. Feng Yixio thanked him and accepted the card. Just then, a soldier in camouflage uniform hurried over, saluted Shintu Yijian, and reported, Commander, a corroded skeleton has been found on site, along with a blood token and 2 storage rings. Whose remains? Shintu Yijian's brows furrowed. Sir, the body is completely corroded, leaving only the skeleton. Identification is impossible, the soldier replied. Cold Fan quickly explained, that was our teammate, Pang Lei. This is already on record with the Battle Spirit Alliance. There's no need to hide it. Pang Lei? The young master of the Pang family? Shintu Yijian's expression grew even grimmer. Although he had never been fond of the Pang family's arrogant and overbearing heirs, the fact that the most favored young master of the largest family in Qingyun City was involved meant the matter couldn't be taken lightly. Cold Fan stole a glance at Feng Yixio, hesitating before stammering. He was killed by the blood fiend. Cold Fan, tell the truth. Shintu Yijian demanded sharply. As Cold Fan's forehead began to bead with sweat, Feng Yixio stepped forward and said calmly, that beast attacked me duoer in its final moments, and I simply retaliated on her behalf. If there's blame to be assigned, come to me. Don't trouble Cold Fan. Under Shintu Yijian's stern questioning, Cold Fan finally recounted the events in full. Pang Lei betrayed the team, ambushed his comrades, and even attempted to join the Tianxiong sect to become a blood spirit master. In the end, Feng Yixio pinned him to the wall with an icy short sword, and Pang Lei perished in the blood fiend's self-destruction. Commander, Feng Yixio used my icy short sword. If you're going to arrest someone, take me too, Cold Fan said, closing his eyes tightly, bracing himself with a look of defiance. Shintu Yijian stood there with his eyes half closed, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure that made it hard to breathe. His expression was terrifyingly grim, as if he might erupt at any moment. However, despite facing such an intimidating commander, Long Fan and Feng Yixio stood their ground, meeting his gaze with unwavering determination. Suddenly, Shintu Yijian's expression shifted dramatically, and he burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, well done. Not only were you not in the wrong, but you've done a tremendous service. This abrupt change left Feng Yixio and Long Fan momentarily stunned. Shintu Yijian continued laughing and said, I've long wanted to deal with the Pang family, but I never had a valid reason. This time, one of their own openly declared allegiance to the Tianxiong syndicate. Killing him was the right move. What could they possibly say in their defense now? He went on to explain that the Pang family had been a blight on Qingyun City for years, but without concrete evidence, he couldn't act against them. Pang Lei, a member of the Pang family, not only betrayed his teammates during a mission, but also openly claimed he would join the Tianqiong Syndicatia move that essentially sealed his fate. After hearing this, Feng Yixio and Long Fan finally exhaled in relief. The commander's oppressive aura earlier had been truly intimidating. Someone, Shintu Yijian called out toward the door. Deliver this storage ring to the Pang family and inform them of Pang Lei's death. I want to see how they react. A soldier immediately stepped forward to carry out the order. Shintu Yijian then examined a blood token belonging to the blood spirit master they had encountered. He noted that it bore 2 blood mark engravings, which signified that the bearer was a mid-level sky fiend envoy requiring the strength of at least a level 4 blood spirit master to hold such a position. This storage ring is your loot. Distribute it among yourselves, Shintu Yijian said as he tossed another ring to Long Fan. Despite the unusual nature of the mission, the allocation of spoils still adhered to the team leader's discretion. Thank you, Commander. Long Fan accepted the ring with a respectful salute. Shintu Yijian continued, I will report this mission to the Alliance. Its difficulty far exceeded the Clevel classification, so you'll be rewarded as though it were a Blevel mission. This meant they would receive several times the Alliance credits and military merit typically awarded for a Clevel mission. Feng Yixio, Shintu Yijian addressed him directly, don't return home just yet. Come with me to the Alliance base for a while. Seeing Feng Yixio's puzzled look, Shintu Yijian explained solemnly, the Pang family is well informed. They likely already know about Pang Lei's death. Lung Fan is under my protection, so they won't dare touch him, but you and me duoer might not be as safe. Feng Yixio frowned in contemplation. He wasn't afraid of the Pang family's retaliation against himself, but if me duoer were to be harmed because of him, it would be something he'd never forgive himself for. This isn't the first time they've done something like this, Shintu Yijian said, his brows furrowed, his voice cold and sharp. But their methods are indeed sophisticated thievery, never left behind any evidence. Do you think me duoer will be in danger? Feng Yixio asked, his voice laced with worry. Shintu Yijian replied in a steely tone, you can rest assured. She'll be sent directly to the Alliance Base Hospital. No matter how audacious the Pang family is, they wouldn't dare act recklessly under my watch. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yixio finally nodded and said, all right, I'll go back to the Alliance Base with you for now. He knew deep down that only after seeing me duoer wake up safe and sound would he truly be at ease. The helicopter roared as it ascended into the sky. Shintu Yijian glanced at the young man beside him and, after a brief silence, spoke. So, are you absolutely sure you don't want to consider joining our Alliance Corps? We have some pretty substantial resources. He looked at Feng Yixio, as if seeing a younger version of himself, a spirited, principled, and fearless individual. Perhaps this was the person who could inherit his mantle. Feng Yixio chuckled helplessly. Senior Shintu, if you keep trying to persuade me, I might just jump out of this helicopter. All right, I'll stop, Shintu Yijian responded, tactfully dropping the subject. An hour later, the helicopter landed at the secret base of the Central China Alliance Corps. Nestled in a concealed basin near Qingyun City, the base was enveloped by a special cloaking energy layer, rendering it undetectable even by radar. As Feng Yixio stepped off the helicopter, the sight before him left him in awe. The entire base was impeccably organized, brimming with advanced weaponry, and every soldier bore an expression of unwavering determination. This was the guardian of the Central China base. It was because of these people that the base remained protected from the beast's invasions. So this is the Central China Alliance Corps base, Feng Yixio murmured to himself. There's no such thing as peace without cost. Someone is always bearing the burden for others. Shintu Yijian, beaming with pride, asked, well, changed your mind about joining us yet? Feng Yixio smiled but shook his head. Thank you for the invitation, Commander, but Qingyun Academy is where the person I want to protect for the rest of my life is. I can't leave her. Shintu Yijian nodded thoughtfully. You've already found someone worth protecting for a lifetime at such a young age. I envy you for that. Protecting humanity's order is justice, but so is protecting a single person for a lifetime. At their core, the two types of justice are no different. In fact, the latter might be even harder to achieve. At that moment, an elderly man in a white lab coat came into view. He wore thick glasses for nearsightedness, and his gaze fell on Feng Yixio, who was standing beside Shintu Yijian. Adjusting his glasses, the man approached and scrutinized Feng Yixio before turning to Shintu Yijian and demanding, who is this kid? Is he a new member of the Alliance Corps? Does he warrant a personal escort from you? Shintu Yijian, usually proud and authoritative, appeared unusually respectful in the presence of the elderly man. He bowed slightly before replying in a steady tone, Elder Chu, he's not part of the Alliance Corps. I just brought him here to tour the base. Ridiculous. Elder Chu instantly exploded with anger. You're the commander of the Alliance Corps. How could you bring an outsider into the base? Shintu Yijian, feeling wronged, mumbled softly, I was just trying to find a way to convince him to join our Alliance Corps. What? Elder Chu's rage intensified. Someone actually refused an invitation from the Alliance Corps, and you still brought him here? Are you out of your mind? The location of the Alliance base had always been highly classified, even inaccessible to regular soldiers, let alone an outsider. As the tension reached its peak, a sultry voice cut through the air. A woman dressed in a form-fitting leather outfit approached gracefully. Elder Chu, what's gotten you so worked up? She asked. Feng Yixio finally got a clear look at her Facian otherworldly beauty that could cause chaos with a single glance. Her perfectly sculpted figure was accentuated by the tight leather, and her enchanting eyes seemed to pierce directly into one's soul. As her gaze swept over Feng Yixio, a sudden wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. Quickly, he activated his second-tier genetic lock, using a surge of thunderous energy to dispel the strange sensation. Second-tier genetic lock. Elder Chu and the woman exclaimed in unison. Shintuijian, brimming with pride, added, that's not all. Not only has he unlocked the second-tier genetic lock, but he's also perfectly evolved the jade-scaled serpent. And he's only a second-level spirit warrior. His potential is limitless. The woman's interest was piqued as she stepped closer to Feng Yixio. Little brother, how old are you? She asked, her tone playful. Feng Yixio, cautious after her earlier use of a charm spell, chose not to respond. My. The woman teased with a laugh. For someone so young, you sure have quite the temper. How about I apologize to you, Feng Yixio looked at her with an innocent expression and responded, Auntie, are you talking to me? I'm not some little brother. My name is Feng Yixio, and I'm 15.5 years old. The stunning woman froze on the spot, as if turned to stone. After a long pause, she finally snapped out of it and exclaimed, Auntie? Who are you calling Auntie? A 50-and-a-half second-level source warrior? Elder Chu's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he were staring at an unbelievable myth. He stared at Feng Yixio, his voice trembling slightly. In the entire history of Battle Spirit Masters, the youngest second-level source warrior was at least 17 years old. Yet this boy had shattered that record by a full year and a half. Elder Chu's attitude did a complete 180. Grabbing Shen Tu Yijian's arm, he plastered a wide grin on his face. Yijian, how about lending me this kid for 2 days? I promise to return him to you in perfect condition. Before he could finish speaking, an exceptionally beautiful woman swayed her way over. She batted her eyelashes at Shen Tu Yijian, her voice honey-sweet. Yijian, don't forget you owe me a favor. This boy needs to come with me for 2 days first. I'll make sure he's utterly loyal to our alliance base. Zhongli Mei. Elder Chu immediately snapped, lowering his voice in frustration. What are you, someone from the Wind Division, trying to fight me for? Do you even realize what this boy represents? The woman called Zhongli Mei was unyielding and shot back. A talent like this belongs in the Wind Division. What future could he possibly have with you bookworms? With Feng Yixia's sharp hearing, the entire exchange reached his ears without missing a word. A chill ran down his spine as cold sweat broke out across his back. What did they mean by return him in perfect condition? Were they planning to dissect him, or something? And that seductive woman, she looked like trouble. Was she planning to use some underhanded methods on him? Scenes like this were all too common in TV dramas, but he never thought he'd experience it firsthand. The more Feng Yixio thought about it, the more he regretted coming to this alliance base. Was there not a single normal person here? Brother Long. Feng Yixio quickly turned to Long Fan for help. Take me to my room now. If we don't leave, I might not get out of here at all. Long Fan, ever the loyal friend, immediately ushered Feng Yixio away discreetly. As they made their escape, Long Fan looked at him with admiration. Bro, this is the first time I've seen the 3 ministers of the base fight tooth and nail over someone. And you actually dared to stand up to Minister Zhong? You're my hero. Minister Zhong? Feng Yixio was confused. Isn't Shen Tu Yijian the Legion commander? Long Fan patiently explained. Our alliance base is managed by 4 ministers who share power equally. Shen Tu Yijian is the highest-ranking officer of the Fire Division, so we call him the Legion Commander. What about the other 3 divisions? The Alliance Army is divided into Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain divisions, Long Fan said solemnly. The woman you just stood up to, Zhongli Mei, is the Minister of the Wind Division. She oversees investigations and has the authority to audit all Battle Spirit Masters. If the Wind Division is the Alliance Army shadow, then she's the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Almost all covert missions are carried out by her division. So, basically, it's a spy department? Feng Yixio couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Her methods are far more terrifying than those of the regular departments. Long Fan confirmed after a moment of silence, nodding slowly. Hearing this, Feng Yixio couldn't help but swallow nervously. The Special Operations Department was being referred to as a regular department? Just how terrifying was that woman? Thinking back to how he had just casually called her auntie, a chill ran down his spine. Brother Long, take me to the safest room in your base, Feng Yixio requested gravely, his face serious. Long Fan noticed his unease and chuckled. I thought you were someone who feared nothing. Relax, you're not a spy for the blood spirit masters. What are you so afraid of? Don't tease me. I just want a good night's sleep, Feng Yishu replied, looking distressed. All right, I'll arrange a secret room for you. No one will find it except the Legion commander, Long Fan promised, thumping his chest confidently. The two walked through a series of winding corridors before finally arriving at a hidden room. As soon as they entered, Feng Yishio shut the door and let out a sigh of relief. By the way, what do the other three departments do? Feng Yishio asked, sitting on the bed, his curiosity piqued. Lung Fan explained in detail, the fire department is headed by Shintu Yijian. He's the most powerful combatant on the surface and commands the entire Central China Alliance Legion. The wood department is led by the elder Chu Ci, the one who just scolded our Legion commander like a child. He's the most senior figure in the Alliance Legion, overseeing all resources and spearheading research into the evolution of battle spirits and source warriors. No one dares to cross him. Feng Yishio nodded in realization. No wonder that elder could reprimand your Legion commander like a father scolding his son. As for the final department, the mountain department, you've already seen them, Long Fan said with a sly smile, leaving him guessing. You mean the Steel Wall Guard? Feng Yishio asked. Exactly. The mountain department is the only one stationed outside the Alliance base. They're responsible for defending humanity's strongest front line. These four departments, wind, forest, fire, and mountain, are indispensable, Feng Yishio remarked with admiration. Afterward, Long Fan took out a storage ring, ready to hand over the spoils of their victory for Feng Yishio to distribute. However, Feng Yishio, trusting Long Fan's integrity, returned the responsibility to him. Long Fan retrieved a Silverdeer Magic Spirit card and said, "This is the only Silverdeer Magic Spirit card. Since you contributed the most in taking down the Blood Spirit Master, this card rightfully belongs to you." Feng Yishio took the card and examined it. To his surprise, it was a rare flying-type Silverdeer Magic Spirit card, White Knight Griffin, White Wing. Long Fan took out a few bronze-grade Magic Spirit cards from his pocket and spread them out on the table. Feng Yishio glanced over them and directly asked, "Do you have a lower-tier Magic Spirit card for the six-winged Golden Cicada?" Long Fan carefully sifted through the cards, eventually pulling out one with a smile. "I happen to have Oni Golden Leaf Cicada. It's exactly the lower-tier card for the six-winged Golden Cicada." Feng Yishio took the card, calculating his next steps in his mind. He had promised Shen Qingzi a gold-tier Magic Spirit card, and that promise had to be kept. At the same time, he was facing a significant decision, choosing his second Magic Spirit card. The recent battle with the Blood Spirit Master had pushed his spirit power to the brink of reaching the second tier, 8th level. All he needed was to absorb some spirit stones, and he would break through to the second tier, 9th level. After that, absorbing just one more Magic Spirit card would elevate him to a third-tier Battle Spirit Master. However, the choice before him was a daunting one. Should he go for the relatively safe option of a bronze-tier Magic Spirit card, or take a risk and attempt a silver-tier one? His first Magic Spirit card was bronze-tier, so choosing the same level again would certainly be a safer route. But if he wanted to upgrade his Titan Serpent to Silverdeer, he would not only have to consider whether he could defeat the Magic Spirit, but also worry about whether the explosive surge of spirit energy would overwhelm him. Brother Long, Feng Yishio turned to Long Fan, with your knowledge, have you ever heard of anyone making their second Magic Spirit card a Silverdeer one? Long Fan froze for a moment, then stared at Feng Yishio as if he were a madman, speechless for a long time. What is it? Feng Yishio asked, touching his face in confusion. Is there something on my face? Long Fan reached out to feel Feng Yishio's forehead, looking perplexed. You don't have a fever, so why are you spouting nonsense? A second Magic Spirit card being Silverdeer? Only Old Chu would dare to bring up such an insane idea. Feng Yishio's eyes lit up. Old Chu mentioned this? Tell me more. Old Chu did write a purely theoretical book, something called The Guide to Extremes, I think, Long Fan recalled. In it, he mentioned that, theoretically, the second Magic Spirit card could be Silverdeer at most. But that book got him ridiculed in the field for years. A purely theoretical book? Feng Yishio's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, you're saying it's theoretically possible? With that theoretical foundation, he felt a bit more confident it at least proved the idea wasn't entirely out of the question. Long Fan frowned as he looked at Feng Yishio. Even if that's the case, no one has ever successfully done it. Suddenly realizing something, he stared at Feng Yishio in shock. You're not seriously thinking of trying, are you? Feng Yishio nodded solemnly. I want to give it a shot. Long Fan's face was etched with worry as he locked eyes with Feng Yishio. Brother, you can't be serious, can you? A Silverdeer Magic Spirit card is equivalent to a Lord-level Magic Beast. He was beginning to regret sharing this information with Feng Yishio. A Lord-level Magic Beast? Haven't we already taken one down before? Feng Yishio asked calmly, his tone unwavering. That's completely different. Long Fan blurted out, his urgency palpable. That Magic Beast hadn't fully evolved, and we defeated it together. Conquering a magic spirit requires your own strength alone. Failure doesn't just mean losing a level, it could mean serious injury. Failing to absorb a bronze tier spirit might cost you 1 or 2 levels, but with a silver tier, you'd lose 4 or 5 levels. For a young battle spirit master like you, that's practically a death sentence. Alright, I was just messing with you. Look at you, taking it so seriously. Feng Yixio replied with an air of nonchalance. But deep down, he had already made up his mind to give it a shot. If it was theoretically possible, why couldn't he succeed? After all, people once said that a second-tier battle spirit master couldn't unlock the second stage gene lock, and yet he had proven them wrong. You scared the life out of me. I thought you'd lost your mind. Long Fan exhaled in relief, standing up. Get some rest. Tomorrow, I'll take you to see me duoer. After seeing Long Fan out and securely locking the door behind him, Feng Yixio muttered to himself, looks like it's time to go crazy again. This time, he didn't act recklessly. Instead, he powered up his computer and began poring over Chu Lao's extreme guide, flipping to the chapter on absorbing a second magic spirit. The book meticulously outlined the prerequisites for absorbing a silver-tier magic spirit card. The ability to withstand the backlash of its violent spiritual energy, achieving at least second-stage source warrior strength while still a second-tier battle spirit master, and possessing a spiritual power level exceeding 100. Most crucially, one must be deeply familiar with the magic spirit and capable of delivering a decisive, fatal blow. Otherwise, attempting to conquer a silver-tier magic spirit at this level was tantamount to suicide, like a 3-year-old child squaring off against an adult. The disparity was insurmountable. Yet even a 3-year-old wielding a sharp blade could kill a sleeping adult. There's always a chance, Feng Yixio murmured as he closed the webpage, his resolve hardening. He immediately sat cross-legged on his bed, surrounding himself with spirit stones as he began to meditate and train. Within just half an hour, he broke through to the 9th stage of the second-tier battle spirit master level. Without hesitation, he retrieved 2 magic spirit cards. One was the bronze-tier Titan Python Titan, and the other was the silver-tier White Knight Griffin Whitewing, which Long Fan had just given him. As he stared at the 2 cards in his hands, Feng Yixio found himself at a crossroads, unsure which path to take. Feng Yixio was well aware of the power of the Titan Python spirit card. At the bronze level, it could already achieve double its original size. If the absorption process succeeded, the magnification factor would increase to 3-fold. Once upgraded from bronze to silver level, its size could potentially expand to an astonishing 5-fold. The other newly acquired spirit card in his possession was the White Knight Griffin White Wing. It was an unfamiliar flying-type spirit card, and he had no knowledge of its weaknesses. Considering the unique traits of flying spirits, he realized it would likely be difficult to engage it at close range. Moreover, the strength of such cards typically depended solely on their flight speed. After careful deliberation, Feng Yixio ultimately decided on the Titan Python spirit card. He purchased the cheapest bronze-level spirit card from the Alliance Chamber of Commerce to use as a material for the upgrade. With meticulous care, he placed the Titan Python card into the main slot and the ordinary spirit card into the auxiliary slot. As a series of mechanical sounds echoed, a blinding silver-white light began to flash continuously. Half an hour later, a brand new silver-level spirit card appeared in the synthesis slot. Titan Devour Python Titan. The card depicted a colossal python lazily coiled. Its size nearly doubled from before. Its original length of over 30 meters had now reached an astonishing 50+ meters. Its scales resembled solid rock, gleaming with a metallic luster. Feng Yixio swallowed nervously, thinking to himself, I have to strike while it's asleep. If it wakes up, I won't stand a chance. Currently, his most powerful attack was the Thunder Spear, but its long charge time made it impractical in combat without a teammate providing cover. However, if he could prepare the Thunder Spear in advance and then subdue the spirit, he could unleash it at a critical moment without delay. Activating thunderstorm mode, electricity rapidly gathered around his right arm. This time, the condensation process was noticeably faster than before, likely due to the full activation of his second genetic lock. A nearly tangible Thunder Spear gradually took shape. Feng Yixio summoned the Spirit Codex and turned to the blank 3rd page. Taking a deep breath, he placed the Titan Devourer Python card into the groove. In an instant, a violent spiritual light struck directly at his forehead, causing such excruciating pain that he nearly blacked out. It was at this moment he finally understood why Elder Chu had emphasized that his spiritual power must exceed 100 points without reaching that threshold. The spiritual impact alone would render one unconscious, let alone allow them to conquer a silver-level spirit. Feng Yixio quickly snapped out of his dizziness and opened his eyes, only to find himself standing by the lakeshore of the inner spirit world's Dongxin Lake. He glanced around and couldn't help but marvel at how identical this place was to the real Dongxin Lake. It was evident that the Titan devouring python harbored a deep attachment to this lake, so much so that it had recreated it within its inner world. At that moment, The titan-devouring python was lazily coiled on the lakeshore, basking in the sunlight. Its massive body towered like a small hill, and the thickness of its serpent form matched Feng Yixia's height. The sheer size of the creature sent chills down Feng Yixia's spine. If it so much as casually swung its tail, it could kill him instantly. The titan-devouring python seemed either unaware of Feng Yixia's presence or simply didn't regard this level 2 battle spirit master as a threat. It continued to bask in the sun's warmth leisurely. Feng Yixio glanced down at the thunder spear gripped tightly in his right hand, feeling slightly more at ease. He silently strategized in his mind. 6 weak points, only one chance this has to be a fatal strike. After a moment of holding his breath and focusing, Feng Yixio suddenly leapt into the air, soaring over 10 meters high. Midair, he aimed precisely at the titan-devouring python's heart. In an instant, a bolt of lightning flashed, and a deafening thunderclap roared through the air. The white jade spear, crackling with thunderous energy, shot toward the serpent's vital point like a divine lightning strike. The sudden thunder finally alerted the titan-devouring python. It raised its head and noticed the streak of lightning hurtling toward it. Instinctively, it tried to evade, but its massive size made it impossible to move in time. Left with no choice, it used its tail to shield its heart. However, the thunder spear's power far exceeded expectations, piercing through its tail and striking its heart with precision. A thunderous roar of agony and defiance echoed across the lakeshore. It was a cry of pain and unwillingness. The titan-devouring python could never have imagined that it would fall at the hands of a mere level 2 battle spirit master. Had it not underestimated Feng Yixio, the outcome might have been different. But it was too late. Now the serpent's enormous body gradually dissolved into a silver-white light and floated toward Feng Yixio. A surge of violent spiritual energy instantly engulfed Feng Yixio, far more intense than when he first entered the inner spirit world. This force tested his mental strength and made him feel as though his body might burst from the overwhelming energy. Feng Yixio immediately channeled his thunder power, exerting all his strength to resist the rampaging spiritual energy. An hour later, the turbulent energy filled with resentment was finally fully absorbed. Feng Yixio, seated cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes, and a wild bolt of lightning flickered within his pupils. His spiritual energy had become significantly more condensed. A level 3, Tier 2 Battle Spirit Master. I actually advanced 2 levels at once. Feng Yixio exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that this silver-grade magic spirit card had provided an extraordinary boost, propelling him up 2 ranks in one leap. Glancing at his magic spirit codex, he saw that the silver magic spirit card had seamlessly fused with it. It actually worked. Feng Yixio gently caressed the silver magic spirit card in his hand, his eyes gleaming with barely contained excitement. Recalling the moment he faced off against the titan-devouring python in the spiritual realm, sent a shiver down his spine. Had the colossal beast not underestimated him, he would likely have met his end by now. Still drenched in sweat from the intense ordeal, Feng Yixio took a quick shower to wash away the tension. Exhaustion hit him like a wave as soon as he was done. So much had happened that day, and the moment he lay down, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, an urgent knocking shattered the tranquility of dawn. Who is it? Feng Yixio groggily climbed out of bed, his voice heavy with sleep. It's me, Long Fan, came a familiar voice from outside the door. Half asleep, Feng Yixio stumbled to the door and opened it to let Long Fan in. Feng, those dark circles under your eyes. Didn't sleep well last night? Long Fan immediately noticed his weary appearance. I was up late cultivating. Feng Yixio yawned, dragging himself toward the sink. Only after finishing his morning routine did he feel somewhat refreshed. Long Fan scrutinized Feng Yixio closely, his sharp instincts picking up on the unusual aura emanating from him. Feng, did you break through last night? Sharp as ever, soldier. Feng Yixio chuckled. Yeah, I advanced to a level 3 battle spirit master. What magic spirit card did you absorb? The titan-devouring python. Feng Yixio said casually. Good. For a moment, I thought it was the white knight griffin. Long Fan sighed in relief before freezing mid-thought. Wait, what? The titan-devouring python? That's a silver magic spirit card, isn't it? Feng Yixio quickly clamped a hand over Long Fan's mouth. Sure, keep it down. I don't want the Lin division dragging me off as a research specimen. Only after Long Fan nodded in understanding did Feng Yixio release him. Still skeptical, Long Fan stared at him. In response, Feng Yixio summoned his magic spirit codex and flipped to the 3rd page. There, in plain view, was the silver titan devouring python, now fully integrated with his spirit. If old Chu finds out about this, he's going to lose his mind. Long Fan swallowed hard. What does this have to do with him? Feng Yixio asked, puzzled. You don't know? He's been mocked his entire life for that purely theoretical book he wrote. At first, a few prodigies were willing to test his theories, but after a dozen failures, No one believed him anymore. If he hears that you successfully absorbed a silver tier card for your second spirit, don't you dare tell him. Feng Yixio interrupted urgently. I don't want to end up as some science maniac's experiment. Clearly, those sci-fi movies had left a lasting impression on him. Relax, I won't spill a word. Long Fan thumped his chest in assurance before delivering some good news. Mitter woke up at dawn. She's out of danger now, and we can go see her right away. Hearing this, Feng Yixio shot to his feet, eager to leave immediately. Guilt had been gnawing at him ever since Mitter was injured while helping them. He silently berated himself if he hadn't trusted someone as unreliable as Pang Lei to protect her. This might not have happened. Why are you in such a rush? Lung Fan called out helplessly as he watched Feng Yixio stride ahead. Do you even know where the military hospital is? Feng Yixio paused, scratching his head sheepishly. Sorry. You lead the way. The Alliance base was vast, with a maze of intricate roads designed to thwart enemy infiltration. As they approached the towering structure of the military hospital that loomed in the distance, their path was suddenly blocked by a group of men clad in black leather jackets. At the forefront was a cold-faced man with sunglasses and a distinct scar tracing down from the corner of his eye. He looked down at them and asked in a commanding tone, Who's Feng Yixio? Feng Yixio frowned slightly. I am. What do you want? The man sneered, pushing his sunglasses down just enough to reveal his disdainful gaze. So you're just a little punk. Come with user boss wants to see you. That's how you invite someone? Sorry, but I have other things to do. Feng Yixio turned to leave, but the group immediately moved to block his way. The scarred man stepped closer, his voice laced with menace. Kid, you'd better not push your luck. Do you even know who we are? Let me guess Zhong Li Mei sent you? Feng Yixio replied with a cold smirk. The man's face darkened in fury. How dare you speak our boss's name so casually? Do you have a death wish? Can I at least ask why your boss wants to see me? Feng Yixio's tone was calm, almost mocking. The Wind Division doesn't need a reason to summon anyone. The man yanked off his sunglasses, glaring fiercely at Feng Yixio. But Feng Yixio met his stare without a hint of fear. Well, excuse me, but I don't need a reason to refuse either. He waved a hand in front of his nose, grimacing. By the way, you might want to brush your teeth. That breath of yours is something else. The man and his subordinates froze in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting to block their path. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Yixio grabbed Long Fan and started to walk away. However, just as they thought they were in the clear, a furious roar echoed in the distance, growing louder with each passing second. Watch out, Feng. Long Fan's warning had barely escaped his lips when a massive black battle spirit tiger closed in. He immediately summoned his frost lion to counter the attack. The moment the lion materialized, it lunged toward the inky black tiger. This nether tiger was truly terrifying, measuring nearly 5 meters in length, over 2 meters tall at the shoulders, and shrouded in an eerie black mist. Its stats flashed through Feng Yixio's mind. A level 4, Stage 2 elite battle spirit in its mature phase, equipped with skills like War Roar, Nether Flash, Dark Canopy, and Deathclaw. It was Feng Yixio's second time facing a mature phase battle spirit. Though his last encounter with Li Chang'an had been as a novice at the juvenile stage, now as a level 3 spirit master, he believed he stood a fighting chance. The mere juvenile battle spirit dares to challenge my nether tiger? War Roar. Xiaohu barked arrogantly. The nether tiger let out a deafening roar, the sound waves forcing Feng Yixio and Long Fan to cover their ears. The frost lion, being the closest, bore the brunt of the attack and was momentarily stunned. By the time it recovered, only a dissipating cloud of black mist remained before it. It's over. Nether Slash. Xiaohu sneered coldly. From seemingly nowhere, a black mist appeared behind the frost lion, and razor-sharp tiger claws slashed through the air with deadly precision. This was Xiaohu's second battle spirit skill, a sudden, devastating ambush technique. Long Fan reached for his defensive spirit card, but the nether slash had already struck the frost lion's back. The power gap was too great. The lion was instantly forced back into the spirit codex, and Long Fan, suffering the backlash, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Supporting his injured companion, Feng Yixio glared at Xiao, who with unrestrained fury. You've gone too far. He had no intention of causing trouble at the central China base, but Xiao Hu's arrogance and ruthless attack had crossed a line he could no longer ignore. I'm bullying you, so what? What can you do about it? Xiao Hu taunted, stroking the nether tiger with a smug grin. As the deputy captain of the 5th unit of the Feng division, he was used to throwing his weight around, and was particularly displeased with this young upstart who dared to stand up to him. Feng Yixio took a deep breath to quell his anger. He helped Long Fan to a safe spot to rest, then turned and strode resolutely toward Xiao Hu. Brother Feng, watch out. That's Xiao Hu, the vice captain of the Wind Division's 5th squad level 4 battle spirit master. Long Fan urgently grabbed Feng Yixia's arm, his expression filled with worry. Feng Yixio turned to Long Fan, his gaze resolute. A level 4 battle spirit master? So what? With that, he strode confidently toward Xiao Hu. Watching Feng Yixia's upright and unwavering figure, Long Fan couldn't help but feel a regal aura radiating from him. It's your time to shine, Xiaobela. Feng Yixio lightly waved his arm, and the jade-scaled serpent appeared by his side in an instant. Having broken through to the third level of a battle spirit master, the serpent had grown even larger, stretching nearly 4 meters in length. Its body was covered in scales that gleamed like white jade, each one razor-sharp like the edge of a blade, resembling a lethal work of art. As soon as the jade-scaled serpent appeared, it locked eyes with Chiu Hu's nether tiger in a tense standoff. The stark contrast between the two spirits was striking, one shrouded in a sinister black mist, the other crackling with fierce white lightning. Surprisingly, despite still being in its growth phase, the jade-scaled serpent's aura was no weaker than the mature nether tiger's. In fact, the latter let out a low, uneasy growl. A jade-scaled serpent? Chiu Hu's face darkened. For his nether tiger to be overpowered by what was deemed a trash spirit was nothing short of humiliating. However, he quickly composed himself, reasoning that the opponent's spirit was only in its growth phase and couldn't possibly match his. Don't be afraid, Ahu. It's just a trash spirit, tear it apart. Xiaohu reassured his nether tiger. The tiger advanced cautiously, baring its fangs and glaring at the serpent, its fur bristling like steel needles. A deafening roar suddenly reverberated through the battlefield. The jade-scaled serpent appeared momentarily dazed, while the nether tiger dissolved into a cloud of black mist. It was using its signature battle spirit combo. The roar induced temporary dizziness, allowing it to close in with its nether slash for a decisive strike. Feng Yixia's lips curled into a faint smile as he calmly pulled out a bronze-tier magic spirit card. Iron Hedgehog. Feudal Resistance. Nether Slash. Xiaohu laughed triumphantly, certain of his victory. The black mist coalesced behind the jade-scaled serpent, and the nether tiger's massive claws slashed toward the serpent's back. Just as the attack was about to connect, the jade-scaled serpent suddenly swung its tail upward, its segmented scales forming a heavily armored tail hammer. Sorry to disappoint, you've been tricked. Meteor Hammer. Feng Yixio commanded. The jade-scaled serpent's powerful tail hammer struck the unsuspecting nether tiger with a resounding impact, shattering bones with a crisp crack. The tiger was sent flying over 10 meters before crashing to the ground, its waist bloodied and mangled, multiple ribs broken. Xiaohu staggered as the backlash caused blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. You were faking it. Xiaohu finally realized the truth. Feng Yixia's jade-scaled serpent had never been stunned. It had merely feigned weakness to lure the nether tiger into close range. This calculated deception had left the tiger completely unprepared for a counterattack. But what shocked Xiaohu even more was that a jade-scaled serpent in its growth phase could unleash power on par with his steer physical attack nether tiger. An acknowledged weak battle spirit can actually hold its ground against a mature stage nether tiger? The shocking reality left Xiaohu utterly stunned. Without sparing a moment to ponder, he immediately commanded the nether tiger to rise again, circling the Jade Lin snake in search of an opening to strike. Meanwhile, Feng Yixio's Jade Lin snake remained motionless, coiled in place like a lofty, untouchable monarch. It showed no regard for the nether tiger's menacing presence, as if dismissing it entirely. Is this what a mature stage battle spirit is capable of? It doesn't seem all that impressive to me. Feng Yixio remarked coldly. He was well aware of the Jade Lin snake's unique traits. It had poor hearing and primarily relied on its tongue to perceive its surroundings. This innate characteristic rendered it immune to soundwave-based control abilities. While they usually communicated verbally, their connection was fundamentally telepathic, with words serving as no more than a formality. Don't get too cocky just yet. I'll show you the true gap between us. Xiaohu retorted, swiftly pulling out a silver-ear magical spirit card. Phantom Death Butterfly Spectral Armament. In an instant, an ominous black aura of death enveloped the nether tiger's body as the terrifying power of the netherworld consumed it entirely. Wherever its claws touched the ground, the marble flooring corroded, leaving visible depressions in its wake. This magical card not only unleashed a deadly spectral aura, but also continuously drained the spirit energy of its target. It was Xiaohu's most powerful third-ear magical card, and by playing this trump card now, he was clearly acknowledging Feng Yixio's strength and committing himself to an all-out attack. Xiaobela, keep your distance. Feng Yixio commanded decisively. The Jade Lin snake's body immediately crackled with white lightning, its speed surging to more than twice its usual pace as it swiftly widened the gap between itself and the nether tiger. Scared now, you little brat? Too late. Dark Veil. Xiaohu roared with manic laughter. A dense black mist poured from the nether tiger's mouth, shrouding the surrounding 100 meters in an impenetrable darkness. This dark veil was far more terrifying than the white fog of the frog spirit, plunging everything into total obscurity. Feng Yixio, in this darkness, I am the master. You have no chance of winning. Qiuhu's laughter echoed eerily through the blackness, making it impossible to pinpoint his location. The heavy, deliberate footsteps of the nether tiger grew closer, and a chilling sense of dread began to creep over Feng Yixio. Beads of sweat formed on Feng Yixio's forehead as he frowned deeply. The fear of the unknown forced him to confront the true strength of his opponent. He had initially hoped to hold back, but it was now clear that such an approach was naive. A maturistage battle spirit was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Without hesitation, Feng Yixio drew his own Silverdeer magical spirit card. White Knight Griffin White Wing Armament. In a flash, a pair of radiant silver-white wings unfurled from the sides of the Jade Lin snake. Feng Yixio leapt onto its back, and together they soared straight into the sky. A Silverdeer flying spirit card? Qiuhu's voice was filled with disbelief and fury. How could you possibly have such a rare card? Jealousy churned inside him. As a level 4 spirit warrior, he had never acquired a single Silverdeer flying spirit card. Who exactly was this kid? Did his family own a mine or something? Don't think you're invincible just because you have a Silverdeer spirit card. Get down here. Death Claw. Qiuhu roared, unleashing his most powerful spirit technique. From within the darkened sky, a massive tiger claw, 5 meters long, tore through the air, slamming down fiercely toward the soaring jade-scaled serpent. The claw was shrouded in a chilling aura of death, its overwhelming power enough to bring both Feng Yixio and the serpent crashing down in a single strike. So this is the strength of a maturistage battle spirit? Impressive indeed. Feng Yixio gazed at the descending death claw, his tone carrying a hint of admiration but no trace of fear. But it's nothing more than impressive. Without hesitation, he flung out a second spirit card. You want to outmatch me? I've never lost to anyone. Titan devouring Python Titan armament. A silver-white glow instantly merged into the jade-scaled serpent's body. Its 4-meter-long frame began to expand wildly. 5 meters, 10 meters, and finally a staggering 20 meters. The transformed serpent now radiated the terrifying dominance unique to the Titan Python clan. That seemingly unstoppable death claw appeared as harmless as a kitten's paw in its eyes. T-Titan devouring Python? Another Silverdeer spirit card? And from the Titan clan? Qiuhu, lurking at the edge of the darkened sky, was utterly dumbfounded. A level 3 spirit warrior could only enchant 3 cards at once, 2 fixed and 1 variable. The White Knight Griffin was still in its armed state, so how could this kid use yet another Silverdeer card? Did that mean his second spirit card itself was Silverdeer? This completely defied conventional understanding. Nether Tiger, retract your claw immediately. Qiuhu shouted in panic. But it was too late. The death claw could no longer be withdrawn and continued its descent toward Feng Yixio and the jade-scaled serpent. Feng Yixio remained calm in the face of the massive tiger claw. With a faint smirk, he drew another card sword armor spirit card and sneered. Ha! This cat paw isn't even enough to scratch me. Titan Warhammer. A colossal steel warhammer, over 7 meters in diameter and crackling with thunderous energy, materialized in an instant. It collided head-on with the death claw. The clash of their immense forces erupted in midair, and in the blink of an eye, the thunderous energy obliterated the oppressive aura of death. With a deafening thunderclap, the death claw was completely shattered by the Titan hammer. A ripple of energy instantly spread across 100 meters, unleashing a violent pressure that dispersed the surrounding dark canopy. In that moment, the massive form of the jade-scaled serpent emerged before everyone's eyes. It hovered midair, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. Longfan and Qiuhu looked up in awe. This majestic and commanding beast immediately reminded them of the legendary Chinese dragon. The jade-scaled serpent's colossal body, its regal indifference, and those piercing vertical pupils glowing with an eerie green light instilled a profound sense of reverence. A mere glance from those terrifying eyes left Qiuhu's legs trembling. He nearly collapsed to his knees. As the death claw was obliterated, the right paw of the nether tiger also shattered. Overcome with agony, it let out a furious roar. At that precise moment, Feng Yixio seized the opportunity and unleashed the thunder spear he had been charging within the dark canopy. With all his strength, he hurled the spear directly at the nether tiger's already crippled leg. The spear cut through the air, its trajectory accompanied by a symphony of sonic booms and thunderclaps. The nether tiger had no time to react before the spear pierced its heart. Qiuhu spat out a mouthful of thick blood as the nether tiger disintegrated into a shadowy mist, slowly returning to the demonic spirit codex. Riding atop the jade-scaled serpent, Feng Yixio descended gracefully to stand before Qiuhu, his cold gaze fixed on his opponent. Under the combined pressure of the serpent's massive presence and its overwhelming aura, Qiuhu finally buckled, dropping to his knees, head bowed. I've lost, Xiaohu said with a tone of despair. As a level 4 spirit warrior with a fully matured battle spirit, he had been defeated by a level 3 spirit warrior wielding only a juvenile spirit. Yet, he admitted defeat without resentment. No matter what strategies, techniques, or powerful spirit cards he employed, he could not shake Feng Yixio in the slightest. Against the impenetrable defense of the jade-scaled serpent, all his efforts were rendered futile, utterly crushed. Feng Yixio leapt down from the serpent's back and commanded coldly, "Now, apologize to Long Fan." Immediately, Xiaohu's 5 team members surrounded Feng Yixio, shouting angrily, "Don't push your luck." But Xiaohu raised his hand to stop them. With their support, he walked toward Long Fan, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. "I'm sorry," he said with sincerity. As a soldier, Xiaohu deeply respected strength, and matters settled through power required no further words. Feng Yixia's victory with a level 3 spirit warrior's strength was enough to earn Xiaohu's admiration. Long Fan stood frozen, his mind blank. The Feng division had always been domineering, and he had long grown accustomed to it. Yet now, Xiaohu, the vice captain of the 5th squad, was apologizing to him. It felt surreal, like a dream. It's fine. You can get up now," Long Fan said in a low voice. Long Fan, who had been seething with rage, felt his anger subside slightly when he saw that Xiaohu's battle spirit had not only been killed but that Xiaohu himself had suffered severe backlash injuries. Xiaohu's demeanor underwent a stark change. His tone became unusually soft, shedding its earlier arrogance. "Feng Yixio, our boss really has something important to discuss with you. Please, I must ask you to come with me, and if I refuse?" Feng Yixio's brows furrowed slightly, his voice indifferent. Xiaohu's face immediately took on a troubled expression. "Please, Mr. Feng, don't make things difficult for someone like me. I'm just a messenger. If you don't go, the boss might take my life. Is that a threat?" Feng Yixio shot him a cold glance, his sharp, commanding gaze instantly sapping all the confidence from Xiaohu. "Mr. Feng, how could I dare threaten you? I'm just telling the truth." Xiaohu quickly forced a smile, trying to placate him. "Enough with the nonsense. I won't go with you, I have more pressing matters to attend to." Feng Yixio turned, intending to leave with Long Fan and head to the military district hospital. At that moment, a tall, muscular woman dressed in sleek black combat gear strode toward them. Her skin was dark, radiating a healthy vitality. Even before she approached, her voice rang out, "Feng Yixio, I finally understand why the boss is so intrigued by you. You really do have the strength to back it up." "Captain." The members of Team 5 immediately straightened up and saluted the woman with respect. "If I hadn't come in person, how could I have witnessed such a spectacle?" The dark-skinned woman glared sharply at Xiao, who before landing a sudden slap across his face. She scolded him furiously. "This is how you invite someone?" Xiao, who lowered his head in silence, clearly intimidated by her. "Feng Yixio, on behalf of my team member, I apologize. This was not the intention of the Feng division. Please don't hold it against us," the woman said with a smile, her voice slightly husky. Long Fan leaned toward Feng Yixio and whispered, "She's the captain of Team 5. Codename Nakomata." Feng Yixio studied the enigmatic woman in front of him for a moment before frowning. "Wasn't this your way of testing me?" Nakomata's lips twitched awkwardly, and she replied, "Since we're all smart here, I'll get straight to the point. Our boss wants to meet you. I hope you'll come with me." "Sorry, I have more urgent matters to attend to right now. I don't have time to meet your boss. Besides, someone as important as her, what could she possibly want with me? Let's not waste her time." Feng Yixia's tone remained calm and composed. Nakomata seemed unsurprised by his refusal. She immediately countered, "The boss said that if I mentioned the name Jialan Ziyu, you would agree to come with me. Is that true?" Feng Yixio, who had already started walking away, suddenly froze mid-step. Slowly turning back, he asked in a deep voice, "How does she know my teacher's name?" "Jialan Zi, your current teacher, was once a member of the Feng division herself. That's something you probably didn't know, did you?" Nakomata said calmly as she approached Feng Yixio. Feng Yixio fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Fine. After I visit Midor, I'll go with you to meet Minister Zhong." Nakomata gestured politely, then leaned against a nearby tree, closing her eyes as if to rest. "Long Fan, let's go," Feng Yixio said as he turned and headed toward the door. Long Fan hesitated for a moment before quickly catching up with him. Together, they made their way toward the military hospital. "What floor is Midor on?" Feng Yixio asked as he strode forward with purpose. "The 8th floor," Long Fan replied, pressing the elevator button. Once inside the elevator, he hit the button for the 8th floor and couldn't help but add, "You're the first person I've seen talk to the Maoyu like that. You scared the hell out of me earlier. Why? Are you all that afraid of them?" Feng Yixio glanced at Long Fan with a puzzled expression. "Of course. The Feng division is an assassination unit. Who would dare cross them?" Long Fan's tone carried a mix of awe and respect. Feng Yixio shrugged, a faint smile playing on his lips. If someone steps on my face, I'm not about to smile back at them. The elevator soon arrived at the 8th floor. The two men headed straight for Mi Duoer's private hospital room, where a nurse was stationed to provide dedicated care. Feng Yixio knocked lightly before pushing the door open. Mi Duoer lay on the hospital bed, her body connected to various medical tubes. She looked frail and weak. Seeing them enter, she tried to sit up but struggled. Feng Yixio, Long Fan, you're here? Her voice was barely audible. Feng Yixio quickly stepped forward to support her, while Long Fan adjusted the bed to elevate her position, making her more comfortable. Duoer, how are you feeling? Are you getting better? Feng Yixio asked, his concern evident. Mi Duoer forced a faint smile. I'm fine. It's not too serious. Sorry for troubling you. I'm the one who should apologize. I failed to protect you. This wouldn't have happened otherwise, Feng Yixio said, his voice heavy with guilt. It's not your fault. I'm just too weak. I ended up dragging you all down, Mi Duoer said softly, shaking her head. Just then, Mi Duoer's phone chimed with a text message notification. She weakly raised her arm but couldn't reach the phone. Could you hand it to me, please? She asked. Feng Yixio immediately picked up the phone and handed it to her. Mi Duoer read the message, and her expression instantly shifted. Her pupils dilated, her breathing became erratic, and sheer terror overtook her face. The heart monitor beside her bed began to spike alarmingly, its sharp beeping filling the room. Seeing her distress, Feng Yixio snatched the phone from her hands and read the message himself. As he scanned the text, his face darkened with fury, and his grip on the phone tightened to the point where it seemed he might crush it. The message read, Mi Duoer, don't think hiding in the Huazhong base will keep you safe. Your parents and your adorable little brother are in my hands. They'll make sure you pay in blood. Attached were gruesome photos showing Mi Duoer's parents and a young boy, bloodied and bound. The message was a blatant threat from the Pang family's company, their arrogance on full display. They didn't even bother to conceal their identity. Their message was clear. They couldn't find Feng Yixio, the outsider, so they had turned their attention to Mi Duoer. Their goal was obvious: to force her out of the Huazhong base and exact revenge for Pang Lei. Feng Yixia's face was a mask of cold fury as he turned to leave, radiating an almost tangible killing intent. Long Fan, sensing the storm brewing, quickly grabbed his arm to stop him. Brother Feng, we need to think this through carefully. Long Fan stood by the window, his fists clenched in anxiety. The Pang family is the most powerful in Qingyun City. They're not opponents we can take on so easily. Feng Yixio shot him a cold glance, his tone laced with disdain. If you're afraid of dying, then I'll go alone. The word struck a nerve in Long Fan. He whirled around, his eyes bloodshot with fury. You think I'm afraid of death? If you're so determined to throw your life away, then I'll go with you. I won't even blink. The room fell into an uneasy silence. Feng Yixio's anger subsided slightly as his gaze shifted to Mi Duoer, who sat quietly, her expression filled with sorrow. Mi Duoer's face was a canvas of conflicting emotions. After a long pause, she finally spoke, her voice trembling. Brother Feng, this is my problem. If it comes to it, I'll trade my life for theirs. They just want revenge for Pang Lei. If I die, they won't harm my family. Feng Yixio caught the resolute despair in Mi Duoer's eyes, and it was clear to him that if this wasn't resolved properly, she might truly choose to end her life. The thought chilled him, forcing him to calm down. Mi Duoer had already suffered enough, couldn't let his impulsiveness push her further into despair. Taking a deep breath, Feng Yixio sat beside her, his gaze unwavering. Mi Duoer, I don't know much about the Pang family, but if they raise someone like Pang Lei, they're far from honorable. If you take your own life, they'll only turn on your family next. Please, don't act recklessly, all right? But what else can I do? Mi Duoer's voice broke as tears spilled uncontrollably down her cheeks. As a second-year student at Battle Spirit Academy, she was a figure most people would look up to. Yet in the eyes of a powerful family like the Pangs, she was nothing more than an ant they could crush at will. Feng Yixio gently placed his hand over hers. Give me one day. After tonight, I promise I'll rescue your family. Mi Duoer, do you trust me? I trust you. Mi Duoer looked into Feng Yixio's determined eyes and nodded faintly. Logic told her that a high school student had no chance against the Pang family. In Qingyun City, even the mayor wouldn't dare provoke them. But right now, Feng Yixio was her only hope. Seeing the despair fade from Mi Duoer's eyes, Feng Yixio allowed himself a small sigh of relief. Long Fan, let's go. Are we going to see the Legion commander? Long Fan asked instinctively. He knew Shin Tuijin held Feng Yixio in high regard, but as the commander of the Alliance Legion, his forces were primarily tasked with defending against beast invasions and blood spirit masters. Without a legitimate reason, he had no authority to intervene in personal disputes. Besides, mobilizing the Alliance Legion to attack a family would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Feng Yixia's eyes gleamed with a sharp, deadly resolve. Didn't you say the Wind Division is an assassination unit? I'm going to find Zhongli Mei right now. Minister Zhong? Lung Fan frowned and asked, but why would she help us? If Minister Feng were to step in, the Pang family would be no problem at all. But why Zhongli Mei? We're not even members of the Wind Division. With her eccentric personality, there's no way she'd bother with something so trivial. She'll help, Feng Yixio replied, a confident smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He turned to leave the hospital room, but not before giving a stern warning. Take care of Duoer. Make sure she doesn't do anything foolish. Don't worry. I'll stay here and keep watch. Long Fan nodded solemnly, his tone firm with assurance. Outside the hospital, Mao Yu and the others were still waiting in the same spot. Before Feng Yixio could say a word, Mao Yu, eyes shut, spoke in a cold voice, you reek of killing intent. You're planning to kill someone? Feng Yixio's brows furrowed slightly. He had thought he had concealed his intent well enough, but it seemed his efforts were in vain. As expected of the captain of the Wind Division's 5th team, your sensitivity to killing intent is truly impressive. I've heard your team specializes in assassinations. This level of awareness certainly lives up to the reputation. It's nothing special. When you've killed enough, it becomes second nature, Mao Yu replied as he slowly opened his eyes. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from where he stood. What speed! Feng Yixio immediately locked onto Mao Yu's position now, perched on a tree branch behind him. Follow me, Mao Yu said, his voice trailing off as he vanished again, leaving only the faint sway of the branch in his wake. A series of treetops began to sway one after another as Mao Yu darted through them like an agile black cat, disappearing almost instantly from sight. Thunderstorm mode? Feng Yixio dared not waste any time. He immediately activated his fastest movement ability, transforming into a streak of lightning as he barely managed to keep up with Mao Yu's pace. Suddenly, Mao Yu came to a halt on a tree branch and glanced back at the pursuing streak of lightning. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes before a subtle smirk appeared on his lips. Without a word, he picked up speed and continued forward. Struggling to keep up, Feng Yixio was on the verge of cursing. If not for his need to seek Zhongli Mei's help, he would have turned around and left long ago. Are all Wind Division members this insane? Are you messing with me? Moments later, the two arrived at a massive black, dome-shaped building. Hanging above the main entrance was a sign bearing a single black character. Wind, we're here. This is the Wind Division. Mao Yu finally stopped, his expression as calm as ever. Feng Yixio, flushed and panting heavily, glanced around at the eerie structure and couldn't help but complain. Why does your Wind Division look like a cemetery? It's downright creepy. Because the architecture of the Wind Division was inspired by cemeteries, Mao Yu replied matter-of-factly. Joining the Wind Division means stepping into hell itself, casting aside any regard for life and death. With that, he took out a token and led Feng Yixio through the entrance. While the interior of the building wasn't as ominous as its exterior, its predominantly black design still exuded an air of mystery. For ordinary people, the oppressive atmosphere alone would be enough to instill fear. The two entered an elevator, and Feng Yixio noticed that the building had 36 levels in total, 18 above ground and 18 below. Feng Yixio stood in the elevator, shivering slightly when he saw Mao Yu press the button for the 18th floor. It was only when the elevator began descending that he let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but remark, I didn't expect you guys to have underground levels here. The design inspiration must have been the 18 levels of hell or something. Mao Yu rarely showed any expression, but a faint smile appeared as he replied in a calm tone. You're quite perceptive. Down there, we detain the most dangerous criminals, vicious individuals, like blood spirit masters. Want to take a look? No, that's not necessary. Feng Yixio quickly waved his hands, thinking to himself that the underground prison must be eerie and terrifying. He definitely didn't want to risk having nightmares later. The elevator doors opened slowly, revealing the topmost floor, a spacious hall. Inside, there were only two people. One of them was Zhongli Mei, whom Feng Yixio had met before, and the other was a man standing silently to the side, who appeared to be the captain of the Wind Division. Boss, I've brought him, Mao Yu reported with a slight bow. Zhongli Mei waved dismissively before turning to Feng Yixio. You sure kept me waiting, kid. Do you have any idea how valuable my time is? I'd like to think I'm worth the wait, Minister Zhong, Feng Yixio replied with a confident smile. Just like your teacher, full of confidence. Zhongli Mei chuckled, then corrected himself. No, actually, I should say arrogance. I've always believed arrogance is better than insecurity. Wouldn't you agree? Feng Yixio countered in a steady voice. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhongli Mei's figure suddenly blurred and appeared behind Feng Yixio in an instant. With a swift and powerful strike, Zhongli Mei unleashed a Bagua thunder palm aimed at him. Feng Yixio reacted immediately, turning to counter the attack. With his second-tier genetic lock activated, the power of his origin martial art had significantly increased. However, His strike felt as though it hit nothing but air, with no point of resistance. In the moment he attempted to redirect his force, an overwhelming surge of power burst from Zhong Limai's palm, like the weight of a mountain. Feng Yixio staggered back 3 steps before regaining his balance. He quickly realized that Zhong Limei was also using Xingyi Bagua palm, but his mastery far exceeded Feng Yixio's. Zhong Limei, on the other hand, was quietly impressed. This kid has practiced Xingyi Bagua palm for less than 6 months and has already reached a proficient level, just a step away from perfection. When I was his age, I had barely scratched the surface. No wonder Jialan Ziyu holds him in such high regard. Your understanding of Xingyi Bagua palm is still too shallow, Zhong Limei said calmly. How do you know Xingyi Bagua palm? Feng Yixio asked, puzzled. He could sense that Zhong Limei's technique seemed even more refined than his teacher's. A faint smirk appeared on Zhong Limei's lips. Because I'm the one who taught your teacher Xingyi Bagua palm. What do you think? You taught her? Does that mean you're Jialan's teacher? Feng Yixio frowned, deep in thought. If that were true, wouldn't that make this man his grandmaster? But Zhong Limei didn't seem particularly old. Even if his appearance was deceiving, Feng Yixio wasn't sure he could bring himself to call him grandmaster with a straight face. Zhong Limei keenly sensed Feng Yixio's thoughts, and a gentle smile appeared at the corners of her lips. Don't worry, you don't need to call me grandmaster. I'm not that old. Hearing this, Feng Yixio visibly let out a sigh of relief and quickly asked, Minister Zhong, Captain Maoyu mentioned that teacher Jialan was once a member of the Wind Division. Is that true? Zhong Limei's expression turned grave. It is true. She was once the vice-captain of the first team in the Wind Division. During a mission, they unexpectedly encountered the Grand Priest of the Tianqiong sect. The captain of the first team at the time sacrificed himself to protect her and ended up in a vegetative state. Her voice trailed off as she spoke, sinking into the weight of painful memories she seemed reluctant to revisit. So, teacher left the Wind Division and became an ordinary instructor at Zhangling Academy because she couldn't bear the burden of that tragedy? Feng Yixio frowned and pressed further. That's right, Zhong Limei sighed. The first team captain, Xianji, and Jialan Ziyu were once admired by everyone as a perfect pair. But alas, she shook her head with a heavy sigh. It was my fault for arriving too late. Afterward, Jialan Ziyu was devastated. Despite my efforts to persuade her to stay, she resigned from her position as vice-captain and chose to teach at Qingyun Academy instead. Tianqiong sect. It's always the Tianqiong sect. Feng Yixio clenched his fists in fury. If it weren't for them, teacher Jialan wouldn't be trapped in sorrow, and Midowar wouldn't have nearly lost her life. Zhong Limei fixed her gaze on Feng Yixio with a stern expression. I assume you now understand the reason I called you here. You've seen the dangers of the Wind Division. Now, can you give me your answer? After a moment of silence, Feng Yixio spoke with resolve. I've decided to join the Wind Division. But what? Zhong Limei asked. I don't want to be just an ordinary soldier. Feng Yixio said firmly, meeting Zhong Limei's eyes with unwavering determination. Zhong Limei smiled approvingly and nodded. Don't worry, I had no intention of assigning you that role. I've already heard about your feat of defeating Xiu Hu. The position of vice-captain in the first team has been vacant for some time, and I'm confident no one will object to you filling it. I want the position of first team captain, Feng Yixio declared loudly. The words left Zhong Limei and the other 2 captains momentarily stunned. A woman dressed in white Bai Hu, the current captain of the first team, glared at Feng Yixio. Do you even know what you're saying? You're young, but your arrogance is astounding. Zhong Limei cast a calm glance at Bai Hu, silencing her instantly. He then retrieved a classified file from his desk and handed it to her. This is Feng Dixia's dossier. Why don't you take a look before jumping to conclusions? Bai Hu accepted the file and carefully read through it. As she did, her expression shifted to one of utter shock, leaving her momentarily speechless. This can't be true. Zhong Limei held a file that she had specifically retrieved from the archives. Her focused gaze scanned through the detailed records of Feng Yixio's battle spirit. The data in the file was shocking. A level 2 battle spirit master who had already unlocked the second stage of the gene lock, absorbed a Silverdeer magic spirit card for his second spirit, and even achieved a perfect 4S evolution for his Jade Lin snake. Bai Hu shook his head in disbelief as he read the data. This must be fake, he exclaimed. Zhong Limei let out a soft sigh and signaled to Feng Yixio with her eyes. Feng Yixio understood immediately. Holding the magic spirit codex in his left hand, he began to summon a thunder spear with his right. From the magic spirit codex, 2 glowing magic spirit cards flew out: Iron Hedgehog and Titan Devouring Python. At the same time, the thunder spear in his right hand gradually took shape, crackling with deafening thunderclaps. Titan Devouring Python? Elemental manifestation? Bai Hu exclaimed, stumbling back a couple of steps in shock. If it weren't for Mao Yu catching him in time, he would have fallen. The glowing magic spirit cards were undeniable proof of absorption. There was no way to fake it. Staring at the thunder spear in Feng Yixia's hand, Baihu finally understood. This was the unmistakable mark of a second-stage source weapon master. Do you still need to see my Jade Lin Snake? Feng Yixio asked as he prepared to summon his battle spirit. Baihu frantically waved his hands, his voice trembling. No, no need. I willingly relinquish my position as the leader of the first division. Zhong Limei nodded. With your abilities, being a vice leader feels like an injustice, but all 5 divisions already have leaders. Mao Yu suddenly stepped forward and spoke earnestly. Boss, I'm willing to take the position of vice leader of the first division, so that Baihu can lead the 5th division. Are you sure? Zhong Limei asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm sure. Mao Yu glanced at Feng Yixio and spoke with conviction. While Feng Yixia's current strength might not surpass her own, she was confident it wouldn't be long before the first division reclaimed its position as the strongest. Ever since she witnessed Feng Yixio defeat Xiao Hu, she had been thoroughly impressed by his power. The exchange ceremony promptly began. Mao Yu handed the 5th division leader's token to Bai Hu, who, in turn, passed his token to Feng Yixio. Zhong Limei then retrieved a silver token and handed it to Mao Yu. Feng Yixio accepted the jade-like token, engraved with the character, 1 on the front and the Wind Division's unique insignia on the back. You're dismissed for now. I have something to discuss with Yulong, Zhong Limei said, gesturing for Mao Yu and Bai Hu to leave. The two bowed before exiting. Seeing Feng Yixio about to leave as well, Zhong Limei immediately called out, You stay. Feng Yixio looked confused. I thought you wanted to talk to Yulong? You are Yulong. Zhong Limei replied irritably. Wait, what? Feng Yixio was completely stunned. Since when did I have a codename like that? Shouldn't you at least ask me first? This is way too sudden. What? You don't like it? Fine, they'll call you Yusha Jade Snake instead, Zhong Limei said with a sly smile. No, Yulong is great. Yulong is perfect. Feng Yixio quickly interjected. Although he wasn't thrilled with Yulong, it was still far better than Yusha. Zhong Limei handed a top-secret mission letter to the newly appointed team leader, Feng Yixio. He eagerly unfolded the letter and read it carefully. His spirits lifted instantly. It was the opportunity he had been waiting for. The mission, named Operation Demon Slayer, targeted none other than the powerful Pang family. According to classified intelligence, the Pang family was secretly colluding with the blood sorcerers. The mission's objective was clear: capture the entire Pang family and escort them to the Feng division for trial. Should they resist, immediate execution was authorized. The lead came from Shantu Yijian and had been verified as credible by the Feng division. This is your first mission. Victory is your only option, Zhong Limei said with piercing determination. Feng Yixio nodded solemnly. I can't guarantee success with every mission, but this one I won't fail. Inwardly, he was thrilled. He had been meaning to bring this matter up with Zhong Limei, but to his surprise, the opportunity had presented itself on its own. Seeing Feng Yixia's fighting spirit, Zhong Limei smiled approvingly. You've already unlocked the 2nd-tier genetic lock. I can teach you some ancient martial arts. Are you interested? Right now? Won't it interfere with the mission schedule? Feng Yixio asked. The Demon Slayer mission can only be carried out at night. Acting during the day would attract unnecessary attention, Zhong Limei explained. This was standard protocol for the Feng division, as their operations were covert and unsuitable for broad daylight. Then I'll gladly accept your guidance, Minister Zhong, Feng Yixio replied enthusiastically. He then asked curiously, by the way, Minister, what's your code name? I've noticed that the captains and vice-captains of the Feng division all have code names. My code name is Rakshasa, Zhong Limei said softly. Rakshasa? Why not Yuksha? Feng Yixio muttered under his breath, wondering why Zhong Limei's codename deviated from the animal-themed names of others. Zhong Limei shot him a cold, penetrating glare, exuding an aura of lethal intent. What did you just say? Feng Yixio immediately backtracked. I said it's a great codename. It perfectly matches your unparalleled elegance and power. Naturally, Zhong Limei replied, her expression softening into a satisfied smile. She continued, enough flattery. Let's begin. I'll teach you the advanced applications of Xingyi Baguazhang and Jujitsu. Advanced applications? Feng Yixio asked, puzzled. Teacher Jialan never mentioned anything about additional applications. Zhong Limei explained, Jialan Ziyu isn't the type to withhold knowledge. At the time, you had only unlocked the 1st-tier genetic lock. Learning advanced techniques too early could have hindered your development, so it's perfectly reasonable that she didn't tell you. When Feng Yixio heard about the connection between ancient martial arts and the genetic lock, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. Zhong Limei stood in the training arena, her expression serious as she explained. Advanced ancient martial arts place extremely high demands on source martial artists. Take Xingyi Bagua Palm as an example. You must first master the art of elemental materialization before you can comprehend the advanced technique of hidden force. Hidden force? What is that? Feng Yixio asked with a frown. Zhong Limei didn't elaborate. Instead, she casually struck a nearby iron sandbag with her palm. The strike appeared ordinary, neither fast nor forceful, yet an invisible power erupted from her palm, precisely imprinting itself on the bag. With a muffled boom, a clear palm print emerged on the surface of the sandbag, which swung violently in response. Feng Yixio was dumbfounded, his mind flashing to the legendary, striking a bowl across a mountain. Retracting her hand, Zhong Lime calmly explained, "This is the hidden force of Xingyi Bagua palm. Since my awakened bloodline element is wind, my strikes are formless. If you were to use it, it would manifest as thunderous palm prints, with even greater explosive power." She continued her analysis. Every awakened bloodline element has its unique characteristics. Wind may not be the most powerful, but it excels in stealth, often catching opponents off guard. Elements like lightning and fire, on the other hand, are inherently powerful. Lightning is known for its explosive force, while fire is sustained and relentless. Can I do that too? Feng Yixio asked, disbelief evident in his tone. Zhong Lime studied him carefully. Your fundamentals are solid, and you train diligently. Your proficiency in soft techniques and Xingyi Bagua palm is already at the advanced level. You're only one step away from perfection. Once you reach that point, you'll naturally grasp hidden force. It's similar to elemental materialization, but relies even more on technique. Boss Zhong, then teach me now. Feng Yixio exclaimed excitedly. This was the first time he addressed Zhong Lime as boss, prompting her to roll her eyes at him in exasperation. Don't rush, Zhong Lime said as she began her detailed explanation. Xingyi Bagua palm emphasizes intent over form and adheres to the 6 harmonies: mind and intent in harmony, intent and energy in harmony, energy and force in harmony, shoulders and hips in harmony, elbows and knees in harmony. Over the next 5 hours, Feng Yixio immersed himself in learning, absorbing everything like a sponge. With his strong foundation, he quickly mastered the techniques of generating hidden force, precise strikes on human acupoints, and the release of elemental materialization. As he practiced, his aura grew increasingly refined, gradually taking on the demeanor of a true master. Zhong Lime couldn't help but marvel at Feng Yixio's extraordinary aptitude. He could grasp the essence of hidden force after just one demonstration. 5 hours later, Feng Yixio exhaled deeply, expelling a breath of turbid air. Opening his eyes, he asked excitedly, Boss Zhong, is there anything else you can teach me? Under the personal guidance of Zhong Lime, the renowned mentor of Jialan Ziyu, Feng Yixio's progress was astonishing. In just 5 hours, his Xingyi Bagua palm and soft techniques transcended the advanced level, successfully reaching the stage of perfection. Although Feng Yixio couldn't compare to Zhong Lime, he managed to break through to the mastery level within just half a day, showcasing remarkable talent. Seeing his rapid progress, Zhong Lime decided to teach him an advanced movement technique called Windborne Dragon Step. This technique was extraordinary. Even at an entry-level proficiency, Feng Yixio was already capable of briefly stepping through the air, significantly enhancing his speed advantage. Witnessing this, Zhong Lime's lips twitched slightly. She had initially thought it would be impressive if he could perfect the Xingyi 8 trigram palm within 5 hours. Yet, to her surprise, not only did this kid quickly master the Xingyi 8 trigram palm and grappling techniques, but with some extra time, she even taught him a highly challenging light buddy technique, which he managed to grasp in no time. Don't get carried away, kid. These 3 ancient martial arts techniques are already more than enough for you. Be careful not to bite off more than you can chew, Zhong Lime said irritably. Feng Yixio stuck out his tongue playfully. You're absolutely right, Minister Zhong. I'll make sure to keep practicing diligently. Remember this, Zhong Lime said earnestly. Ancient martial arts are just the foundation. Whether you can unleash their full potential depends entirely on the martial artist. There's no such thing as a useless ancient martial art, only martial artists who don't know how to use them. I hope you can bring out the best in these 3 techniques. She elaborated further. Ancient martial arts are like formulas. Whether they can solve problems or defeat enemies depends entirely on the user, not the formula itself. A correct formula can be a powerful tool in the hands of an academic genius, but utterly useless in the hands of someone who doesn't know how to apply it. Now, let me see the power of your Xingyi 8 trigram palm. Strike that iron sandbag. Zhong Lime pointed to a massive sandbag nearby, her expression serious. Feng Yixio immediately straightened up, activating his thunderstorm mode and assuming the starting stance of the Xingyi 8 trigram palm. Thunderclap 8 trigram palm. Skybreaker. A shockwave shaped like a palm burst forth from his hand, striking the sandbag at lightning speed. Crash! The sandbag didn't even have time to sway before a palm-shaped hole was blasted through it, and iron sand began spilling out. What incredible penetration! Zhong Lime was inwardly astonished, but she maintained a calm demeanor and said nonchalantly, not bad. You're already quite adept at applying internal force. Feng Yixio glanced at the setting sun on the horizon and smiled. It's getting late. I'll head out to carry out the mission now. Zhong Lime pulled out a dragon head mask made of white jade and tossed it to him. Wear this mask during missions to avoid attracting too many enemies. The mask was exceptionally sturdy, covering his entire face except for 2 eye holes. Feng Yixio put on the mask and bid farewell to Zhong Limei. I'll be off then. Wait for my good news. Zhong Limei turned away casually and said, Go on, get lost. As Feng Yixio was about to step into the elevator, an elderly man with a white beard approached from the opposite direction. It was none other than Minister of the Lin Department, Chu Ci. However, due to the dragon head mask Feng Yixio was wearing, Chu Ci didn't recognize him, and the two brushed past each other without exchanging a word. Feng Yixio pressed the button for the first floor, preparing to join his team members. Chu Ci turned back suspiciously, staring at the elevator doors as they slid shut. Muttering to himself, he said, Since when did the phone department have a team leader wearing a dragon head mask? He didn't even greet me. How rude. Chu Lao, what brings such a busy man like you here today? Zhong Limei asked knowingly, a sly tone in her voice. She was well aware that Chu Lao was here for Feng Yixio, but since he was here to poach talent, she had no intention of being helpful. What kind of question is that? Can't I drop by just to see you? Chu Ci replied, his eyes darting around the room. Zhong Limei let out a cold laugh. Come on now, we're both old foxes. Don't try to play games with me. You're here for Feng Yixio, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Chu Ci chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. You know me too well, Minister Zhong. I heard Feng Yixia's second war spirit is at the silver level, and I wanted to confirm if it's true. Leaning back leisurely in her chair, Zhong Limei smirked. Your intel is outdated. No need to look for him. I saw it with my own eyes. His second war spirit is indeed at the silver level. Really? That's fantastic. Chu Ci beamed with excitement, almost like a child. Where is he now? Chu Lao, you're too late. Zhong Limei's smile widened as she added, that person you just passed by in the hallway? That was Feng Yixio. He's already on his way to complete a mission. You're too hasty. Chu Ci exclaimed in frustration. He's still just a kid. How can you send him on missions already? He knew that the tasks assigned to the Feng department were always life-threatening, and if anything happened to Feng Yixio, the shame of it would haunt him for the rest of his life. It was his choice, Zhong Limei replied proudly, casting a smug glance at Chu Ci. He's now the team leader of our first squad, with the codename J-Dragon. What? A 50-and-a-half kid leading the first squad? Are you out of your mind? Chu Ci shouted in disbelief. Heroes have always emerged young. With someone this talented, of course, we have to nurture him from an early age, Zhong Limei said with a triumphant smile. Chu Lao, don't even think about stealing him from me. A genius like him doesn't belong cooped up in a lab all day. You. Chu Ci was so furious he could barely speak. Finally, he resorted to a veiled threat. If the phone department is this capable, it seems you don't need additional cultivation resources anymore. Well, cut your allocation in half. Oh, and I've just perfected the ultimate evolution method for your war spirit, but I suppose you don't need to know about that either. Zhong Limei's once composed expression instantly darkened. Without hesitation, she stood up respectfully and said, Chu Lao, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. How about we let Feng Yixio join both departments at the same time? Let's not hurt our relationship over this. Elder Chu's expression was frighteningly grim as he mercilessly announced plans to slash the Wind Division's resource allocation and even cut off the already established evolution routes. This series of thunderous decisions was akin to killing without drawing blood. Now that's more like it. Elder Chu let out a cold snort, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. To him, Zhong Limei's attempts to posture in front of him were laughably immature. Zhong Limei immediately rose from the executive chair, his face adorned with a polite smile, and helped Elder Chu to a seat. Personally handing him a cup of hot tea, he said, Elder Chu, Feng Yixio will report back after completing his mission. Please take a moment to rest here. Experience always wins out in the end, Elder Chu remarked as he took a sip of tea, his brows furrowing slightly. Of all the departments to offend, the Lin Division is the last one you want to mess with. But still, assigning someone as young as Feng Yixio to lead team 1, are you sure that's a wise decision? Rest assured, Zhong Limei replied with a self-assured tone, sitting nearby. Don't you trust my judgment? There won't be any problems. Elder Chu nodded, choosing not to say more. Under the cloak of night, in front of the Wind Division's towering building, a team of 100 had already assembled. All members were dressed in black stealth suits with matching black masks, blending seamlessly into the shadows. Mao Yu, is everyone here? Feng Yixio turned to his deputy, who wore a black cat mask. Reporting to the captain, as per your orders, all members are accounted for. Mao Yu replied crisply. Feng Yixio produced the Team 1 captain's insignia and addressed the group in a commanding voice. I am your new captain, codename Yulong. Any questions? Reporting to the new captain, a team member in the front row spoke up. I want to know, where is Captain White Fox? Feng Yixio strode up to him, and suddenly, A powerful aura erupted from his body. Bolts of lightning as thick as a wrist crackled around him. White Fox is now the captain of Team 5. Do you have a problem with that? No. No problem at all, Captain. The team member immediately straightened up, intimidated by the overwhelming presence. And the rest of you? Feng Yixio's sharp gaze swept across the team. No problem, Captain. Hundreds of voices responded in unison, their shout echoing like thunder. Move out. Target. The Pang Manor. Feng Yixio issued the order succinctly. Outwardly, he appeared calm and composed, but inwardly, he was filled with nervousness. Many in the team were on par with him in terms of rank, and some even surpassed him. Thankfully, with Mao You's unwavering support, no one suspected that he was merely a level 3 Tier 2 battle spirit master. With a deafening roar, over 100 jet motorcycles roared to life. Feng Yixio led the way on the most striking white motorcycle. To stay under the radar, they had opted for motorcycles instead of helicopters. Upon reaching the outskirts of Qingyun City, the team dismounted and continued their approach on foot. Everyone, split up and regroup at the perimeter of the Pang estate. Feng Yixio made a sharp gesture, and over 100 people dispersed like a tidal wave, preparing to infiltrate Qingyun City from all directions before converging at the Pang estate. Mao Yu, we need to get to the Pang estate before they do and locate where Meteor's family is being held, Feng Yixio said in a low voice to Mao Yu, who was standing beside him. If the Pang family used Meteor's family as hostages during a direct confrontation, the situation would become extremely disadvantageous. The best plan was for the two of them to infiltrate first, rescue the hostages, and then engage in full combat. Got it. I'll follow your lead, Mao Yu responded with a curt nod. Then keep up with my pace. Before he finished speaking, Feng Yixio activated his thunderstorm mode, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he darted through the deserted alleys. Suddenly, a shadow streaked past him. Captain, it's you who needs to keep up with my speed, the figure taunted. Feng Yixio froze for a moment. Was this a challenge to force him to use his Wind Dragon Step technique? Explosive Step. He channeled all his thunder energy to his feet, and the immense propulsion launched him into the air. The concrete beneath him cracked under the impact as his figure shot forward like a meteor, leaving nothing but a blazing trail of lightning in the dark. Mao Yu, don't fall behind. Feng Yixio overtook her effortlessly, teasing with a confident grin. Mao Yu paused briefly, watching his low-flying silhouette ahead. It was clear that Zhongli Mei held Feng Yixio in high regard, even teaching him the Wind Dragon Step. What was more astonishing was that he had mastered the technique in just 5 hours and even combined it with his elemental affinity to create the devastating explosive step. His talent was nothing short of terrifying. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the brightly lit Pang estate. The sprawling estate was centered around a resplendent structure resembling a European palace. So this is the Pang estate, Mao Yu said, her cheeks slightly flushed. It's massive. Where do we even begin? Feng Yixio frowned. Searching for hostages in such an enormous estate could take all night. Leave the tracking to me, Mao Yu declared confidently, summoning her battle spirit of Phantom Night Shadow Cat. The sleek, jet-black creature, over a meter long, blended seamlessly into the darkness. Mao Yu retrieved a tattered piece of children's clothing and placed it in front of the spirit. Miao, find the person who wore this. It was the clothing of a child who had recently gone missing, and Mao Yu suspected the Pang family was involved. A cat can track scents? Isn't that a dog's specialty? Feng Yixio asked, visibly puzzled. Meow. The Phantom Night Shadow Cat leapt gracefully, its sharp claws brushing lightly against Feng Yixio's neck. I'd advise you not to upset Miao. Has quite the temper, Mao Yu said with a giggle, covering her mouth. The Phantom Night Shadow Cat sniffed the clothing before vaulting over the estate's perimeter wall. So it is the Pang family's doing. Let's go. Mao Yu followed closely behind, and Feng Yixio quickly joined them, disappearing into the shadows. The Pang family estate was heavily guarded late at night, with numerous security personnel patrolling the grounds. Taking advantage of the cover of darkness, Feng Yixio and Mao Yu skillfully evaded the patrol teams. With this many security patrols, there must be something suspicious going on in this estate. Feng Yixio murmured softly after narrowly avoiding a patrol. Be cautious. We can't afford to alert them, Mao Yu warned. Following the lead of the Phantom Night Shadow Cat, they made their way to the central area of the estate. Suddenly, the Phantom Night Shadow Cat stopped and let out a soft meow toward Mao Yu. Meow. Are you saying the owner of that piece of clothing is right beneath this villa? Mao Yu frowned. Hiding a secret location directly under their own residence? That's a bit too obvious, isn't it? The Phantom Night Shadow Cat nodded in confirmation, then guided them to a massive manhole cover. Mao Yu carefully lifted the cover, revealing a pitch-black passageway that seemed to stretch endlessly downward. From within, faint, eerie cries echoed, like the wails of souls from the depths of hell. The Pang family has really mastered the art of hiding in plain sight. No wonder we missed this the first time, Mao remarked. Although they had searched the estate previously, they hadn't been well prepared enough to uncover this hidden passage. However, the estate's intense security had already drawn the attention of the Feng division. The two slipped into the dark passage, quietly closing the manhole cover behind them. The descent was far deeper than anticipated, extending nearly 100 meters before a faint light came into view. At the end of the passage, two armed guards dressed in black stood watch. Sensing movement, the guards began to raise their weapons, but Mao Yu's black throwing knives struck with precision, taking them down instantly. There's definitely something going on here, armed guards in a place like this? Mao Yu said grimly. She searched the guards' bodies and retrieved an access card before they pressed forward. Along the way, they either evaded or incapacitated any patrols they encountered. Before long, they reached the core of the facility. After taking out two more guards, they discovered a room where two individuals were deep in conversation. Both men wore black suits, and one of them bore the distinctive blood markings of a blood spirit master on his neck. Mao Yu quickly set up a camera to record evidence. This will serve as proof of their crimes for future trials, she explained to a surprised Feng Yixio. Inside the room, the man with the blood markings was speaking angrily. For 1,000 liters of blood, I can only give you 10 bronze tier spirit cards and 1 silver tier spirit card. I won't go any higher. No way, snapped the middle-aged blood spirit master, slamming the table as he rose abruptly, leaning on his staff. His face darkened with fury as he bellowed. The situation is getting more dangerous lately. Do you even realize the risks we take to acquire this blood? It costs at least 20 bronze tier spirit cards and 2 silver tier spirit cards. Patriarch Pang, are you trying to extort us? Another blood spirit master retorted, his face livid with anger, his tone dripping with displeasure. The mention of Patriarch Pang instantly revealed the man's identity to Feng Yixio, who was hidden in the shadows. His gaze locked onto the staff-wielding middle-aged man as he struggled to suppress the rage surging in his chest. Pang Zhujia slammed his staff onto the ground with a resounding thud. My youngest son gave his life because of you blood spirit masters not long ago. He was so young, and you dare haggle with me? Your son's death wasn't the fault of our Qingyun sect. The black-clad blood spirit master snapped, his anger flaring. If you want to blame someone, blame him for taking on a mission without authorization. What does that have to do with us? Pang Zhujia's expression grew even darker, his voice laced with an icy chill. I've already investigated. The three who were with my son during that mission Midoro has sought refuge in the Hua base, but her family is in my hands. As for that orphan, Feng Yixio, he's been cozying up to Qingyun Academy's belle, Shenruyu. The last one, Long Fan, is part of the Alliance Corps, so I can't touch him for now. But his time will come. Leave it to me, the black-clad blood spirit master said with a sinister grin. Now, about this deal. Forget a mere 1,000 liters of blood if you help me. I'll give it to you for free. Pang Zhujia growled through gritted teeth. 3 little brats? Crushing them will be as easy as squashing ants. The blood spirit master sneered maliciously. Squashing ants? Let's see how you plan to do that. Feng Yixio could no longer contain himself. He kicked open the door and stormed in, his fury reaching its peak at the mention of Shenruyu being targeted. Thunder 8 trigrams palm. Skybreaker. Feng Yixio leapt into the air and unleashed a devastating palm strike, sending a thunderous shockwave hurtling toward Pang Zhujia. Behind him, his Nakomata spirit lurked like a ghost, ready to strike at any moment. A Tier 2 source martial artist. Pang Zhujia exclaimed, startled by the sudden attack. The blood spirit master reacted first, his arm instantly enveloped in crimson blood that formed a massive blood claw, swiping toward Feng Yixio. Trying to harm my captain? Over my dead body. Nakomata hissed coldly. Spirit weapon infusion. Black Fong. A sinister black claw gauntlet materialized on his fingers, emanating an aura of pure menace, like a feral beast hungry for prey. A level 5 battle spirit king? The blood spirit master's face paled as he staggered back, terror etched across his features. Trying to run now? I'm afraid it's a little too late for that. Nakomata sneered coldly, his figure vanishing in an instant. Utsasimi. Shunshin. Like a phantom, he reappeared on the blood spirit master's right side. The metal claws on his fingers glinted ominously in the dim light, resembling the stinger of a wasp. With a swift motion, Nakomata lightly tapped the blood spirit master's chest before leaping back 2 steps. A strange, black mark emerged over the blood spirit master's heart. The blood spirit master glanced down at the mark and scoffed dismissively. Is this your sole weapon's ability? Are you trying to tickle me? As a high-ranking celestial demon envoy of the Qingyun sect, his strength as a level 5 blood spirit master far surpassed that of the mid-level envoys Feng Yixio had previously encountered. Nakomata's attack left only a faint scratch on the hardened blood armor protecting his body. Meanwhile, Feng Yixio's battle with the head of the Pang family was in full swing. A burst of thunderous energy struck the Pang family leader's right shoulder, shredding half of his clothing. A level 3 combat spirit master as the leader of the Wind Division? The Pang family head burst into maddened laughter. If I sell you to the Qingyun sect, I bet you'd fetch a good number of golden tier spirit cards. Pang family old dog, you still don't understand your situation. Feng Yishio said in a low voice. Your entire family is surrounded. Surrender now. Making a brat like you the leader? The Wind Division must be desperate. The Pang family head sneered, summoning his combat spirit. Songshan Wolf King, come out and hunt. The combat spirit that appeared was a maturistage beast, perfectly aligned with the Pang family head's rank as a level 4, stage 4 combat spirit master. Feng Yishio immediately issued a command. Xiabela, keep that beast occupied. The Pang family head burst into laughter as he saw Feng Yishio summon a Jade Lin snake. A Jade Lin snake? That useless spirit beast couldn't even fill my wolf's teeth. Is that so? Then watch closely. Feng Yishio replied with an icy grin. Boom. The Jade Lin snake and the Tsongshan Wolf King clashed heat. As the wolf's claws collided with the snake's meteorite tail hammer, the overwhelming force sent the Tsongshan Wolf King flying. If not for the confined underground space and the risk of a caveat, Feng Yishio wouldn't even need to use his Titan armament or White Wing armament. The Tsongshan Wolf King wouldn't have lasted a single round. This can't be possible. The Pang family head stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a so-called useless spirit beast, in its growth stage, could overpower his maturistage elite combat spirit in a single blow. Still have time to worry about your spirit beast? Your opponent is me. Feng Yishio seized the opportunity. Explosive step. His figure blurred and shot into the air. Though the Pang family head was a level 4 combat spirit master, his physical prowess as a mere stage 1 source martial artist left him far too slow to react to Feng Yishio's speed. Old dog Pang, I'm right behind you. Feng Yishio's voice suddenly rang out behind the head of the Pang family, accompanied by a sudden slap. Instinctively, the family head spun around, dagger in hand, aiming straight for Feng Yishio's throat. However, for someone like Feng Yishio, who had surpassed the second-tier limit and possessed extraordinary mental strength, such an attack was as slow as a snail's crawl. Effortlessly evading the strike, Feng Yishio seized the man's right arm. The Pang family head frantically reached for a silver-tier magic spirit card, but just as his fingers were about to grasp it, Feng Yishio's swift and precise move shattered his left arm with a brutal lock. A piercing scream echoed as his limp arm hung uselessly at his side. Feng Yishio's movements were relentless, sticking close to his opponent like a shadow. Despite the family head's desperate struggles, he couldn't free himself from Feng Yishio's expertly executed grappling techniques. Thunder Eightfold Slam. Feng Yishio growled, locking his arms around the family head's waist and summoning immense force. With a thunderous crash, the Pang family head's bloated face was smashed into the cold, unforgiving ground. Before he could regain his bearings, Feng Yishio's body spun like a whirlwind, executing a series of powerful throws. Each slam hit harder than the last, driving the family head's face repeatedly into the ground. Off you go. With one final devastating throw, Feng Yishio hurled the Pang family head into a steel wall with bone-crushing force. As the man fell unconscious, the figure of the Tsongshan Wolf King dissolved into a wisp of spiritual light and disappeared. Dusting his hands off casually, Feng Yishio turned his gaze toward the ongoing battle between the Nikomata and the Blood Spirit Master. Need a hand? He asked with a smirk. No need, the Nikomata replied with a light chuckle. It's just a high-level Sky Demon envoy. Hardly worth your effort. Feng Yishio watched their duel with keen interest, observing every move. Each attack and counterattack was precise, with no wasted spiritual energy. The black-clad Blood Spirit Master glanced at the unconscious Pang family head and snarled. Just a high-level Sky Demon envoy? Such arrogance. Let me see how you plan to break through my Blood Demon armor. As he spoke, a thick, blood-red armor materialized over his body, its surface etched with vivid blood patterns, radiating an aura far stronger than that of an average mid-tier Sky Demon envoy's Blood Demon form. The Nikomata maintained his calm smile, advancing unhurriedly toward the Blood Spirit Master's chest. The black sigil on the Blood Spirit Master's chest began to glow and expand. Crack! With a sharp sound, the Blood Spirit Master staggered back several steps, his Blood Demon armor showing visible cracks on its surface. The sudden turn of events left the Blood Spirit Master in shock. What had seemed like a harmless attack moments ago had now shattered his defenses in a single blow. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.